Chapter 71. Click. Brother Diao's mouth made a sound, and it was unknown whether it was responding to Lu Qingji. But there was no hostility in its eyes, that was the truth. Even when it found that Xiaoman was still blocking the road, it did not show any evil look, but just used its white bone nose to nudge Xiaoman again. Please let Brother Man go, Mu Zhong said. Xiaoman reacted and quickly moved aside and stuck to the wall. Brother Diao's mouth was finally able to move forward. After it passed, the wolf pack following behind was smaller, and there were no such sharp bone spurs on their bodies, so the passage was very smooth. This time Xiaoman counted them specifically, and including the leading big running wolf, the number of running wolves was 40. It was obviously much less than the face hugger, but the running wolf had a higher star level and strong individual strength, so the overall strength was not weaker than the face hugger. When the running wolves were all in the front, everyone thought it was over. Unexpectedly, a group of ghost crows flew in from behind. The dark clouds gathered together, without giving them any time to react, and flew to the front with a roar. The ghost crow is a spirit, focusing on mental attacks. When it flew over our heads, everyone felt very uncomfortable, but because it was very fast, they could bear it. Is it gone? Li Shui pressed her head and asked after she stood up. Wei Huan said, we need some undead to cover the rear. This was not a request, because when he said this, the ferocious head of the violent bear had already appeared in everyone's sight. The violent bear, which was more powerful than the anal digger, seemed a little crowded in such a ruin. But if it was just to cover the rear, I believe their large skeletons would be enough to stop all the crises from behind. Li Shui, She wanted to say something, but sighed and nodded. This is not what I thought, but... Let's go! It's not a bad thing, is it? If Wei Huan is strong, Mu Zhong will be strong, and Mu Junzhong will be strong. After the strong join forces, the entire Yan Kingdom core will be stronger, even stronger than the Dark Beast. So it's just a loss of face for them. It's never a bad thing to have a strong companion. Sure enough, the result is the same as Li Shui thought. The undead army in front quickly explored the entire ruins, and found the 2 key rooms of the cab and the energy room. They also surrounded the treasure chest and didn't open it, and they were smart enough to move the garbage mountain away. They searched for the treasure map below, but they also surrounded it and didn't take it. They easily arrived in front of the treasure chest and looked at these undead lives. Look at them, and then look at the treasure chest. Finally, Li Shui sat on the ground and cried loudly. It's so embarrassing. What a social death scene. Why am I not a necromancer? It must be that my reincarnation posture is incorrect. I wish this profession was given to me. Captain Shui had no choice but to pick up his wife and go to coax her. Mu Zhong found a way to pass it over. We are about to go to the 3rd level highway assessment, and Wei Huan also needs to understand the current strength and whether it matches the 3rd level highway. Otherwise, let us test our combat strength in this ruin. The 50-50 materials are not divided, and they are considered as gifts from you. After Mu Zhong finished speaking, Wei Huan ordered the undead army to open the black iron treasure chest. A blue-skinned humanoid treasure chest monster jumped out of the treasure chest. It looked like a human at first glance, but in fact, its arms and legs were tentacles, and there was a big tentacle behind its buttocks. As soon as it appeared, it was like a peacock spreading its tail, attacking with all its might. Blue-bearded man, be careful. While Captain Shui was comforting his wife, he did not forget to remind her, be careful of its tentacles. Yes. Wei Huan nodded. He must be familiar with the blue-bearded man. After all, the longest time he stayed in the last life was on the 3rd level highway. Therefore, it was precisely because he knew how strong this blue-bearded man named by humans was that he sent out a large number of undead armies at the beginning. The large number of tentacles of the blue-bearded man gave it the ability to fight in groups, and it also had a very high IQ. Wei Huan's undead army might not be able to please it. So what Mu Zhong said was right. He really needed a battle to adapt to his upgraded strength. This blue-bearded man was indeed smart. After appearing, he immediately identified several humans in the room as his main targets. The tentacles were divided into several parts, flying in the direction of Lao Su, Xiaoman, Lan Lan, and Wei Huan respectively. The first tentacles behind it were aimed directly at Captain Shui and Li Shui. It knew that Captain Shui was very strong. Of course, this was also directly related to the fact that Wei Huan was hiding in the army of undead, and his breath was covered by the army of undead. The army of undead could conceal his breath. As for Mu Zhong and Lu Qingji, who were protected by him, one was a legless assistant, and the other was a sequence 2 fraudster. No matter how you look at it, they were all scum who were dealt with in the end. However, It was obvious that the few people attacked by its tentacles were not easily dealt with by it. After all, they were all experienced Sequence 3 professionals. Not to mention that they could deal with a monster in a black iron box in a 1v1, but they had no problem persisting for a while without dying. Old Su and Xiaoman are real soldiers. They all transformed into melee weapons and fought fearlessly. Lon Lon fired a lightning spell that had been in preparation for a long time. The blue-bearded man was numb all over, and all the attacking tentacles were stiff. Li Shui and Captain Shui had to face the largest tentacle behind the blue-bearded man, but Li Shui said, "I will protect Mu Zhong." Because at a cold glance, this team of 3 people is not reliable, they are all fragile, and there are second-level professionals. Captain Shui saw through Wave 1's calmness, and when his wife rushed towards the huge tentacle, he said, "Go protect Lon Lon." On weekdays, the two are the closest couple, but in battle, Captain Shui is the superior and the captain. Although Li Shui did not figure it out at the first time, her body had already executed it first, and she flashed in front of Lon Lon. With a knife in hand, the tentacle that poked Lan Lan's nose was cut into 7 or 8 pieces. "Come on! Kill!" Captain Shui was already holding a thick-back broadsword in both hands, and he rushed forward and chopped the giant tentacle vertically. In just a blink of an eye, the human side had an absolute advantage. It seemed that this black iron-level treasure chest monster could be easily eliminated. Now with Wei Huan's participation, the speed of elimination became even faster. Because everyone was fighting against the tentacles, Wei Huan's undead army had already bitten the blue-bearded man's body. The running wolf moved flexibly, the face hugger swooped down from the ceiling, and the ghost crows screamed and shuttled through the blue-bearded man's body. Waka-kaka! Quack quack! For a moment, the movement of the undead army's battle overwhelmed all the sounds in the room. In the blink of an eye, the tentacles that were fighting with him shriveled and fell to the ground with a thud. The monster was dead before even 30% of his power was used. "It's dead?" Lu Qingji said with lingering feelings. Although he didn't make any contribution in the first battle, his courage was commendable. Li Shui joked, "This is the first time I've seen such a fat and flexible thief. Is your gene a little mutated?" Lu Qingji scratched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. "Sister Shui, I can also be very flexible, and my own weight is high, so it feels good when I press and chisel. Give me a chance to show it next time. You can see that I can use my tonnage to suppress the running wolf and make it unable to move." The anal-digging brother just happened to look over. Lu Qingji added, "But I can't suppress brother and is mighty, and there are thorns on his back." Li Shui was amused by the last sentence. Orange juice, right? When we are free, let's exchange our experience of the gambler's sequence. Lu Qingji's eyes suddenly lit up. "Thank you, Sister Shui. Come to our car to eat when you are free in the evening, and I will make delicious food for you and your brothers." "Oh, you are still a chef?" "That's not it. If you are talking about cooking, I am this." As he said, Lu Qingji gave himself a thumbs up. "What about being a thief?" Sister Shui wanted to tease him. Lu Qingji wanted to give himself a little finger, but felt guilty. Finally, he hesitated for a while, and gave himself an index finger. "I can do it if I work harder." Sister Shui and Lon Lon were both amused. The ruins exploration, which was originally full of dangers, somehow became like a picnic. Everyone was talking and laughing, and they didn't even have much vigilance. The undead army is really capable. Not only did they circle the location of the treasure chest and treasure fragments, but they also triggered the mechanism in the ruins. Once the mechanism is exposed, it becomes useless. As a result, there is no sense of participation in the exploration of the ruins. Mu Zhong wanted to go to the cab and the energy room, and said, 2 days is enough time. I want to completely dismantle this place. Wei Huan nodded, "Okay, I go with you. Leave a box unopened, and the ruins will not disappear." "Yeah." The conversation between the two was heard by Li Shui, who waved her hand and said, "Our mission is to escort you until you enter the assessment. There is nothing to do in the next 2 days. You go to sweep the supplies, and we will follow the undead army around. With their cooperation, it is also very easy to open the silver treasure chest." Lu Qingji said, "Boss, can I go with Sister Shui and the others? I want to learn how to fight better with my profession." Both of them supported Lu Qingji's progress. So they separated at the next intersection. Wei Huan pushed the wheelchair, and went directly to the driver's cabin under the protection of the army of undead. This is still a level 6 vehicle. Heavy fortress for land, sea and air. As the name suggests, the vehicle can not only go to the sea, but also fly. It won't take too long to break through the gravity of the planet and fly into space. If humans can analyze the technology on this car, the overall technology of Blue Star will have a huge leap. But the challenge world will not be given for free, only the professional driver can master the technological code. Even the extremely outstanding scientists on Blue Star, even if they thoroughly study the technology in the challenge world, as long as they return to Blue Star, those who are not in the driver sequence will blur all the technology they have mastered in their memory. However, in Wei Huan's opinion, the most urgent task is to let Mu Zhong master the manufacturing technology of mecha. He has been hoping that Mu Zhong can stand up again, since a long time ago. He wants to see a smile on his face, and he wants to see the depression that always lingers in front of him disappear completely. He hopes that he can make up for his regrets and be happy. Mu Zhong was in the cockpit, and Wei Huan did not go anywhere to accompany him. He released the Magic Eye Lords, a total of 3, one of which has been following Captain Shui and his team. Half of Wei Huan's eyes are green, and his vision can see the fierce battle ahead through the Magic Eye Lords. Not only did he see the strength of Captain Shui and his team, but he also understood his current combat effectiveness. As he thought, after upgrading to the 3rd level profession, it was easy to open the silver treasure chest in the ruins of the 3rd level highway. The main reason why he was able to form an army by himself was that he obtained the undead pasture. Of course, coupled with his natural 95-point super high spiritual power, he also won a comprehensive victory on the list, and won a large number of gold treasure chests, even platinum treasure chests. This made his personal ability far beyond that of a 3rd level professional, and even much stronger than a 4th level professional. On this basis, he had the ability to deal with a god-level monster on the secondary road. Even if it was just a few tentacles, he might have lost the battle. In the end, he got the magic weapon fragment Pseudo-Demon Moffity Ring fragment. After wearing it, all attributes increase by 25%. No need to repeat it. Those who understand it will understand how terrible the percentage increase is. Even Wei Huan's dark power directly broke through 1000 and reached 1080 points. In other words, if his summons do not recruit high-level undead for the time being, but fill the basic Wolf Legion and the Zombie Army, the basic summon number can reach 1500 at present. It can also increase by 200 or 300 every day. After the explosion, the number will be even greater. And these attributes are only the current level. Once Wei Huan takes attribute potions or obtains high-level equipment, these values will also increase by 25% of the attributes. What if one day, his basic dark power value is 10,000? The attribute points added by the pseudo-magic weapon for him are 2,500 points. Just thinking about it, it's ridiculously strong. So, just coming to the 3rd level highway, Wei Huan has the ability to push the silver treasure chest. How is it? After being busy for a while, Mu Zhong raised his eyes, and saw Wei Huan with his feet on the cockpit, and his eyebrows relaxed. After thinking about it for a while, I know why he is in a good mood. The combat power of the 3rd level undead. I also want to see what the casualty rate is when killing the White Shadow monster. Wei Huan took the component handed over by Mu Zhong, and handed it to the face hugger with its front paws raised. The face hugger took the component with both claws, twisted its butt, and left. Wei Huan also said, with Team Shui, they are less than 1%, and they are also very strong. Mu Zhong said, Team Shui is the first batch of professionals, and they were originally soldiers under the name of General Mu. Many people died in the first year, and many great elders of many countries were gone, and it was a mess. Team Shui has been following General Mu and encountered many crises. Until 4 years ago, when Sister Shui got on his car, Commander Mu let them stay on the 3rd level highway. First, the 3rd level highway needed its own people, and for this matter, it was right to send them. In addition, he also hoped that they could enjoy their married life, and if they wanted, they could have a child. The most precious thing for the country now is the newborn baby. Wei Huan nodded and suddenly said, when the test of the 3rd level highway is over, we will join the Qilong Corps. Mu Zhong stood up and looked at him straight. Wei Huan nodded affirmatively. Mu Zhong smiled and said, okay. At noon, they left for a short while, returned to the car, and ate a meal carefully prepared by the chef on the newly upgraded 4th level top balcony. How could people who risk their lives in the challenge world enjoy such a feast? Everyone would just eat a bite. If they really wanted to eat, they could eat without distraction when they returned to Blue Star. Why do you have to eat in the challenge world? Lu Qingji's cooking talent is not to be underestimated. Many of the food here are his first time to cook, but with his special ability of good taste, he can adjust the taste to the level of a 5-star chef. Then, it is said that the ingredients used in the car are all produced in the microscopic world. As a legendary paradise, the ingredients in it are delicious. Many people are used to eating juicy and sweet vegetables in the challenge world, but when they return to Blue Star, they can't even swallow the marble beef caviar that is comparable to gold. After a full meal at noon, everyone was full. Li Shui looked at the scenery outside the car and said lazily, "It will be a level 4 car soon, with 12 extra seats. If we hadn't completed the assessment and couldn't occupy the seats, I would have thought of getting on your car." Of course, everyone knows that this is just a joke. The reason why their team stayed on the 3rd level highway is that they have an important mission. Commander Mu has no power and few soldiers now, and they need people like them who are on the key chain. However, Li Shui's sight opened the minds of Wei Huan and Mu Zhong. Yes, before entering the 3rd level highway assessment, they must upgrade to a level 4 car. There are so many more seats on the car, and they are empty anyway. Why not take some people to complete the assessment together? It doesn't matter whether these people stay on the car in the future or leave after completing the assessment. As long as their character is good, their family background is clean, and they are absolutely not confused about major issues, they can be taken with them. In the future, these people will be the backbone of the human battlefield. Mu Zhong lowered his eyes. "Let me think about it." After a pause, he said, "Time is tight. I think many people will return to Blue Star after completing the assessment. We need to select trustworthy people and notify them within the time limit, so that we can form a team before entering the assessment." Finally, Mu Zhong raised his eyes and looked at Wei Huan. Only the official has this ability. Wei Huan heard that Mu Zhong was very cautious when he said that he wanted the official to intervene, and he obviously cared about his attitude. Wei Huan wanted to say that he didn't need to be so cautious. Since he agreed to join the Qinglong army, he had thought about it carefully, and would not regret it. He didn't have the guts to think that he could be above the Qinglong army, at least not yet. So look at this level 4 car that is being upgraded. This level 4 balcony built on the 3rd floor has been upgraded to the level 4 engine and shell, and those that are lit up and waiting in line for production, including special terrain drawings and upgrade materials. Who can say that he is not touched by this feeling of being trained with all his strength in one step? In his previous life, if there was a force that could give him the advanced potion of the 4th level Soldier King, he would work hard for them. He gave the Star Beast skin to Commander Dong because the situation was tense, and didn't he want to get such treatment? Just because Commander Mu contacted Wei Jihong to save his son's life, which led to Wei Jihong asking him to marry Mu Zhong, would he hate Commander Mu? No. Now it seems that all the bad things have turned into good things. Not only did he have a dream partner, this person even made him think that they could be together forever. Everything was just right. What else could he resist? It's just that there are too many people now, and Wei Huan can't explain it. Maybe he won't be able to explain it in the future, but he vowed to use his actions to tell Mu Zhong that all his decisions were his sincere choices. "Okay, let's do as you say." Wei Huan nodded, and said this in a group of nervous eyes. For a moment, the tense atmosphere suddenly relaxed, and smiles returned to everyone's faces, even brighter. Wei Huan felt strange. What kind of strange atmosphere was this? Did everyone think that he only wanted to go to the Suzaku army, and would never choose the Azure Dragon army? If he only wanted to go to the Suzaku army, he would not have agreed to accept these valuable materials from the beginning. But the fact is that many people are unsure. At the beginning, Wei Huan showed the highest favorability towards the Suzaku army in all aspects. The Star Beast skin of unimaginable value was directly given to the Suzaku army, without even discussing the materials for the transaction. Who would not think twice? Besides, the current Qinglong Corps is really bad, and Commander Mu is even worse. There are also some worthless people who have turned against him, and abandoned Commander Mu. It was a miserable situation. Wei Huan would decide to join Commander Mu at this time. In fact, he himself did not know that it had a great inspiring effect on Commander Mu's faction. Thinking of this, Captain Shui immediately stood up and said, "I will contact Colonel Luo. I am wondering if it is possible to use this rare opportunity to conduct a large-scale talent output unexpectedly. In the past 2 years, the Dark Beast has known our rules. It is becoming more and more difficult for newcomers to complete the assessment easily. Even the major operations organized by the official every 6 months have been comprehensively sniped by the Dark Beast, and each time, they have suffered heavy losses. Now it has only been a month since the first-class highway assessment. The Dark Beast must not have thought that we would launch an action at this time." The excited Captain Shui rarely said a lot, and after speaking, he left quickly and returned to his car to report on his work. Li Shui didn't go. She curled up in her seat, biting the second joint of her index finger and said, "It's a pity to select talents only from the northeast. It's better to search nationwide. But now Commander Hong is seriously ill, and Commander Mu's voice can't be heard at all. This time, contact Commander Dong." Mu Zhong said, let Colonel Luo contact Commander Dong, he will agree to help. Li Shui suddenly realized, yes. After saying that, she also jumped and ran away. Not long after, the couple came back together. Captain Shui looked at Wei Huan and nodded with joy. It's done. Commander Dong agreed to hold a meeting of the 4 major military regions. In order to attract more newcomers to participate in the assessment, Commander Dong also contacted several super first-level forces including Jingcheng Trade and Jiaolun Military Industry to release the annual recruitment assessment in advance. Take the results of this assessment as the standard. Everyone opened their eyes wide when they heard the end. Is Commander Dong using up all the favors he has accumulated over the years at once? But his original intention can be understood. It is not only to provide talents, but also to repay Wei Huan's kindness. Of course, there is also the optimism and training of Wei Huan. This is the treatment of a super genius. Even if he has not fully grown up, anyone who is not blind can see his future achievements. In fact, the final victory point of this evolutionary war with the Dark Beast may fall on the number of talents cultivated by the final echelon. No one is jealous of this situation at all. Wei Huan is indeed a little too strong. Those who have seen his strength with their own eyes today sincerely admire him, and even look forward to him growing up as soon as possible and supporting a sky. That's good, just wait for the news next. National selection, absolutely true selection. Haha, I wonder who will come. Ah! I really hate that I have passed the assessment. This time I will be so happy. Damn, I missed 100 million. Lu Qingji listened to it and smiled crookedly. Okay, teammates are coming to the car. The stronger the better. Chapter 72. After dinner, Wei Huan went to the ruins with Mu Zhong in the afternoon. They left 2 bronze boxes in the ruins, so the ruins would not disappear and would last until they emptied it. In this rare free time, Mu Zhong could also practice disassembling components and train the skills of the driver sequence. Wei Huan could not follow in, but just arranged the undead to follow Mu Zhong. The undead that filled the ruins were enough to easily protect Mu Zhong from any accidents and help him carry items and components. But Wei Huan still followed in. In his heart, Mu Zhong was different. Not only a teammate or a vice captain, but also the first throbbing he had experienced in his 2 lives, a relationship that he needed to maintain with more care. Very wonderful. Before entering the professional temple, Wei Huan glanced at Mu Zhong again. His sight fell on the undulating profile of his face. For the first time, Wei Huan discovered that Mu Zhong's eyelashes were very long, thick and curled, and the arc of his double eyelids was flying. When he was busy and focused, the occasional trembling eyelashes were like flying butterfly wings, fluttering. Wei Huan closed his eyes and reached the tomb accompanied by the black butterflies. At this moment, he was already standing at the top of the tomb. After measuring and witnessing the size of the tomb with his feet and eyes, Wei Huan now stood here, and his body's breath was completely connected with the tomb. He felt the response from the depths of the tomb. The eyes full of wisdom have been scrutinizing him critically. This is a look from top to bottom, which is very unfriendly. There is only a little more reluctant recognition than at the beginning. Those breaths seem to be saying, not bad, if we work harder, we can barely respond to your call. But Wei Huan was not interested. After experiencing the summoning of completely loyal low-level undead, who executed his orders 100%, Wei Huan lost interest in summoning these things buried in the tomb. The guys in these tombs are undoubtedly the high-level undead in the Dark Beast tribe. For example, the 2-headed hidden demon of the 7 stars, or the leader of the Dark Beast, those Dark Beasts with 9-star bloodline. High strength, high IQ, and the innate arrogance, it feels very tricky to think about it. It's not that I won't summon them at all, but it's definitely not as passive as it is now, with a posture of begging the other party to bow their heads and sign a contract. Wei Huan stood on the top of the tomb and looked into the distance. He could vaguely see the top of the tomb next door, looming in the clouds. There is another tomb in the distance. There are more tombs outside the tomb farther away. Endless, huge number. Since he has seen the forest, why would he hang himself on a tree? Or does he really want to be controlled by other lives? Does he not want to enjoy a free life? Undead Ranch is Wei Huan's confidence. If he can create a 9th level undead, I believe that even if he meets the leader of the 9-star Dark Beasts, he will have a great chance of winning. If one can't win, then 10,000 will win. If 10,000 can't kill, then 100 million will win. I can always make the opponent exhausted and fall down. At that time, it was the meat fish and I was the knife and fork. Whether to live or die or to conquer, it was just a thought. Those arrogant, and even somewhat offensive auras kept looking at Wei Huan. Wei Huan ignored him, summoned Xiaodian, sat on its back, and went down to the tomb again, leaving behind a series of stunned and even undisguised mocking atmospheres. Wei Huan continued to recruit running wolves at the foot of the mountain. Running wolves, a one-star dark beast, are no longer casually expendable cannon fodder in Wei Huan's mind because of brother digging anus and undead ranch. Recruiting them costs very little, but the speed of forming an army is very fast. They are also flexible and have special potential. Now that Wei Huan has been promoted to sequence 3, he can open 6 portals at the same time. Running wolves are the fastest in forming an army among all Wei Huan's arms. It takes about 10 seconds to pass through the portal and gather 200 heads. In that minute, they can gather into a crushing army. At that time, add the ghost crows and the magic eye lords flying out from the top of the portal. In 3 minutes, it is easy to have an army of tens of thousands. At that time, soul attack, magic attack, plus physical attack and tactical maneuvering of the running wolf. Even if he met the white rhino again, he could still beat it to a panic without using the nether fire bomb and make it die with hatred on the spot. Thinking of this, Wei Huan deliberately went to look for the nether fire bomb again. Nether fire is a good thing. Although the nether fire bomb upgraded to level 3 will drain his nether power at once when filling, the power of the explosion must be very beautiful. As a summon with strategic significance, the more the better. Therefore, there is no need to compete with those things in the tomb. Complete autonomy and absolute control, isn't it good? Wei Huan ignored the picky breath in the tomb, and gradually, those breaths dissipated. Everyone was arrogant, and it was up to them to see who would win in the end. Occasionally, there would be some unconvinced and mocking auras, but Wei Huan would not respond, which made the other party feel a little unwilling. Wei Huan was very happy. He now had 1100 dark power, and recruiting a 1-star running wolf only required 3 points of dark power to ignite the fire of death. In other words, from last night to now, the number of Wei Huan's running wolf army had exceeded 500. He did not recruit more, but his dark power was not recovered fast enough. Wei Huan was very happy to see the running wolves gathering around him. And as happy as he was, there was Brother Diaogong. Brother Diaogong had established his status as the Wolf King, and when he walked in front of these running wolves, his pack would make way for him in awe. He proudly inspected his pack, and when he was halfway there, he paused and looked straight at a running wolf that looked particularly petite in the middle of the pack. Caw caw caw. It made a sound, and then the running wolf was brought to Wei Huan along with Brother Diaogong. At first, when Wei Huan saw the 2 running wolves with huge differences in size, and the new one with very beautiful bones, his first reaction was that Brother Diaogong had found a partner for him. There was no way, his thoughts were occasionally out of control recently, as if a special nerve was synapsed, and he would associate in a strange direction. But soon, Wei Huan realized that Brother Diaogong had brought him something good. There is an elite running wolf here. Wei Huan used his dark power to explore the death fire of this elite running wolf, and felt the excitement, loyalty, and wisdom in its thoughts. It seems that elite undead are not only one species, but have a certain mutation probability. In other words, if he summons all the wandering monsters in this tomb, he will definitely be able to collect more elite undead. So, why should he fight to the death with those arrogant guys in the tomb? Cultivating elite undead can also gain powerful combat power. And improving one's own ability to reach sequence 4, sequence 5, or higher is the core of a summoner. You must not put the cart before the horse. If the summon dominates the summoner, it will be ridiculous. Wei Huan recruited a lot in the tomb. When he came out again, the cab was dismantled and empty, and Mu Zhong was gone. He jumped up from his seat, and was very nervous for a moment. But soon, he relaxed again. The summoned creatures wandered calmly in this ruin, always keeping quiet. Mu Zhong obviously saw him practicing, so he left alone and is now in the engine room. Wei Huan rolled down from the driver's seat, straightened his clothes, and walked out the door. With a thought, the face huggers surrounding him swarmed towards the driver's seat and disassembled it in a familiar manner. Wei Huan walked all the way to the engine room and felt the difference when he saw Mu Zhong for the first time. This time, he did not remove the entire engine component, but disassembled the engine on the spot. Upgraded? Wei Huan asked the first sentence. Mu Zhong heard the movement, looked up at him, and nodded dangerously. Well, I finally got promoted to a junior technician. How is it? Wei Huan walked to the side and squatted down to look at the components he disassembled. When he raised his eyes again, he saw the stains on Mu Zhong's face. Without thinking too much, Wei Huan raised his hand and wiped away the black spots with his thumb. The soft and gentle touch flowed through his fingertips. When Wei Huan withdrew his hand, his fingers rubbed unconsciously, and his chest felt a little soft. Mu Zhong was stunned for a moment because of this intimate action. When he spoke again, his voice was indescribably gentle. Junior technicians can already open the outermost hard shell of these engines, but the inside cannot be analyzed yet. Yeah, Wei Huan responded. Neither of them cared whether they could directly disassemble the complete engine. The key was what Mu Zhong could get in the process. Mu Zhong said again, we just have a level 4 car, and we can separate half of the parking lot to make a studio. Okay. Wei Huan thought, the parking lot is underground, and the environment is not good. How about using a room? Mu Zhong laughed. It's all in the car, where is the basement? Just open a window when the time comes. The driver's job is quite interesting. We can add a lot of functional areas to the car. We can even convert an ecological garden in the lobby. Well, what are they? When Wei Huan continued to raise questions, Mu Zhong was a little surprised. He realized that Wei Huan was trying to communicate with him, although he was very clumsy, and could only continue the topic in this way. But there is no doubt that the relationship between the two of them is changing. Mu Zhong is looking forward to such changes. Because deep in his heart, he is also looking forward to all this. Mu Zhong counted on his fingers and said, you know about the cells and studios. I can also build warehouses, energy storage rooms, weapon production rooms, and gravity training rooms. By the way, after becoming a junior technician, I can also optimize all the parts on the car. Although the optimization level can only reach 5% at most, there is a lot to look forward to in the future. Speaking of gravity training room, I think we can have it now. When I reach a higher level, I can even make a virtual laboratory similar to the professional temple. Your Soldier King combat training can be completed directly on the car. The chat about the new car opened up the two people's chatterbox. When Wei Huan came to his senses, he found that his mouth was sore from talking. Wei Huan raised his hand, touched his chin, frowned and twisted his jaw. Looking up, he saw the smile in Mu Zhong's eyes, as if he saw through his embarrassment. Wei Huan actually didn't like this kind of teasing look, but when Mu Zhong looked at him like this, he didn't feel bored. He liked Mu Zhong's eyes very much. They were big and bright, and he also liked his face that was always smiling, which made him look very soft and warm. This feeling made him want to hug him. In fact, he was a little tired after the battles in recent days. Especially next, he was about to enter the third level assessment, and he was not resisting this non-stop urgency. Feeling, after all, he knows the future of this world better than anyone else. But he likes this moment. He likes chatting casually like this, playing for a small room, and it has nothing to do with the future life and death. It's just him and his little thoughts at the moment. About life. It's rare to relax. Lu Qingji's voice came from the intercom, telling them that dinner is ready. Wei Huan and Mu Zhong packed up and left the ruins. It was not dark yet. Under the protection of the undead army, the forest was very quiet. Not to mention the mutated big mosquitoes, even a fallen leaf could not blow in. Their car was parked between the leaves, and the mottled light fell on the car body, illuminating the car's appearance that had changed greatly. The air on the third-level highway is humid, and the temperature and light are very suitable for human survival. Wei Huan pushed Mu Zhong forward and walked slowly. The two of them also took a clear look at the car being upgraded. In terms of the overall appearance, there is actually no obvious change. They have never changed the skin of the vehicle, even though that little point is very simple for them. There are too many things to do recently, and they are not ignorant people, so they are not very demanding to change the model. But after the upgrade, the white minivan has indeed changed a lot. The most obvious is the thickening of the sawtooth outside the car. The sharp and staggered sawtooth surrounds the car. This level can easily rush on the third-level highway and kill stray monsters. In addition, there is the arrow tower on the roof. Now it can be called a laser tower. The circle of laser towers surrounding the roof is like a gorgeous light strip. When it is not turned on, the light is already very dazzling. If it is turned on, it will be an extremely sharp giant blade on the battlefield. In addition, there are special blueprint, net thrower, special blueprint, timber saw, special blueprint, catapult specifically for this terrain. In short, Commander Mu really did it all this time. He not only brought all the materials for the level 4 vehicle, but also the special terrain blueprints. This makes this novice-looking vehicle reveal its uniqueness everywhere. Once it enters the combat mode, it is as terrifying as a war fortress. Wei Huan was a little excited this time. He had never been on a level 4 vehicle, let alone one day, he was the driver of a level 4 vehicle. Level 4 vehicles are completely different from level 3 vehicles. Before level 3 vehicles, the names of the vehicles were simple RV, RV and multi-purpose RV. From the names, it can be confirmed that vehicles of this level are more inclined to daily life, and the upgrades are mostly items that improve the quality of life. Starting from level 4 vehicles, the names of the vehicles have become ground siege vehicles, ground fortresses, and sea, land, and air heavy fortresses. It is obviously evolving in the military direction. No soldier will refuse to become the captain of a war fortress. No man can resist this iron-blooded romance. Wei Huan got on the car with excitement. Then he calmed down a little depressed. Nothing else. It takes a long time to upgrade from level 3 to level 4. The parts cannot be upgraded all at once, and they are still in line in order. Even if the smart butler has optimized the upgrade speed, it is not yet at the stage of upgrading the entire vehicle. Wei Huan got on the car, and everyone was there. The aroma of food wafted in, and in the crowd, there was a happy atmosphere. Wei Huan and Mu Zhong are back. Li Shui saw them, and shouted happily. You came so fast, the food hasn't been served yet. Come on, come to the restaurant to eat directly. Haha, I saw a lot of components piled up in the room, today is a big harvest. The bustle that came over was something that could not be felt in a vehicle with only 2 or 3 people. Wei Huan looked at the crowd that stood up to greet him, and a smile appeared on his lips. He was already looking forward to the scene of the car being full after upgrading to the 4th level car. It would be even better if some members could stay after completing the assessment and become long-term crew members. Of course, Wei Huan also has requirements for the crew. He is very strong and hopes to have a career that will add icing on the cake. If it is really not possible, he must have his own position on the car, just like Lu Qingji, although his combat effectiveness is almost not worth adding wings to a tiger. But Wei Huan must admit that he can no longer do without the skills of the chef, and he looks forward to 3 meals a day. An excellent office staff is actually equally valuable on the car. Sitting at the table, Lu Qingji first served a bunch of heavy-tasting food. Iron pot stewed goose, spicy roasted chicken, and then added his special barbecue, all of which were large portions, colorful, fragrant, and delicious, and looked at them. After that, he brought 2 cans of porridge to the table, the sweet shrimp porridge, and the boat porridge, directly in front of Mu Zhong, and also made white oil belly strips and a rice. Especially the high-quality soy sauce, and clear hot lard placed next to the specially arranged rice, which was obviously used for mixing with rice. Mu Zhong thanked him, poured the soy sauce and lard on the rice, and simply stirred it twice. The distinct rice grains were coated with a shiny soy sauce color, plump and radiant. The people next to him, even if they were eating heavy fish and meat, were still attracted by this bowl of rice. Oh my god, my saliva is flowing down. Li Shui wiped the corners of her mouth in an unladylike manner and stretched her neck. I want to eat it too. Is there any more? Lu Qingji smiled and nodded. Yes, yes. Lan Lan hurriedly said, I want a bowl too. Xiaoman and Lao Su also hurriedly expressed their opinions. Captain Shui directly picked up the bowl in front of him and served himself a bowl of boat porridge. As soon as he took a mouthful of hot porridge, Captain Shui's honest face almost flew up. Delicious. He praised loudly and recommended, Xiaoxue, you try this porridge. It's fresh and delicious. The texture of the porridge grains is just right, fragrant and glutinous, so delicious. Eat more some, everyone is welcome, I made a lot. Lu Qingji smiled and happily went to the kitchen to get rice. Hearing the praises of his cooking skills in the dining room, his sense of accomplishment almost reached its peak. Even Wei Huan and Mu Zhong were proud of it. This Lu Qingji is really a treasure. He is so good at thinking about food, and his talent is superb. Everyone was eating happily, and it suddenly became dark outside the window. The night of challenging the world came so suddenly. Everyone didn't care. With their current strength, they were enough to live well on the night of the 3rd level highway. But today is destined to be different. Because the smart butler suddenly said, Captain, the settlement of the 2nd level highway assessment has been completed, and the treasure chest rewards we received have been issued. Do you want to open it now? I didn't expect that a golden treasure chest would pop up when eating. A group of people in the car were stunned on the spot. Golden treasure chest. I haven't opened a golden treasure chest yet. Li Shui jumped up and said excitedly, I want to see it. I want to see it. The higher the level of the highway, the harder it is to open the high-level treasure chest. You know, the ruins opened by the 2nd level highway once attracted the attention of more than 300 people in the entire national server. Most of that group of people came from the 3rd level highway, and even from the 4th level highway. I don't know how many 4th level professionals there are. Why did they rush over thousands of mountains and rivers? Even if there was no car, they had to open the ruins, and I don't even know how many people died in the ruins. Even the war clan couldn't help but come for a share. It's because the difficulty of the second level highway is not that high. Even the platinum level legendary treasure chest monsters are limited by the highway level, so they can be touched. But even so, even if it is downgraded by 2 levels, it still caused the destruction of the number 3 supply point city and killed so many people. So for most teams, even if they are like Team Shui, who can open the silver treasure chest, they still dare not touch the gold treasure chest easily. A gold treasure chest on a 3rd level highway, without 2 or 3 4th level vehicles, plus more than 10 3rd level vehicles, a full staff team will open it and die. Even if the kill is finally completed, the supplies in the treasure chest cannot be distributed to the 3rd level vehicles like Team Shui and his team. Ordinary challengers, who has ever seen a complete gold treasure chest? Now, there is such a gold treasure chest, which just appeared in the car, in front of everyone. Those who are close can reach out and touch it directly. Li Shui was already sitting on the ground, wanting to touch the golden treasure chest but not daring to, drooling with greed. Oh my god, it's the golden treasure chest? So beautiful, so gorgeous, so elegant, so graceful, it's exactly the queen in my heart. I want to touch, hug, kiss, and sleep with her. Golden treasure chest. I'm afraid this is the only chance in my life to get so close to her. This time, Captain Shui didn't take his crazy wife away, because he was also squatting in front of the golden treasure chest, and together with his other team members, he was staring at it. It seems that the treasure chest cannot be opened in a short time. Wei Huan turned on the screen projection while eating the skewers and checked the system notifications. It turns out that with the first batch of people completing the assessment yesterday, it is now time to close the assessment at the last minute. Although the secondary road is not as difficult as the primary road, the challengers who have adapted to the difficulty of the road challenge have completely gotten rid of their newbie status and have the means to protect themselves. But restrictions still exist. The 11th day after the start of the assessment is the final deadline. Before dark, those who have not completed 80% of the road section will still be swallowed up by the darkness and disappear. Those who dare to participate in the secondary road in the first batch naturally have confidence and courage. So according to statistics, when the final time comes, 97.22% of the challengers have completed the assessment. It is very gratifying to have this result. Not bad. Mu Zhong also saw it. It is indeed exciting news that our Yin country has completed the upgrade of the 5th level car. Moreover, I found that the overall strength of our batch is very strong. The data on the list is about 15% higher than the same period in previous years. This is the result of accumulated strength. Wei Huan believes that the emergence of the 5th level car is only a small part of the reason. The key is that after 7 years of accumulation, Yin country has indeed reached the point where it can delegate resources again and increase investment in new people. But Lao Su heard it and interrupted. No, it is a 5th level car. He said very confidently, because after the 5th level materials can be obtained, the control of the 4th level materials has been relaxed. Among the materials delivered this time, some are not enough for General Mu, but the application has been received. He thought for a while and said, the inventory that Commander Chai agreed to allocate. After saying this, the scene was a little cold for a while. Xiaoman also winked at Lao Su. In fact, Commander Chai is indeed excluding General Mu. This is a normal thing. Whoever comes to power will concentrate on cultivating his own confidence. Just like Commander Mu would go all out to train Wei Huan, and at the same time, Commander Mu's people also particularly expected Wei Huan to grow up faster. It's natural to have different relationships. But Commander Chai is a senior general of Yin State, and his vision and pattern are definitely different. He may not completely lean towards training Wei Huan, but he will not deliberately make things difficult for Wei Huan and block Wei Huan's supplies. In the final analysis, if Wei Huan joins the Qinglong army, it will also strengthen his combat effectiveness. But when Wei Huan thought of this complicated human relationship, he frowned. He was already thinking about the scene of staring at Commander Mu and Commander Chai after returning to Blue Star. Finally, Mu Zhong nodded. When I return to Blue Star, I will thank Commander Chai in person. Old Su nodded, glanced at Xiaoman who was full of dissatisfaction, and said, You, learn more from Captain Mu. You are 2 years older in vain, but you don't understand the ways of the world. Wei Huan looked at Mu Zhong, and Mu Zhong blinked at him. Knowing that Wei Huan is not good at such social etiquette, he can just handle it. Chapter 73. Get Gold Spiritual Power Potion X1. Get Gold Power Helmet X1. Get Engine Upgrade Blueprint 4X1. Get Alloy Bow Tube X3. This is a rich box. After the box was opened, Mu Zhong shared the materials he had unpacked. Li Shui's eyes were red like a rabbit. Power Helmet and level 4 engine blueprint, plus the alloy bow tube, which is the core upgrade material of the level 4 engine blueprint. It's all in one go. 300 million is a sure thing. Mu Zhong and Wei Huan felt that the gold spiritual power potion was the most suitable. If Mu Zhong used it, he could brush more buffs, and if Wei Huan used it, he could summon more undeads, especially after Wei Huan had the pseudo-magic weapon. Any improvement would have a 25% bonus, so taking the spiritual power potion was the most cost-effective. However, in the challenge world, more than 60% of the people are farmers, and strength is the main thing. So the materials of the farmer sequence have always been priced very high, and the Blue Star coin auction can easily cost several hundred million. Finally, there are engine blueprints and core materials. These are also materials that are not easy to find, and they are very valuable. Team Shui and his team's eyes were red with envy, but they were just red. It's a blessing to look at things that you can't afford. If you really need them, you can work together to get them, but if you ask for them directly because you want them, what kind of people are you? However, this time, Wei Huan and Mu Zhong traded all the materials they found in the treasure chest, except for the gold spiritual potion, to Team Shui, asking them to send them back to Colonel Luo Jia. The value of Mafati's scale is indeed high, but now humans already have level 5 vehicles and level 5 professionals. Mafati's scale will be obtained sooner or later, and the value has long been reduced. On the contrary, it is not easy for General Mu to take out these level 4 vehicles in his current situation. Since the position has been decided, we must wholeheartedly support General Mu's return. If General Mu stands up, Wei Huan and his men will only be better. Team Shui held the hot supplies, nodded happily, and confirmed again, wait until the level 3 highway assessment is passed, and join the Legion, right? Yes. Wei Huan answered affirmatively. Team Shui smiled from ear to ear. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. After distributing the supplies, everyone chatted for a while, but it didn't take long and soon dispersed. Entering the professional temple for training at night is a habit that humans have been forced to change in the 7 years since the advent of the challenge world. Even some people who have given up their challenger status and dare not enter the challenge world again will occasionally return to the professional temple for professional training, and perhaps one day they will have the courage to return. The challenge world is dangerous, but it also has unlimited opportunities. It is most suitable for people who are desperate to turn the tide against the wind. Blue Star. Yen Country. While the challengers are fighting in the challenge world, the people of Yen Country are still living and working. There is no such thing as a peaceful life. Everyone knows who is protecting them. Therefore, the people of Blue Star have long stepped out of the entertainment culture and hormones of handsome men and beautiful women in the early years, and pay more attention to the big and small things in the challenge world. In their eyes, those challengers who fight in the challenge world are undoubtedly the real big stars. Today is the first phase of the assessment of the secondary highway, the day of smashing the list. For Wei Huan to be among the top again, and then to have such a high pass rate this year, it is an exciting thing. However, compared with these daily assessments, it is obviously not as popular as another more important thing. That night, I don't know how many people could meet, and they were talking to the people around them. Have you seen the posts in the Challenger forum today? It is said that Jingcheng Trade, Jiaowen Military Industry, Challenger Alliance, and more than 10 major forces have announced that they will recruit new members through the results of this third-level highway assessment, with generous treatment. The posts popped up in the blink of an eye, with high treatment in a swarm, and the target is directly aimed at the third-level highway assessment one day later. It is urgent and rushed, and the information is vague. It feels like a conspiracy to invite people into a trap. It is impossible to coax people into the challenge world to be killed. This decision can only be made by a madman. Besides, this time not only the major forces have spoken, but also the Legion has endorsed it. I think the other voices on the internet are more reliable. What is it? In recent years, dark beasts have been sniping our highway assessments more and more frequently. The third-level highway. Many people were stuck in their advancement. At first, every 6 months, the Legion organized geniuses and concentrated its strength to lead and send challengers at one time. But since last year, this method has not worked well. The number of lords sent by the dark beasts has also increased wildly. Last year, the loss was so heavy that the whole country mourned. Well, I remember that too many people died. The other side had 5 8-star third-level lords. Almost all the geniuses leading our team were killed. In the end, the ones who survived were ordinary challengers hiding behind. The number of people was less than 40% of the number when they entered. It is said that more than 20,000 people died at once. Yes, after that, the development of our human side was slower than that of the dark beasts. If it weren't for Wei Huan's platinum treasure chest that opened the 5th level materials and handed them over, maybe the catastrophe of mankind would have arrived earlier. So, the 2nd level assessment has just ended, and the influence of the 3rd level assessment has been expanded immediately. Do you think it is possible that Wei Huan will enter the 3rd level assessment immediately? With his ability, it is entirely possible to protect and transport a group of challengers. You probably haven't heard about the big scene Wei Huan made in the 2nd level public area? I heard that a legendary treasure chest monster was driven away by him. I know this, but even so, Wei Huan can't protect many people. How terrible were the 5 8-star dark beasts last year? Even if there is no video leak, everyone can know that they are definitely stronger than a 2nd level highway legendary treasure chest monster. It was so sudden this time. The dark beast should not be prepared, right? Who knows? What if there is? Going in with luck. The more people there are, the greater the pressure on Wei Huan. Don't forget that crowds will spawn more wandering monsters, and there will be a shortage of resources. Unless the team is divided into multiple teams to break through, but in this case, the number of leader cars is very high. Counting our rookies this year, there are indeed many with strong abilities, but in my opinion, they are far inferior to Wei Huan and cannot bear the responsibility of a leader at all. When you say that, I'm really confused. So what does the country mean? Will such a big move become a dead end? Not really, I think of a possibility. What? Leader cars don't necessarily have to be newcomers. There are many big guys who have stopped on the secondary highway to recuperate in recent years. Ah, what do you mean? Moody Heo returned to Blue Star, thinking he would have to slam the table and have a good fight with Commander Chai. As a result, he came to Commander Chai, and just as he said a few words, a new task came. It was still the task assigned by his 2 children who were challenging the world. So, the number of applicants has exceeded 10,000 at this moment, and the total number of applicants is estimated to be 30,000, which is the largest assessment in history. The number of leader cars must be increased. Commander Dong's meaning is that we can contact the old man and negotiate conditions. The one who came into the room to report was Commander Chai's adjutant. His eyes swept across the faces of the 2 superiors, and then said, and Chi Jialu's people took the initiative to contact us. Chi Jialu. The 2 big guys who were still on edge a moment ago have now adjusted their facial expressions and stared at each other for a long time. After a while, Moody Heo said, I have some impression. She is the female leader of the secondary highway. She seems to run a large bounty group. People come from all directions to the front door. She even monopolizes the development and maintenance rights of 3 districts. Speaking of this, Commander Chai's face immediately became ugly. It sounds good to say that it is the development and maintenance rights. It sounds bad to say that it is a road bandit who occupies the land and extorts the people's fat by collecting protection fees. What the hell? Moody Heo shook his head. Yin country had 2009 districts at the beginning, and at least 1,500 districts in recent years. Our army's strength is limited, and it is impossible to protect all the secondary highways. In recent years, under the coordination of the army, we have cooperated with these bounty groups in a friendly manner, at least solving a large part of the pressure in the rear. Commander Chai shook his head. What cooperation? They occupied it first, and our people couldn't get in. They didn't want to expand the sacrifice, so such a situation occurred. How can it help us solve the pressure? Our people went in, can't they see it? Incompetent? Moody Heo sighed, really didn't want to argue with this guy who had just gained power about such a meaningless topic. In the past few years, he has been helping Commander Hong handle similar work. He knows better than anyone that the challenge world cannot be without a legion, nor can it be without a strong private force. He looked at the adjutant. What happened to Chi Jialu? The adjutant was Commander Chai's man, and when Commander Chai nodded, he continued, she said she could personally go down as the leader's car, but one of the conditions was to release her people. Release who? Moody Heo frowned. A man named Su Qingqiang. Yu Wei, don't sign up this time. Yu Wei completed the assessment yesterday, left the challenge world, and returned to Blue Star to sleep for most of the day. As soon as he opened his eyes, he found that the sky had changed. The big action to break through the constraints of the 3rd level assessment was about to begin, and no one notified him. Yu Wei rushed into the leader's office with a messy hair. Who knew that his superior shook his head and said, Commander Dong specifically instructed that you can't participate this time. Have a good rest. You've worked hard this time. Yu Wei's face wrinkled into a ball. What do you mean? Is there anything wrong with this operation? This time, Wei Huan is the leader's car, right? You can't do anything reckless. Wei Huan is the most talented of our batch, and must not be lost in the challenge world. The superior was amused by Yu Wui's words and praised him. You are a good-tempered person. You are not jealous at all? Yu Wui scratched his messy hair and sighed, sitting down on the chair. What's the use of jealousy? I have tried my best to catch up with him, but I didn't succeed. He rushed to the front with real talent. Why should I be dissatisfied? That's fine. Commander Dong has mentioned it twice. Let me talk to you. Yu Wui waved his hand. Don't worry, I'm open-minded. After joking for a while, the superior said seriously, Wei Huan's action this time was quite sudden, and he also planned to catch the dark beasts off guard. But we can't underestimate the intelligence work of the dark beasts. Their high-level dark beasts have very high IQs. Maybe this action will lead to some crisis, so we can't put all our hopes on this time. The most ideal situation is that Wei Huan will lead one group this time, and half a year later, you and the outstanding challengers of the same period will serve as the leader and lead another group. You can't put all your eggs in one basket, you know? Yu Wui certainly understands. It's hard to say when the dark beasts will concentrate their strength, but no matter what, the main artery that transports talents upwards cannot be cut off. It's good for Wei Huan to leave first, and I will only be half a year later, and we will meet in front sooner or later. I just hope that by then, the gap will not be too big. In addition, those who were also left behind included Xiao Yuan, who was trained by the White Tiger Military Region, Qi Lin, who was trained by the Xuanwu Military Region, who was a dual professional, and outstanding talents from major challenger schools. They all received unified orders. They were ordered to stay put and stay in the secondary public area for half a year. However, there were also talents, who were not in these official institutions, but were trained by private forces. A few people had different opinions. There were always some people who were as far-sighted as candlelight, and had a long-term vision. On this night, they recruited outstanding children from their families and issued family orders. Some of you have already stayed on the secondary highway for a long time. Some have only just passed the assessment of the secondary highway. But no matter what, you can stand here as a challenger, and your success is worthy of my family's pride in you. The person who said this was an old man in his twilight years. He was sitting in a wheelchair and met with the outstanding young people in the family in the living room of the mansion. The old man had many age spots on his face, and his skin was dry and wrinkled, like the bark of an old tree, but his eyes were bright, and he looked like a person who had been in power for a long time and was in a high position. He spoke slowly, and his voice was deep, but every word could hit people's hearts and leave deep marks. Go and sign up for the third-level assessment, join Wei Huan's team, follow him well, just like respecting me, and follow his orders. Yes. For such an order, the young people here were not surprised at all. Their clear and firm eyes showed that they deeply recognized this order. And the old man looked at a tall, thin and handsome young man standing in the middle, and said, When Mu Zhong's leg was broken, I knew you were sadder than anyone else, but the outside world has many speculations about you. Now is the time for you to change these rumors. My Mu family stands high, because we stand upright, and are united enough. People with ability should go forward, and we who are behind should also assist wholeheartedly, and we should understand what a family is. The old man looked deeply at the other party and finally said, I arranged for you to get on Wei Huan's car, and you should do your best to help your cousin, and let Wei Huan know that the power of the family is not worse than that of the Legion, so that he can trust the Mu family. The young man, who looked a bit like Mu Zhong, nodded solemnly. I know, I will do as you say. Okay, good boy. The old man nodded with satisfaction. Your third uncle is in a difficult situation now. It is a critical moment to go through thick and thin together. Everyone must remember that only unity can make the family prosperous forever. A strong family can also get the best resources. But compared to these people, Wei Jihong was stopped by Gong Lianing. Gong Lianing looked unhappy, and her nose was about to poke a hole in the sky. What's wrong with your son? Since entering the challenge world, there has been no news. You called him, but he didn't answer. You waited at the university gate for so many days, but didn't see him. Is he still your son? Isn't it just that he has some achievements? Why is he so selfish? It seems that he is afraid that we will take advantage of him. After saying this, Gong Lianing looked at her own son Wei Shuai, but her eyes were too gentle. The children raised by my side are still sensible. Yesterday, he said that when he entered the challenge world, the resources he got would be to mom and dad. After saying this, Gong Lianing looked at Wei Jihong. Some people think that writing a letter of severance is enough. If family affection in this world is so simple, why do we need court arbitration? You have raised him since he was a child. Can he repay all the investments from money to emotions? Wei Jihong, can you be a man? He is your own son, you can control him. Tell me, how many gold boxes does he have now? Did he give you one? You didn't even get the worst material. You are too shameful as a father. Wei Jihong was scolded by his wife in front of his youngest son, and his face turned red. He even saw some disdain in his youngest son's eyes. He knew that the child looked down on him because his mother disliked him and said bad things about him in front of his son. But he couldn't teach Gong Lianing a lesson. He was greedy for Gong Lianing's youth and beauty, as well as her rich family background. He was the first to give in to greed. Now it's hard to raise his head again. He was almost controlled here at home. Even though his eldest son is now doing well, he not only did not change his status in the family, but was ridiculed for not being able to control his son. Faced with this series of sarcasm, Wei Jihong had to pinch his nose and endure it. Finally, he scolded, "Evil son. Wait until he comes out of the assessment this time and officially enters the third-level highway, and see how I will deal with him." Blue Star is surging. Because of this emergency and unexpected gathering, countless people speculated about future changes in sleepless nights. In the challenge world, Wei Huan and Mu Zhong did not sleep well. Shortly after they came out of the professional temple, they were notified by the intelligent housekeeper that they were about to upgrade to the 4th-level car. In 3 hours, the final vehicle upgrade can be completed. In this case, who can still sleep? None of the three returned to the room, but squeezed into the cab. There was white fog all around them, and the vision was blocked tightly. They could not see anything, nor could they enter. They could only hear the clanging and knocking sounds. Lu Qingji curled up on his sofa, and at his feet were piled various recipes bought from the auction house. He found a sense of value in cooking, and recently he was obsessed with studying recipes. Although he knew that personal strength was the most important in the challenge world, he knew that his little fighting power was far less important than a delicious meal in this car. But after watching for a while, Lu Qingji gradually became very sleepy. He yawned and was about to put down the recipe in his hand. When he looked up, he saw that the bosses had sat together at some point. 2 of them held the microcosm in their hands, and worked hard to cultivate the land in the small world. Lu Qingji admired from the bottom of his heart. The boss is worthy of being the boss. He has been practicing his abilities so hard that he can still manage the farming when he has time. Although, he also knew that managing the microcosm has the benefit of exercising spiritual power. But if a person is really tired for such a day, the biggest hope is to be able to rest well after dark and have a sweet sleep, right? So not everyone can be the boss. It is this sense of responsibility that he asked himself that he was far from enough. Thinking of this, Lu Qingji's thoughts stopped abruptly, and he let himself sink into a sweet dream. I really can't bear it anymore. If the sky falls, there are tall people to support it. Let's sleep first. Lu Qingji's breathing gradually became heavy, and his snoring could be heard in the room for a while, and even the escalating noise was temporarily suppressed. But the 2 people who held the microscopic world and put all their mental power into it did not feel the movement of the outside world at all. They were very focused on cultivating the land, using their mental power to fertilize the plants, weed, and comfort the poultry and wild boars, soothing their physical and mental state. In fact, the purpose of both parties at the beginning was not so simple. When the microscopic world was held in front of them, and their eyes met, they knew what the other party wanted. It's just that mental resonance is not as easy as imagined. The more deliberate, the more difficult it is to find the key point of the same frequency. Fortunately, there was plenty of time tonight. The 2 of them adjusted their steps, little by little, and began to enjoy the joy of farming together. Finally, the expected spiritual power entanglement appeared. Their minds seemed to have wings, flying out of the world, flying into the universe, shuttling through the nebula, exploring the black hole, and stopping in the exploding star to appreciate the brilliant scenery. Their spiritual power was so tight that it seemed to be one body, turning into a spiral of light speed, whistling away, rushing to the end of the universe. Until it broke through the dark dome, glorious, and suddenly returned, trembling body, opened eyes, and saw the person opposite. Mu Zhong's eyes were covered with a thin mist, giving people a bullied look, which made people salivate. Wei Huan felt that at this moment, being looked at by such eyes, he could do anything. But in the end, he just raised his hand and wiped away the tears from Mu Zhong's eyes, saying, "Take a break. You can't go back to the room for the time being. Relax." Mu Zhong nodded and was about to say yes, when Wei Huan suddenly asked in surprise, "Do you have any special feelings now?" Mu Zhong shook his head in confusion. Wei Huan's eyes fell on his face, and the green codes seemed to flash across his glasses. The data shows that your spiritual power has increased by 5 points in the past few moments. Mu Zhong came back to his senses. You mean, after this, the spiritual power will be greatly improved? 5 points of spiritual power may not seem like much, but it is a bottle of bronze potion, which increases the full value. The most important thing is that after they consume 5 bottles of potion, it is now ineffective. Now they have found a way to greatly improve it again. What about you? Mu Zhong asked. Wei Huan saw his own data in the mirror, which was more than Mu Zhong's. His spiritual power increased by 7 points. Maybe it has something to do with the pseudo-artifact. But 7 points of spiritual power. Seeing this number, Wei Huan's eyes were hot. Come again. Wei Huan spoke directly. Mu Zhong's eyes fell on Wei Huan's overly tight chest muscles, and then slowly slid down a few points. Are you sure? Wei Huan tried to endure it for a while, and then shook his head a little frustrated. Take a deep breath, suppress the throbbing. Wei Huan calmed himself, and then reluctantly turned his eyes away. There is still a little time. I will go to the professional temple, and come out after completing the upgrade. Well, I also. Mu Zhong put down the microscopic world, thought about it, and said, when you have time, the more the better. Mu Zhong said this with a calm look in his eyes, and his invisible fingertips were slowly rubbing the moisture in his palms. There was also a heat that made his body tense, which made his voice slightly hoarse. With 1 hour left for the upgrade, Wei Huan could stay in the professional temple for 5 hours. With this ratio of 5, even the most passionate heart could calm down. Besides, the breath of those high-level undead made him very unhappy. Seeing that the time was up, he left the tomb without stopping. Wei Huan only hoped that he could become stronger faster. Let these high-level undead understand what it meant that you ignored them in the past, but now you can't afford them. However, Wei Huan opened his eyes a little late. Mu Zhong and Lu Qingji had already woken up and stood in the cab, watching the changes here. The level 4 car has been upgraded. Chapter 74. Wei Huan woke up a little late, and the car had already been upgraded to a level 4 car. The first thing you can see is the cab that can accommodate 12 people. It's much bigger. The whole space is 3 times larger, like a large conference room, and the arrangement is also in an arc shape, surrounding the front of the windshield. But in contrast, the main driver's seat has changed to the middle position, which is why Wei Huan can see 2 people as soon as he opens his eyes. The cab has already taken on the style of a military fortress, and can no longer be regarded as an ordinary vehicle. So in this kind of military fortification, the captain has changed from a driver to a real leader. Not only is it in the most conspicuous position in the middle, but his seat is higher than others, more comfortable and stylish, and he can see the situation of all the crew parking spaces at a glance. Although this reduces privacy, it strengthens management. From Wei Huan's point of view, this is definitely the right direction of evolution. There are 2 doors in and out of the cab. You can enter and exit from any door at will to reach the living room. After discovering that Wei Huan had opened his eyes, Mu Zhong and Lu Qingji turned around and looked at him expectantly. They couldn't wait to explore this level 4 car. Level 4 car. In the past few years, it has been the highest configuration and the most powerful chariot of mankind. If it hadn't been for the recent breakthrough of the level 5 car, it can be said that this level 4 car would have evolved directly to the first line. Of course, it is still very strong now. After all, level 5 cars are still a minority. Level 4 cars still have the strength to dominate a battlefield. The 3 people's eager eyes met, and their chests were burning. Wei Huan's face lit up with joy, and he said, "Let's go and have a look." He walked to the door, opened it, and turned around to wait for Mu Zhong. Until Mu Zhong came over, he pushed Mu Zhong's wheelchair and walked into the hall. The view in front of him suddenly became clear, and it was simply a huge square. The dome instantly rose more than 30 meters, and the lights without main lights fell, like stars scattered all over the sky. The ground was clean and pure white, so flat that you could see far away at a glance. I heard that many level 4 vehicles turned the square into a garden, but some people kept the square as it was, and could train directly on the square. Mu Zhong suggested, "I suggest remodeling the square, which will help everyone feel happy living in the car. We can build different functional areas in the square according to different functions, not only training rooms and warehouses, but also cinemas, coffee houses and scenic areas. This is a chariot, but it is also a home for everyone to live in. Creating a sense of beauty and happiness can increase cohesion." Wei Huan nodded and accepted the suggestion. "You arrange it." They walked and looked, and unknowingly crossed the square. It was probably Lu Qingji's idea, that also affected their viewing order. As they walked, they entered the kitchen. The kitchen was of course larger, enough to accommodate 10 busy people, and Lu Qingji could not use it all by himself. I think it was because of the consideration that everyone might cook when they celebrated occasionally, so the kitchen was given such a large space. Lu Qingji was very happy. He walked around inside for several times, and had already decided on the location of some electrical appliances before leaving reluctantly. Go upstairs to see the room first. There is no accommodation area on the first floor square, and accommodation is on the second and third floors. The terrain siege vehicle has a total of 4 floors. The 4th floor is a balcony and a tower. During the battle, people can go directly to the 4th floor tower to control weapons and manually attack the target. In addition, Hunter Sequence and Wise Sequence also need such a safe environment for continuous output. As for the 2nd and 3rd floors, they are all living areas. This time, all the crew members are on the 2nd floor, with a total of 10 rooms. The size of each room is the same as the captain's space when it was a level 3 vehicle before. Not only does it have an independent balcony, but there is also a bathroom with a bathtub in the bathroom. Living alone in the room will be very comfortable. Lu Qingji shouted with satisfaction, and chose his favorite room for himself at the first time. Haha, sorry, future comrades, I came first and chose first. The captain and deputy captain's rooms are on the 3rd floor. The captain's bedroom occupies more than half of the 3rd floor, and some spaces such as a movie room, bar, and gym can be separated inside, and there is still a lot of space. The deputy captain's room is relatively smaller, but it is more than enough for one person, and it even seems a bit too luxurious and spacious. This is the basic template that cannot be changed. If necessary, part of the 3rd floor can be opened up as a public space. Mu Zhong felt that it was a bit too big, and his words echoed. Living in such a room not only did not give him a sense of superiority, but was lonely. He actually liked the bedroom layout on the 2nd floor. Wei Huan said, "Can the deputy captain's room be converted into a studio?" Mu Zhong blinked, and didn't ask where he would live, because he soon realized that Wei Huan wanted to live with him. The throbbing that had not been completely suppressed started to swell fiercely in his chest again. Sure enough, in the next sentence, Wei Huan said, "The space of the captain's room is so large that it is enough for us to live in, and there is no need to make too many partitions. You can design a 2nd bedroom here, and then help me put in a separate training ground, and put the undead ranch together." Mu Zhong nodded, and put away his rippling thoughts. He is now the deputy captain, and all these plans require him to spend his energy. Besides, a group of people will come up soon. With so many people gathered together suddenly, there will definitely be many situations of this and that. Building cohesion and accelerating integration, at least to ensure a smooth transition during the 3rd level assessment, is what he needs to worry about. It is certainly important to cultivate feelings with Wei Huan, but now it is obvious that the thorny problems in front of us should be solved first. Mu Zhong is at ease as the deputy captain. He was originally trained according to the goal of the captain. The people he met, saw, and knew were not on the same level as ordinary people. He knew very well what he could do at different stages. Occasionally, Wei Huan would fall into a little confusion, but Mu Zhong would never be in such a situation. Watching Mu Zhong start planning and getting busy, Wei Huan helped while silently understanding the meaning of his doing so. It must be said that many things have become different because of Mu Zhong in this car. Mu Zhong can go out of the hall and go to the battlefield. He is the most precious diamond in his chariot. Losing anyone but not Mu Zhong is equivalent to tearing off his limbs alive on his body. Next, the 3 of them took out the furniture that had been put back into the warehouse. They placed flowers and plants in appropriate places, and used points to buy some potted fountains in the mall to help adjust their mood. As a driver sequence, Mu Zhong had a great advantage in planning the interior space of the vehicle. Especially when the cinema and the coffee shop appeared in the square, Lu Qingji excitedly shouted, "The driver sequence is so strong, why haven't I heard of it before?" Lu Qingji also went to the Challenger School, but except for his strong appetite, everything else was very mediocre. So it was Grandma Ming Zhu who spent money to send him to a second-rate Challenger School. After all, he had to survive the first road challenge before he could be a dude wholeheartedly. In the 2 years of studying in school, Lu Qingji still learned something. The basics include the development and advancement of different professionals, as well as the partition structure on different levels of vehicles. Now, even if you are a poor student, you will not be blind and go on the field recklessly under the premise of national promotion. That's why I found that the sewer sequence of drivers was obviously covered in dust, and seriously underestimated. Mu Zhong was open-minded and said, at the current stage, there are few people who can get on the car, so every position is important. Not to mention me, a decorator who can only put functional areas. Even a chef like you, how many car captains are willing to take us to the front line? No. Lu Qingji was very clear that he could have a clear logistics position in this car. Of course, it's because the boss is so powerful. He can support the combat effectiveness of a car by himself. I just need to take good care of the boss. Mu Zhong smiled and glanced at Wei Huan. Yes, it also gave the driver room for promotion. I think, if my leg hadn't been injured, even if I became a driver, I would probably only be able to focus all my attention on the dancer sequence. Where would I have such an opportunity now? So it's all because our driver is Wei Huan. Boss is really amazing. I have cultivated merits for many lifetimes to be able to become your member. Lu Qingji praised sweetly, and he and Mu Zhong couldn't stop saying rainbow farts left and right. It was very awkward to praise. But because the person who praised him was someone he really recognized, he didn't reject it. Just listening, busying himself, with a faint smile on his lips. In a blink of an eye, the night passed and the day broke. At dawn, Captain Shui and his team got on the car, admiring and envying the style of the 4th level car, while helping to continue decorating the interior space. On this day, more people said that they regretted completing the 3rd level highway assessment so early. The 4th level car is really exciting. After breakfast, Wei Huan left Captain Shui and the others in the car to help arrange the furniture, and took Mu Zhong back to the ruins for a walk. After confirming that there were no parts that could be disassembled, he opened the last 2 bronze treasure chests. With the bronze treasure chests picked up, the ruins were 100% explored. 15 minutes later, the entrance to the ruins disappeared. The place where they originally stayed was restored to a small hill, with more than 10 small trees 7 or 8 meters high growing on it, complete lichens and rocks, as if there had never been a ruin here. Wei Huan and Mu Zhong returned to the car. Not only was the decoration of the car basically completed, but Captain Shui also brought a message saying that the first batch of drivers were on the way, and they needed to go to different locations to pick up these people who came from different districts. Adding crew members to a car is not as simple as just confirming the addition through the system. And the crew members' cars need to be received in the underground parking lot, so they have to be recruited face to face. Yin Country currently has a total of 1,500 districts, and they will eventually converge on this 3rd level highway. Even if a portal is next to a portal, it is necessary to pick them up one by one, which takes a lot of time. Besides, many people come here, and maybe they only drive a 2nd level car. It will be very dangerous on the 3rd level highway. 2 big mosquitoes can easily knock over a 2nd level car. Because there is a mission, Captain Shui said, then we will go back first, and go with you to pick up the people. We will confirm the specific coordinates through the system. Wei Huan nodded. If 2 cars come together, we will trouble you. What's the trouble? It should be done. Captain Shui waved his hand, and left with the crew members. Li Shui fell behind a little, and came to Mu Zhong's side, whispering, I couldn't help it. I stayed up all night to draw a book, hee. I show it to you when I'm done. Wei Huan heard it, and didn't understand it at first, until he saw Mu Zhong's ears blushing, and then he realized that this book might be unusual. Ahem. Mu Zhong coughed embarrassedly, and looked at Wei Huan. Well, let's go and pick someone up. I don't know who has been arranged to come. I'm really curious. Mu Zhong forced to change the subject, and Wei Huan didn't want to ask again. Okay. The portal connecting different levels of roads is not strange at first. The oval gate, like a water curtain, stands on the ground, and ripples spread from the middle. Similar portals are common in the challenge world. Even the portals Wei Huan used to summon the army of the undead are basically the same. The number suddenly increased to 1,500, and they were lined up every 30 meters, all the way to the end of the field of vision. Such a formation of portals is still very shocking when you see it for the first time. Wei Huan is sitting in his driver's seat at the moment, watching the situation outside the car from a distance. The large glass gives him a good view outside the car, which is not much different from sitting at the front of the car. This place is close to the edge of the desert road, so the ground is mostly yellow gravel, and some dark weeds grow tenaciously. It is extremely desolate, and even stray monsters will not spawn here. The portal is in this desert, pulling open a long curtain of water. It is like a phantom wall that separates the raised stage and the public area, and also separates the entire world. From this side, you can vaguely see the scenery over there, which is the vast sky and desert, and the scorching heat of the distorted air. Now, the deputy captain's driving seat is at the front. From Wei Huan's perspective, he can see that Mu Zhong has been typing on the projection system, probably in contact with Team Shui. Their car has not passed the national stage assessment, nor has it joined any faction, so there are not many open channels. Many messages need to be privately chatted. It is a bit troublesome, but the solution is thought up by people, otherwise Team Shui and his team would not have followed them until now. It is equivalent to being their portable Wi-Fi. As soon as they arrived at the transmission area, Mu Zhong's voice rang in their ears. The crew of Area 123 has arrived. We will go to pick them up first. The identity of the person coming is. Wei Huan could hear the hesitation in Mu Zhong's voice, but after a pause, he said, the person coming is Mu Han, the first ranked in the district of 123, a third-level real soldier, a second-level car, and he is currently reporting alone. Mu Han. Wei Huan had never heard of this name, but judging from the surname and Mu Zhong's attitude, he should be very special. Yes. Mu Zhong asked the butler to drive the car to the destination, and introduced, my eldest uncle's son, my cousin, a freshman of Beijing Challenge University, won the second place in the National University League last year. Wei Huan lowered his eyes and thought about it, and asked a little deeper, what is he like? Mu Zhong said, how should I put it? The Mu family originally went into politics, and my eldest uncle has been working his way up to that position. Cousin Mu Han has also been influenced by it since he was a child, like an old man. But with the advent of the challenge world, the power structure has been reshuffled, and the Mu family now follows the lead of General Mu. When Wei Huan heard this, he had already associated it with the bloody storm of a big family. But who knows, Mu Zhong changed the subject and said with a smile, but the old man of the Mu family is still alive. The old man has a far-sighted vision, and a broad vision in his life. He has gone through many storms and waves. With him at the helm, the Mu family will not capsize. It was the old man's words that the whole family sent General Mu up. It is estimated that cousin Mu Han's coming here is also arranged by the old man. I dare not guarantee that cousin Mu Han will have no problems at all, but you can trust him in major matters. He will only be better than me in handling internal affairs. Mu Zhong turned around and faced Wei Huan at the end. Wei Huan looked at him steadily, and then nodded. Okay, let's talk about it after we get in touch. Yeah. Mu Zhong gave him a grateful smile, and when he turned his head to look outside the car, they were close to the predetermined coordinates, and at the same time saw a white minivan parked next to the portal. As the distance got closer, both sides were obviously a little cautious and stopped outside each other's attack range. After the smart butler confirmed that the other party's call system was connected, he reported first without waiting for this side to speak, reporting to the commander, I am Mu Han, a freshman from Beijing Challenge University, from Challenge Zone 123, applying to get on the car. As his voice sounded, his appearance was also sent to a screen in front of the car. This is a young man who is also very young, and has a 3-point resemblance to Mu Zhong. He wears a pair of black frame glasses, a 3:7 hairstyle, and his hair is close to his scalp, as if he has applied hair oil, with a meticulous old-fashioned atmosphere. The first impression is neither good nor bad. I always feel that he will be a stubborn and difficult person to get along with. Thinking like this, Wei Huan came back to his senses, and saw Mu Zhong turned his head and looked at him. Wei Huan said, let him get in the car. The smart butler followed the command, and sent an invitation to the other party to get in the car. After getting the other party's consent, Mu Han's car slowly drove towards them. From Wei Huan's perspective, everything was normal. Mu Han's car drove to their left, and then seemed to drive into the underground parking lot, and disappeared after turning in. And on the projection screen, it showed that there was an extra car in the underground parking lot, parked in the second parking space. But obviously, what the visitor saw was completely different. After all, the appearance of Wei Huan's car has not been upgraded yet, so the process of driving into the car is like turning into Alice, shrinking and entering the rabbit hole. Mu Han parked the car, opened the door and walked out, and saw a tall and strong fat man waiting here. He said with a smile, my name is Lu Qingji, I am the chef in the car, come here with me, I will take you to meet the boss and others. Thank you. Mu Han seemed to follow calmly, only his eyes, that kept looking around could show that he was a little nervous. And this nervousness reached its peak after he walked out of the parking lot, and came to the lobby. What appeared in front of him was the environment of a level 4 car. The overly wide square, and the scenery, that was simply decorated overnight almost nailed Mu Han's feet to the ground. They are obviously in the same period. How can the gap be so big? Even if I had done enough psychological preparation before coming, I still couldn't calm down after seeing it with my own eyes. Afterwards, Mu Han saw his cousin sitting in a wheelchair in the cab, and the peerless genius Wei Huan who had already swept the entire Yin country standing next to him. Why don't you say anything, brother? Mu Zhong looked at Mu Han expressionlessly. Is it because you don't know what to say? Or are you jealous? Mu Han's face changed. The smiles on Wei Huan and Lu Qingji's faces also faded. Why did the gunpowder smell rise when they opened their mouths? Didn't they say that they had a good relationship? Mu Zhong continued. That's right, this pair of legs was broken by chance, and it happened to be the deadline for participating in the road challenge. I almost died at the starting point. But who knows, fate is something that can always seize the opportunity to turn the tables as long as you don't give up. Now I have really fought a turnaround. So you don't always call and harass Cece every other day. What's the point of asking a little girl? If you are worried about my situation, why don't you contact me directly? Oh my god. Hearing the end, Lu Qingji pressed his waist. I got dodged by this big turn. Boss Mu, you know the art of speaking. The rhythm is so steady. I almost thought that we were going to have a palace drama in the car in the future. Mu Chong smiled, and smiled at his cousin Mu Han. The cousin's face, which was originally very tense, twitched and relaxed in such a look. In those overly mature eyes, it seemed that the disguise was finally torn off, and there was more deep friendship. He said, It's not that I want to disturb Sister Cece, but my parents are thinking about you. Uncle San and Aunt San are usually very busy. Sometimes I have time to pick her up from kindergarten, so I asked. Mu Zhong shook his head. You are the one who keeps asking questions, and that scared the little girl. She is carefree at that age. What can she understand? The cousin raised his hands in surrender. I was wrong, isn't it okay? Just barely you are wrong. After saying this, Mu Zhong pushed Wei Huan forward and said, Let's not talk about it for now, I will take over the next one. Formally introduce, this is Wei Huan, this is my brother Mu Han. When the two held hands and smiled at each other, they could feel Mu Zhong's good intentions. His random pulling did quickly get everyone through the awkward period of the first meeting, and once again made it clear that both parties were indeed family members. Even Lu Qingji looked at Mu Han very kindly. The eldest brother is the eldest brother. After a few more greetings, the smart butler notified. Hello, Captain, Sun Yiling, a member of District 23, requests to report. Sun Yiling. The cousin heard the name and murmured, She is here too. Mu nodded, Sun Yiling? I have some impression of her. Lu Qingji said, Now that you mention it, it sounds familiar. On the contrary, Wei Huan had no impression of this name at all. The cousin pushed the frame of his glasses with one hand and said, Sun Yiling, an excellent student of Jingcheng Challenge University, has a photo memory, a massive data memory of sequence 4, and is the strongest in the life department. She was originally trained by the army, and won the first place in the global life ranking in the primary road. When she was a freshman, she led the team to win the Microscopic World Award. If you have paid attention, in the national ranking of the second stage that ended not long ago, Sun Yiling ranked second after you. Chapter 75. After hearing this, Wei Huan had an impression. At the same time, he had a deeper impression of Cousin Mu's memory ability. Smart people have good memory. Mu Zhong also shocked him in terms of memory. When Mu Zhong heard this, he was a little hesitant to speak. Seeing Cousin Mu, the two looked at each other. It seems that we think the same. Yeah. Mu nodded. Talents like Sun Yiling are directly supplied to the logistics headquarters. Coming to our car is just a springboard to speed up the progress, which also shows that the war in the front has been tight. Yes. Soon, they picked up Sun Yiling in District 23. There were two people who got on, a man and a woman. The one with a ponytail was Sun Yiling, and the other person who got on the car with her was called Xiaoji. Both of them were from the life department. After getting on the car, they were very reserved and low-key. After a simple conversation, they shrank aside to reduce their presence. Then, the smart housekeeper said, A new person is reported to District 1006. Wei Huan and Mu Zhong looked at each other when they heard the familiar district name. Who could be from District 1006? To be honest, there are some familiar people in District 1006. For example, Duan Yusen, the student council president of Atiada, is in the same district as them, and they occasionally contact each other during the challenge. There are also 7 other classmates of Atiada. Although Wei Huan is not a contact person, Mu Zhong is still willing to maintain the friendship of school days, and communicate with each other in his spare time. It can be confirmed that the classmates of Atiada in District 1006 are all alive and well, and have successfully completed the assessment of the second-level highway. So, who could be coming from Highway 1006? Wei Huan and Mu Zhong were thinking, are there any classmates on the bus? When they arrived, they saw 2 cars parked there. Especially when they saw a car with graffiti that looked very familiar, they all frowned. Wasn't this car sent away 2 days ago? Why is it back again? Mu Zhong frowned and said directly, Butler, check the information. Okay, I'm confirming the information. The information has been confirmed. One of the crew members, named Jiayang, a third-level spiritual follower, a second-level car, a novice instructor of the Suzaku Challenge Army, a second lieutenant, and is on the friend list of the captain and the deputy captain. Jiayang. This name surprised Wei Huan and Mu Zhong. What is the first touch of warmth that every fearful and uneasy newcomer feels in this cruel world of challenge? Without a doubt, it is the novice instructors in almost every region. These novice instructors not only have to face the dangers of challenging the world, but also have to help others through that difficult time. Especially when the atmosphere in the region is out of control, novice instructors often become the focus of accusations and abuses, and endure a lot of pain. Are they doing all this just for some makeup? Of course not. Every novice instructor has a lofty belief that others can hardly understand. They deeply love their country and their identity, and they most ardently hope that this disaster will end with human victory and will be destined to pass. Take over Jiayang first. Mu Zhong said so. The smart butler said, there is still a crew member on Jiayang's car who has not completed the procedures. Do you agree to let him get on the car together? Okay, information. Second Lieutenant Teng Shiyang, the twin brother of Second Lieutenant Jiayang, both are novice instructors of the Suzaku Challenge Army, third-level spiritual adept, second-level vehicle. This identity is really a bit unexpected. Jiayang actually has a twin brother, in the same district? Are they going to get on the car together today? Pick them up together. Wei Huan spoke, not caring about the two brothers getting on together. I believe that the young people trained by the Suzaku Challenge Army must be very excellent, and with Jiayang's character, the difference between brothers should not be too big. The two brothers are both long-range spiritual adepts, and after getting on the car, they just make up for the lack of long-range attacks on Wei Huan's side, and the attack platform on the 4th floor can be used. After receiving the notice, Jiayang's car drove over here. Another car saw the movement and followed, but Jiayang's car was allowed to enter, and the other car was blocked outside. Seeing that he was being treated differently, the person on the other side couldn't help but send a call request. Please come in, Wei Huan said. The picture on the projection screen jumped, and then Su Qingqiang's face appeared. It was only 2 days since we last met, and when he woke up, he looked better than when he first met, with deep dark circles under his eyes. It seems that he slept comfortably these days after eating and drinking enough. Su Qingqiang still looked unruly, and his peach blossom eyes looked a little fierce when he was staring at people in this way. You won't let us go up? Then we can leave? Su Qingqiang started to choke. Wei Huan said nothing, just looked at him. Su Qingqiang wanted to fight with Wei Huan, but as the 1-minute countdown to the challenge application approached, he kept moving his eyes to the side, revealing his anxiety. Finally, with 10 seconds left on the countdown, he said, Hurry up, if you don't come, I will have to sign up alone. Do you think I want to get on your broken car? If your army hadn't negotiated with Sister Lu and held me hostage on this car, why would I recognize you as the driver? While Su Qingqiang was complaining angrily and anxiously, Wei Huan had just finished listening to the individual report of the smart housekeeper. Su Qingqiang got on the car, which was a resource exchange. Qi Jiaolu was a well-known big man on the second-level highway. He was willing to take the responsibility of being the leader car this time, and promised to bring at least 1,000 cars to complete the blockade of human challengers by the dark beasts on the third-level highway. The only requirement was to release Su Qingqiang. 1,000 cars, conservatively estimated to be 2,000 people, this number is not small. All of them are real talents, who will stand on the front line in the future to resist the dark beasts from breaking through the Yanwu defense line. Although Wei Huan didn't like Su Qingqiang and didn't like what he did, he could accept it if it was for the general layout considerations. He asked himself, he may not be able to guarantee the ability to lead 1,000 cars through the assessment. It's not easy to be the leader of the car. Wei Huan admired Sister Lu, who chose to stand up at this time. When the last few seconds came, Wei Huan finally gave in. Invite them to get in the car. Okay, Captain. The smart butler sent the invitation, and Su Qingqiang's tense eyes suddenly relaxed, confirming that he agreed to join the team. Participating in the third-level highway assessment, it also became the Wei Huan team. Once they enter the stage, even if they need to drive their own vehicles to fight on their own, they can still keep in touch with each other. Finally, as long as the main car completes the assessment, all other cars can also complete it. On the contrary, if they do not join the team outside to register, They may be separated by a long distance when entering the stage. This is obviously not a situation that a team that is not prepared and enters the third-level assessment wants to face. Su Qingqiang's tense face relaxed, and he raised his wanton posture. His peach blossom eyes were bright and shining, and he said with a smile, "Open the door." Brothers were chased into the car early in the morning, and they didn't even have a bite of food. Now you have to relax well. After that, Brother Chang added, "Since you are so awesome, can I just lie down?" Wei Huan waved his hand and asked the smart housekeeper to open the door to pick them up. His expression was indifferent. Only when he heard the word eat, a green light flashed in his eyes. Soon, Brother Chang and his 3 people got on the car in a swagger. Seeing that they were upgraded to the 4th-level car so quickly, there was no expression on their faces. They looked like a group of unscrupulous ruffians. "Hi, conductor." He greeted casually. His eyes had already landed on Lu Qingji's face. "Mr. Chef, is there anything to eat?" Lu Qingji only followed the boss's lead, and he would not like anyone the boss did not like, so he was too lazy to say anything. Wei Huan had already set his eyes on the faces of the other 2 young men walking behind the 3. It was hard to imagine that the novice instructors, who endured abuse and patiently maintained order in the 1006th district, would be 2 young people who looked very small, like junior high school students. They were not tall, and seemed to be less than 165 centimeters tall. They had the same baby face, and their fluffy curly hair made them look soft and small. Their smiles and shining eyes reminded people of a pair of sunflowers growing towards the sun. "Hello, Captain Wei." "Hello, Captain Mu." Jiayang/Tang Shiyang report. The crisp voices came out together, echoing in the ears like silver bells, and the whole mood became better after listening to them. Even Wei Huan's face, which was not very smiling on weekdays, slightly bit his eyes and nodded to them. "Thank you for your hard work. When the last crew member arrives, we will assign rooms and work." "Yes, Captain Wei." They responded at the same time again. Wei Huan's eyes swept across the crowd, and it was obviously divided into 3 groups. Among the 11 people, he, Mu Zhong, Lu Qingji, and Cousin Mu stood clearly together. After Jiayang and Teng Shiyang came, they seemed to want to actively integrate in, but they couldn't let go for a while, so they could only stare at them with shining eyes, and their enthusiasm was very high. Sun Yiling and Xiaoji should be exactly the same as analyzed at the beginning. Their goal was not here, so their attitude was neither warm nor cold, maintaining basic courtesy and a sense of distance, and they didn't talk much from the beginning. The other 2 were Su Qingqiang. They were obviously out of sync, even hostile, but they were limited by various reasons, and tried to stay calm and restrained. However, Wei Huan did not object to Su Qingqiang getting in the car. In fact, he had always been curious about the changes that would occur in the sequence of criminals after consuming his undead. Su Qingqiang was a double-edged sword, extremely sharp. If not used properly, it was a magic weapon that hurt others and oneself, but if used well, it was a divine weapon. Wei Huan didn't care about Su Qingqiang, but whether he could use him well. There was only 1 vacancy left, and he hadn't come yet. Nothing to do for the time being. It would definitely not work to keep so many people with different positions, personalities, and abilities in the most important driver's cabin. Mu Zhong called Lu Qingji and took everyone out, leaving only Wei Huan and Cousin Mu in the cab. Cousin Mu was a very good logistics manager, and he actually did a lot of homework before getting on the car. As soon as he met Wei Huan felt comfortable, as if he had found his right-hand man. He cooperated with Wei Huan to clean up the background information of the new members on the car again, and also reconfirmed their abilities. Said, since they are on the car, they should use their abilities. People who grow up under shelter cannot become talents. Since you already have a strong bottom-line ability, you should let them do what they are good at. Mu, the car commander, was originally responsible for intelligence work and is very good at dealing with people. I believe he can make the most appropriate arrangements for these people. Just leave this to him. My personal specialty is logistics. You can test me, and I will definitely complete the task. However, what we really lack on our car is not medical personnel, but excellent battlefield staff. The future war situation is getting bigger and bigger. We need more talents with long-term vision to join. After listening, Wei Huan agreed deeply. If he only has a level 3 car and operates with a 5-person team as the standard, then it is very important to configure a healing profession in the team. But the problem is that he did not stay in the level 3 car for long and directly upgraded to the level 4 car. The intensity of the battlefield faced by the level 4 car is not as simple as a 5-person team exploring the ruins. Often, The 4th level vehicle is used on the battlefield as a leader vehicle, facing the monster lord's wall head-on. On a battlefield with thousands of troops and bloody killings, the role that a healer can provide is too limited. It is far less useful than an excellent staff officer. Wei Huan has been reborn and has seen a large battlefield, but he dare not say that he dares to be a staff officer on such a fierce battlefield. He can be the sharpest tip of a knife, the heaviest hammer head on a hammer, the light chopped down by the magic of the spirit-loving, and the master of the undead army all over the mountains. But occasionally, he still needs someone to remind him where to start, so that he can tear the enemy apart more accurately and ruthlessly. Are you saying that the last person is such a talent? Wei Huan is a little looking forward to it. Unfortunately, Cousin Mu shook his head. Unfortunately, she is not. According to the information I received, she is a beastman with special abilities. She can drive 3 dark beasts at the same time. After completing the primary road assessment, she also went through the random challenge, and after the 2nd level road assessment, she got the 3rd place in the same period scoreboard. Ding Qi. As soon as Cousin Mu finished speaking, Wei Huan accurately called out the other party's name and asked with vague expectation, "Is it her?" Cousin Mu was puzzled. It is indeed Ding Qi. Does the driver know her? She is a student of Southeast Challenge University. I didn't hear that she had any outstanding features during school, but she suddenly rose in the challenge world and received attention from many parties. Yeah. Wei Huan fell into a memory, not knowing what he thought of. A trace of sadness appeared in his eyes, and finally smiled. She is a very good talent, welcome her arrival. Cousin Mu's eyes fell on Wei Huan's eyes, thought about it secretly, and nodded. Then the room will be arranged according to your decision just now. Okay. After a pause, Wei Huan said, you don't have to be so polite. You are Mu Zhong's cousin, and also my cousin. This time, Mu's cousin's smile was much more intense, and his voice softened. Then we must be clear about what attitude at what time. Only with such a clear relationship between superiors and subordinates can this car develop to the height we all expect. Captain Wei, in my heart, you are the light that breaks the deadlock in this civilization war. I am very happy to stand here, behind you, and watch the day when you break the cage. After hearing this, Wei Huan no longer insisted. In fact, such a relationship is good. Challenge the world is not a power game. In this car where we eat and live together, we must be more cautious about forming cliques and mutual suspicion. It is the most correct way to clarify your identity, and do only what you should do. However, Ding Qi came a little late. She was obviously selected at the last minute. After finishing the assessment, she had just left the challenge world and hurried back, rushing all the way to the portal. It was dark before she arrived. The person in charge of contacting her always gave the same answer every time he asked. It's still in time. It's definitely still in time. I'd definitely be there before dawn. The other party's firm attitude also gave Wei Huan more memories. This former driver was indeed firm from beginning to end, with a belief in victory that he would never give up. Wei Huan asked the smart butler to drive, and waited directly in front of the portal of Zone 1500. Waiting to pick up Ding Qi. Once she came, she could be taken directly into the car. Because of waiting here, Wei Huan had not slept all the time, and the others could not relax even after getting on the car, and they all waited in the hall. Even Brother Chang and his 3 men stayed behind. It seems that as comrades in arms, they still have some cognitive bottom line. The environment of the level 4 car is very good, and it doesn't affect everyone to do their own things. Most people found a comfortable place to lie down and entered the professional temple. It is certain that those who can come to this car are not ordinary people. At least in terms of cultivation, they are very self-disciplined. Of the 11 people in the car, 9 are level 3 professionals. Except for Lin Su, one of Su Qingqiang's younger brothers, and Lu Qingji. Now Lu Qingji is completely alone, but no one can be seen moving. Wei Huan adapted to this atmosphere, then got up and walked towards the kitchen. As soon as he entered, he saw Mu Zhong opening the microwave and taking out a bowl of hot porridge from it. Seeing Wei Huan coming over, he burst out laughing. It's hard to go from extravagance to frugality. Wei Huan walked over, opened the refrigerator, took out a box of packaged preserved egg and lean meat porridge from it, and put it in the microwave while saying, "It's delicious." It's true. Mu Zhong patted his belly. I always feel that I have gained a little weight recently. In this tense and breathless battle, a delicious meal is really a good comfort. Yeah. Wei Huan deeply agreed, and after looking at it seriously, he answered, no, eat more. Mu Zhong was amused. My brother said I was fat. It's always like this. I've seen you speak on the podium in school. You are very powerful and excellent. After Wei Huan finished speaking, he thought about it, and his eyes bumped into Mu Zhong's eyes and said, "Inside, deep inside, there is a lot of power. There is an active volcano." Mu Zhong couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. "I'm telling you if I'm fat or not, and you tell me an active volcano. Are you praising me for being handsome?" "Yeah." Wei Huan chuckled and touched the red skin under Mu Zhong's earlobe with his hand. His eyes were very gentle. This atmosphere lasted until the two of them finished their supper and left the house. They saw Su Qingqiang scratching his belly lazily and walking towards them with messy hair. Seeing them, he asked casually, "Is there anything to eat in the kitchen? I'm starving." "What's wrong with awakening?" "Awakening is twisted. I'm so hungry all year round that I can eat a cow." After he complained, he obviously knew that Wei Huan and the others didn't like him. Without waiting for their answers, he went straight into the kitchen and searched through the boxes and cabinets. Then, the sound of fuck, hack rang out. Wei Huan and Mu Zhong looked at each other and smiled. Lu Qingji was addicted to cooking delicious dishes, and he seemed to have a phobia of famine. He would fill the refrigerator and storage cabinets with food at any time. Apart from anything else, after opening the refrigerator was full of roasted, braised and fried meat, which could make a hungry man happy to the sky. It seems that Su Qingqiang has found his bowl. After that, there was no sound, and I don't know how delicious the food was. Wei Huan and Mu Zhong didn't care about this. The growth of the microscopic world has been overflowing crazily, and it's just a little food, which will never give them a headache. It would be a good thing if Su Qingqiang could settle down for a little food. Back in the living room, everyone else was still training in the professional temple. Wei Huan and Mu Zhong found a deserted place and planned to return to the professional temple, but they heard the intelligent butler inform, Captain Shui sent the latest news. Ding Qi is approaching the portal and requested assistance." Wei Huan sat up and asked for help. Mu Zhong said, "Could it be that you can't teleport because you've been rushing here?" "Probably." Wei Huan is very familiar with the monster follow mechanism. If you are targeted by a monster, especially a treasure chest monster, you can't escape from the battle. During the hatred period, the challenger can neither enter or exit the portal nor use the return symbol, in order to prevent humans from getting stuck in the bug and cheating the treasure chest supplies. Ding Qi rushed here and must have encountered many wandering monsters on the way, and perhaps also encountered a treasure chest. Anyway, now she has arrived in front of the portal, but found that she can't get in. There is no way. She can only ask for help. The matter is urgent, and he doesn't know what's going on over there, so Wei Huan directly asked the butler to wake up everyone. Afterwards, when everyone was confused, he ordered the butler to drive the car into the portal of Area 1500. The moment he entered the portal, the system popped up a notification. You have signed up for the 3rd level highway assessment and cannot return to the 2nd level highway normally. Please note that you and your crew will be in a state without vehicle protection. Vehicles are being collected. Countdown 3, 2, 1. As the last number was read out, Wei Huan only felt his vision flash, and then he fell outside the car. The biting cold wind whistled from all directions. Looking at the dark front and feeling the cruel environment, Wei Huan realized at the first time that they had returned to the 2nd level highway. This is the night in the desert area. Chapter 76. You scared me. Someone cursed and soon fell silent. Wei Huan recognized the voice as Su Qingqiang's. In the dim darkness, he vaguely saw Su Qingqiang standing not far from him, holding something in his hand. At this time, Mu Zhong turned on the light on the wheelchair. Others also reacted and took out the floating lights and threw them above their heads. The light was lit up little by little, and Wei Huan saw everyone around him. Mu Zhong sat in a wheelchair, his fingers already on the emerald green earrings. Standing next to him were Lu Qingji and Cousin Mu, who came to protect him at the first time. One of them nervously held the agile dagger in his hand, and the other had already held the transformed Desert Eagle pistol in his hand. A little further away from these three people were the twins, Xiaoyang and Xiangtung, who built a common magnetic field for the spirit followers. Around them, red and blue lights were flying, one extremely cold, the other extremely hot, illuminating their curly hair and high-spirited eyes. The twins were favored by the magic elements of ice and fire, complementing each other, and standing together with great magical power. On the other side, Su Qingqiang had spontaneously gathered with Zhou Yong and Lin Su. Su Qingqiang stood in front of the two, obviously protecting them. The magic pattern seemed to be there and not there, floating on the surface of his skin, and on one side of the canine teeth, there was a piece of meat bone hanging, which he mixed with gravel and chewed with a crackling sound. Zhou Yong and Lin Su were just ordinary farmers, But at this moment, they also transformed the weapons that could be transformed. The individual rocket launcher on Zhou Yong's shoulder looked very bluffing. As life challengers, fighting ability is not the most important thing for Sun Yiling and Xiaoji. But on the first and second level highways, they can only fight on their own, so they have worked hard to improve their professional level. At this moment, when their companions were ready for battle, the two were deeply stimulated and transformed their best weapons. Two black and straight sniper rifles that emitted a faint iron light in the dark, nearly 2 meters long, were raised by the two and aimed at the front. The aura was not inferior to anyone around them. In an instant, everyone's actions were ready for battle. The atmosphere became tense. Even the whistling sandstorm could not blur their determined and fighting eyes. In the world of challenge, there is no room for carelessness. However, just when everyone was ready to fight, they felt a chill on their backs at the same time. A creepy feeling stimulated them, making them look back. They saw that they didn't know when, in the portal behind them, a huge, white jade-like leg was striding out with great pressure. The mother burrow beast let out a long, ethereal and soft howl. At the same time, the ghost crows turned into a cloud and flew out from above. The running wolf nimbly shuttled under the mother burrow beast's feet, bypassing all of them, like a smooth stream, and gathered together in front of it in a blink of an eye. Finally, it turned into rolling white waves and rushed towards the faint light in front. Someone swallowed his saliva. Some people's legs went weak. Some people opened their eyes wide and looked at everything in front of them with extreme excitement. It was Wei Huan's famous army of undead. Those legends, those praises, and that unbelievable strength all appeared so realistically in front of them at this moment. Infinite. The momentum was like a rainbow. The battle ended quickly and easily. The undead army lived up to its reputation. Once it appeared, it had the momentum to suppress the whole scene. Not long after, before they felt the hardship of the night, their target person was welcomed in front of them. Looking at the undead army protecting the woman, you could almost feel the despair of being an enemy, and the pride of being a comrade, and a full sense of security. Yes, it should be this strong. Far ahead of everyone. This is the style that the world's #1 should have. Wei Huan, the necromancer, the only necromancer on Blue Star. Ding Qi reports, Captain Wei. Captain Mu. The woman standing opposite, wearing a gray wasteland-style linen dress, has now pulled down her headscarf. She has a very neat short haircut, is over 170 centimeters tall, and has skin that is a little darker than wheat color, which makes her look extremely iron-blooded and tough. But her facial features are very beautiful, and she is a great beauty with a strong face, so even if she dresses like this, you can tell her gender at a glance. But the most eye-catching thing is the 3 dark beasts following her. A violent bear, a running wolf, and a ghost crow standing on the head of the violent bear. These dark beasts are alive, much stronger than the undead of the same kind before Wei Huan upgraded. Of course, now that he has the undead ranch, an ordinary wolf undead that has been upgraded to the 3rd level can already fight 1 or 2 living wolf dark beasts alone, not to mention elites like Brother Jiaogong. But when the 3 dark beasts stood guard beside Ding Qi and looked at everyone vigilantly, the strong aura still came to their faces. No one here dared to underestimate this woman. Even Su Qingqiang, who was theoretically the strongest, was a little afraid of Ding Qi. His eyes swept across the faces of the violent bear and the running wolf dark beasts, thinking, "Let's go back to the car first." The night hid Wei Huan's nostalgia for seeing his old friend. Imagining the ending of Ding Qi in the last life, Wei Huan felt a little depressed, so his voice sounded very cold and hard. Ding Qi pursed her lips, thinking that she was late, and asked the driver to pick her up, which made Wei Huan despise her. She gritted her teeth and reminded herself to cheer up and prove her ability. A few steps back, there was the portal. They walked from the 2nd level road to the 3rd level road. Team Shua's car had been guarding here. Seeing them return safely, he honked the horn twice in celebration. Wei Huan nodded, summoned his car again, and got in first. The door of the minivan was small, but when he stood beside the car, he didn't feel that way. Instead, it was very tall and spacious, like standing in front of the main entrance of the hotel reception hall. The door opened to one side, and he stepped up a step and got into the car. However, Wei Huan didn't go forward, but stopped here and turned around to wait. Waiting for Mu Zhong to catch up in a wheelchair, then he went around behind him and pushed the wheelchair inside. In this way, he walked all the way to the middle of the square. Turning around again, everyone was there, standing in 3 groups behind him. Lu Qingji and cousin Mu, as well as the twins Jiayang and Shiyang, had already stood together firmly, and were 100% supporters of Wei Huan. Su Qingqiang and his 2 brothers stood at the back. Lin Su and Zhou Yong were a little nervous facing Wei Huan, but Su Qingqiang was very relaxed and unrestrained. Now he was picking the meat shreds stuck in his teeth with a crooked grin. Ding Qi, who had just got on the bus, naturally stood with the only girl here, Sun Yiling. But because they didn't know each other, they were separated by a distance. Looking at this loose team, Wei Huan was thinking about the scene in his previous life when he was in a few cars, and everyone was happy in the car, drinking together for their ideals and goals. This, of course, also includes a lot of memories of Captain Ding Qi. At that time, I always felt that everyone was easy to get along with. Once they got on the bus, they quickly found their own positions. There was no intrigue between them. Their only goal was to kill the dark beast and then live. It would be better if they could discover another safe ruin, make some money, and change their lives. Wei Huan never thought that when he stood in the position of the car captain and looked at these people again, it turned out to be not simple at all. Some people are destined to leave, some don't want to stay, some have excessive expectations, and some are still waiting and watching. It is indeed difficult to treat those different looks calmly. But Wei Huan also has his own way. It is the only way. As long as he is strong enough, he can make anyone come and anyone leave. So what if Su Qingqiang is a twisted lone wolf? Didn't he settle down after getting on the car? The strength to suppress everything is the truth to challenge the world. I am Wei Huan. Wei Huan looked around, and everyone stood up subconsciously where his black eyes fell, the driver of this car, the only voice. As Wei Huan spoke, he put his hand on Mu Zhong's shoulder again, and his voice became deeper. This is Mu Zhong, the deputy driver, who can represent me and make all decisions. Finally, he said, also, you are still in the probation period. After the third stage is completed, we will notify you separately whether you will stay or leave. From now on, there are still 2 hours before entering the third stage. Go back to your room to rest, come down to have breakfast in an hour, and arrive at your driving seat at 5:50. Don't be late or early. Finally, Wei Huan nodded, disband. Cousin Mu stepped forward at the right time, pushed his black glasses, and said, take your luggage and come upstairs with me. Lu Qingji rolled up his sleeves and went to the kitchen, muttering to himself, dinner will be served in an hour. Time is still a bit tight. It's the first time to make breakfast for so many people. I don't know if it will be in time. In less than 3 minutes, Lu Qingji's roar came from the kitchen. Boss! The kitchen was robbed. At this time, Wei Huan and Mu Zhong had already arrived in the cab. There is not much time left for them to rest, and there are still many things to prepare. For a level 4 car, it is not difficult to pass the level 3 assessment road as long as you don't go to the ruins and relics. But this is the difficulty of the normal road assessment without the intervention of the Dark Beast team. The Dark Beast tribe is not a beast with low IQ. The wisdom of high-level Dark Beasts is not lower than that of humans with high IQ. And they are also evolving and learning. After a large number of genius new beasts were intercepted and killed by humans for the first time, the Dark Beasts responded immediately, following the same pattern and unexpectedly killed a large number of human geniuses. The third-level highway, including the assessment section, has become a graveyard for newcomers/beasts on both sides. Even if there is no organization at ordinary times, the special teams of both sides will set the third-level highway as the execution point of daily tasks, and they will kill a circle in it whenever they have nothing to do. When encountering such a special team, 95% of the newcomers will die on the spot. As a result, a large number of newcomers have to stay on the second-level highway and dare not move forward. Wei Huan's fourth-level car does not have an absolute advantage on such a highway, because the monster lord on the opposite side must also be a fourth-level monster, and even form the team. The strong physique of the Dark Beasts makes them still very powerful even if they leave the protection of the territory. So for more than an hour, Wei Huan and Mu Zhong have been studying the information of the third-level highway. The detailed information not only made the two of them feel at ease, but also made them more serious about this assessment. Mu Zhong said, there is a lot of noise outside, and the Dark Beast may get the news. After we enter the stage, we will only face the choice of 0 and 1, and we must prepare for the worst. If we just complete the challenge, it is not difficult, but the difficulty is that we also have the task of the leader car. If we want to lead so many people through the level, first of all, the resources are very troublesome. Wei Huan closed his eyes and thought, and when he opened his eyes again, he said, no, I have an idea. What? A permanent solution, which is more suitable for us, or for me. The coverage of the undead army? Mu Zhong speculated, but was not sure, until he thought of permanent solution. Inspiration flashed in his mind. I know, this is really possible. He looked at Wei Huan excitedly. At this point, The plan was basically finalized. The next step was not to discuss with other team members, but to announce it directly. Before these people have confirmed their true crew identities, they cannot participate in any decision-making on the bus. Even Cousin Mu only followed orders. However, Mu Zhong still contacted Colonel Luo Jia in front through Captain Shui about the plan. After listening to Colonel Luo Jia, he traded 10 bipolar devices without saying a word. Bipolar device small item. 66/points. 66 points are the price of core materials for upgrading Sequence 3 to Sequence 4. In the last life, Wei Huan spent nearly 5 years to accumulate these 10 core materials. Now, the other party sent them without a single hit. Of course, these points are nothing to Wei Huan now. I just feel a little emotional. Everything is really different in this life. It feels good to be tilted by resources and cultivated at all costs. Bipolar device installed on the vehicles of the convoy. After dispersed actions, it can not only obtain the precise coordinates of the other party at all times, but also transmit images synchronously and draw accurate maps. Especially when the convoy members rush to help each other, the maximum speed of the vehicle can be increased to 30%. This is the best convoy supplies at present, and it is delivered just in time. Mu Zhong got the device and was ready to install it. As a driver sequence, it was just right for him to do this. Wei Huan did not follow him this time, and nodded to let him do it himself. He stayed to sort out the warehouse, and then asked the housekeeper to notify the twins and Ding Qi to come down. The three of them came to the cab and looked very energetic. The first task after getting on the car was about to start. No one could take a break and wanted to do a great job. Wei Huan got straight to the point. Tell me about the progress of your level 3 car. He said very clearly, I need a level 3 car to serve as the deputy leader car of the left wing. Whoever consumes less resources will be upgraded first. Pie in the sky. The eyes of the twins and Ding Qi lit up, and at the same time, they secretly had the idea of competing with the people around them. Ding Qi said, I go first. After entering the level 2 challenge, I upgraded the level 2 car on the second day. Now the parts of the car that have been upgraded to level 3 are tires, car shell, air conditioning and windshield. There are also 3 main parts: shock absorption, balcony and engine. If you don't count the attack suite outside the car, just prepare the core parts of the level 3 car for me. I already have the upgrade drawings of the level 3 car. Ding Qi was very confident after saying this. She ranked first in the vehicle performance list in the 1500 zone, and third in the total points list. Even if she got on Wei Huan's car, she was confident that she could win a place in this car. But the twin brother, Jia Yongtang, raised his hand and said, we only have a level 3 engine left, so we can upgrade to a level 3 car. Tung Xiang said, the drawings of the level 3 vehicle are available, and 2 of the 4 core copper pipes are missing. Jia Yongtang added, the external attack kit, protective cover and bumper are all missing core parts, and they can be fully upgraded. Tung Xiang finally said happily, we have also upgraded the windshield, which has increased the speed by 10%, and it has the ability to serve as a leader car. Ding Qi raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He had never expected that these 2 twins, who looked like junior high school students, would be so powerful. Helplessly, he nodded willingly, then upgrade their cars. Wei Huan thought so too. Time was urgent and resources were limited, so naturally he would prioritize the development of vehicles that could be used more quickly. However, Wei Huan could understand that Ding Qi lost to the twins. First of all, the twins were 2 people, and they must be better at opening treasure chests and exploring ruins. In addition, many of Wei Huan's supplies were distributed by Jia Yang. As a result, Jia Yang developed very well on the first-level highway and even more on the second-level highway. In addition, Jia Yang and Tung Xiang, as novice instructors, also had official support and resources, including a microcosm on their cars. Compared to Ding Qi, who was a genius but had only recently emerged, it was also a fact that the twins' vehicles were better developed. After deciding on the candidates, Wei Huan directly ordered the housekeeper to help the twins upgrade the vehicle, and informed Ding Qi, after they complete the 3rd-level vehicle, I will continue to upgrade their 4th-level balcony as a remote output point. After that, you will also have to get on their car, get familiar with it as soon as possible, and have a pleasant cooperation. Ding Qi understood and nodded. Okay, I will go with them now. Yes. After waiting for Ding Qi and the twins to leave, Wei Huan called Su Qingqiang and the other 2 to the driver's cabin. Wei Huan didn't say much, just told them that they needed to leave this car and drive on the right wing to perform reconnaissance tasks, and gave them 3 bipolar devices to put in the car. Su Qingqiang didn't say much this time. He took the device, tossed it in his hand, and nodded in agreement. He just said one sentence before leaving. Sister Lu asked me to come here, so I will do this job well from beginning to end. But I have to say it in advance. If you encounter trouble, you'd better tell me in advance. I'm a tough person, maybe I can survive it, don't let me die. Wei Huan also said, I have a lot of cannon fodder to die, it's not your turn, don't think about it when executing orders. The two looked at each other. After a long time, Su Qingqiang sighed, looked away first, and turned away. Finally, Wei Huan called Cousin Mu over again, and had a brief chat, and the housekeeper notified them to prepare for dinner. Wei Huan walked out of the door, with a serious face, and was warmed by the fragrance of breakfast again. Lu Qingji, who was busy and enthusiastic, smiled and opened the half-meter wide steamer. When the soft white steamed buns and the rising hot steam rolled up in the restaurant, everyone showed a happy expression. Time was tight, so I made some steamed buns and rice porridge and cut a few dishes. If you are not used to this breakfast, come over here and I will make you noodles and rice noodles. The fried sauce tastes good. On the left is a Western breakfast. The cut toast is put into the bread machine, and it will be baked in 1 minute. It is also a meal with coffee or milk. By the way, there are boiled eggs and fried eggs here. If you want to eat, come and get them. Sun Yiling chose breakfast with a happy face, looking at Lu Qingji with sparkling eyes. Oh my god, did you prepare all this by yourself? I have never had such a rich breakfast and challenge the world. Ding Qi was still fighting an hour ago, covered in dust, and now he stood in front of the food and couldn't move his feet. While eating, he said, delicious, delicious, really delicious. The twins took their bowls and chopsticks and stood in front of the noodle barrel, saying in unison, we want to eat a big portion of fried noodles with soybean paste. Su Qingqiang squatted on the chair, picked up a big steamed bun, tore it open, put side dishes and meat sauce in the middle, and ate it with hot rice porridge. Cousin Mu and Mu Zhong ate slowly, and they looked very well educated. But after all, they are challengers, and their appetites cannot be underestimated. They seem to chew slowly when eating, but they are not slow at all. After eating about 70% full, Cousin Mu took out a tissue to wipe his mouth. His eyes fell on everyone's face, and smiled. This Lu Qingji is also a treasure. Wei Huan agreed deeply. Everyone took risks to come back to challenge the world, mostly to make a fortune, or at least to gain some admiration and respect from ordinary people on Blue Star. Only Lu Qingji, who was obviously born extraordinary, and the old people in his family obviously didn't want him to take risks, but he made the chef's work interesting and valuable. Lu Qingji's breakfast looked ordinary, and nothing special, but it initially integrated this scattered team, and successfully broke the ice. After eating and drinking, the people who went to the cab no longer had that reserved look on their faces. Occasionally, they would look at each other, and say a few words. This ease and comfort lasted until the countdown approached the last 10 minutes, and then they became serious again. Wei Huan had already sat in his main driving seat. Directly in front was Mu Zhong's co-pilot seat, at the front of the cab. On the left and right sides of Mu Zhong, there were 5 driving seats in an arc. These were called crew driving seats. At the level 4 vehicle stage, every crew member had a seat. As the vehicle was upgraded, more and more people were on the vehicle, and the functional distinction became clearer, so logistics personnel, like Lu Qingji, no longer needed to come in. Even today, with only 12 seats available, the seats were not full. Mu Zhong was alone in the front. Cousin Mu was in charge of logistics, and his seat was in the back. The only person he was currently responsible for was Lu Qingji, who was still busy in the kitchen. Sun Yiling and Xiaoji sat in a remote position on the diagonal line. As transitional members, and also because they were the logistics of the life department, there were not many tasks that could be assigned to them, so they just sat there for the time being. As for the other 6 main combat personnel, they were not in the driver's seat. Su Qingqiang and the twins took people to the underground parking lot, waiting to enter the stage to complete their tasks. They were all in their cars at the moment, and the bipolar device transmitted their front and external environment real-time images back to the main car, so that they could confirm their current situation at a glance. Even a lone wolf, like Su Qingqiang, was ready for this team action. The countdown was coming 1 minute and 1 second. At 6 in the morning, the dawn arrived as scheduled. Good luck to you. At the last moment, Team Shui sent a blessing message and said, we are waiting for you in front. At the same time, it was also the time for the stage assessment to start. As the system butler counted repeatedly, the numbers that kept approaching finally came to the last one. Then, everyone felt a sense of weightlessness. At the same time, the eyes blurred and arrived at the third-level assessment stage. Chapter 77. The scenery in front of them is nothing special. Perhaps it is because they have been waiting in front of the portal of the third-level highway. Whether it is the sandy soil under their feet, the thorny green tea growing with difficulty, or the green hills in the distance, they are all similar to the scenery they saw a moment ago. But behind them, cars began to appear one after another. In the assessment channel that was opened at the same time, the number of people joining the chat room kept jumping. 1,200 people in the chat room. 8,000 people in the chat room. 13,000 people in the chat room. 22,000 people in the chat room. 40,000 people in the chat room. 73,564 people in the chat room. As the number of people jumped wildly, when the number jumped to 10,000 for the first time, Wei Huan and Mu Zhong's eyes tightened. You know, with Sister Lu staying on the second-level highway for so long, she could only guarantee to take away 1,000 cars. According to the third-level highway, most of them are equipped with second-level cars, which means there are less than 2,000 to 3,000 people. Now there are more than 70,000 people in the chat room. It completely exceeded their expectations. The number of leader cars is limited, and the challengers that can be led are also limited. The base of 10,000 is already a problem. But when the number of 10,000 passed by without stopping, it became 20,000, 30,000, 50,000, and finally 70,000. Wei Huan and Mu Zhong's faces were like wearing layers of thick iron shells, and they could not make any expression. 73,000? No. 75,000. How can there be so many people? Cousin Mu spoke in surprise, looking at Wei Huan frequently. Too many. How could this happen? 70,000 people. It can be said that Yin country has accumulated more than 3 years of people. Even in the past few major operations, the number of participants was only 20,000 to 30,000. This time, how could so many people come in, with such a large number? Once an accident occurs, Yin country's reserve force will be cut off immediately, and it will be impossible to revive for at least 2 years. But in this civilization competition with the Dark Beast, even falling behind for 3 months may lead to the destruction of human civilization. Cousin Mu pushed his glasses to calm himself down and said, I got accurate information that many outstanding challengers of this year have been left behind, and the transportation mission will continue in half a year. Considering the excessive consumption of the second stage assessment that just ended, it is very unlikely that the challengers of this year will choose this time to participate in the third stage assessment immediately. So, Cousin Mu finally said, these should be a large number of second-level professionals accumulated over the years. This conclusion is not good news. The world of challenge is a world where the strong prey on the weak, and the strong always become stronger. Capable people, even if they are challengers from the previous session, can find opportunities to break through in this year and get better development in the front. Most of these challengers, who are accumulated on the secondary roads, have no ability and are timid. Some are used to taking shortcuts and just want to follow the strong and get by one day at a time. The most important thing is that they don't have much ability, but they are the best at making trouble. As the grass on the wall, they are unreliable and reckless, and they are the most difficult to lead. This situation will happen, and I guess people outside didn't expect it. What? Nearly 80,000 people went in? How could there be so many? Moody Heo was thinking about today's assessment. He hardly slept last night. He took a short nap, and was told the bad news when he opened his eyes. The adjutant in charge of Blue Star handed over first-hand information, and said with a bitter face, the joint recruitment of the 10 major forces is one reason. We speculate that the bigger reason is that our front has been pushed to the 5th-level highway, allowing most ordinary challengers to see the temptation of vacating the territory. In addition, there is a general voice outside that it is unexpected and can get away with it. Moody Heo had a headache. So? Did you get away with it? Has the information from the Dark Beast come in? It should still have some effect. The adjutant was not very sure. There is an absolutely insurmountable barrier between the Dark Beast and humans in terms of communication, so the information obtained from the other side is mostly inferred from the action plan of the other special operations team. The adjutant said, our intelligence department has been closely following the routes of the 32 special teams of the Dark Beasts. It is certain that 22 of them are carrying out missions in other challenge worlds. Of the remaining 10 teams, 8 of them have unclear whereabouts, but there are traces to follow. As long as they act again, their locations can be determined. As for the remaining 3 teams, there is a certain probability that they will appear in this assessment. They are 2 all-high-level teams led by 2 8-star Dark Beasts, and a high-level aerial assault team composed of all 7-star members. Among them, the latter is named Fast Bullet Team, and on the third-level highway, the number of Yin Country challengers slaughtered is as high as 22,000. Moody Heo's face was squeezed when he heard the latter part. He confirmed again, so this Fast Bullet Team is in this road assessment? More than 80% probability. And it is extremely brutal, killing more than 20,000 people in total? Yes, so if they find the gathering place of challengers, they will definitely launch an attack. They have the ability to fly and have strong mobility. Moody Heo closed his eyes and thought for a long time, then opened his eyes and nodded. Remember to send these materials to Wei Huan and others as soon as possible. Yes, I will send it over right away. After the adjutant left, Moody Heo didn't even have time to wash his face, and rushed back to the office building with messy hair. The lights were on in Commander Chai's office. For such a big thing, Commander Chai didn't go home, but work here all night. Seeing Moody Heo walking in with a tired face, the two equally vicissitudes of life met each other's eyes, and they both laughed helplessly. Finally, Commander Chai personally brewed a cup of tea for Moody Heo and comforted him. If it comes to the time when you have to make a choice, I can understand, don't worry. Moody Heo drank the tea and said, thank you. How can there be 70,000 people? Even if it is a national stage, this is too many. As soon as Yui got the news, he called his superior and asked anxiously, who knew that on the other side of the video, half of Fong Williams' face was bumped into. Yui recognized the person and hurriedly stood up and saluted. Captain Fong, why are you here too? Fong William put his whole face into the picture and smiled at Yui. I am going back to Challenge World this morning. I just wanted to see the stage start and leave, but I didn't expect that the number this time also shocked me. Except for the first 2 times. When there were more than 100,000 people, there are not many people willing to sign up for the joint breakthrough since the Dark Beast raid. Yui was very worried. I heard that Wei Huan and his team didn't have many leader vehicles this time. How can they lead 70,000 people? Fong William said, if you can keep up, follow. If you can't keep up, just stay alive. People who are mixed in the bottom are more slippery than you think, and have more ways to save their lives. Yui was speechless. Facing Fong William's words, he really didn't know what to say. The superior on the side couldn't bear it, and elbowed Fong William away, cursing, what are you teaching? Then he said to Yui, Captain Fong meant that these people have accumulated enough time on the second-level highway, and they will prepare life-saving things such as the return talisman. In addition, the Dark Beast raids will go to places where there are many people. They will disperse before confirming the crisis, and the probability of survival is still very high. You don't have to worry too much. I think Wei Huan and his team will also understand that they can protect as much as possible, and they should use their sense of responsibility in the right place. Fong William tilted his head, puzzled. What's the difference with what I want to say? The superior rolled his eyes. Yes, expression is very important. But I think I expressed it very clearly. Yes, it is very clear. My 2 ears clearly heard what you wanted to say. Don't care about them. Let them die. Fong William's neck stiffened and his chin raised. Bullshit. How could I mean that? I haven't finished speaking. Don't take my words out of context. I don't believe it. I clearly heard. I didn't. Don't ruin my reputation, Lao Zhang. I know you have been jealous of me for a long time because I have developed better than you. I am more powerful than you, and young people admire me more. But I will never buy into this behavior of putting the blame on me. Bullshit, I'm jealous of you. Yui had already silently closed the video call when he was halfway through listening. Can he listen to the quarrel that followed? But to be honest, the hero in everyone's eyes may only be the part they want to see, and is far from being as perfect and selfless as imagined. Captain Fong also has his own position and views, and will make cruel choices at critical moments. But this is normal, at least before the last moment, all his bottom lines will pull him to maintain the glory of humanity. Yui lay on the bed, holding his chin, swiping the screen of his mobile phone with his fingers, and opened the Challenger app. What he saw was the overwhelming discussion about this sudden action in the forum. So, everyone was surprised, right? Perhaps before signing up, everyone felt that they were thinking ahead, and perhaps they could really make a time difference and pass the third-level assessment smoothly. Unfortunately, there are too many people with the same idea. How can we lead 75,000 people through the test when there are only 10-liter cars? No, perhaps we can imagine that if more than half of the 70,000 people complete the test, what a great achievement it will be for mankind? For no reason, Yui firmly believed. If it was Wei Huan maybe, it would be beyond everyone's expectations. 75,000 people? In a red sports car, a beautiful woman wearing an elegant white dress, carrying a golden staff on her back, showed a playful smile. She stood in the main driving seat, and behind her stood a row of handsome men with different characteristics. Not only are they all outstanding in appearance, but they are also very powerful. Even the leader exudes the aura of a fourth-level strongman. But the woman standing in the front, although she looks the most petite and weak, the magic elements around her are so strong that she seems to be alive, and everyone is covered with the factors of upside-down chaos. She laughed and then waved her hand. No matter how many people come, contact our people to gather here first. Also tell those people, if you want to live, follow me closely. If you are too far away, you can't enjoy the ride service. Okay, Sister Lou. The man behind her answered gently. The eyes they looked at her were not only appreciation for the beauty, but also unconcealed admiration. At the entrance of District 37. Parked here are also a small number of vehicles that have purchased full car skins during the assessment of this road. The owner changed the skin of this car to a silver teardrop shape, which is beyond the current technology. The whole car is suspended 1 meter above the ground. From the front, it looks smaller than a minivan, and the fully reflective design of the exterior also allows it to have a certain degree of concealment when moving at high speed. Many challengers who appeared at Portal 37 or the surrounding portals discovered this car at the first time and shouted in surprise, "It's Peng Jing's car! We are actually with Peng Jing's car! Follow him closely." Peng Jing is also a big force that has developed on the second-level highway for many years. After the old bosses have advanced one after another, he has become famous on the second-level highway in the past 2 years. Not long ago, the exploration of the ruins of Highway 1006 was organized by Peng Jing, who gathered all the fragments and made a big move. Although in the end, due to the fierceness of the legendary treasure chest, the lack of unity, too many wandering monsters and other reasons, they failed to complete the development of the ruins and fled in embarrassment. But as the strongest car, Peng Jing still had a great harvest. It is said that he took down a whole golden treasure chest of supplies. Golden treasure chest. For those who only dare to hang around on the secondary road, this is such a huge fortune. Besides, the golden treasure chest will not be easier to open in the front. It is such a lucky thing to open a high-level treasure chest on the secondary road. Otherwise, Peng Jing would not appear in this assessment field. It is said that the official also arranged for the leader car to enter this time. If you can get the protection of Peng Jing as soon as you enter the field, this assessment will really be easy, and you can pass it smoothly. It's just that everyone thought so, and just got excited. I saw that the water drop-shaped shuttle, from 0 to 300 miles, it only took 0.1 seconds, and it accelerated to the highest speed in a blink of an eye, and disappeared at the end of the field of vision in an instant, leaving flying dust, punching everyone hard. The stunned crowd, after reacting, asked in the chat room with puzzled faces. Isn't Peng Jing the leader car? Where is the leader car in District 37? Isn't this an official action? The leader car in District 37 squeaked. The official won't kill us, right? How can we go without a leader car? After a short silence, the chat content in the chat room really exploded like an explosion. Area 999 asks for a leader car. Area 345 asks for a leader car. Where is the leader car? I don't want to die. I bet my entire fortune to participate in the assessment. Please give me a leader car? Ha ha, no way. Didn't the official make any arrangements? Ha ha, are they going to kill all of us trash in one go? I knew the official thought we were a burden, but isn't it too arrogant to kill us in one go? Everyone should unite, and don't be timid. At worst, use the return symbol. Is there a leader card to say something? I really don't want to use up all my fortune to buy the return symbol. The chat room was in chaos. In a chat room with 75,000 people online at the same time, only 1 in 1,000 people are speaking, and those messages jump up in a second, thousands of them, and it is impossible to read them all. Everyone is asking the leader car to speak. But even if the leader car speaks, it will be immediately deleted. The most important thing is that in this environment where speech cannot be controlled, pessimism and anger are the first emotions that arise. These stranded households on the secondary highway, who want to take advantage and think they have succeeded in their calculations, will fill every corner of the world with full negative energy at the first time, and then complain and curse, and finally make everything start to become bad and unfortunate. This is why Commander Dong firmly believes that novice instructors are necessary to challenge the world. The twins' occupational disease has come on, and they can't help but want to speak in the chat room to calm everyone down. But they are not in their own car now. Now in this car, everyone has to listen to the orders of the driver. The twins opened their identical beautiful big eyes, and looked at Wei Huan expectantly. Wei Huan did not make any expression. He just watched the conversation in the chat room and looked at the cars that were gathering around him. But because the appearance of Wei Huan's car was not specially modified, it was easily submerged in the same primary car. It did not attract everyone's attention. Some experienced challengers have gradually realized the crisis here. Where people gather, it is easier to spawn random monsters and be attacked. The confident car has already driven forward. This also shows that not everyone is taking advantage of the situation by taking shortcuts. After all, in the challenge world, anything can happen. It is better to be truly strong yourself to deal with every crisis than to rely on others' protection. Captain, do you want to keep them? After one car left, another car followed, and Cousin Mu asked for instructions. Wei Huan continued to shake his head. He said, only by being able to face crises can you become stronger and grow. Following me, they will get nothing, just pass the test. After saying this, Wei Huan spoke again. Contact all the leader cars that can be contacted at present. Yes. Mu Zhong and Cousin Mu nodded. Yes. Sun Yiling and Xiao Shi also received this task. Got it. Even Su Qingqiang was assigned the task of contacting Sister Lu, because he was Sister Lu's man. Not long after, Wei Huan got accurate information. There are currently 17 known leader cars, not just the predicted number of less than 10. The official grouped each 100 adjacent districts and arranged a car that has been focused on training. These leader cars are all level 3 cars, and they have 5 level 3 crew members, which can easily deal with the silver treasure chest monster. Don't look at this combat power. It is the level that Wei Huan can reach after entering the second level assessment. But in fact, in the Volkswagen Challenger, this level is already very good. If a fleet of hundreds of cars is properly commanded, it can even hit the gold treasure chest. Of course, if the gold treasure chest is really moved, the sacrifice will be great. In the challenge world, the ability of a fleet is judged based on the level of the treasure chest that can be opened. Bronze car, as the name suggests, can only open bronze treasure chests. It is the worst and most ordinary car, but this kind of car accounts for 60% of the number in the challenger world. Black iron car, if it is a personal force, it is considered a good talent. They all have some brains and skills, and can live a rich life in Blue Star. Silver car is the dividing line between elite teams and ordinary teams. Only less than 10% of the teams in the challenger world can reach this level. After the official secret training, they can indeed serve as the leader car. As for gold car, platinum car, diamond car, they are all rare and the leader cars of the real forces, possessing the ability to suppress one side. Ordinary dark beasts have no power to resist in front of their chariots. There is no doubt that in this challenger world, there are 2 real leader cars at this moment. Wei Huan team and Lu Jie team. I heard that Peng Zheng also came in, but the other party did not respond to the official request and firmly refused the task of serving as the leader car, so I won't mention him. As the 2 most powerful cars in this assessment, Wei Huan and Sister Lu added each other as friends first. Sister Lu sent a video call. A very beautiful woman, her eyes were as black as if they encompassed the entire universe. Her plump lips were like flower dew, and when she opened them, you could see her pearly teeth. She smiled at Wei Huan. I leave the 3 children at home to you. Without a father or mother to take care of them, this world. You have to fight for everything. They are not bad children. Captain Wei, teach them more, they will be obedient. Wei Huan looked at Qi Jialu deeply, then nodded slightly. He got straight to the point. You are responsible for the 1 to 750 area, and I am responsible for the 1500 area behind. We will temporarily split into 2 teams and move forward. We will communicate and support each other at any time. Qi Jialu held her chin in distress, but I only agreed to take away 1,000 cars. It is impossible to divide these 70,000 people in half. Wei Huan nodded. Give it a try. If it doesn't work, I will do it your way. No problem? Qi Jialu leaned forward slightly, her lips almost touching the camera, and a cunning light flashed in her eyes. Why do I feel like you seem to have a way? What is your way? Do you want to tell me? Good ideas should be shared together. Wei Huan shook his head, and did not say his own way, but continued, if you are under a lot of pressure, come to me. Qi Jialu laughed in surprise. Obviously, this sentence was too funny, but she didn't say anything in the end. She nodded. So I don't know whether I should look forward to our meeting. Remember. See you when there is a chance. Qi Jialu took the initiative to hang up the call. The beauty looked unhappy, and the men behind her also showed unhappy expressions on their faces. Someone else said, this Wei Huan is too arrogant. A Sequence 3, who just completed the level 4 car upgrade should not ask us for help. We have the cars of 2 Sequence 4 strongmen. Qi Jialu turned her head to look at the man who was speaking inside. Zhu Zi, strength is not evaluated in this way. That Wei Huan is very strong. Think carefully about what he said. He has found a way to break the deadlock. This method will greatly exceed your expectations. After a pause, Qi Jialu walked to the front of the car, looked at the cars gathering outside, and said, "Get ready to go, we can't lose to these young people." Speaking of this, Qi Jialu raised her hands. The magic factor that had been very active around her just now seemed to be awakened. With the infusion of her magic power, the white light was almost visible to the naked eye. If Wei Huan was here at this time, he could clearly sense that these lights contained a strong power of time. They spread outward with Qi Jialu as the center. Starlight fell on every car around her, until it spread to 10 kilometers away, without stopping. But at this time, Qi Jialu was a little tired. She shook her body slightly, muttering to herself, "More than 30,000 cars, it's still too many." "Sister Lu?" The sequence 4 who followed her asked worriedly. Qi Jialu took back her hand, fell softly into his arms, and said, "Let's go." "Yes." The man tightened his arms around her distressfully. The red coupe started, and the speed of the 4th level car can reach 1,200 miles. Sister Lu has been at this stage for many years, and has developed to the highest level in all aspects. As the red coupe started instantly and catapulted away, a wonderful scene happened. All the vehicles covered by the white light seemed to be wrapped in the time speed of the red coupe, speeding in this special time channel. Swoosh! Countless vehicles, even the most basic second-level vehicles, were ejected with the red coupe in an instant and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Only here, there was an empty wasteland. Chapter 78. Sister Lu left. On the other side, the second half of the area that Wei Huan was in charge of. The 750 to 1500 area was very chaotic. Wei Huan's car did not have an upgraded skin. It was a basic white minivan that was inconspicuous among the crowd of assessment cars. The leaderless state lasted for a long time, and the chat room was full of curses. Even though the several leader cars arranged by the official spoke up and called for assembly, there was no effect. In the end, the scene that caused the order to collapse finally appeared. A leader car has left. It is true that a group of small broken cars drove at a speed of more than 1,000 miles and were carried away. Ha ha ha. I only have a level 2 car. It can actually fly. Which boss is so awesome? Thank the country and the boss for taking me flying. I am surrounded by companions who are racing wildly. I feel so safe, right? Why are all the people leaving? Why is there no movement on our side? Is it true? What boss can lead a group of people? I don't believe it. Don't lie to me. I don't even have a leader car here. Qi Jialu, everyone knows Sister Lu, right? The leader car of the Time Mage is awesome. Sister Lu is awesome. Sister Lu, you are my idol. Sister Lu, I love you. Oh my god. Is this the power of the Time Mage? Racing wildly with thousands of cars? Is this the Forbidden Spell Mage? Sister Lu, I am in District 888. Can you lead us? We don't even have a leader car here. There is no leader car in District 1300. There is no leader car in District 752 either. Does that mean that the competition area was divided into 2 halves, and Sister Lu took the people in front of Area 750 and left first? Then what about those of us behind? Doesn't the official care about us? Did they trick us into kill us? We didn't break any laws, we're just not good at fighting, and they can't treat us as garbage and clear us out, right? As expected, negative and desperate comments emerged. Many people have a talent for spreading negative energy. However, the official leaders finally established contact and unified to make a notification. Please note, we are the official leaders. Please rush to the nearest 800, 900, 1000, 1500 area portals as soon as you see the notification. Look for the 3rd level vehicles with red flags. Depart on time in an hour. Please note, even if there are many people in the chat room, more than 10 identical messages can still be seen. Many people immediately took action. The message kept refreshing. The more people saw it, the more cars moved. Gradually, some instructors or enthusiastic people jumped out of the chat room to remind in the chat room. Challengers, please do not speak first, wait patiently for the official notification, go to the gathering point to sign up, and do not act without authorization and so on. That's the order. If someone destroys, someone will repair it. Although there were also troublemakers, once the official people stood up, the trust of the Yin people in the country would calm them down immediately. At least they would wait until the organization was found before talking about the next step. The number of cars surrounding Wei Huan gradually decreased. At this time, someone discovered the difference in Wei Huan's car. The appearance was obviously the same, but because of the differences in details, including the sawtooth on the outside of the car, the laser light strip, and the aerodynamic tires, this car looked a little cooler than other cars. If you don't look carefully, you can't tell the difference, but the more you stare at it, the more shocked you are. Is this a level 4 car? Next to Wei Huan's car was a level 2 car driven by 2 girls. They were all outstanding students of Challenger University. This time, they gritted their teeth and stomped their feet, and finally decided to take this risk. Of course, they also had their own confidence. They were all second-generation challengers, and their parents and families were all challengers. When they decided to continue to fight forward, their families at least gave them a return talisman to save their lives. There is always a way out when there is no alternative. The 2 female students were naturally capable and smart people. In the chaos, they also decided to respond to the call and go to the leader car coordinates to gather. But as the number of cars around them decreased, they looked at the primary car in front of them and gradually realized that it was different. The laser matrix on the roof is definitely a level 4 vehicle. I can be sure of that. The aerodynamic tires have also been upgraded to level 2. Although it is only 1 meter off the ground now, it can fly up to 7 or 8 meters if it wants, which is equivalent to a low-altitude aircraft. The headlights and the serrations on the outside of the car are also obviously in the shape of a level 4 vehicle. It looks like the entire attack kit on the outside of the car has been upgraded to a level 4 vehicle. At this point, I don't believe that the whole car is not level 4. That's hard to say. The core materials of a level 4 vehicle are super expensive. Maybe the whole car is missing. He is also a big shot, right? He can crush our level 2 vehicles in a minute. The 2 girls were a little excited, but they analyzed it very carefully. I think we can follow him. Not so. Seeing that he is so low-key, he might be a lone wolf type of big shot. It's not safe to follow someone whose background we don't know. Then let's go to the leader's car. Wait. The girl with longer hair hesitated. Let me think about it. What are you thinking? I'm just thinking, if that Sister Lu is the leader of the first half, then who is the leader of the second half? Sister Lu only took half of the people away. Could it be that the authorities really want to leave us in the second half here and let us fend for ourselves? That's not true. Just as the 2 girls were arguing, suddenly, the white van in their sight opened a door on each side. Then, 2 cars drove out from the 2 doors. When the cars first appeared, they looked like 2 toy cars, but the size of a palm. But as they drove further out, they grew faster, until they were the size of a full car after driving 3 or 5 meters away. The car on the left looks very ordinary, just the most basic white van. Even if you observe the appearance more carefully, you can only confirm that its sentry tower is level 3. If this is a high configuration car of the second level, or a low configuration car of the third level, there is actually not much difference on the third level highway. At most, it is the difference between ordinary excellence and very excellent, which is not enough to become an elite leader car. However, compared with this ordinary looking car, the other car looks much cooler and more eye-catching. At least this car has changed the base color to black, and then painted red, yellow, blue and other colors on the black paint. Especially on the rear of the car, there is a skull-shaped pattern. This style is mostly used by bounty hunters. Bounty hunter is not a good profession in Challenge the World. Those who follow the rules open treasure chests and explore ruins. Those who do not follow the rules cover their faces and kill people for treasures. Challengers of rules usually stay away from bounty hunters. At least these 2 girls, when they saw that there was a bounty hunter-style car among the cars that came out, they backed off in their hearts. Why don't we go find the official leader car? I think so too. The girl in the main driver's seat had a bun on the back of her head and wore a pair of sunglasses. From the beginning, she pursed her lips tightly and started the engine at the same time. A gentleman does not stand on a dangerous wall. In such a world, girls must be more sensitive. She was ready to leave at the first time. But her hand on the steering wheel was suppressed by her companion again. This time, the companion's voice could not be suppressed. That. Look at that. That. Look. What? The companion pointed at a place outside the car and screamed incoherently, and the girl with the bun also tilted her head to look over. Ah! With just one look, all her movements froze. For portals appeared on both sides of the car that was initially suspected to be a level 4 car. The portal looked a little small, standing between the 3 cars as if it didn't want to attract too much attention. But the portal was not an ordinary thing for the challenge world. Ordinary people could only see the portal when entering and exiting different levels of roads. Not to mention, the portal was emitting black smoke at the moment, like 4 chimneys madly releasing poisonous gas. The black fog spread to the horizon and formed a dark cloud. The dark cloud was so big that it even blocked the scorching sun above, leaving a large area of darkness in front of the eyes. This. The bun-haired girl had already squeezed the name to her lips, but because of excessive excitement, she couldn't say it out. In the end, it was the tip of her companion's tongue that popped out 2 words. Undead. Undead. Yes. Undead. That's right. This is the undead, the ghost crow undead. So, the 2 girls looked at each other, and their faces turned red with excitement. In unison, Wei Huan. The necromancer. Wei Huan. The last sequence of the 3 major dark professions that has not awakened for a long time. The grave sweeper. This year, he finally appeared in Yin Country and made a big splash. Not only did he easily win the world's first place in the Challenger assessment, but he has maintained an impressive record until today and is challenging the world record. Old challengers, of course, also know Wei Huan. But absolutely not, young people know more about Wei Huan. To put it bluntly, Wei Huan is the era of this generation of young people. During this month, every newcomer who participated in the challenge was crazy about Wei Huan's career and abilities. They were jealous of him. They also envied him. More importantly, they really admired him. In this era of displacement and life and death, what is most needed is these strong people who can hold up the sky. Wei Huan. Wei Huan. Wei Huan's car is right next to me. Ah! I'm going to die. I'm willing to die. The girls screamed happily, and their sense of security was instantly filled. I'm not going anywhere. I stay here. The bun-headed girl said. It must be. And if it's Wei Huan, he is a good person. He can directly hand in the 5th level materials. I believe his character is absolutely first class. Hee, what good luck is this, my god, I almost got away. It's all because of this bounty hunter car. But if it was driven by Boss Wei Huan's little brother, well, I think it's also handsome now. Do you want to say hello to Boss Wei? Can you? Let's try. The 2 girls happily discussed and gently honked twice with the horn. The window of Wei Huan's car did not move, but the windows of the 2 escort cars on the left and right were opened. Ding Qi and Gu Jiayang were in a car, opened the main driver's and back seat windows respectively, and gave the 2 girls a reassuring smile. The big smile soothed the 2 girls' nervous emotions, and asked in a low voice, Yes, is it Boss Wei? Ding Qi nodded and said, The boss has a plan, you just follow it. Yeah. The 2 girls nodded like pounding garlic. On the other side, Su Qingqiang also rolled down the window of the driver's seat. He wore a pair of big sunglasses that covered most of his face. He put one hand on the steering wheel and held a skewer of barbecue in the other hand. He twisted his mouth, tore it off, and glared at me while chewing. You couldn't see what his eyes were observing behind his sunglasses. But after a few seconds, he looked up at the ghost crows in the sky that were gradually getting farther away. Finally, he threw the remaining bamboo sticks out of the car, stepped on the accelerator, and drove to the right quickly. Su Qingqiang's car did not have aerodynamic wheels. It was a level 3 basic car, but it could reach a speed of more than 700 miles per hour. The engine vibrated, and it disappeared in an instant like a catapult. On the other side, Ji Jiayang had obviously received the order. Ding Qi in the back seat smiled at the 2 girls, and closed the window. Then the van, which looked ordinary, drove to the left and quickly disappeared. At this time, the portal was gone. The dark clouds transformed by the ghost crows quickly spread to the distance, and turned into thinner clouds in an instant, like a faint mist under the morning sun. Before the 2 girls calmed down from their excitement, they found that many cars that had just left had gathered here. Everyone obviously deduced the identity of the owner of this suspected 4th-level car from this scene. Some people ran back unswervingly, and stuck close to Wei Huan's car as soon as they arrived. Some people seemed a little hesitant. After all, Wei Huan's ability had only been known through the rankings so far. How strong is his combat power? Can he protect others? No one dared to guarantee it before seeing it with their own eyes. And what's interesting is that with the return of the vehicles, more than 100 or 2 cars gathered here one after another. Even if they were all the lowest level 2nd level cars, there should be 200 people here, and the identity of the leader car could be confirmed. But in the chat room, no one mentioned Wei Huan's name. Some people were worried that if they recruited too many people, they might not be able to get the best protection, so they carefully concealed the news. Some people thought that Wei Huan's low-key appearance might be related to a secret mission. Since Wei Huan didn't say anything, they couldn't interfere. The rest, a small part, didn't care. They could follow any leader car as long as they could pass the level. Time passed by minute by minute. Chi Jiaolu led the half-court team and set off at the beginning. Now they have been racing for 1,000 kilometers. Those challenge cars that were taken flying began to show off in the chat room. You haven't set off yet? Don't you want to fly? The Time Master is so amazing. How did she do it? She is just like a god. Let's set off quickly. Don't let the Dark Beast find us. Every year during the assessment, there are tragedies of being ambushed and slaughtered at the starting point. The last sentence caused a commotion, and a lot of voices urging to set off appeared in the chat room. Why do we have to wait for an hour? Go, go! If it's too late, the wandering monsters will gather. Fuck, I have a bad feeling. Are we going to go for the position flow? It's possible. Without the leader's car, we can only go for the position flow. Why am I so miserable? Good things never come to me, but I get them if I work hard. The position flow is okay, as long as I can pass the assessment of the third level highway. So what is the position flow? The position flow is to gather all the convoys, maintain the same speed, and push forward in the scale of an army position. Once encountering a Dark Beast raid, the convoys can help each other and fight together, which is a regular and steady tactic. In addition, the bottom line of the position flow is to complete 80% of the progress on the last day of the assessment, without asking for merit or error. Most people still understand this answer. After all, for many black iron cars, who dare not even participate in the third level assessment, they just want to be able to upgrade with the big army. As for what you can get on this third level highway, there is no need to be delusional. But some people are very dissatisfied. The position flow is the most attractive for the Dark Beasts to attack. If the Dark Beast team really appears, what does it matter if we have a lot of people here? There is not even a big boss leader car. Are we just gathering together and waiting to die? These 2 years have proved that this method does not work. Every time, some people sacrifice in exchange for the advancement of others. I don't care if you are willing to be a ladder or a meat pad for others. Anyway, I will not participate in the position flow. What this person said makes sense. And there are many people who agree. After all, the facts in the past 2 years have proved that the position flow is rapidly losing its advantage, and the battle-loss ratio of challengers killed by the Dark Beasts is getting higher and higher. No one wants to be a stepping stone for others. When the flood is overwhelming, everyone relies on their own abilities and accepts their fate. One after another, cars began to leave the square formation and move forward. If you look closely at the external accessories of these cars, they can basically reach the level of low-end elite cars. Sufficient self-protection ability gave them the confidence to act alone. Most importantly, this group of people have already noticed the loophole of this assessment, which is to stay away from the position flow and use the position flow to attract the attention of the Dark Beasts, so that they can take the opportunity to escape. Everyone has their own thoughts. Mu Zhong looked at the vehicles around him, some of which had left in advance, while watching the report sent by the official leader car. There are 7 cars in total, in addition to the 2 cars driven out by Su Qingqiang and Gu Jiayang. Now the second half of the team has a total of 10 leader cars. Of course, it is not a lot. In the large-scale official actions every 6 months, it is also common to see 20 or 30 leader cars. What was really unexpected this time was that there were too many people coming in. 75,000 people. Even if half of them were taken by Sister Lu, there were still more than 30,000 people left, which greatly increased the difficulty of management. From just now, each leader car kept reporting to Wei Huan. How many cars were gathered? How many cars left? Are there any potential cars in the team? Deploy troops, arrange the battle formation, etc. This series of reports, and there is still no intention to set off until now. In fact, everyone guessed correctly. Wei Huan is going to go with the position flow. This tactic seems clumsy and slow, but it is the most reliable way in his opinion. Almost, we can set off. Wei Huan received the report from Mu Zhong and Mu Cousin, looked at the remaining time, and gave an order. Received, notifying the leader car to set off. Received, the communication team will release the latest information in the chat room. As the command feedback came back, there was only one voice left in the chat room. Gather, set off. Speed 400 miles forward. Gather, set off. Speed 400 miles. Gather, set off. Boom, boom, boom. The engine started, and the ground was covered with dust. All the cars received the order and started to move forward. The cars with upgraded third-level serrated wheels were arranged to drive to the front of the car formation. 30,000 cars, under the restriction of the leader car, drove within a 10-kilometer range centered on Wei Huan, forming a huge convoy. The length of the convoy also extended to a distance of 10 kilometers, and there was a high-level car leading the way. Looking at it this way, it was really imposing and vigorous. After driving forward for more than 20 minutes, most people gradually calmed down. After all, in such a huge convoy, even if someone said that the position flow was not safe, the sense of security was still very high. Besides, with so many people, how did they know that the dark beast would appear on their side? After some people relaxed, they also communicated with their teammates. I heard that the third-level road is hilly, and the trees here cannot be cut down. If they are all flattened, they will be repaired the next day. So this is why the upgraded third-level sawtooth car is arranged to go in the front. I saw it. Was the tree pushed down? Someone pointed to the giant tree that was falling on the Nguang mountain in front, and shouted loudly. Boom! Crunch! Swish! The car in the front row had a ferocious sawtooth shape on the outside of the car, just like the teeth of a giant beast. When it was pushed and leaned against the tree trunk, the tree it bit was as fragile as foam. Just a slight touch turned it into a pile of tree debris and scattered on the ground. Then, the wheels behind him were ruthlessly crushed. A dense forest was like a giant hand holding a clipper pushing through the hair, revealing a large piece of scalp. Bald. Even if there were rocks blocking the way, the power of the third-level vehicle exterior kit could not stop it for a moment. Behind him was a rolling torrent of densely packed chariots, carrying the momentum of crushing everything, rumbling forward. It was this hilly land, with jagged rocks, and wherever it passed, it seemed as if 3 inches of skin were scraped off. This way of advancing was the official standard tactic. The main focus was on a steady and safe approach. At least before the dark beast appeared, this method was the safest, giving the people in the marching team a sense of security. However, soon, as expected, wandering monsters appeared. And they were in groups. More than 50 vehicles with upgraded primary intelligent AI and map scanning were arranged in front as reconnaissance vehicles and pilot vehicles. At this time, messages were sent back one after another. 12,392.9848. A small group of about 35 people was found on the left, and the report is complete. 12,392.9848. After reporting, the intelligent butler also pointed out the location of the coordinates on the map. The role of intermediate intelligent AI in the challenge world has gradually become important as the situation changes. It is no longer as simple as automatic driving and managing the upgrade of in-vehicle accessories. Especially in such military operations, it has become an important auxiliary function that cannot be replaced. After the major legions completed the sorting, the first thing they did was to upgrade the system of the highest command vehicle to the highest level they could achieve. Only in this way can the battle network and intelligence network of the entire human race be extended and spread out. The gentle female voice of the intelligent housekeeper seemed a little cold and murderous at this moment. Reported accurately. Confirmed, 33 blood-sucking mosquito groups at 12,392.9848 coordinates, 33 seconds, 32 seconds to contact the front troops. The route is moving in front, and a battle reminder is issued. Confirm the battle reminder. As the intelligent housekeeper's reminders continued, all the leader cars, elite cars, excellent cars, and so on that had registered and established contacts with it. As long as they could confirm the contact, all of them popped up a message called leader car notification in their private chat channels. The first battle after the convoy set off began in this intensive manner. Wave 1 stood in the driver's seat, supporting the operating table with both hands. Outside the car, an eyeball the size of a basketball was flying forward. His eyes opened and closed. The green flame deep in his left eye suddenly ignited. Chapter 79. The smart butler switched to the war system at this time, accurately determining the current position and mission of each vehicle, and issuing accurate notifications. The convoy that was about to face the group of vampire mosquito wandering monsters head-on received a countdown to open fire. The convoys that were traveling on both sides and might be involved in the battle were notified to prepare for battle. Even the convoys far away from the battle group received notifications that a battle was about to take place at a certain coordinate. If the AI level of other vehicles was not too low, they could not receive too complex video maps, etc. It is not impossible for all leader vehicles to share vision. But even so, the role that the intermediate AI can play in this battle is too much. All leader vehicles and elite vehicles performing important tasks can understand the battle situation in the distance through text descriptions on their own vehicles. Including Mu Zhong and Mu Cousin, as commanders of important centers, they grasped all the information at the first time. Of course, all the information was not as detailed as Wei Huan. After all, His Ghost Crow army was fully dispatched. When the countdown reached 10 seconds, Cousin Moo, who was participating in a war for the first time and was exposed to this level of battle, looked at Wei Huan a little nervously. He saw their driver standing in the command position, with his back straight and his head held high, looking at the battle screen in front of him with a very calm look, even a little relaxed. Such a posture surprised him. As far as he knew, Wei Huan was just an ordinary sophomore student before entering the challenge world, even if his father relied on the Gong group to form a second-rate team. But no matter how you look at his experience, he is not a leader who can remain calm in the face of danger and control the lives of tens of thousands of people in such a battlefield. But this glance calmed down Moo's panic. The calmness of a true leader also comforted him. Yes, this was just the initial and smallest battle. With the ability of the car captain, he had already experienced a bigger battle than this. In terms of knowledge and indifference, he is far behind. So just calm down and wait for orders. In such a war, whether it is growing together or becoming a god in one battle, it is what he expects, and the glory created with an excellent leader. After a deep look, Moo's cousin retracted his gaze, stopped looking around, and only focused on his work. But he didn't see that the next second after he retracted his gaze, Wei Huan's left eye suddenly burned with a green flame. He not only gained a global perspective through the Ghost Crow. At this moment, he also ignited the vision sharing with the Lord of the Magic Eye. As his vision opened up, he also saw from the sky, as if he were there in person, the first encounter between the team he led and the monster in this assessment. This is a hill with a height of no more than 50 meters, and a length of about 1 kilometer. With the highest point of the hill as the boundary, one side is covered with white vehicles, densely packed, and no grass grows wherever it passes, winding all the way to a kilometer away. On the other side, in the dense forest, a group of half-meter-sized blood-sucking mosquitoes have already noticed the movements of the human army, and are flexibly and quickly shuttling towards the team. Neither side has the consciousness of avoiding. The wandering monsters have no fear. Their purpose of existence is to attack every vehicle and human they see. And humans, if they want to win and survive, must step over their broken bodies and paint this road red with blood. Buzz 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 3, 2, 1. Fire! The two sides of the battle ignited scarlet smoke at the command of the intelligent AI. The alloy arrow tower turned into the sharpest weapon, and dense arrows fell from the sky like rain. Puff! 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 The blood-sucking mosquito was penetrated from the front, through its throat and stomach, and finally drilled out from the tail hook and nailed to the ground. The notorious blood-sucking mosquitoes on the third-level highway, a group of wandering monsters that can only be defeated if a single vehicle encounters them. They were almost wiped out by just one round of concentrated fire from the convoy. Looking at those ugly mosquitoes, strung together like roasted insects, they died in pieces. The convoy was the first to cheer. So cool! One round of concentrated fire. Oh my god! This is the power of the group. Ha ha ha! Eat your grandfather's big gun. Heal you! Heal you! A small victory brought a different atmosphere, and the chat room was full of congratulations. The remaining dozen or so blood-sucking mosquitoes that escaped the net did not even make a splash, and were completely eliminated in the second round of concentrated fire. The convoy did not stop for a moment, just like crushing a peanut, rolling torrents, ruthlessly moving forward again. It's just that this time the atmosphere of the convoy in this area has become much more excited and radical. Some cars even planned to bypass the pilot car and drive to the front. There were also people who were bragging in the chat room. I'm late. Are there any mosquitoes for me to kill? My sentry tower has not been opened since it was upgraded to level 3, so I'm going to sacrifice the blood of mosquitoes and draw my sword today. The battlefield style of concentrated fire is still interesting. A small group of monsters is obviously not enough to kill. Let's go for a bigger one next time. Ha! With our firepower, even if we come to a large tribe, we can kill it in 3 rounds. The chat room was lively, and everyone was discussing the battle just now. Wei Huan didn't pay attention, his eyes had already moved to the other side. Another group of wandering monsters was found. About 40 ghost-faced spiders formed a gloomy and terrifying web in the forest in front, making the large forest dark and twisted. As early as half a minute ago, the Ghost Crow had reported this situation to Wei Huan. The flying speed of the Demon Eye Monarch was relatively slow, and Wei Huan was still on the way over, so he didn't open his vision. However, at this moment, the reconnaissance vehicle sent out also discovered the abnormality from a distance and reported the situation to the leader vehicle in time. The leader vehicle immediately sent the message to Wei Huan's command vehicle. War system made a mark on the map. War System made an analysis based on the intelligence obtained. The Ghostface Spider's weakness is fire. It is recommended to use the Flame Arrow Tower to attack. The Ghostface Spider's territory is 5 minutes away from us, and there is enough preparation time. Is this the best choice? Wei Huan's eyes opened and closed, and the Lord of the Magic Eye arrived at the Ghostface Spider's territory, and his vision finally connected. He looked down from a high place, glanced at the endless territory, and asked, "What is the loss of the convoy passing through the fire? How much higher is the loss of the Flame Arrow Tower than the ordinary Arrow Tower? Confirm whether the supplies are sufficient." 3 seconds later, the War System gave a reply. "Report to the captain. Passing through the flames will only cause less than 10% damage to our leading vehicle. The Flame Arrow Tower is an optional mode for the second-level Arrow Tower, and the damage is the same as the third-level basic Alloy Arrow Tower. At present, our energy reserves are known to complete 32 battles of similar level. 32 games." But Wei Huan frowned when he heard it. Mu Zhong also turned his head and said, "This is just the beginning. If you want to lead so many people to the end, it will take more than 32 battles. We must save energy." Wei Huan asked, "System, alternative plan, I remember that Jiayang and others are over there." Jiayang's vehicle is 4 kilometers away, acting as a left-wing escort. It will take 3 minutes to reach the target. Notify them to go to the Ghostface Spider territory, together with the convoy, set fire to the mountain, attack with ordinary alloy arrows, and flatten all the trees. "Yes." Wei Huan's firm confidence made Cousin Mu look at him sideways again. After all, not everyone has the confidence to refute the optimal solution given by the War System. But Wei Huan still used an indescribable intuition, as if it was experience, and denied it at the first time. "It's okay to use fire attack, but what should we do if the energy is insufficient due to excessive consumption? These are not 100 or 1,000 vehicles, but more than 20,000 vehicles. Once 1/10 of the vehicles are insufficient in energy, no matter how powerful Wei Huan is, he can't afford the energy for so many vehicles. This kind of thinking is absolutely impossible to appear in a person who has never been on the battlefield and has never commanded a war. Perhaps this is genius." Mu Cousin felt a little ashamed for reminding Wei Huan to apply for a good staff officer. He was too short-sighted. Of course, Wei Huan didn't know that in this short period of time, Cousin Mu had gone through so many twists and turns in his mind because of the excessive tension of the war. In fact, Wei Huan really had no experience in commanding such a battle. It's just that he had seen it, participated in it personally, and participated in it many times. Afterwards, he would review it, think about it, understand it, and imagine what the leaders were thinking. There was such a process, even if he was not a natural general, but now he is. After all, even the current major legion commanders have not seen the decisive battle between the dark beasts and humans, the scene of the mountains and rivers being destroyed, right? Only those who have set foot on that battlefield can see the real world and master the situation that others cannot understand. In front of Wei Huan, such a war scene is nothing. Seen it. Calm. It's just that such a tragic experience is better not to have it. Wei Huan has rarely recalled the last moment before his rebirth recently. Too desperate, too dark. If he wants to change all this, he must forget the past. He must also work hard to break this predetermined outcome. Therefore, even if this level 3 assessment is very unexpected and so bad in every aspect, but Wei Huan still hopes to be able to take all these people out. To change the predetermined outcome of the world, isn't it just to break through these little things, big and small, until it is completely overturned in the end? This time, he must win. Wei Huan's eyes opened and closed, and the green flame jumped in his left eye, reflecting the butterfly ear bone clip on his left side, burning a cold but firm look. It was as if a ball of fire was burning continuously, trying to ignite the sky. Leader card notification. Left wing 13, 14, 15 teams are about to enter the Ghostface Spider territory. 14 teams start war mode. 13, 15 teams are ready for battle. Leader card notification. Battle countdown, 30 seconds, 31 seconds. The car was driven even further outside the number 1 team, almost completely out of the position team's black graffiti car. Su Qingqian was yawning, and wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. Yesterday, I hurriedly got the notice to get on the car, and when I got on the car, I had to wait for the assembly. As a result, I didn't sleep all night and started the boring wing protection mission. For bounty hunters, who are used to being free and undisciplined, it was really a bit boring. Fighting is more spirited than this. Su Qingqiang drove the primary AI automatic driving, and while talking, he unconsciously touched the plate at hand. As a result, he found nothing and his face fell. Where are my skewers? Who ate my skewers? Lin Su said. Didn't you eat them all? I can't even look at them. Who dares to eat them? Did I really eat them all? Yes, I ate them all. Otherwise, I checked the surveillance to see how you eat them one bite after another. Heh. Su Qingqiang smiled awkwardly. The rest of the broken car is not good, but the chef is pretty good. Otherwise, when we leave, let's tie up the chef. He's a second-level thief. If you hold him with one hand, he won't dare to resist. What can Lin Su and Zhou Yong say? Their necks are still being pinched by Wei Huan, and they want to pinch the chef's neck. What a dream. But Brother Chang's words can't be ignored. The two brothers looked at each other, and it was Lin Su who said, Brother Chang, you don't seem to be hungry recently? When Su Qingqiang talked about this, a dark light flashed in his eyes. That's right. He didn't think that Wei Huan's undead would be on his menu, and the edible effect was very good. Lin Su nodded, and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Zhou Yong on the side. Brother Chang, the map shows that a ruin was found. The scanning radius of the primary eye is 300 meters. After detecting and marking it, it can almost be seen by the eyes. Su Qingqiang and Lin Su looked to the left at the same time, and saw a black cave sunken into the ground. The cave is very conspicuous. Although it is in the forest, it seems to be for you to see it at a glance. Lin Su and Zhou Yong's faces have revealed greedy eyes. This looks like a worm ruins, a very low-level ruins. I'm so lucky that I got free equipment on the third-level highway. The silver treasure chest on the third-level highway is not easy, but with Brother Chang here, there will be no problem. Didn't Brother Chang just say that he was a little hungry? My strength has also increased recently, and I will definitely be able to help today. I go too. Let's go. Brother Chang will open the box. Go to hell. However, just when the two were talking heatedly, rolling up their sleeves and exposing their arms, and were about to drive the car over to do a lot of work, Su Qingqiang beat them back with one sentence. Don't you see what time it is? You are making trouble. You dig the ruins yourself. Do you want to die? But Lin Su hesitated for a moment, sat back and stopped talking. Zhou Yong was a little unwilling. The worm ruins, the most rubbish ruins on the third-level highway, also dropped silver treasure chests. If we don't open it, we may not meet it later. Su Qingqiang turned to look at him. Zhou Yong lowered his voice. Besides, we were not sent to this edge to be used. We dig what we want. At this speed, we can catch up at any time after we finish digging. Okay. Su Qingqiang waved his hand. I, Su Qingqiang, am stupid, but not stupid enough to be brainless. This is a military operation. What's wrong with me acting alone? At my age, I am being pointed at and scolded for being unorganized and undisciplined. Can you help me? Let's talk about it later. Su Qingqiang pointed to the bipolar device on the operating table. This thing is connected to the signal of the car over there. As soon as I stop here, they will get a signal over there. Zhou Yong usually spends money most lavishly. He is the poorest among his brothers. Seeing money, but not being able to get it is like asking for his life. Looking at the bipolar device again at this moment, it was like the murderer of his mother was furious. When this mission is completed, go out and smash it. Lin Su pursed his lips, his eyes wandering between the two people, hesitant to speak. What? Su Qingqiang saw it, and asked him while puffing out cigarettes. Lin Su thought about it, and shook his head. Nothing. As they spoke, they finally drove past the ruins of the earthworm. For bounty hunters, passing the treasure mountain without exploring is simply the biggest torture. The three people in the car were silent for a long time. Until the good news came again in the chat room. The convoy successfully passed the Ghostface Spider territory. Passing through was expected. It would be too ridiculous if a convoy of more than 30,000 people could not even kill a small wandering monster territory. Not to mention that this is a complete convoy. There are 4-level main leader vehicles. There are so many 3-level leader vehicles, and the ones in front are also elite vehicles with their own development. Such a team, as long as they don't encounter the Dark Beast team, theoretically can push all the way to the finish line. But after each battle, the victory will still stimulate the atmosphere in the team, and it will become better and better. There are more and more praises in the chat room. Just now, when the flames emitted by the fire spirit fellow covered the entire forest, my scalp exploded. Sometimes I have to thank the advent of the challenge world, which has turned my unchanging life into a dreamlike and bizarre life. I can actually see such magic power with my own eyes one day. The fire attack Ghostface Spider is simply a king bomb. Their spider webs are useless. They only need a little spark to burn them in pieces. Focus. I love concentration. Concentration is the best. Although, the feeling of everyone acting together is still very cool. Su Qingqiang saw this, and made a tsk sound. He didn't say anything, but just put the cigarette butt into the ashtray at hand, and extinguished it with force. The smoke curled up, trying to roll out the last smoky rime. Su Qingqiang moved his nose, and a faint green totem spread from the depths of his collar. At the same time, there were more bloodshot on the whites of his eyes. He said hoarsely, "Why are you suddenly hungry?" Lin Su and Zhou Yong were startled when they heard this familiar word, and they simultaneously turned their attention back from the chat room. Then they heard Su Qingqiang say, "I seem to smell something delicious." At this moment, Wei Huan's vision had long moved away from the territory of the ghost-faced spider. Although the ghost-faced spider is very powerful in constructing battlefields, once it falls into their spider web trap, even a level 3 vehicle will be hard to escape. But the premise is to panic and fall into the trap. Under the premise of knowing the habits of the ghost-faced spider and its weaknesses, this battlefield has never entered Wei Huan's eyes. Since it is a battle that must be won, let others focus on it. As the highest commander of the battlefield, although Wei Huan is taking on this important task for the first time, he also knows that his eyes must be placed further away. The monster group detected in advance by the reconnaissance vehicle only needs to fight in a conventional way. Even if he does not command himself, Mu Zhong and the captains of other leader vehicles are enough to complete this intensity of command. What Wei Huan must guard against is the Dark Beast Special Operations Team and some other emergencies. For example, those wandering monsters that suddenly refresh in the forest. The obstacles set by the challenge world for human challengers are not difficult to explain. There are only 4 types in total: wandering monsters, treasure box monsters, treasure monsters, and ruins monsters. The difficulty of these 4 types of monsters will increase according to the order of their names. So the wandering monsters in the simplest sequence are essentially just trouble for humans early. On the way forward, set up wandering monster groups to block the way. Since this plan was easily destroyed, the challenge world is not given for nothing, and it will also be adjusted and changed according to the actual situation. For example, at this moment, Wei Huan received a message from the ghost crow in his head. The square where the leader car number 3 was located, when the convoy was traveling through a valley, the ground suddenly fell into a huge deep pit. 300 cars fell into it, and were attacked and entangled by the earthworms. Here they come. Perhaps they really passed by the nest of the earthworms. But Wei Huan thought that this was a means of restriction to challenge the world. A batch of earthworms were airdropped just to create trouble for them. When Wei Huan's vision arrived there, more than 300 vehicles had been entangled by more than 500 giant earthworm-like earthworms, and were about to be submerged in the mud and sand. The battlefield was a mess. It was originally a mob of scattered sand gathered together. It was easy to deal with a favorable situation, but once it encountered such an unfavorable situation, the scene was in chaos. Some vehicles showed their weapons outside the vehicle, and shot everywhere regardless of anything. The arrows shot by the arrow tower did not kill a single earthworm, but attacked the car next to it. There were also those who felt that their vehicle's attack power was insufficient, and they left the vehicle one after another, and used their professional abilities to fight directly. There were peasant sequence warriors everywhere, and occasionally there would be some real soldiers, who would rush forward together to kill an earthworm. But there were also fragile thieves who had just paid a wave of bursts, and before they could take a breath to recover, they were suddenly rolled up by the earthworms that drilled out from the ground and dragged underground. A dancer stood on the car and danced. A circle of teammates around him emitted blue light, and their combat power suddenly increased. There were also praying people surrounded and protected by a group of people. Everyone shouted while fighting, "Add blood! Add blood!" The hunter sequence and the Wise sequence were relatively calm on such a battlefield. Their long-range attacks can help their compatriots when necessary. Of course, if they sense danger, they will run the fastest. Wei Huan paid special attention to 2 very rare sequences, the gardener sequence. The core profession of the gardener sequence is druid. You can strengthen yourself by transforming, and you worship the spirit of nature. It is worth mentioning that Wei Huan knew that Yen State had a professional training ground for druids' natural forest in his previous life. In other words, Yen State theoretically had a druid who was promoted to level 6, but until the end of that battle, this druid did not appear. But at this moment, there are 2 druids on this battlefield. A druid transformed into a war bear, with a strong physique and a gray-black body. He turned into a 5-meter giant bear, fighting 5 earthworms alone, very brave. On the other side, 5 meters behind his battlefield, there was a yellow tree man, about 1 meter tall. Its feet were planted on the ground, and the branches on both sides of the trunk were like its arms, and there was a green crown on its head. When it raised its arms and shook its head, green light would fall on the big bear, and the damaged fur on the big bear would be restored to its original state. Druid bear. And Druid tree man. It also includes Druid falcon, Druid killer whale, and Druid wolf, a total of 5 forms. Chapter 80. Until Sequence 3, when Druid is opened, this sequence can directly transform into these 5 forms. Flying in the sky, running on the ground, swimming in the water, fighting and healing. 5 Druids can form a complete combat formation to perform various battlefield tasks. The Druid sequence is in the south of Asham, and there are more awakened. The diversity of functions makes them very useful on the battlefield. When the challenge world just came, Asham dominated the global military for a period of time with the help of the Druid sequence. However, I don't know if it is because of the lack of professional training grounds. Or maybe the Druid is too jack of all trades and lacks a top panel. Soon, it became lonely again. There are not many Druids in Yen country. At least for now, the awakening rate is less than 3%, which is only slightly more than the criminal sequence. However, Wei Huan used this method to watch the scene of 2 Druids fighting in a team, which was still very novel. Tree men can perform battlefield healing, although it is only continuous recovery, but sometimes on the battlefield, a trace of blood may save a life. Moreover, tree men can achieve a 200% healing effect on other Druids, who also believe in the spirit of nature. His eyes stayed on the position of the 2 Druids for a while. When he turned his eyes away, he saw a gray shadow suddenly appear on the battlefield. This gray shadow was like a misty smoke, and as light as a willow in the wind. When it whistled past him, it seemed like a relaxed chuckle. But the next second, the blood flower had already collapsed in front of his eyes. The blood was like a gem, shining brightly in the sun. In the blink of an eye, it was like a beautiful scene of falling petals. The tough body of the earthworm turned into ashes, and the black butterfly wings burned and fell in front of the eyes, scattered all over the ground. Too fast, too beautiful, wherever the green smoke passed, it was like a lit firework, and all the earthworms broke apart and became shapeless. In the blink of an eye, almost all the sandworms in the pit were killed instantly. It was Shadowless. Shadowless of the Gambler Sequence 4. Following Go's step, the Shadowless of the Sequence 4 not only has stronger explosive power, but also a larger range of movement. This kind of earthworms, mainly 2nd level and occasionally 3rd level, can be killed instantly with her high explosive power. When the green smoke dissipated, a woman in tight black clothes, holding 2 daggers, flashed back to a white car with red flags graffiti. She never showed her face, but left an unforgettable figure. This is a leader in a leader's car. She took action. Her action easily reversed the situation. This is exactly the ability that a leader must have. Not counting the 3 cars on Wei Huan's side, there are a total of 8 leader cars. Or a high-end 3rd level car, or perhaps a 4th level professional. In short, the reason why the leader car is called a leader car is that it must have the strength to suppress a battlefield. This is also the reason why Wei Huan did not take action immediately after discovering the battle situation. On the battlefield, everyone has his own mission. The leader car must do it. When such troubles arise, solve the problem smoothly. The captain of car number 3 has finished the battle, and the ground worm has been solved. This female Wuing obviously didn't know that Wei Huan saw the scene with his own eyes. After returning to the car, he immediately reported the battle situation. Wei Huan nodded. Well done. His words were directly transformed into text through the war system and sent to the opposite side's projection screen. Then Wei Huan continued, pay attention to rest and concealment. Cars 2 and 4 will approach you. Please adjust as soon as possible. The other side was obviously a little surprised. Wei Huan seemed to know what she had done and actually replied, how did you know? But Wei Huan did not answer. Now is not the time to chat. He knows that the sequence of gamblers is really powerful, but also really fragile. Shadowless, who just used up his ultimate move, needs time to adjust, otherwise he will not be able to go to the battlefield later. Moreover, the next battle will only be more intensive, fighting, resting, fighting again, and resting again. 10 days of fatigue are enough to make everyone collapse. Of course. If it can be as Wei Huan expects, this assessment will become simpler. I hope. Wei Huan muttered to himself. He had his own ideas, but before the trip, he could not be sure that this plan would work. But for now, the ability he possesses, and the most suitable tactics are still the position flow. The whole screen is full of your combat intelligence. So annoying, this is a public channel, we in Group A also need to communicate, okay? What's wrong with you suddenly being so irritable? Is it because Sister Lu is not happy with the driving? Sister Lu has slowed down. She has been running for more than an hour, and has driven 2,000 miles to slow down. It's still lively over there. I regret going to your side. So what's the situation with Group A? Did Sister Lu also use the position flow? Hey, I wonder if the group of people who shouted happily before have a pain in their faces? Chi Jialu Group. Half a day has passed. As early as 2 hours ago, this half of the convoy had slowed down. Chi Jialu is not a special profession, but a very common wise sequence. But she was favored by the god of time, and she awakened the magic of time at sequence 3, mastering elements other than the common 5 elements magic. When she advanced to sequence 4, she became a time master. If she only carried vehicles in a small range and moved quickly together, Chi Jialu's ability could continue. But a convoy stretching 10 kilometers was still a bit too much. After she drove the convoy for an hour and a half, she completely slowed down. However, Chi Jialu was a woman who liked speed, and she knew how much she could do within her ability. So after slowing down, Chi Jialu still kept moving forward at a speed of 500 miles per hour. And she had only one requirement for the vehicles following her. 500 miles per hour, can't keep up with me. 500 miles per hour is the speed of a second-level vehicle. In her opinion, a vehicle that dares to sign up for the third-level highway assessment can't even meet the most basic second-level mid-range vehicle. What is the point of the assessment? Just waiting to be led by the big boss. Sorry, the big boss won't lead, and the big boss is afraid of being dragged to death. Chi Jialu has been operating on the second-level highway for 5 years, and the number of bounty hunters attached to her is close to 1,000. She has been deeply involved in the 1008 district, and the surrounding 1007, 1009, and 1010 districts are all her territory. It can be said that those who are mixed in the second-level highway have heard of Sister Lu's name. Sister Lu is beautiful enough, Sister Lu is strong enough, and Sister Lu is ruthless enough. Chi Jialu issued a notice that cars that are less than 500 miles can go by themselves, and the world channel exploded. After all, half of the 70,000-person team just want to fish in troubled waters, thinking that they have predicted others' predictions. Obviously, they were not strong enough, but they entered the assessment road to their own death. Now they were not willing to be abandoned. The chat room cursed them badly. But so what? Chi Jialu continued to drive forward with the cars that met the requirements. She didn't even look at those who couldn't keep up. So the army convoy that originally looked magnificent and grand turned into a long line of smoke without knowing when. In the second half, it gradually became like a stray car. Some cars even drove in the wrong direction and crashed into the hills that had not been cleared. There was no trace, and no one knew whether they could get out. Some cars drove halfway, and suddenly the ground sank, and the ground worms turned out and rolled the car under the hole. In the chat room, calls for help were heard from time to time. But such calls disappeared without even a ripple in the stormy information. Death is normal in the challenge world. It's just that everyone is unwilling and wants to live. Therefore, even if they knew someone was left behind and someone was asking for help, many people only felt pity for a few seconds, and then immediately felt lucky that they were not the ones who died. The car continued to drive forward. Follow the leader car closely. Although the leader car may not be able to protect itself in front of the dark beast, as long as it does not fall behind, there will always be someone around to help when danger comes. However, for many cars, it is too difficult to keep up with the main group. Even if some cars reach a speed of 500 miles, because there is no intelligent driving installed, the driver cannot concentrate and keep driving. Falling behind unknowingly. Falling behind without knowing it. Then cursing and roaring in despair. Until, boom, the ground collapsed, and the wandering monster, the earthworm, poked its body out of the cave again, and its huge body tightly wrapped around the car and pulled it down. Help! No! No! I don't want to die. Soon after, the car door was opened from the outside, and a tall and thin young man, wearing a black iron mask on his face, poked his head out to take a look. He looked at the miserable situation in the car indifferently, pressed the headset, and said, "Report, the driver here has died, and no rescue personnel have been found." After the young man finished reporting, he closed the door again. Before leaving, he muttered, "You don't even bring a teammate, you are really here to mess around." The configuration in the car can be seen at a glance. In fact, it barely reached the level of a second-level medium-sized car. But even if your own strength is sufficient, and the vehicle level is sufficient, don't ignore the benefits of teamwork during the assessment process. What a pity. The young man said this, but the expression in his eyes was not that regretful. After all, he had seen too much along the way, and was already very numb. Besides, if it really doesn't work, Wouldn't it be good to be an ordinary person in Blue Star? Living simply is also a kind of happiness. The young man was agile. After crawling out of the cave, he jumped into a car next to the cave. This is a white minivan. But on both sides of the car, there are 2 Yin country flags graffitied. This is a leader car. The leader car that goes against the current and comes back to rescue the stragglers. Beside this leader car, there are already more than 1,000 cars gathered. They are crowded together and spread over 2 hills. The windows were open, and pairs of eyes were watching, fearing that they would lose the trace of the car. Before getting in the car, the young man shouted, "We still have to search back. You can continue to go forward and catch up with other leader cars, or you can go to Section B, where there is a position flow, and you will be welcome to join. Don't follow us, we still have to go back." The young man's voice spread far, but it was almost useless. These abandoned challengers are like vines that have lost their ability to survive, and can only entangle and rely on the strong to survive. The young man returned to the car, and the leader car continued to drive back, searching for challengers along the way, as long as they were not too far away from the main group, and tried to rescue them. The other cars followed them back. Group A, where Sister Lu was neatly divided into 2 parts. In addition to Sister Lu's main leader car and her own elite cars, the official only had 2 leader cars following him. The remaining 6 leader cars all turned back. Reintegrate the team. But after this round trip, these lagging a team was not much faster than the B team next door, which was advancing in a positional flow in army style. Especially when the news of victory after victory sounded again and again in the chat room. This made some people who thought they had taken advantage of the situation and were arrogant and proud of their ridicule, ashamed for a long time. The positional flow also has its advantages. The official has used it for so many years, and the reason why it didn't work in the past 2 years is that it was targeted by the Dark Beast. This time we gathered so suddenly, the Dark Beast might not have received the news. Maybe it would be safer to join the positional flow of Group B. At least, we don't have to worry about being abandoned or encountering stray monsters. After calming down, many challengers who were lagging behind in Group A began to think about this problem. Besides, since they dared to divide the battlefield into 2 groups, A and B. Group A has a big guy like Chi Jiaolu to keep the scene, so Group B should also have a big guy. It's just that the big guy in Group B is following the rules, and has not yet reached the point where he can take action, so he can't hear the wind. Could it be Big Boss Peng Zheng? Yes, I also heard that Big Boss Peng Zheng has already said that he will participate in this assessment and bid for it with a clear price. Yes, I also heard that the highest number of passing places was sold for 100 million, and I heard that you can get on Big Boss Peng Zheng's car. So what you mean is that Mr. Peng Zheng has been recruited by the authorities? The 5th hour after the assessment began. We started at 6 a.m., and now it has been 5 hours. The steady position flow Group B has also advanced 2,000 kilometers without realizing it. It was close to lunchtime, but the convoy did not stop, and did not stop when it encountered ruins. Naturally, elite cars were arranged to explore. Ordinary challengers cannot explore ruins unless they want to fall behind. The position flow is a bottom-line tactic, and only 80% of the progress needs to be completed at the end. Predecessors have tested that at a speed of 400 miles, you cannot explore ruins. You have already sought official protection, and you still want supplies. Isn't it greedy? All supplies, if you want them, you have to use points to buy them. If you don't have enough points, you can barter, and if that doesn't work, you can still use Blue Star coins. The authorities also have bottom lines that cannot be trampled. During the march, even going to the toilet was a rush. But no one complained about the hardship, tiredness, or unbearableness. Chi Jiaolu from Group A served as a control group for Group B. Knowing that falling behind would really lead to abandonment, many people fell silent. You chose the road yourself, and you applied for the assessment yourself. No matter how hard it is, it will only take 10 days. You have to grit your teeth and stick to it. You can't really die here. At noon, everyone ate lunch in the car one after another. Those with teammates took turns driving and chatting for a while. After getting used to this marching speed, everyone relaxed. From time to time, in the chat room, you can still see some remarks that are not related to the current war situation. Just passed by a war ruins, and saw several high-end cars parked at the door, and they have taken photos. Why don't you let us participate in the development? I didn't say that I would definitely not let you, but you can try to park. Come, let me see who dares to stop the car to explore the treasure chest, and I will give you a song to wish you peace. The chat room relaxed, and the march did not seem so difficult. Some people even started to shout, "Thank you, Mr. Peng Zheng, you are the hero in my heart. I don't know who said the first sentence, but when everyone reacted, the screen was full of Peng Zheng's name. Thank you, Mr. Peng Zheng, you are a hero. Thank you, Mr. Peng Zheng, thank you. Some people in the chat room did not understand and asked a few questions. Some people thought they knew everything, so they replied, of course, it's because the leader car of Group B is Mr. Peng Zheng. You are in the team now, don't you even know who is the main leader car? Some people were happy immediately, and then lined up to follow. Thank you very much, Mr. Peng Zheng. Excited? It's really Mr. Peng Zheng. I didn't expect to get a ride on Mr. Peng's car one day. Mr. Peng, can I go and join you? My level 3 car is still useful. Can you tell me your coordinates? When there were more comments like this, and the entire chat room was filled with only Mr. Peng Zheng's name. People who knew the truth were puzzled. The two girls, who had been following Wei Huan's car because they had a geographical advantage at the beginning, lost their appetite after seeing this news. The girl with the bald head couldn't help but speak in the chat channel. What does it have to do with Peng Zheng? The leader of our Group B is clearly Mr. Wei Huan. In fact, they were not the only ones who told the truth. There were many challengers who saw Wei Huan summon the undead with their own eyes. They were able to get here smoothly, which was obviously the credit of leader Wei Huan. Why did they let Peng Zheng, who has not even seen his shadow, snatch it away? What the hell is Peng Zheng? A greedy hyena, auctioning the quota of leading people through the customs. How could a guy who has not even seen his shadow receive such praise? It's a pity that these few people are really too few. Amid the series of voices thanking Peng Zheng, all the information about the name Wei Huan said by the two girls disappeared without even being seen by themselves. The girl with the ponytail had red eyes. Peng Zheng is the head of the mercenaries. How can he be so kind to lead the team? Even Qi Jiaolu left half of the people to fend for themselves. Only our great country and our powerful army can lead us, the scum, to pass the customs together. These people thank the mercenary leader and the bounty boss, but not our official leader car. What kind of people are they? The girl with the ball sighed, but she was calmer than her companions. She analyzed, because more than 80% of the people here are old challengers who stayed on the secondary highway in previous years. At least including our class, and the college students who were selected 2 years ago, most of them are still studying in school, and we were not asked to enter the challenge world for adventure. Do you know what this means? The companion shook his head. The girl with the ball said, it represents the young people who believe in Wei Huan's strength. The number is too small, and the voice is too small. And these old people who are stuck on the secondary highway have been listening to the rumors of these bandits and bullies until today. They would rather believe that the old boss can protect them. The companion thought about it and nodded. Yes, people are always willing to believe what they think they know better. The girl with the ball said, so, this may be the reason why Boss Wei has not spoken out. If we can temporarily use Peng Zheng's name to form a preliminary cohesion, and then make a splash in a crucial occasion, we can easily become the focus of attention and seize the real leadership. Is it so complicated? Her companions really didn't expect the deeper meaning. The girl with the ball head thought carefully and nodded. I think so. Battlefield command is an art. It's not that anyone can stand up and call for 100 responses. And our boss Wei has the ability and strategy. He is hiding his strength and biding his time by pretending to be a tiger. He is making plans before taking action. I am very optimistic about Boss Wei's move. It is super stable. That's true. If it were me, I would have been shouting and wishing the whole world could hear my voice. So why did Boss Wei marry so young? Yes, it's a pity. Why did he marry so young? Such a man is very suitable for fantasy. Look at Boss Wei, then look at the classmates around him, hum. They are all a bunch of arrogant kids. The two girls are indeed good girlfriends, who have adventures together. When they said this, they both held their chins and looked at the low-key, luxurious and connotative level 4 car not far ahead. It was as if their eyes had penetrated the car body and saw the imposing man inside. Another 4 hours passed. The continuous advancement time has reached 9 hours. Some people who are not strong enough have indeed reached their limits. And there are still many people who take the assessment alone, without teammates and without intelligent driving. Some cars began to fall behind, and once they fell behind, they nervously typed SOS in the chat room. Wei Huan heard Mu Zhong's report. The leader's vehicles reported that the lagging rate has reached about 2%, and there is still 3% to the warning line, so we can continue to move forward. Wei Huan glanced at the time. There were still 2 hours and 45 minutes before the dark of the challenge world. 2% of 30,000 people, less than 1,000 people, plus there may be 2 people in a team, so the number of lagging vehicles is not that many. At least in Wei Huan's opinion, such a loss ratio is completely bearable. Of course, the importance of each person's life cannot be summarized by such a large number. It's just that now is not a peaceful era after all. On the march, during the war, especially this kind of group army's marching method, as long as there is no problem in the general direction, it is the right decision. Wei Huan respected those heroes who never gave up, but as a leader, he had to make choices. So, in the last moment of Mu Zheng's asking, Wei Huan nodded. We will rest at night, and notify them to catch up overnight. The logistics department will connect with them, and try to exchange materials, and improve vehicle performance. There are also teams with 1 person, and they must form a team, with 5 people on the 3rd level vehicle, and 2 people on the 2nd level vehicle. Wei Huan's order was very important, and Cousin Mu nodded. Yes, got it. It's time, and you still have this social phobia thing. Go to death if you are lonely. Just ask, is it more difficult to get along with people? Or is it harder to die? At this moment, Wei Huan's eyes fell on the message in the chat room. After reading the content clearly, Wei Huan was amused. It turned out that Peng Zheng, after several hours of continuous praise, couldn't help but give a response. Wei Huan didn't see the specific answer, but Peng Zheng's name was mentioned again in the chat room that had just eased a little. Ah! Boss Peng has spoken. Boss Peng has admitted it. Boss Peng is a low-key person, and he only admitted it now. Thank you Boss Peng for leading the team, you are my hero. Wei Huan. Mu Zhong's voice suddenly rang in my ears, and my eyes moved away from the projection screen to the side, and Mu Zhong's face appeared on the screen next to him. Yeah. Relax, Wei Huan responded lazily. Mu Zhong's eyelashes trembled, and then he said, Peng Zheng is testing us. It should be. No matter? It's not time yet. Okay, I understand. Chapter 81. Mu Zhong stopped talking and focused on his work. He lowered his eyes slightly, and was busy. His whole face was projected in front of Wei Huan. He forgot to quit. Wei Huan did not remind him, and let Mu Zhong's face occupy half of his vision. From time to time, his eyes would fall on his eyebrows and eyes, as well as the green earrings on his ears. In order to be strong and to survive, there are no taboos in the challenge world. Men wearing earrings are everywhere, even Wei Huan wears earrings. But it is true that only a very few men will not look weird after wearing emerald earrings like this. Wei Huan's eyes are always attracted by Mu Zhong's earrings, and he is distracted from time to time. He knows that this is not good, but he doesn't want to end it. Let's see what's wrong? On such a battlefield, as a decision maker, it is also a good thing to find something to relieve pressure. Just as Wei Huan was convincing himself, Mu Zhong, who lowered his eyes, suddenly said, Your projection screen is not turned off either. Did you know that? Wei Huan raised his eyebrows. Mu Zhong suddenly looked up and smiled brightly at Wei Huan. It feels good to be able to see you when I look up like this. This sense of relaxation makes me believe that our plan will definitely succeed. Wei Huan touched his nose. So should I turn it off or not? Boss, your coffee. Before noticing Lu Qingji coming over, Wei Huan chose to give up turning off Mu Zhong's projection screen. As the train captain and deputy train captain, and a well-known husband-husband combination, isn't it normal for them to have such a separate communication platform? Thank you, put it there. Wei Huan spoke. Lu Qingji held a cup of fragrant coffee in his hand, and placed it on Wei Huan's console, with some fruits and snacks next to it. Lu Qingji didn't know whether this assessment was difficult for others. But he knew that his job was to take good care of the bosses in the car, and do his best to relieve their fatigue through food. So far, Lu Qingji has done a good job. His meals were traded to other leader cars, and teammates' cars, through the auction house at noon. Everyone praised his cooking skills. After finishing these, Lu Qingji was about to leave, when he heard the war system ringing the alarm bell. The alarm echoed sharply in the cab, and the large screen that kept flashing red also made the car red and dark. Lu Qingji was frightened. The big guy, with his shoulders hunched, looked back and forth, and asked nervously, What's wrong? Then, he saw the red dot warning pop up on the map of the war system. And he added red and large land to remind, Attention! The movement of the Dark Beast team has been found. Attention! The movement of the Dark Beast team has been found. Hearing this, Lu Qingji stuttered and bit his tongue. The Dark Beast is coming? Finally coming. Who would have thought that as his voice fell, Boss Mu in the projection screen, and the boss beside him said the same thing at the same time. What? What finally came? Lu Qingji's brain was numb, and he had given up thinking. Wave 1 put down the coffee cup he had just picked up, sat up straight from his lazy posture, and issued an order. Full speed ahead, intercept the dark beast. Mu Zhong repeated. Full speed ahead, intercept the dark beast. Mu's cousin's eyes sparkled. Full speed ahead, intercept the dark beast. Sun Yiling followed at the same time. Go full speed ahead, intercept the dark beasts. Buzz. When the last command was repeated, Lu Qingji found that their vision began to rise. Originally, they were just walking in the middle of the convoy, floating about 1 meter above the ground, and in the blink of an eye, they flew into the sky, higher than all the cars and trees. When they rose higher, they seemed to hear a sound outside the car, like screaming, or something. But before Lu Qingji could really hear it clearly, a strong sense of pushing his back came over him, making him stagger and almost fall to the ground. After barely standing firm, Lu Qingji saw that he seemed to turn into light, and shuttled forward rapidly. What is this? Lu Qingji slowed down and finally calmed down. No, wait, aren't they just a few dark beasts? The boss's dark beast army is almost tens of thousands, and he has the achievement of dark beast nemesis on his head. Why was he so nervous just now? It's all because of this war system that was so startled. Butler. Wei Huan couldn't stand the flashing red light and ordered, keep it down. The war system seemed to be silent for a moment, then responded, received, Captain. As it responded, the red flash in the cab finally disappeared, leaving only the red dots of the enemy spreading on the projection map. The arrow representing our side was approaching the red dots of the enemy at a very fast speed. It was so fast that it was like launching a missile. The operation reminders of the war system kept jumping on the projection screen. Engine boost 70%, 80%, 90%. Boost 100%. Activate the bipolar device, boost 50%, 80%, 100%. Rocket thrusters, boost 80%, 100%. As the messages kept popping up, the countdown flashing on the virtual map was further shortened from 33 seconds to 20 seconds. After that, it stabilized. Countdown 18 seconds. Countdown 17 seconds. Countdown 6 seconds. Countdown 5 seconds. Braking. Countdown 5 seconds. Braking. Countdown 5 seconds. Lu Qingji forgot to leave, and stood there with his feet as if nails were stuck in his feet, looking out with wide eyes. This car, from the sudden ejection to the emergency braking, showed unparalleled performance. Even though he was standing on the car, except for the initial stumble, he hardly felt the obvious speed change. The stable vision also allowed him to see the battlefield ahead clearly. The fight started. Pioneering car is not a good job. Because walking at the front of the team, not only is it responsible for cutting wood and clearing the way, but most importantly, when encountering stray monsters, it will also be the first wave of vehicles to be attacked. When the Legion first recruited pioneering cars, not many people responded to the application. Many people are selfish. Even if they talk about morality and give enough subsidies, it is normal to hide themselves and fish in troubled waters in the face of life and death. However, there are always some people who are different. They are willing to take risks, willing to stand up, and let everyone see their excellence. These people have ideals and goals, and they are eager for an opportunity to make achievements in such a chaotic world. So even if many ordinary people don't understand why there are always heroes standing up when the nation is in danger, it is because everyone wants something different. The reason why Chang'e and his team chose to become the pioneer is very simple. They just want to let the Legion see that they want to rely on their own strength, gain military merits, and fight for a whole new world. The team is a family, and it should accommodate a group of like-minded people. So when Chang'e asked his teammates, everyone supported him to become a pacemaker. And the fact proved that becoming a pacemaker really suits their temperament. Heroes in troubled times, core hegemony, plain war, this rare world in thousands of years, isn't it a good opportunity for the big and small forces to reshuffle? Others can seize the opportunity to become the best and live a luxurious and decadent life. Why should they live in poverty? I use my life to fight for a bright and brilliant future. What's the problem? Chang'e drove his level 3 car and walked at the front of the team with a proud look. Push down the trees. Focus on the monsters. Then feel the joy of the strong in the repeated compliments. There were also laughter in the car, and everyone was even singing a passionate song a moment ago. The next second. Bang! Something came crashing down from a distance like a meteor, hitting their car head-on. The car was overturned by the huge force and flew into the sky. The people in the car seemed to have rolled around in a blender, unable to control themselves, thrown high up, and then fell heavily to the ground. Bang! The internal organs seemed to have shifted, and the throat tasted fishy and sweet. Fortunately, the challengers had strong physical fitness. Even if they were only sequence 2, they would have been superhumans on the previous blue star. Changle suppressed the blood in his throat, and in the crazy red flash, he pressed the emergency button in the cockpit. He said hoarsely, "Pace setter number 6, attacked, pace setter number 6. The message was repeated for the second time, and before he could wait for more, the car suddenly shook heavily again. Changle saw with his own eyes a black shadow crashing over and knocking their car into the sky again. The force, this time, was not as strong as the first collision, and the prepared people did not aggravate their injuries. It was just that the opponent's attack was fierce, as if they were hitting them like basketballs, and they did not give them time to rest. They were flying in the air with the people and the car. "What is it?" The team members in the car tied themselves tightly in the seat belts. The high-speed movement made his eyes bloodshot and his head bigger. He turned his neck and tried to look out. "What is attacking us?" Only after seeing this did they realize how lucky they were. Obviously, it was not just their car that was attacked. More than 10 cars were attacked at the same time. There was more than one attacker, and they moved very fast and had great strength, which could easily knock the car away. It is the same, it can blow up a car. Bang! In this glance, a white van flying into the sky, just like being hit by a shell, fell from a high place. At the moment of impact, the vehicle exploded, sparks rolled up white smoke, and the white car body scattered. Boom! The sky was scattered like flowers, and it disintegrated in the air. It actually directly blew up a car. Although Changle and his car was the first car, it must be stronger and more resistant. But the car that was close to them, and drove in front of the car formation, would not be too bad overall. Level 2 high-end cars are very common around them. But a level 2 high-end car, or a car that only needs a few materials to upgrade to level 3, was blown up right in front of them. When the car exploded, all the challengers who were experiencing the attack were shocked. Then, they felt a strong fear. After all, in the challenge world, car represents extraordinary significance. It is a home, a weapon of war, and an important tool that one cannot live without. Many people, compared to improving their own abilities, would rather spend all their money to buy a vehicle upgrade accessory. But such a car, that everyone has high hopes for, was blown up right in front of them. The sparks of the explosion rolled up white smoke and fell from the sky. Faintly, many people even heard tinnitus passing by. The battlefield seemed to be quiet for a while. At the intersection of the human challenger site, the other party seemed to be deliberately showing off, or just to show off his strength. The creatures that had been invisible from the beginning revealed their appearances one by one in midair. These were 7 identical monsters, at least in the eyes of humans, with almost no difference in appearance. They were not tall, about 3 meters tall, strong, with dense muscles, dark green skin, claws on their front and back limbs, and hideous bone spurs on their joints. They had lizard-like heads, lazy faces, and crowns on their heads. Their densely interlaced teeth protruded from their mouths, and occasionally one of them would use its thick black tongue to lick the corners of its mouth and eyeballs. Behind them, there was a pair of green and black devil wings, which did not look very big when spread out, and did not seem to be able to support the body when flapping. But everyone knows that the dark beasts, starting with the 5-star demon Eye Lord, have changed from physically attacking beasts to magical creatures. Wings are not important. What is important is that they can float in the air, have a movement speed beyond human technology, and combat power. This appearance, coupled with their tails swaying flexibly behind them like a spirit snake, the snake mouth rests next to the lizard head, hissing and making a cold sound. There is no doubt that this is a 2-headed hidden demon. The 2-headed hidden demon with a bloodline of 7 stars, a rare and powerful high-level dark beast, appears as 7 heads. They were attacked by the legendary Dark Beast Squad. On the spot, people's hearts sank and fell into despair. The Dark Beast Squad is the Dark Beast civilization, targeting the position flow of humans, and the fast attack force equipped. These high-level Dark Beasts form flexible mobile teams to participate in every random battlefield. Relying on their strong individual strength and speed, and relying on the fact that humans do not have air superiority for the time being, they can often easily cause painful damage to the human army's vehicle formation like a hot knife sliding through cheese. Although, this is already the norm. During this journey, almost everyone knows what they may encounter. The worst of all is that they are targeted by the Dark Beast team. However, the real encounter and the imagined encounter are still 2 concepts. Some people have already been unable to stand up. Some people panicked and slapped the alarm, shouting at the top of their lungs, "Dark Beast! Dark Beast team! Why did I encounter it? There are so many cars on the road. Why am I so unlucky to encounter the dark beast? Some people were swallowed by despair and only wanted to escape. But more people, when faced with a crisis and unable to avoid it, burst out with greater courage. Kill them! Kill the dark beasts! Focus fire! Don't mess around. They have no territory, we have cars. Listen to the command, don't mess around, prepare to attack. When such a voice sounded, the most splendid scene on the battlefield occurred. The crooked vehicles, even though they were in tatters, all showed their most proud weapons. There were even challengers who opened the windows directly and bravely pulled the trigger at the dark beasts. The counterattack began. Boom! 222! Go to hell! Wei Huan's car arrived at this time. Lu Qingji stood firm and looked far away with his eyes wide open. On the green hills, there was no time to flatten the trees, and countless vehicles were fighting fiercely. It was too far away to see the appearance of the dark beasts. They moved very fast. Suddenly, a leading car was hit from the side and flew up to more than 20 meters in the sky before falling heavily. Even if the challenge car was not an ordinary car, it would not be rotten into black iron at such a distance, but the loud noise of the heavy fall still made people nervous and worried about the safety of the people in the car. More cars were thrown up and fell down. Under the powerful combat power of the dark beasts, they were like toys thrown by children and posed no threat. In the farther place, there were some abandoned vehicles. Some cars were dismantled, and some cars were directly torn open and scattered all over the ground. Lu Qingji saw the mutilated corpse. Someone died. Lu Qingji was so anxious that sweat broke out on his forehead, and he couldn't help but look at Wei Huan. Boss, at this moment, dark clouds gathered from the horizon at some point. The speed was extremely fast, like a hurricane. In the blink of an eye, they gathered from all directions above his head, and then turned into black waves, slapping fiercely towards the battlefield. Quack, quack! The noisy shouts, like the noise coming from the deepest part of the universe, penetrated the eardrum and acted directly on the soul, and there was no way to avoid it. Everyone, including the dark beast, and all the challengers covered by the dark clouds, all of them were like being struck by lightning. Their bodies were stiff, and their brains were blank. The body could not move, only the eyes were bulging as much as possible, like a demon, with dilated pupils looking at the black clouds flying straight towards him. In a trance, I seemed to be able to see the green flames floating in the dark clouds, and the sharp beak of the bird, like the edge of a dagger, cutting towards me. The blank brain could not think about the changes at this moment, and I could only try my best to control my body, hoping to avoid this seemingly weird attack. However, my body was controlled. Even the fourth level two-headed hidden demon of the Dark Beast team lost control of his body temporarily in this quack cry. Then, I watched the dark cloud whoosh into my brain, face, or body. I felt extremely uncomfortable, and wanted to vomit. It was as if I was possessed by something unclean, cold and irritable. What is it? Some people felt extremely uncomfortable, and struggled violently. The next second, they could actually move. Their bodies shook for a moment, then stood firmly, and then covered their chests with a puzzled look. No, nothing changed. With such a big scene and the sky being pitch black, they just rushed over and caught me for a while. Are you okay? Are they just trying to scare people? However, such doubts became completely different after seeing the 7 two-headed hidden demons in the sky. It was like 7 grasshoppers pierced by 7 arrows. The 7 dark beasts, which were still majestic a second ago, were pierced through the chest by the huge black cloud transformed by the ghost crows and nailed in the air. Their bodies stretched backwards in pain, trembling like sifting chaff, with hideous and distorted expressions, and their eyes wide open, as if they saw great terror, and they had completely lost the ability to control their emotions. It was not until this time that someone realized that these suddenly appearing black clouds were their own friendly forces. Even the quack-quack sound, which was too noisy, had a significant impact on them. But compared to the pain that the 7 dark beasts are suffering, it is obvious that their influence is just a minor impact. So who is this big guy? Can he control 7 7-star dark beasts? Such an outrageous thing can be done in this dark cloud. Is the black creature that is looming in the air a bird? This bird actually has green eyes, as if a cold flame is burning, which looks familiar. The scattered thoughts like pearls are suddenly connected together inexplicably at this moment. And then, I don't know where, a roar suddenly sounded. Undead army. Yes, the army of the undead is coming. Not only did the ghost crows freeze the 7 dark beasts. It is unknown when the ground began to appear, and a dense army of face huggers appeared, spreading forward like a carpet. These face huggers flexibly moved on the ground, avoiding vehicles and challengers, and from time to time, they had to avoid the white jade long legs that fell from the sky. Every time the mother of the crypt beast appeared, it was the most shocking and absurd. It looked like a spider, but because it preferred to walk with its long legs straight, when it moved, it was like a group of jellyfish swimming in the sea. It was slow but not slow, and it seemed to be slow. Every step was 7 or 8 meters away. It walked around the challenger's vehicle lightly and gracefully, came to the battlefield, and made a sound to the dark beast. The back of the mother of the crypt beast was completely different from what I remembered. Green mysterious lines grew all over the back of the crypt beast, like a living green net. The next second, the green net suddenly shot out from the shell of the mother crypt beast. It turned out not to be a pattern, but a real net. The green net burned with the power of death, leaving green shadows in the air. Then it suddenly wrapped around the body of the two-headed hidden demon. Layer by layer, it was tightly wrapped. At this time, the two-headed hidden demon had gradually adapted to the influence of the ghost crow soul scream, and was regaining control of the body bit by bit. Now that the surface of the body was suddenly entangled by the green net, the external stimulation accelerated the return of consciousness. The yellow vertical pupils turned suddenly, and then the mind became clear. Roar, roar, roar! The two-headed hidden demon roared, and the angry voice resounded through the sky, and flew towards the sky. This time, it didn't fly away. It flew again, but it still didn't fly away. The two-headed hidden demon showed a surprised expression on his face, and turned his head to look behind him. Then I saw a group of bones underground, gathered together, and turned into a group of bone fortresses deeply rooted in the ground. Using the burrow beasts as bones, and the face huggers as muscles, it pulled out a huge force. Just like fishing, it pulled them back little by little. Just a third-level dark beast, just a group of white skeletons. As a high-star two-headed hidden demon, it roared like an order. Get out! Chapter 82. Roar, roar, roar! Get out of here! The two-headed hidden demon used the blood of high-level dark beasts to suppress low-level dark beasts. However, the invincible method did not work. These underground beasts were like Cold War weapons, just firmly executing the orders of their masters. They kept tightening the green spider webs, and more underground beasts threw green webs into the sky. Layer after layer, the two-headed hidden demon was wrapped like a cocoon, airtight. With the addition of more undead, the power of the two-headed hidden demon was obviously inferior, and it was being pulled down little by little. Roar, roar! The two-headed hidden demon roared, and its body expanded a circle. The green cocoon was also pulled up and down by them, shaking endlessly. Unexpectedly, the toughness of the green cocoon was much better than expected. Both sides actually held on like this. At least, it was a tie. The challengers who had been shocked from the beginning to now set their eyes on these bones, and guessed in their hearts. This is the undead. So this is? But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, suddenly, 3 two-headed hidden demons that had been flying towards the sky made an unexpected move. They reversed their direction and rushed towards the ground instead. Like a cannonball, they actively bombarded the bone bunker of the underground beast. There was a loud boom, and the ground shook violently. The bone bunker that was hit head-on was like broken ice. The half-meter-long face hugger and the flawless white jade long legs were broken into countless pieces and scattered all over the ground. In an instant, it looked like a crystal and beautiful flower. The wind howled, rolling up the gravel and broken bones on the ground. Some cars were even blown away by the impact of the collision. The people who were hit so hard that they couldn't stand up straight looked up and saw these strong dark beasts breaking free from the green spider web, looking at everyone with cruel excitement. How could it be so vulnerable? This was everyone's first thought. Looking at such a huge bone bunker, how could it fall apart after a collision? And it was so broken that there was no effective resistance at all. So is this the legendary extremely powerful undead army? Is it Wei Huan who didn't even take the legendary monster seriously and chased it away? No, wait. Or is this Wei Huan's strength? After all, even a legendary monster is only at the level of a second-level highway, and no matter how strong it is limited. But the group of two-headed hidden demons in front of them are the elites of the dark beasts. They are making trouble on the third-level assessment highway and dare to confront the national organization's car formation. Their strength is not the top one, but also an extremely powerful group. The two-headed hidden demons of the 7 stars, sent to perform such a mission, should be at least of the 4th level, right? A Wei Huan who started from the 2nd-level road and crossed the 3rd-level road, even if he is strong, like Qi Jiaolu and Peng Zheng, with a 4th-level car and a 4th-level profession, can deal with 1 or 2 4th-level dark beasts at the same time, right? But here, there are 7 two-headed hidden demons. How to fight? Wei Huan can't beat them, besides his undead army is too fragile. Many people changed their perception of Wei Huan's strength just because of this attack. The emotions that had just been excited calmed down in an instant. Some people have been looking around, looking for a way out. They are very smart. They saw the special operations team of the Dark Beast, and also saw the recently popular army of the undead. Some people have already guessed that perhaps the leader of Group B is Wei Huan. Nothing is impossible, even if Wei Huan is indeed a newcomer. Newcomers over the years are indeed not as strong as him. He quietly crushed the world as soon as he appeared, and even participated in the development progress of the 5th level car at the forefront of the Challenger Corps. Fight with legendary monsters in the 2nd level public area and solve the monster siege. There is still 2 days ahead of the world's 2nd place to complete the assessment. In all aspects, it can be said that he is strong. But so what? He is a newcomer after all. He can be stronger than his peers and stronger than the old ones, but no matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than the genius who has accumulated 5 or 6 years at this stage? Or, if he is a genius, and he has been recuperating for 5 years, he will only become more terrifying and unfathomable. Wei Huan only has 1 month to catch up. What can he do? Even if he develops well, and has no shortage of supplies, what about battlefield experience? Facing different dark beasts and various battlefield situations, it is not enough to rely on crushing to win. It requires more mentality and experience. When the dark beast changes the way of fighting, turns defense into offense, walks out of the territory, and takes the initiative to attack. Wei Huan's push relying on brute force is useless. Kill! Stop them! Kill! Create opportunities for Wei Huan. But just when he was thinking about this, different voices rang out on the battlefield. Someone pressed the vehicle to open fire, and attacked the 2-headed hidden demon. Some of them jumped out of the car directly, and rushed towards the dark beast with a huge wave of bones. The one rushing in the front was a real soldier. He didn't even have armor, and only relied on the defense of his equipment to resist the attack of the 7-star dark beast in close combat. Like a mantis trying to stop a car, he could be torn to pieces with just one blow. But at this moment, no one laughed at him. Instead, they were captured by the brave and shining aura in his eyes, and couldn't help but keep their eyes on him. So dazzling. Boom! Changle collided with the nearest 2-headed hidden demon. Only by looking at it from a close distance can you find out how strong it is. Not only is its height higher than that of humans, the most important thing is that its heavy muscles like iron eggs, stretched out horizontally, coupled with the flapping wings, are just like tiny humans facing an armored vehicle. At this moment, he even clearly saw the playful and cruel smile in the yellow eyes of the 2-headed hidden demon. Maybe he will die. No, he will definitely die. But even with such thoughts, Changle did not want to retreat. Charge. Kill. Kill. Make achievements. Bring honor to the family. The desire to gain military merits overcame all fears. As he leaped up, he raised the axe above his head with both hands, and struck the dark beast in front of him like thunder in the sky. The dark beast did not dodge or evade, and there was a playful light in its eyes. Changle, who was already on the top, did not see the black shadow coming out from below. He was just an egg hitting a stone. That was the tail of the 2-headed dark beast. Its other head, the snake head, attacked from a strange angle, and its wide-open mouth went straight to Changle's Adam's apple. With just a slight touch, with the strength of this dark beast of the 7-star and 4th level, it can easily pierce Changle's larynx, bite his cervical vertebrae, and kill him. So, facing the attack of a dead man, who cares? But the next second, the smile on the face of the 2-headed hidden demon froze. Puff! The giant axe in Changle's hand fell, and the axe blade actually chopped on the shoulder of the 2-headed hidden demon. It even broke the skin and sank into the flesh. The blood and pain burned the 2-headed shadow demon's stunned eyes red. Its eyes moved down, and it looked at its snake tail in confusion. What it saw was the big head of a running wolf skeleton. The running wolf was a circle larger than the 2-headed hidden demon, with a familiar body structure, but the skin on the surface was gone, leaving only white bones, but it felt as bright as jade. The eyes of the running wolf skeleton were burning with green flames, and the flames burned out of the eye sockets, and the swaying seemed to leave a bright green in the air. But this flame was cold. Together with the white bones, it conveyed a gloomy atmosphere. More importantly, this running wolf skeleton has completely broken away from the dark beast food chain. Ignoring the terrifying aura emitted by the 2-headed hidden demon, it bit a piece of the snake head fiercely, like a stretched intestine, tearing it madly. On the other side, Changle didn't know about this change. He succeeded in one strike, and saw the blood of the dark beast flying in front of his eyes. In an instant, the eyes were blood red, and the excitement was beyond words. I cut it. I have done a merit. Ha 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 ha. I want to kill it. I want to make a greater contribution. Make achievements. Bring glory to the family. Open the family tree. Open the family tree. Changle muttered to himself, turning all his dreams into courage at this moment, and used the strength he had never used in his life to pull out the giant axe again. He chopped it down fiercely again. The two-headed hidden demon felt pain and dared not be distracted anymore. He stared at Changle fiercely and raised his arm. A mere human. A mere third-level human. Trash. Trash dared to hurt it. Kill. Tear it apart. Kill. Tear it apart. This time, he raised his hand to fight back, but still did not raise it. Puff. Its shoulder on the same side was hit hard by the axe again. Changle chopped its previous wound, aggravating its injury, bursting blood vessels, and blood gushed out, soaking half of its body. Ah! Even a two-headed hidden demon as strong as the 7-star bloodline could no longer be calm and indifferent. It hurt so much. Its eyeballs trembled in pain and moved downwards. It saw that the arm it was about to raise was hugged by a facehugger at some point. The crack in the facehugger's abdomen bit its entire hand, and then pressed its entire hand against its body and wrapped it tightly. It was controlled. Yes, it shouldn't have been injured. It was controlled. These undeads perfectly matched the attacks of human professionals, and their fearlessness of death gave them perfect control. Crunch, crunch. It could hear the sound of the facehugger biting its wrist. Very hard, very brutal. Just a facehugger. Just a garbage summon of a 3-star waste. But when the continuous and dense pain began to intensify, causing his arm to feel a pain as if it was corroded by the solution, or the skin of the entire arm was torn off. The calmness in its eyes was completely gone. Just a piece of trash. It actually hurt him. He looked up and saw the waves of bone surging from all directions. Those face-huggers gathered behind this human, like a small mountain. Crack. Especially when they opened and closed the cracks in their abdomens, revealing the scarlet teeth in the middle of the abdominal cavity. Is this number too much? This 7-star dark beast was the first time to feel fear because of the number of low-star dark beasts. Obviously, there are many such trash dark beasts in the dark beast plane, and no matter how many there are, they can't hurt it. It only needs a glance to make these trash quiet as chickens. Now, it's out of control. Facing these trash, it feels scared. Compared with the human in front of it, what it really fears are these undead. It is a fear of being drowned. It turned its body, exerted force with its legs, and spread its wings. It must fly quickly. Leave this damn ground. What's wrong with these face-huggers? There are so many of them, and they can still bite it. No, 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 we must leave here. Bring honor to our ancestors. Make great achievements. But the human in front of him was like crazy, making strange noises, and looking at it with red eyes. The axe handle on his shoulder was pulled off and chopped up fiercely. He muttered, "Open the family tree." Puff. This time, the flesh was not broken, but it staggered. The face-hugger tripped its feet, and it was thrown to the ground. When he struggled to get up, he turned his head, and saw the human holding the axe high and jumping high, and the terrifying elbow crack on the white bone wall behind him. Roar! Then, the two-headed dark beast was submerged by bones. It struggled, it roared, it climbed up to fly into the sky, but was pressed down by layers of bones and dragged down again. It attacked frantically, bone sticks flew everywhere, and it was torn into pieces. It seemed that these bones were vulnerable, but it could not be killed. Endless, it hurts, every inch of skin on the body is in pain. The damn garbage, they are actually tearing its flesh, how dare they, and the damn human beings, keep chopping it, chopping it, chopping it. Open the family tree. Make achievements. It was like a spell, making its brain really dizzy, and its soul trembling. Run away, can't die. What's wrong with these bone dark beasts? Why are they so powerful? Why are they so strong? This dark beast is like a drowning person swept away by the surging waves, completely submerged. People outside can't see the situation inside clearly. In fact, most people at this moment have no time to pay attention to the battlefield on one side. Because with the first confrontation between the white bone wave and the dark beast, the war has completely started. The 4 dark beasts that landed were fighting madly with the army of undead. In the sky, 3 dark beasts were also attacked by the Lord of the Magic Eye. Wei Huan can fly in the air with many types of troops, but the lethality of the ghost crow is really touching, so it can only be used as a control type and a reconnaissance type. The Lord of the Magic Eye is the only type of troops left by Wei Huan that can deal with the enemy in the air. Because the level is too high, the number of recruits is too small. Wei Huan must calculate and fully exert the combat power of the Lord of the Magic Eye. This is why Wei Huan chose to surround the Ghost Crows, and then control and pull them with the Crypt Beasts instead of directly sending out the Magic Eye Lords. Since the number is limited, of course the best steel should be used on the blade. As the 8 Magic Eye Lords came out of the portal and flew into the air. Dong dong. Dong dong. The shaman's sacrificial voice also sounded. The power of blessing fell on the 4 Magic Eye Lords. The blue light was not bloodthirsty, but it also suddenly tripled the strength of the Magic Eye Lords. Black, red, and blue blood appeared on their huge and ferocious eyeballs, entwined around the exposed eyes, like spider webs. The green flames in the depths of the pupils jumped, and then seemed to have brewed to the extreme. Swoosh! A black light column with green light entangled came out of the pupils. The attack power of this light column was extremely terrible. In an instant, it arrived in front of the green cocoon. The tough green cocoon that the 2-headed hidden demon struggled for a long time, but could not completely get rid of, was as fragile as burning cotton in front of the light column. In an instant, a big hole was burned out. The huge hole reached deep into the body of the 2-headed hidden demon. Like a red-hot iron sword, it passed through in a string. Swish! The black beam of light penetrated from the chest to the back. At the same time, it was accompanied by the 2-headed hidden demon's shrill and tragic screams. The huge impact force even tore the spider web connected to the white bone fortress on the ground. The 2-headed hidden demon screamed and flew out, crashing heavily into the hills. Boom! It brought out deep trenches and no movement. Someone saw this scene from beginning to end, swallowing his saliva, and looked at the 8 Magic Eye Lords in the sky in fear. Although the 5-star Demon Eye Lord is already a powerful magical creature in the world of dark beasts. But according to the strength classification of dark beasts, it is impossible for an intermediate dark beast to harm a 7-star dark beast like the 2-headed hidden demon. Not to mention, the combat power of the undead system will definitely be weakened after resurrection. But what happened to these Demon Eye Lords? Is it because of the shaman's war dance blessing? Can it cause such a degree of damage to the 2-headed hidden demon? No. I always feel that. This has something to do with Wei Huan's talent. The Gravekeeper sequence cannot be so strong. This level is completely beyond the scope. Strong, perhaps only because it is Wei Huan. Yes, where is Wei Huan weak? His undead is not weak at all. With the full attack of the undead army, the Dark Beast team was suppressed with overwhelming numbers. The battle situation suddenly became simple. The courageous people, after finding that the undead army would cooperate with the challengers in the battle, and would even protect the challengers, and not steal the military merits, rushed forward without hesitation. It's not easy to fight against the wind, but can't you fight against the wind? Isn't it good to get military merits for free? Kill, kill, kill. I want military merits. I want to get rich. I want to join the Legion. The challengers, who were originally just a group of rabble, and even huddled on the secondary road because of fear of death and dared not participate in the assessment, raised their weapons one after another. The warriors of the farmer sequence were even more. The undead made them brave, and they jumped out of the car and rushed towards the white waves. Kill slower. Let me touch the corpse. The more fragile gambler sequence was anxious. I wish I had 8 legs, so that I could complete all the explosive exercises in an instant and cut off the head of the dark beast. These are all military merits. How can I give them to others? Mine. 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 The situation turned around faster than expected. Many people never thought that Wei Huan would look for a way out, and then he rushed forward with his weapons waving and howling, and it took less than 3 minutes. He accepted the fact that he could do it, and he was very happy. Of course, the dark beasts are not vegetarians either. Finally, a more powerful 2-headed hidden demon broke free from the stranglehold of the undead army. It flapped its wings, and did not fly into the sky. Because the Demon Eye Monarch, who was eyeing it covetously in the sky, was flying towards this side. The scorching light in the green flames was obviously going to hit it too. The highly intelligent 2-headed hidden demon did not choose to escape, but flew out to rescue his companions who fell near him. It was obviously more powerful. Even a powerful undead, like the violent bear, was only a little harder than paper in front of it. It tore the undead blocking the road into pieces. During this process, its speed gradually increased, its body flapped suddenly, and then its scales twisted and gradually turned into the color of bones. After a period of chaos, this 2-headed hidden demon finally activated its innate skills. Its figure disappeared from the eyes of most challengers. Be careful. It's invisible. Turn on the radar in the car. Find him. It was in chaos again. After all, it was just a scattered B camp and team. It didn't collapse and flee at the first time because Wave 1 came in time, and the means of suppression were like thunder. Whenever an accident happened, the disadvantages of not having undergone military training would appear. The battlefield was full of sounds, and everyone was doing what they thought was right. A mess of things. At this time, a minivan suddenly rose and flew to a height of 7 or 8 meters above the ground. At the same time, the most eye-catching thing was the 6 portals that followed the minivan and were lined up behind it. His appearance was like the brightest candle in the dark night, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Wave 1's car finally appeared. Wave 1, who made a strong appearance, did not hide his ability. The army of undead was still being teleported out of the portal like smoke. It was like the Milky Way pouring back, and it was endless. Anything can change in quantity and quality. Wave 1 used a huge number of undead armies to tell everyone that he was very strong, very strong. The people who saw the scene had their Adam's apple sliding and swallowed their saliva subconsciously. So, when Wave 1's voice sounded, he took control of the command of the scene. Everything was just right. It went so smoothly that no one even realized that they were shocked by the fighting power of the undead army, and then they were tempted by the fact that they could get a lot of benefits by fighting with Wave 1. Until now. Wave 1 just showed up, and they were already extremely convinced by this young man, who was probably 20 years younger than them. They subconsciously trusted him. All of them. Focus on the bone bunker. 5. 4. There was no nonsense. When the shouting sounded from this car, everyone seemed to have found the backbone in an instant. Yes, he was the war commander. He was their leader. Wave 1 was commanding them, and they had to listen. Only by listening could they survive and gain military merit. Listen to Wave 1. Quick, quick, quick. Start aiming. Enter. Now. Aiming, aiming. Wave 1's voice continued to ring. 3. 2. The two-headed hidden demon hidden in the pile of bones was rescuing his companions, and vaguely felt a terrible aura coming. The feeling of being locked by the great terror stimulated a layer of goose bumps on the surface of its skin. In its throat, it unconsciously made a gurgling sound, which was the sound that the two-headed hidden demon would instinctively make when it was afraid. Fire! Wave 1's voice echoed in the sky. The intuition of life and death finally defeated all thoughts. This two-headed hidden demon gave up the hand that his companion was reaching out to wait for rescue. Its figure flashed and swayed, and it broke through the blockade of the undead army and flew into the sky. However, the sudden whiteness of the vision did not let it relax. Because when it looked up, it saw the sky, densely packed with attacks like rain. Electric currents rolled up alloy arrows, burning arrows of ice and fire, white laser cannons, and bullets falling from the sky, covering its eyes. There was nowhere to go, no escape. Ah! The two-headed hidden demon was so scared that it quickly hugged itself with its wings and curled up into a ball. Puff, puff, puff. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Wow, boom. When the deafening sound rang out, the terrifying power of the explosion was released before its eyes. Countless undead were smashed together, wrapped in flames, and shot out in all directions. For a long, long time. Many, many years later. Anyone who saw this scene with their own eyes would not be able to help but recall the scene of this moment again and again in their minds. Gorgeous and beautiful. A round of concentrated fire, killing the dark beast. But the undead army was also severely damaged. These undead armies cannot escape from the battle. They not only have to control the enemy and ensure the accuracy and effectiveness of the attack, they also have to protect the few challengers who cannot leave the battlefield. For example, Changle, who was so excited about killing, had forgotten the danger and could not hear the orders on the battlefield. With only military exploits in his mind, he just wanted to harvest the enemy's heads. Until he was pulled and pushed down by the undead army. Glorious ancestors. Damn it, don't pull me. Ah! I'm going to kill it. I'm going to kill it. Get out of here. Changle, who was so excited about killing, even gave the face hugger that pounced on him a fierce axe. But in the end, he still fell to the ground. Then, he watched the undead army build layers of white iron domes on his body. Then, the ground shook. The roar was deafening. Changle grabbed the soil under his hand and grabbed a bone at the same time, subconsciously holding it tightly in his palm. The boiling blood finally slowly fell back, and he was afraid. Yes, I'm sorry. Changle clenched the bones in his hand, muttered to himself, and his face was full of guilt. But on the contrary, the dark beasts that were not protected by the bones faced this wave of concentrated fire. More than 30 vehicles attacked, including Wei Huan's level 4 vehicle, and a round of volleys from the 8-headed demon I Lord. Boom! After the roar, the open space in the entire battlefield, including the undead army and the ground, was cut down by a depth of 1 meter. The ground was left with charred soil, and the high temperature made it emit white smoke like magma. The two-headed hidden demons turned into charred bodies and stopped moving. The other one was like a piece of skin without bones, limp on the ground, unable to breathe, and about to die. Wei Huan's strength was very strong, but the collective strength was not weak either. What was even more commendable was that Wei Huan perfectly combined the two powers, showing not only his strength as the challenger Wei Huan, and his quality as the leader Wei Huan. In the end, only the stronger two-headed hidden demon was left, protected by its own wings, like a big bowl, and tightly buckled on the ground. 1 round of concentrated fire, killing 2 7-star dark beasts in seconds. What else do you want? This is already an impressive achievement. The excitement did not completely calm down. Wei Huan's voice sounded again, as if a man holding a knife, wielding a sharp blade called Legion, slashing down accurately. 2nd round of concentrated fire. 3, 2, 1 fire. The success made the challengers give up thinking, and just follow the commander's order. They pressed the launch button again, with great determination and excitement. Sure enough, this powerful two-headed hidden demon did not die. After it knew it could not hide, it endured the severe pain in its body, waved its battered wings, and flew into the sky. The two-headed hidden demon is known for its speed. Now it found an opportunity, and dodged twice in a row. It actually managed to fly into the sky before the new round of concentrated fire arrived. It was about to escape. At this time, Shwa! A black light shot from behind. An extremely heavy blow hit the waist of the two-headed hidden demon. It let out a wail like a defeated dog, and in despair, it was smashed back to the ground. Wei Huan predicted its actions, and arranged in advance, forcing it back into the fire blockade. At this time, under Wei Huan's order, the 2nd round of concentrated fire also came at the same time. Boom! This time, it also barely wrapped its body with its wings, but it was already at the end of its strength. Blood flew. It was almost a pain of death. But it still didn't die. It was too strong. It was the captain of this special operations team. It wouldn't take long for it to advance to the 5th level and become a stronger dark beast. At that time, he would become the nightmare of the 4th level challenge road, and he would also become the sharpest knife of the dark beast tribe on the frontline battlefield. As a 7-star dark beast, it can feel that as long as it continues, it can break through the limitations of bloodline and become stronger. If only it could become an 8-star bloodline. Of course, if it could awaken the royal bloodline, it would completely break the bloodline restriction of the dark beast, and let all the creatures in the world crawl at its feet. This is obviously the best era. It is an era that can change fate. Why? Why? It is just executing a task that it has executed countless times in the past. It is obviously just a casual slaughter, not even as good as the appetizer of this battle, but it will die here, will die, will die. Don't want to die. The dying struggle made it fly off the ground again when the last round of concentrated fire appeared. It wanted to escape from this sky and wanted to live. Until its eyes collided with the vehicle suspended in the air. Vaguely, it seemed to see the faces of those human leaders. Human leaders are very strong. Human geniuses are very strong. Humans. Be careful. Boom! At the last moment, a sharp pain exploded from the chest, and the two-headed hidden demon's eyes went black, and it completely lost consciousness. When the smoke cleared, on the ground, only the two-headed hidden demon was left, a mud-like corpse. Win! Win! We won! Cheers were heard on the battlefield. Everyone shouted excitedly, and the celebration sounded far away. Chapter 83. Clearing the battlefield. None of the 4 two-headed hidden demons that fell to the ground escaped, and all of them died. They paid the price for their arrogance. But none of the 3 two-headed hidden demons that were knocked away by the demon I Lord in the air were killed. Wei Huan lacked the experience of fighting against high-level dark beasts head-on. Although he ordered the demon I Lord to attack with increased status, and let the black laser penetrate the body of the two-headed hidden demon, his vision could even directly see the color of the opposite sky from the wound. The impact caused by these 3 dark beasts, when they landed, was no less powerful than a cannonball hitting the ground. But what Wei Huan didn't expect was that even at this level, the 3 two-headed hidden demons could still run away. Run away. Wei Huan was of course the first person to get the news. The speed of the Ghost Crow's reconnaissance was faster than that of the Legion. As early as the end of the war, the Ghost Crow brought the latest intelligence. Another 3 minutes passed before the message that Mu Zhong had arranged to go investigate came back. The enemy moved close to the ground, leaving traces. We should still have time to track them, Mu Zhong asked. Wei Huan shook his head. The ghost crows have already passed, let them come back. Okay. There was a celebration outside the car, and the car was still busy with post-war preparations. There was no time to review the situation, and the entire car formation was still moving forward. Even if the battle here was fierce, it could not stop. The meaning of the group army position flow is that no matter what accidents occur, you must keep up with the main force. But this group was obviously stuck here. At this time, the leader car hurried over and took over the command. It was not the leader's responsibility to lead the whole team, so after confirming that everything was fine here, Wei Huan's car started and moved to the middle of the army. He had to ensure that he was in the middle of the army, and could go anywhere at any time. Wei Huan waved his sleeves and left without taking a cloud with him. Finally, his legendary story was left in the army. So, we destroyed a special operation team of the Dark Beast? 7 4-level 2-headed hidden demons, 4 of which were killed by us on the spot, and 3 escaped? You're lying, there was no movement in such a battle. Just knowing that you have one. Do you think the team on the Dark Beast side who performed special tasks are all eating porridge? Why not talk about the battle loss ratio? If it is true, it is impossible to kill 4 Dark Beasts without handing over 100 cars. Indeed, those who performed this special task were geniuses from both sides, top-level strongmen, and 1v20 was completely possible. The chat channel refreshed very quickly. They were still questioning the falsification of information, not believing that the Legion killed the Special Operations team members of the Dark Beast, and later simply did not believe that the Dark Beast had taken action. Most people were pessimistic when facing the Dark Beast Operations team. They all believed that a large number of lives would be required to drive away these executioners. Killing high-level Dark Beasts? Almost impossible. What level are they? A group of cowards with no future, the most ordinary people who have accumulated on the second-level highway for many years. 7 high-level Dark Beasts dared to break into the car formation and attack, and they were sure that they could not stop them. But the messages in the chat room jumped too fast. In just a short period of thinking, the content changed again. Undead army? So Wei Huan is also the leader car. Wei Huan is the leader car. Wei Huan is the main leader car. Bullshit, Boss Peng Zheng is the main leader car. What qualifications does Wei Huan have to be the leader car? A newcomer who has never even seen a battlefield. Do you mean that the country will hand over our lives to this kid, who hasn't even grown all his hair? Can you use your brain when you speak? Wei Huan returned to the convoy slowly, but he didn't keep a low profile anymore. He chose to fly above a tree 7 or 8 meters above the ground. Along the way, the passing convoys saw this car. The aerodynamic tires, that were upgraded to level 2 alone showed the difference in the other party's identity. It should be a leader car, but the red flag unique to the leader car was not seen. The passers-by looked up and watched the car drive to the back. After turning around, he chatted with the people around him. Is the second-level aerodynamic tire upgraded to a third-level car or a second-level car? Fourth-level car. I am sure that only fourth-level cars can upgrade to second-level aerodynamic tires. So the one that just passed was the leader's car? Maybe it was the main leader's car. Boss Peng's car? It was Wei Huan's car. I've already said that the commander-in-chief of our group B is Boss Peng. I also said that this inference was not reliable from the beginning. Peng Zheng is a profit-seeking rubbish. He can sell his quota after passing the assessment. It is impossible for him to work for free in the Legion. Peng Zheng is not a person with such awareness. But if it is Wei Huan, I think it is true. From the appearance of Wei Huan's name to now, I have seen his selfless pattern. He thinks about problems from the perspective of all mankind. This is the quality of a qualified leader. Are you praising Wei Huan too much? What else? Just believe me. People like Peng Zheng will be defeated sooner or later. He is just an old thief in Jiangdong. If we want to fight for hegemony and make achievements, Wei Huan is worthy of our efforts. He is the newcomer this year. Just because he is young, you are unwilling? TSK. As Wei Huan's car passed by, more people joined the discussion. Is this the leader car, or the main leader car? I heard that Peng Zheng's car is a Li Gray Raindrop car, which costs 666 points. This car should not belong to Peng Zheng, but Wei Huan. They said that the Dark Beast squad was killed just now. Was it really Wei Huan who did it? We have been led by this newcomer, and led by the nose. The same words appeared in the mouths of many old challengers. Especially the first batch of old people who entered the challenge world. The youngest batch now is already 27 years old. After 7 years in challenge world, it doesn't matter what level I am at, but when I look at newcomers, I look down on them. It's as if everyone is not as good as me, and young people are lucky to get to the top. In short, when talking about Wei Huan's name, these people are not as excited as when talking about Peng Zheng. In terms of age, they look down on Wei Huan. But on the contrary, there are a few young newcomers who dared to challenge the third level highway this year. When Wei Huan's name finally appeared in the chat channel, everyone was excited as if they felt a call of mission. Here it comes! Here it comes! The strongest of our class has finally begun to emerge. He is so outstanding and powerful. He is our idol, we must follow him. It was the undead army sent by Boss Wei that killed the Dark Beast squad. Such a loss ratio can only be achieved by our Boss Wei. Congratulations on completing the Dark Beast Nemesis achievement. With Boss Wei here, the Dark Beast must die. Undead Mage, the Dark Beast must die. Undead Mage, the Dark Beast must die. Because of his peers, and some people with an open mind, Wei Huan's name began to be called out like a tsunami in the chat room. This time, because Wei Huan brought real military merits, he spoke with strength. It is not an empty newcomer king, or the empty title of the world's only undead mage. Instead, he used real combat records, 4 dead and 3 injured in one shot, defeated the high-level Dark Beast squad that gave the Legion a headache, and easily saved his companions and chariots, telling everyone. He, Wei Huan, has the strength to stand here and lead everyone to complete this assessment task. This is the reality. It is better to show your true ability to everyone than to say 1,000 words. Everyone in the chat channel is calling Wei Huan the leader, even if some people still insist that Peng Zheng is the leader. But when the two parties with different opinions meet, Wei Huan's people will be full of momentum and say unwaveringly. It was the Dark Beast team that was defeated by the undead army. 7 high-level Dark Beasts killed 4. If you have the ability, let your boss Peng also help save people. The more people say this, the more everyone believes in Wei Huan. At noon, many people firmly believed that the leader of Group B was Peng Zheng, and at this moment, this trust was easily transferred to Wei Huan. Excessive power is as easy as flowing water. This Wei Huan is very good at using tactics. Qi Jialu watched a good show. When the voices in the chat room confirming that Wei Huan was the leader completely overwhelmed Peng Zheng, Qi Jialu smiled. She said to her deputy driver, "This Wei Huan is interesting. When you were 20, could you do this?" "No." Her deputy driver shook his head and looked at her with dark eyes, which clearly showed his displeasure at her paying too much attention to other men. Maybe there is a master behind the scenes. Are you talking about the Mu family? If the previous generation was here, I would believe what you said, but the one on the car now, Mu Zhong, is still a little immature. I'm not saying anything. It will take another 15 years to train to be able to plan and act. You praise him too much. Of course, excellence should be praised. If you are jealous, just shut yourself up and reflect on yourself. You are so stupid, how can you protect me? The deputy driver was squeezed, but he didn't care. He took Qi Jialu's hand and kissed her ring finger. He is very good and will go to the front and become the backbone of Yin country, but I will stay by your side and protect you forever. Qi Jialu heard this, but she was not moved. She just took her hand back side and looked at the men in her car. I really don't know why, although she is a career-oriented person, the men who got into her car all became love-minded. Now, even if she compliments other men, she will be jealous. Can she still take risks? However, Qi Jialu didn't intend to annoy the man, so she said, "Butler, help me contact Su Qingqiang." I have contacted Su Qingqiang. "Qingqiang, how are you doing?" I asked, but there was no reply. Qi Jialu went to do other things. When she remembered, it had been a while. She opened it again to see Su Qingqiang's name, but there was still no reply. Qi Jialu frowned. Su Qingqiang received a reply. Su Qingqiang received a reply. After 2 consecutive swipes, there was finally a reply this time. "Sister Lu, this is Lin Su. Brother Chong is so hungry that he is taking us all over the map to find food. He has been a little out of control since half an hour ago. It will be dark soon. If he leaves the team, he may be in danger." Qi Jialu raised her eyebrows. "Stop the car and let him go down to eat. If he is full, he will stop making trouble." "No, Sister Lu, it was Brother Chong who kept saying that there was something more delicious ahead, so he kept moving forward." At this time, Su Qingqiang's message also popped up. "Sister Lu, don't worry, the army will have dinner delivered when they rest." I will be fine after I finish eating. Qi Jialu stared at the text sent by Su Qingqiang for a few seconds, and when she saw that Lin Su had not sent any more messages, she frowned slightly. Criminal sequence is definitely the most difficult profession among all sequences. The battle is uncontrollable, and this sequence almost loses the opportunity to integrate into the group. Even Qi Jialu, who takes good care of Su Qingqiang, dare not use him in such occasions that require collective action. Since Su Qingqiang challenged the world, he has almost always been alone in one car, and he has protected several younger brothers who got on the car later, and he has never been on any team mission. This time, he was assigned to the Wave 1 team, and was assigned the right-wing escort mission, which should be Su Qingqiang's first collective mission. Qi Jialu believed that Su Qingqiang wanted to do a good job. Su Qingqiang was not as independent as he appeared. His experience as a teenager made him value human relationships and long for stability. So Qi Jialu tasted a little bit of Su Qingqiang's helplessness from that paragraph. Compared to anyone's opinion of him, he was actually more afraid of losing control. He even hated his ability. Qi Jialu thought about it and comforted, "After dark, you can report to your driver. Hunting in the surrounding area is fine. Don't worry." Okay. Next, Su Qingqiang did not send any more messages, and Qi Jialu was busy with other things. Just like that, the sky suddenly became dark. The convoy stopped and reorganized 40 minutes before dark to prepare for the night garrison. Challenging the world during the day is not easy, but the night is even worse. The environment will be worse than the day, the weather will be cold, windy and rainy, and a large number of wandering monsters will appear to attack the convoy. So they had to stop the car in advance and form a formation to garrison. Wave 1's car was suspended in the sky, always ready to start at any time. As the central brain, various types of cars kept coming and going in the area where he was, and they left quickly after receiving orders. Compared with ordinary challengers, the official team members, who were responsible for the task, must be busier. The reconnaissance vehicles sent out patrol farther at night. The sentry cars were positioned at fixed points to ensure that there were no blind spots in the field of vision. The pioneer car worked hard and returned to the team. It was sheltered in the core of the team and could have a good rest. The leader car arranged automatic patrols to ensure that it could reach any corner of the team it was responsible for within 3 minutes at any time. Fortunately, the two girls followed Wave 1's car closely from the beginning. Even if Wave 1 went out to drive a big one, they still came back to their side. They witnessed with their own eyes how Wave 1's car went from being low-key and unknown to shining with the style of a leader, dazzling and dazzling. The transformation at this moment was what they expected and proud of. They were quiet in the corner, witnessing all this, eating the food at hand and drooling. Ah, it's a pity that 3 ran away, otherwise this attack would be more perfect. But I think killing 4 is also very strong. That is a 4th level 7-star dark beast, and it is a dark beast famous for its mobility and sneak attacks. The reason why it causes such a big loss every time is because we can't stop them, but they can come and go freely. The 2-headed hidden demon team is the most difficult dark beast team. I didn't expect that we met them on the first day, and then killed half of them. Let them be arrogant and arrogant, ha ha ha. After chatting excitedly for a while, it was completely dark. Wave 1's car was still floating in the air, and the laser light on the roof was glowing in the dark, like an angel's halo. It was also like a lighthouse, and could be clearly seen from a distance. The girl with the bun came back from washing the dishes, and planned to enter the professional temple. The companion who stayed on duty saw her staring at Wave 1's leader car with her chin in her hand and asked, "What are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking, maybe the future is the time for the position flow to shine." "What?" The girl with the bun didn't understand. The companion said, "Boss Wei can form an army by himself, and the undead army is not afraid of sacrifice. With our challengers, they are invincible in a frontal push." This time, the formation was arranged by Boss Wei. Boss Wei is not clear about his ability. He just wants to kill all the sneak-attacking dark beasts head-on. Hearing this, the girl with the bald head has completely understood. She sat up in shock, eyes wide open. So the attack of the dark beasts is just what he wants. Boss Wei wants to kill one by one. There are only a few teams of dark beasts in total. Kill them all, isn't it? The companion nodded. The girl with the bald head also nodded. The two gradually became excited. It's an open conspiracy. Just ask if you dare to come? If you come, you will die. If you don't come, we will pass. This is the domineering of the absolute power. Compared to this, Sister Lu has a little bit. There's no need to drag them down. Each has its own merits. But I love Boss Wei's logic. He is indeed the nemesis of dark beasts. Just ask if dark beasts are uncomfortable. Of course, dark beasts are uncomfortable. Fast Bullet Squad is the name of these 7 two-headed hidden demons in random challenges over the past 2 years, using the lives of human challengers to gain a great reputation. In this world, there are only wrong names, not wrong nicknames. The Fast Bullet Squad that killed 22,000 people is famous in the human world for its superb mobility and elusiveness. I don't know how many challengers are afraid of their reputation and dare not sign up for the assessment, and gradually accumulate on the secondary highway to become a nuisance. But today, on the first day of the assessment highway, the Fast Bullet Squad was directly wiped out in the opposite direction and completely withdrew from the stage of history. The 3 fleeing two-headed hidden demons finally used their own advantages to avoid the pursuit of Wei Huan's Ghost Crow. They successfully escaped 10 kilometers away and fled to the depths of the challenge world with blood spilled all the way. Finally, they used the system's task function to teleport to the end of the road. They were so scared that they just wanted to stay away from that human being, and even wanted to escape from this road. They gathered together and recovered in the dark. The beast's eyes that suddenly opened because of a little movement showed their fear vividly. Wu is dead. I didn't expect Wu to die. It should have been upgraded to level 5 when it left this time. That human, the undead skeleton that controls our tribe. Those undead skeletons are abnormally strong, stronger than the living. The attack of the demon I lord is beyond its scope. Why? Is death our destination? Will death make us stronger? In the dense and dark forest, the crowns of towering trees grew wildly, covering a hidden area. 3 two-headed hidden demons used the language of the dark beasts, whispering and licking their wounds. The wounds were very serious. Normally, the attacks of the demon I lord could not leave any damage on them, but they were pierced by the demon I lord commanded by humans. The wounds left dark power, but it was different from the dark power of their dark beasts, and had strong freezing corrosiveness. They licked away the rotten meat with their tongues, and when they licked the fresh meat, their muscles spasmed in pain. But they found that once they stopped, the dark power continued to erode their bodies. They had to use their tongues to lick off the meat that had not been stained. The pain made them breathe heavily, and every second was like being tortured. But in order to survive, they had to do this. While doing painful things, they cursed the culprit who caused all this. Another strongman has emerged from the human race, and they have no idea. It's the intelligence's fault. Yes, it's all the intelligence's fault. Those idiots told us that the human race had moved again, but they didn't find anything and led us into this world. Did you see the number of those cars? They came prepared. Such a large operation should not be carried out by only us. Now Wu is dead, what should we do? Should we continue to complete the mission? Squeak. The sudden noise startled the 3 dark beasts that were licking their wounds. They closed their mouths quickly, with their ears and scales erected, and their bodies changed from lying to standing, following the tree trunk, circling upwards like a snake, and in a blink of an eye they were completely hidden in the darkness. But as dark energy creatures, such darkness obviously does not limit their vision. Their yellow animal pupils can clearly see a team of dark beasts coming in from outside the thorns. This team of dark beasts is very strange. The largest one is only 1 meter tall, and the smallest one is less than 10 centimeters. They have a dog's head, a mouse's body, and a thick and long tail that can be dragged 3 to 5 meters away. When they walk, they jump on their hind legs like rabbits. At the same time, their heads shook and their noses moved, as if they had finally found what they needed, and stopped at the place where the 2-headed hidden demons had just been healing. Then, from among them, the largest guy walked out, but he was only about 1 meter tall. He stretched out his 2 front paws respectfully and sang loudly, "The great and elegant, powerful and mysterious Lord G is here." The 2-headed hidden demons poked their heads out of the trees one after another. After they finished speaking, each of them took a posture of howling at the moon, and the neck under the dog's head was stretched very long and straight. The sound of gurgling came out of their throats and stomachs. It was visible to the naked eye that something was surging up from the dog's neck. The thing was very big, and the process of squeezing it up was like squeezing a baseball into a toothpaste tube. Finally, ugh, puff! The largest dog-headed dark beast opened its mouth and spit out a huge thing. How big is this thing? It was in the shape of a tower, about 12 meters high, with a base diameter of more than 5 meters and a diameter of about 2 meters on the top. It was wide at the bottom and narrow at the top, made of steel alloy, and the ground trembled when it fell to the ground. The tree where a 2-headed hidden demon was hiding was directly overwhelmed by this sudden appearance. The 2-headed hidden demon swooped to another tree, poked its head out sinisterly, looked at the thing that attacked it, and said without surprise, "Watchtower?" Then, it looked fierce again, and asked in an oppressive whisper, "Garbage, where is G?" But these dog-headed people did not answer it. The scene was like a vomiting meeting. As the gurgle sound continued, more and more things appeared in the open space. Watchtowers, catapults, houses, and walls. There were only 7 dog-headed men in total, but in the blink of an eye, they vomited out a territory. Blacksmith shop, barracks, blessing temple, houses, and finally the Lord's Hall. This new team of dark beasts actually brought his territory. Chapter 84. A city with the scale of a 4th-level territory appeared on the hill at night, occupying the entire hill. At this time, the 2-headed hidden demons had come down from the trees and looked at the territory in front of them with some nostalgia. The Dark Beast civilization participated in the Lord Challenge. Each Dark Beast had its own territory, and of course they had one too. It was just a random mission, and they could not bring their territory in. This also reduced their strength by half. The Lord must be integrated with the territory to exert the greatest combat power. I'm afraid I can only rely on G this time. That human is restrained against the fast team, but it's not so easy for him to win such a territory battle. What's more, it's G. As he said this, the dog-headed man opened his mouth and began to spit out smaller dog-headed men. 1, 2, 3, more than 10 small dog-headed men were spit out in one breath. These dog-headed men are really the size of mice, and their abilities are different from those of big men. After appearing, they looked up at the sky, and with a gurgle sound, something more special came out of their mouths. It was a living being. Or one came out from each end, or 3 or 4 came out from each end. Not only were these lives alive after they came out, but half of them were in human form. Some of them wore equipment that was not inferior to that of human challengers, and they looked powerful. These people were often spit out alone, and they were hero units. There were also some shabby-looking human races, and when 3 or 4 were spit out together, they looked a little embarrassed. After they landed, they didn't seem to feel anything unusual about the dark beasts in front of them. They looked around, and some went into the blacksmith shop, some went into the houses, and some went into the farmhouse. Less than 2 seconds later, the lights in the territory were turned on, and there was the noise of the people talking and working. The kitchen was filled with oil smoke, and the farmer units were already carrying hoes, turning the soil and planting in any place that could be dug. The hero units walked up the city wall, the shooters stepped onto the sentry tower, and the rocket soldiers were wiping the artillery shells and grenade vehicles. A white strongman, with a height of nearly 2 meters, walked in front of the 2-headed hidden demon, and their eyes fell on the mechanical device on his back. The metal implanted under his skin could be vaguely seen. With a strong taste of technology, coupled with the strength of his own flesh, the 2-headed hidden demon smelled the breath of the strong. It's Bobby. An epic hero unit. The combat value reaches the 4th level, and it can even reach the 5th level during the defense of the city. It is G's most powerful subordinate. The 2-headed hidden demon said so, and followed this epic hero to the Lord's Hall not far away. The lights in the Lord's Hall were lit, and the door was open, with an invitation to enter casually. But the 2-headed hidden demons unconsciously shrunk their bodies when they entered the hall. The yellow beast pupils quickly adjusted to the strong light, and finally saw everything in the Lord's Hall. There were only 5 dark beasts in total. 2 7-star 2-headed hidden demons, whose strength and momentum were similar to theirs. A big dog-headed man, with a 10-centimeter small dog-headed man squatting on its shoulders. Interestingly, they were wearing exactly the same black clothes. The people of Yin country seemed to call this kind of clothing a suit. And the one in the middle, guarded by the stars, was an existence that the 3 beasts dared not look up at. It was like a shapeless black smoke, which continued to burn like a flame. Deep in the flame, the presence of sight could be felt, but the greatest deterrent to the 3 beasts was the suppression from the high-level bloodline. Lord G. The 2-headed hidden demon came forward and prostrated himself on the ground, respectfully addressing the flame. The flame in front of them did not make any sound, but the sound directly acted on their minds. His name is Wei Huan. He is this year's new human, the only necromancer of human civilization. He also slaughtered our entire Lord assessment area, and was named the Dark Beast Nemesis by the Challenge World. He is our enemy. The information appeared directly in the mind in a way that was not sound, not image, and not concept. It was as if the gene lock was opened at this moment, and the blood memory from ancient times suddenly revived, gaining an extremely detailed knowledge inheritance. They saw Wei Huan's appearance, heard his voice, and saw a deep mark he left in different places, even including his breathing frequency. Around him, there were countless undead armies, from cave beasts to running wolves and violent bears. At this moment, they seemed to have experienced it themselves, and the data of the other party was clearly engraved on their bodies. But it was not over yet. When all the information about Wei Huan was poured into the brains of the three beasts, all the data about Wei Huan in this battle that they had personally experienced was like being turned out by an invisible big hand. This made them very painful, but they endured it without making a sound. The new memory finally merged perfectly with the old memory in their brains to a balance point, and finally calmed down. The memories of Wei Huan included the bone fortress transformed from the jellyfish-like crypt beast, the comparison of the killing power of the demon I lured before and after receiving the shaman's blessing, and the 4th level car belonging to Wei Huan. It was not until this time that Lord Ji seemed satisfied and let go of the 3 trembling dark beasts. Then, its sight swept over the other 4 dark beasts around it. These dark beasts received the latest ancient memories, and seem to have received a baptism of wisdom. He is indeed our nemesis. If you mean he can control the corpses of our tribe, so he must die. We must concentrate our efforts to kill him. He grows too fast, and will become a variable in this battle. I suspect that he has obtained a professional training ground, and the values of the undead dark beasts are abnormal. As the beasts talked, Wei Huan, who had never seen him before, no longer had any secrets in their eyes. The reason why the dark beast civilization can be the enemy of human civilization is that they are indeed qualified enough. The intelligence and ability of high-level dark beasts to lead and unite are no worse than any human high-level. They even have their own intelligence collection ability and methods of sending intelligence. Master Ji, maybe we should leave here and spread Wei Huan's information throughout the dark beast plane. No. But this time, Master Ji said, he will die here, so there is no need to bother to pass on his message. But he grows too fast, and next time, he may be at the top. Now is our last chance. Yes. The black flame burned quietly for a moment, and the next second, it suddenly spread, like a prairie fire, sweeping through every part of the territory in an instant. Then, they saw that the people touched by the flame were more energetic and produced more. The strength of the hero profession soared, and the tall white man, the epic hero, broke through the 5th level, and his body became more terrifying. The 4th level sentry tower was slowly upgraded, and it was actually evolving towards the 5th level. In addition, every dark beast lord here felt that the ancient bloodline was being awakened, and they were evolving towards a stronger direction. Lord Ji completely disappeared from this land, and its figure could not be seen. But it was everywhere, and its eyes and voice were everywhere. Entering the land of rapid evolution, it murmured, as if it came from the gods mumbling. Evolve. Kill him. Evolve. Kill him. Last night was very peaceful. After the raid of the Dark Beast team, the convoy encountered a group of wandering monsters, which was already a very regular battle. Losses were allowed, but it must be pushed forward all the way. Kill ghosts when you meet ghosts, and kill gods when you meet gods. Wherever the army passes, it is like plowing and raking the land, and no grass must grow. Several battles took place at night, and the group of wandering monsters sent by the challenge world landed directly in the middle of the convoy. But the convoy had been prepared in advance, and the network attacked, and all the wandering monsters were wiped out before the war escalated. We didn't need Wei Huan, the leader's car, to take action. In addition, Sister Lu was also good. She led half of the people at the beginning, and after 2 hours, she killed another third of the people. When night fell, those who could still follow her were all strong people who survived the elimination. The weak gathered together to keep warm. Strong people gathered together to form a strong alliance. The wandering monster that descended last night also did not cause any waves, and was solved by the challenger himself. The difficult part was the group of people left behind by Sister Lu. This group of people was led by 6 leader cars at an angle. While moving forward, they approached Wei Huan's convoy. Wei Huan's speed was 400 miles per hour, not fast or slow, but he kept moving forward steadily. The abandoned 10,000 people always had accidents of one kind or another. Hemp ropes break at the thinnest part, and misfortune finds the unfortunate. Along the way, there were always things that pulled them down, and people kept dying in the convoy. Some people cursed Sister Lu, but Sister Lu didn't care. Some people asked Wei Huan for help, but Wei Huan didn't respond. Wei Huan was grateful to Commander Dong, respected his heart for the world, and yearned for his kindness and love for the people. But Wei Huan also has his own Tao. As long as he can win the war, he doesn't care how many people die and protect more people to live. Besides, if he leaves, the convoy he should have protected will be attacked because of losing his protection. Is this a gain or a loss? So 4 hours after nightfall, this part of the convoy finally reunited with Group B with difficulty. The loss has reached 1/10. Nearly 1,000 people died. The number of vehicles decreased by 528. But before they could catch their breath, Wei Huan's order came down. Collect and organize the information of new team members, and redistribute them into teams. Everyone hurriedly ate a bite of food, and without waiting to rest, they were asked to go to various locations overnight to reunite with the team members. Some of them were so far away that they had to go from one side of the convoy to the other. Exhausted and tense, some people collapsed and cursed. They didn't dare to curse Sister Lu and Wei Huan in the chat room, fearing that they would be left behind and really abandoned to death. So they could only curse with their teammates and friends, and set up a local area network with the vehicles around them, and curse behind closed doors in a small area. How could Wei Huan, a boy who was still wet behind the ears, hold such a great power? It might have something to do with his marriage partner Mu Zhong. Mu Dihao, the commander of the Azure Dragon Challenge Army. Most of the leader vehicles in this convoy came from the Azure Dragon Army. Without Mu Dihao, what would Wei Huan be? Do you really think it was the Dark Beast squad that was killed by Wei Huan? The 30 or 40 vehicles on the scene are the main force. Even a 4th level Dark Beast can't withstand a round of simultaneous firing. But they put the credit on Wei Huan alone, and built momentum for him. Commander Hong was seriously injured, Mu Dihao lost power, and placed his hopes on his son's marriage partner. It was pathetic, ridiculous, arrogant, and stupid. In the secret local area network, at first, he just complained about being tired, but later, at some point, he began to make extremely targeted comments, directly pointing out that Wei Huan's identity as the main leader was problematic. The people, who were already confused, were brainwashed without any resistance and left their voices in the local area network. I didn't believe Wei Huan had any ability, so I asked about the outstanding generals of Yin country, who didn't start training from a young age and have a wide range of experience. I'm afraid that even his army of undead is overestimated. I've seen Mu Dihao. He has a face of a gentleman. What real ability can he have? He will only seek personal gain. This Wei Huan separated us. I'm afraid he has bad intentions. Is it possible that he will use us as cannon fodder next? Yes. We must act carefully and show signs as soon as possible. I don't believe he is so kind. There weren't many people in the land, just over 30 cars and over 100 people. But if you look carefully, you will find that this group of people is the strongest among these abandoned teams. Someone noticed their strength, united them together, and deliberately created a small group. This small group now seems to be nothing, and has no sense of existence in front of the 30,000 strong army. But undercurrents gather, from nothing to something, that's it. What's more, there are still people who are working hard and watching this small poison seed take root and sprout. In the dark, an inconspicuous minivan has an extraordinary style inside. One person crossed his legs, picked up the teacup, drank a sip of the sweet Piaoxiu Zhuaking, and smiled coldly. Dare to step on me to get to the top, then let's see who is more powerful. 5 o'clock in the morning is time to get up. When the fragrant meals came out, Wei Huan had not returned from the professional temple. Last night was the first night, and all of them were on duty in the car, and they were busy until afternoon before taking turns to rest. Mu Zhong took over Wei Huan's position and let him rest. Wei Huan didn't think he needed to rest. Mu Zhong said, "You go to the professional temple. The army of the undead continues to expand. The intensity of the war will only get bigger and bigger. There are many places that need the army of the undead." Wei Huan was convinced. He went to the tomb and recruited running wolves for a night. During this time, Brother Tao Gang came over and brought another elite to him. Wei Huan didn't think much of it at first, but when 2 elites stood behind Brother Tao Gang, and nearly 1,000 running wolves followed behind him, Wei Huan noticed the changes in Brother Tao Gang in this majestic style. It's hard to say that it's an improvement from the inside out after the change in self-cognition. Or is it the case with the undead system? If you reach a certain standard, you can advance. In short, at that moment, Wei Huan clearly felt that Brother Diagon was changing from an elite unit to a hero unit. Speaking of hero units, we must mention the division of the hero system in the Dark Beast Lord Challenge. Ordinary hero, epic hero, legendary hero, pseudo-god hero, god hero. Ordinary heroes can fight 10 people at once, and epic heroes can fight 100 at once. By analogy, a legendary hero can slaughter thousands of human beings on the battlefield. Then put it the other way around. Wei Huan was able to kill a Dark Beast Lord area and achieve the achievement of 1,000 people, which means that his personal ability has reached the legendary hero level. So how strong is Wei Huan's personal ability? Is he a supermodel of collapse? The answer is no. The Dark Beast Lord can control various powerful hero units. If he himself has a high star bloodline, he is not inferior to a legendary hero. It can only be said that there are only a limited number of geniuses of this level. Both sides have a population base of billions, and finally gave birth to the truly top-notch strongmen who are no more than one hand. Let's go off topic. Let's just say that the current brother digging his anus seems to meet certain conditions, and in front of Wei Huan, he presents the characteristics of a hero unit. From elite to hero, does that mean that in the future, brother digging his anus may evolve into an epic hero? Legendary hero? Or even a god hero? Is it because the Dark Beast Lord is controlled by the Challenge World, and the Lord Challenge system cannot escape death? Or is the Gravekeeper sequence destined to have such growth and changes? It is unknown. Wei Huan only knew that this was a good thing. The stronger brother Tao Gang became, the stronger his control over the running wolf would be, and the more he could help Wei Huan on the battlefield. However, as a commander, is it okay if he doesn't know tactics? Wei Huan had high hopes for brother Tao Gang, and was full of expectations. So after opening his eyes, he said to cousin Mu, "Muhan, I will give you a student. You need to teach it to analyze the enemy situation, organize intelligence, and implement tactics, focusing on blue tactics, with flexible roaming as the main focus." Cousin Mu nodded. "Okay, is this assessment over?" "No, you have to do this task now after you finish your work." Cousin Mu thought for a while. "Do you want me to guide Su Qingqiang?" Wei Huan was slightly stunned when he heard it, and after a pause he said, "You could also ask him if he wants to join us." Obviously, Su Qingqiang was not the one he wanted to teach. Cousin Mu really couldn't think of anyone. After breakfast, he was busy with all matters related to the departure of the army. After it was his turn to rest, he followed Wei Huan's request, and went to a separate room on the 4th floor that was temporarily converted into a classroom. Pushed the door and went in. In the room, a ferocious creature with white bones and thorns on its bones, standing on all fours, with a shoulder height of 3 meters, stood in the room blankly. Above its head, there was a ghost crow formed by the gathering of dark clouds, and condensed into the shape of a black crow. At the same time, on the other side of the room, there was a huge, 4-meter-tall crypt beast undead skeleton. When he looked over, a small face hugger crawled out of the back shell of the crypt beast, and poked its head out. 1 person, 1 bird, 1 beast, and 2 insects. 10 eyes, 8 green and 2 black, met. Mu Zhong followed up at some point, and the voice came from behind cousin Mu. "Knowing that you want to teach brethren, I asked Wei Huan to release the point beast, the dog and the crow's sister. When you are in the military class, you can also popularize the various monsters in the challenge world. The crow's sister is a very good scout bird. It is our eyes." Cousin Mu, After a long while he said, "I may not be fully prepared. Think about it and say, are you sure they can understand me? In fact, it is not difficult to teach the elite undead. They really can't communicate with humans, and they can't even understand human voices. But as intelligent beings, their ability to input images is not inferior to sound." Cousin Mu found war videos, Challenge World documentaries, and some classic training programs of military academies, and just played them like movies. The elite undead will watch them seriously, maybe understand, maybe not. As for why Sister Crow is Sister Crow, not Brother Crow, it is just that Mu Zhong thinks that Wei Huan's undead army should have both male and female, so that the work is not tiring. Perhaps, brother and his sister and Sister Crow is Brother Crow. It is not important. The march on the second day was very smooth. There was no attack from the Dark Beast squad today. The wandering monster groups on the road, even if they were large tribes, could not withstand the 3 rounds of concentrated fire from the group army. Wherever they passed, the scorched earth was apiece, and the momentum was like a rainbow. The threat of life and death crisis faded temporarily, and some big and small voices emerged on this day. First of all, there was the problem of the treasure chest. The road assessment is an assessment, but also a rare opportunity to improve one's own strength. The treasure chests on the road are easy to open, and most of them are bronze and black iron treasure chests, which are upgrades for challengers. At first, everyone was silent for the sake of survival. Now that it is safe, they want more. Can we open the treasure chest? Can we team up to explore the ruins? This is the most asked question of the day. But the answer is obvious. No. The treasure chest is the official spoils of war, and it is also the cost of their sheltering this group of people. More importantly, the logistics supply for so many people needs to be provided by the official, and a large amount of resources can only be obtained from treasure chests and ruins. Even if it is exchanged with points, the official must have goods in hand. The reasons are sufficient, but unfortunately some people can never accept it. They complain for a long time. Wei Huan ignored them all. Wei Huan has seen the difficulty of the third level assessment, and he doesn't think that he can get through it so smoothly from now on until the end of the assessment. The Dark Beast will not give up, and the Challenge World will continue to create trouble according to their actual situation. The Challenge World will stimulate their evolution. The Dark Beast will take their lives. The two parties join forces, and it is a big net of the abyss of despair, which has long been spread out in front. It is unwise for a leader to let the team ignore discipline and want whatever they want. Wei Huan knows that these people will not understand, and he does not need them to understand. He just wants them to follow orders and move forward. When that day comes, they will naturally understand that sometimes a small negligence may lead to a complete loss. On the contrary, it is a strategic plan. Wei Huan never responds to the continuous calls. On the surface, there seems to be no sound in the convoy, but secretly, dissatisfaction has been accumulating. At night, there are small groups communicating again, and the number of people is more than yesterday. Wei Huan is indeed young, stubborn, and incapable of major events. I heard from the people in the reconnaissance car that Wei Huan's undead crow was walking in the front. When we passed by, all the treasure chests were opened by him alone. There were enough supplies for 40,000 people. He dared to swallow them all by himself. He didn't let us open the ruins. He was too greedy. People only envy how much he took, and don't think that he deserved it because he was protected by others. They just want to take out the things Wei Huan took and take them for themselves. Stupid and selfish people will only become more profit-seeking and brainless when they get together. Chapter 85. At night, a group of flying ghost-faced spiders were airdropped on the left wing of the army. There were so many of them that they were clumsy to fly. Their chubby gourd-like bodies had 2 pairs of dragonfly wings and 8 legs. Like bombers, they could be heard flying from a distance. But because it was arranged by Challenge World, they appeared directly from high altitude and bypassed the outermost warning net that Wei Huan had arranged on the army. They were airdropped over the area where the army was most densely populated. Buzz buzz buzz. Boom boom. Puff puff puff. The ghost-faced spiders that landed were like rain, each one bigger than a car. When they landed on the ground, a spider could step on 8 cars with its feet, and the tip of its long legs was like a sharp sickle after being polished, stabbing into the outer shell of the vehicle bit by bit. The ever-lit headlights illuminated the spider's terrifying and hideous body, and also illuminated the monster that was still falling from the sky. Challenge World made a big deal. The number of ghost-faced spiders in this batch exceeds 1,000, and they are a super large tribe. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Turn on the vehicle defense system. Professionals should not leave the vehicle. It's a ghost-faced spider. There is a big one here. Very strong. They came with the mission of killing the Challenger, and as soon as they arrived, they turned into sickles for harvesting, using their long legs to cut the Challenger's vehicle. The electric current flowing through the defense system made the ghost-faced spiders twitch constantly, emitting bursts of burnt aroma. The rolling saw teeth on the vehicle shell cut these crispy spider legs into small pieces of large bone sticks, and the sticky and fragrant white marrow in the middle could be seen. A twisted figure jumped in the dark, which did not look like a human body posture. Its upper limbs were too long, and every time it jumped and moved, it liked to start from a completely tightened squat and then bounce up. Its overly long claws grabbed a severed spider leg on the ground and stuffed it into its mouth without even thinking. The crispy shell and the fragrant bone marrow made it a joy to eat the roasted spider leg. The raid was fierce, and the two sides were very close in strength, with both sides fighting back and forth. Some vehicles were broken by spiders, and the next second the spiders were killed by the vehicles next to them. Overall, more ghost-faced spiders died than humans. Humans relied on vehicles to cover their output, and at least they would not lose the battle in a short period of time. With the help of some elite vehicles, this battle was also a fight back and forth, until a thunderous buzzing sound appeared overhead. The light converged, revealing the figure of a huge spider. It was more than 10 times larger than an ordinary ghost-faced spider. Not counting the long legs, the gourd-shaped body was more than 50 meters long, like an aerial fortress, falling with a sense of deterrence. Someone screamed desperately under the big spider. "Boss! Help! It can easily destroy my car! Where is our leader car? Why can't we see the leader car after fighting for so long?" It didn't take long. It was less than 3 minutes. It was the overly intense battle that prolonged the perception of time. Besides, the battlefield was so big that there was a leader car, but some people didn't see it. It was not until this moment that the war situation became critical. The second-level car was too fragile. Those who wanted to fish in troubled waters were playing with their own lives. Now, it's time for them to take responsibility for their decisions. Some cars were blown up directly, and the people inside were completely destroyed. It won't be long before both the people and the cars will be swallowed up by the challenge world. Some cars were crushed and deformed, and the challengers inside had to escape. But even the car couldn't protect him. A second-level professional was attacked by a third-level road monster head-on, and he must have died faster than in the car. The long legs of the boss whipped down, and before they touched the man, the wind pressure alone exploded him into a blood mist. Run! Help! Screams came one after another. Fortunately, the car drove away from the vortex of the battle. Unfortunately, the car was severely deformed and could not move, and could only wait for death. At this moment, a ball of green light whizzed past the top of the head. The green light fell on the spider boss, like a viscous liquid that could not be separated once it was absorbed. At the same time, behind the green light, there were some objects in the form of silk threads that were quickly tightened. The area where the struggling spider boss was stuck was immediately controlled. Then, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Another group of green lights, with this kind of silk thread, flew out from behind and above the head, landing on the spider boss. Until the last joint of a spider leg that was about to pierce the chariot was also stuck. Such a huge boss was actually frozen on the ground. The huge boss, Green Vision. In such an extremely dark and tragic night. It was as if a puppet comedy was staged, and the terrifying boss illuminated by the light became the absurd protagonist. At this time, some people came back to their senses from the earth-shaking battle. Their sights followed the silk thread, raised their heads, and turned their heads, and what they saw was a scene that made their pupils tremble even more. They didn't know when a tall and majestic bone bunker was built behind them. It was 100 meters high and built layer by layer. The green silk thread was spit out from the tip of such a bone bunker. It was like it was to fight against the opponent's power, so it went down from the tip to the thickest, deeply digging into the ground. The bunker built of countless bones looked gloomy and terrifying, but it also showed an indescribable sense of power. Weirdly gorgeous and powerful. Then, a large number of face huggers crawled out from behind the bone fortress. Each of them was half a meter in size, walking close to the ground, moving silently, and just spreading forward silently. They bypassed the vehicles, bypassed the challengers who were scared and stiff, and finally climbed onto the body of the spider boss. There were also some face huggers, hanging upside down on the silk thread. They appeared on the body of the spider boss, like blooming white flowers. Very beautiful, very sad. It was a vicious parasitic flower. Invading, spreading, devouring. The shell of the spider boss was not easy to break, but the face hugger found a broken leg. Like a weak point of defense conquered by the virus, the face hugger drilled into the body of the spider boss, like water. The spider boss, which had been stable and was just constantly wrestling with the army of undead, suddenly began to struggle desperately. Some silk threads were torn, and some bone fortresses were destroyed. But every time, as long as one control was lost, there would always be 3 or 4 green light balls appear. It is guaranteed that it will never be able to break free. The undead army is upright, relying on its combat power that far exceeds the load, crushing any opponent. Absolutely no cost-effectiveness. No saving of resources. If I can kill you with one punch, I will punch and kick you and crush you into a pulp. This tactic of hanging, trapping, and binding, and letting the bugs drill inside, directly hollowing out the boss from the inside. Everyone's scalp tingles when they see it. Although I know it shouldn't be, at this moment, I still feel a little sympathetic to this big boss. If it was smaller, it wouldn't be so miserable. Quiet and silent swallowing is going on. Quiet. At this time, someone realized that the battle had stopped at some point. Not only was the spider boss controlled, but the ghost-faced spiders in the space seemed to have disappeared. On the battlefield, only the skeletons of the running wolves and the ghost crows flying in the air in a disorderly and orderly manner could be seen. These undead armies that appeared from nowhere at an unknown time took control of the order of the battlefield in a short time. The chaos seemed to be a long time ago. So, is this the strength of Wave 1's undead army? Yes, this is the ability of a true leader. As long as he takes action, he can suppress a battlefield. Another leader of the human race is being born. Gulp gulp. Kuchichi. Su Qingqiang, who was digging spider meat and eating it a little boring, suddenly stopped chewing. He turned his head suddenly, opened his blood-red eyes, and met the eyes of a face hugger crawling behind him. There was no thunder and lightning as imagined, and both sides were very calm. Su Qingqiang was a friendly unit, and the face hugger had no hostility towards him. In Su Qingqiang's eyes, the face hugger was so weak that he had no desire to eat it. They looked at each other calmly. Then Su Qingqiang used his remaining rationality to step aside and make way for the face hugger. The face hugger bypassed Su Qingqiang and went deeper. Su Qingqiang didn't protect the food. He didn't want to eat anymore. And seeing the face hugger reminded him of another delicious food. He, black sesame paste. Su Qingqiang broke the spider's legs on the spot, jumped into the darkness, turned into a black shadow, and shuttled through the battlefield. No black sesame paste. This time Wei Huan didn't release the zombies, so naturally there was no black sesame paste. The desire for food made Su Qingqiang gradually lose control, until he saw a huge wolf with bone spurs on its body. Although they were all bone sticks. The bones were clean, and even the jade-like patina was exposed. But when Su Qingqiang eats, he never cares about the amount of meat. He eats energy. The rich energy contained in the body of a living thing. If it is of the right size and rich in energy, it is even better. The reason why he gave up eating this spider boss. It is because it is too big. His stomach is not a bottomless pit, and there is also a limit. If he eats to the limit, but cannot consume much energy, it is junk food for him. But now, when he saw this huge wolf skeleton, it was like seeing the dream food. He was salivating, and his saliva was flowing down. He licked the corner of his mouth, and his eyes gradually twisted and ferocious. He laughed wildly at the sight of delicious food. Jump up. Sit on the back of the anal digger like a soft beauty, regardless of its struggle and resistance. Open your mouth and stick to it. Caw caw caw. The anal digger, who was held by someone forcibly for the first time, was frightened and turned back to look at the human riding on his back. Its IQ now can already distinguish the identity of this human. What's more, before being released to fight today, it was forced to study documentaries for a whole day. It was also forced to get to know the master's teammate. The simple mind of the anal digger didn't understand why this teammate rode on his back and broke his bones. Moreover, the salivating expression of this teammate towards it was like a dead ghost, which was greasy and disgusting to look at. Caw caw caw. He. Caw caw caw. He. The bones of the anal digger were not easy to break, and the anal digger also struggled. The two made strange sounds in such a silent battlefield. Some people thought the monster had come again and quickly retracted their necks. Some people looked around curiously, but could not see anything. At this moment, a portal suddenly appeared in front of Brother Diaogong and Su Qingqiang. Then, two zombie bears with rotten bodies and shaking heads walked out of the door. Su Qingqiang saw the delicious food in front of him, hesitated for a moment, and finally continued to break Brother Diaogong's bones. Then, two more zombie bears came out and lined up in front of Su Qingqiang. They looked like a plump beauty, exchanging glances. Come on. Su Qingqiang was tempted and hesitated even more. Finally, the anal digger caught a chance and rolled on the ground, throwing Su Qingqiang off. Then he rushed into the portal without looking back. Su Qingqiang turned over and stood up, his face covered with twisted magic patterns, full of greedy and hungry eyes. The horn on his head had grown out at some point, and with the twisted and abnormal skeleton and the look in his eyes at this moment, he was no longer a human being. He laughed hee and pounced on the zombie bear. Awooh! The few people who saw this scene all vomited. Wei Huan watched this scene calmly through the magic eye lord. Between opening and closing his eyes, he had gone to the tomb and comforted the anal digger. When he came back, Su Qingqiang had already eaten half of the zombie bear. In order to avoid panic and nausea, Wei Huan ordered the face huggers to surround the area where Su Qingqiang was. People outside could no longer see what Su Qingqiang was doing. Su Qingqiang's car was also asked to come as soon as possible to pick up Su Qingqiang after he finished eating. Wei Huan didn't care that Su Qingqiang ate his army of undead, as long as he didn't touch those elites. And since the last exploration of the ruins of the miracle, he has always been concerned about the green flames in Su Qingqiang's eyes. This is a good opportunity to prove his idea. If Su Qingqiang wants to eat, give it to him. After eating, the answer he wants will naturally appear. Wei Huan doesn't care what will happen to Su Qingqiang, but if this method can create a trustworthy strongman, Wei Huan is willing to promote this matter. However, everything is unknown at present, and it's just speculation. Su Qingqiang ate 3 zombie violent bears, and didn't faint this time. When the car came to pick him up, he left the last zombie bear behind and staggered back to the car. Lin Su and Zhou Yong, who picked him up, looked normal. It was obvious that they often let him out to eat, and then took him back to the car. This sense of order made Wei Huan feel relieved. It seems that Su Qingqiang is not without a bottom line when he is twisted. At least no matter how crazy or hungry he is, he will not hurt these two brothers. This subconscious self-limitation shows that the criminal sequence is not completely useless. The edge also has its benefits. After Su Qingqiang left, Wei Huan's undead army also withdrew. The damage of this battle was the largest in the past 2 days. There were more than 300 vehicles damaged to various degrees. 3 hours later, several representatives of these damaged vehicles contacted Wei Huan, hoping that the authorities could help them restore the vehicles. Wei Huan agreed to their video request. Looking at the man on the other side of the screen, who looked like a smart elite, his eyes were full of calculations that could not be hidden. Wei Huan only said, "I haven't joined any army yet. As a free man, it's a favor for me to take you through the level, and it's normal not to take you. So, I say it again for the last time. Before dawn, all challengers whose vehicles are damaged, either guard your vehicles and find a way out yourself, or give up your vehicles and board other full vehicles as guests." Wei Huan didn't want to negotiate with these people who came prepared. He knew that he was influenced by Commander Dong and others, and it would be easy for him to have the idea of not abandoning anyone. He would be controlled by these people with morality. So, he turned the table over as soon as he opened his mouth. He would never compromise. There were too many people participating in this assessment, and he was not a god. At the beginning, he told himself that he couldn't lead all the people through. He couldn't let himself die here just because he wanted to inherit the spirit of Commander Dong and others. No, his mission after rebirth was never this. His enemies were at the forefront. He wanted to use his power to kill all the dark beasts. Instead of wasting energy here and arguing with these people, which might not end well. The man opposite him, who was confident, smiled coldly. He suddenly became emotional, and his face enlarged on the screen. "You asked them to give up the vehicle, which is equivalent to asking them to give up their identity as challengers. Professionals who lost their vehicles can't get on any car again. You are murdering their future. We must discuss this matter again, we should." Wei Huan interrupted him. "The convoy will set off on time at 6 in the morning. You can stay and solve this matter." The man's twisted face froze in an instant. Let him stay and solve it. How to solve it? He also dared to move forward with the help of the army. Without the army, he couldn't even survive the first day of challenging the world. But the man racked his brains and tried to persuade. Wei Huan raised his hand and closed the communication. It doesn't matter if he is scolded or cursed, those who achieve great things don't care about trivial matters. As long as he can lead most of the people here to complete the assessment in the end, he will succeed. As for the people he abandoned and died, let's see, at the end of this story, whether the people he saved are worth these lives. Sun Yiling was right next to him, and saw it all with her own eyes. She looked at Wei Huan in awe, subconsciously straightened her back, and sat up straighter. It's not that she thinks Wei Huan is right, but it must be admitted that Wei Huan's attitude of believing in himself, from the bottom of his heart, has given those who follow him a clear goal. Right or wrong, don't hesitate to go on, go to the end, and history will judge. After Wei Huan refused to negotiate, there must be bad voices in the team. But when it was dawn at 6 o'clock in the morning, the team set off again, and those who complained were afraid of falling behind and followed the team. The group of people who shouted "I would rather die than abandon the car" silently got on other full cars, which was equivalent to issuing a standing ticket. They only had to wait for passing the assessment, and then they could go back to Blue Star. If you keep the Green Mountains, you will never worry about having no firewood. When you are alive, you may encounter some reversal and counterattack. The identity of a level 3 challenger is still much more valuable than ordinary people. Who knows if there will be a day in the future when your car can come back again. When you die, you really have nothing. Those who figured it out, except for blaming themselves for bad luck, had no opinion on Wei Huan, and even thanked him for making such an arrangement for them. Those who didn't figure it out could only hold their anger and dare not dance in front of Wei Huan. Moreover, after accepting the lagging drivers of Group A, the team had expanded to 44,000 people, and the voices of just a few dozen or a few hundred people were too small. Wei Huan protected the safety of most people, and his contributions far outweighed his faults. Besides, what faults did he have? As a leader, the most taboo is to hesitate and act on impulse. Sacrificing the safety of tens of thousands of people for just a few hundred people is incompetent. However, Wei Huan's move still made many onlookers whisper. Among them, it was in his group. There were 2 leader cars from the Mu family. One of them was a 3rd-level high-end car, and the other car even reached the 4th level. This level was also one of the best among the 10-leader cars that Wei Huan had brought this time. It was the strongest force that the Mu family could bring out at the current stage. Of course, the Mu family is a century-old family with a deep foundation, and there must be more than this. Most of the cars in the family are famous on the 3rd and 4th level roads. If Mudiheo had not been unexpectedly seized, the Mu family might have also been able to get a share of the 5th level roads. However, a family, like a country, is not just the top group. The younger generation is equally important. There are many people in the Mu family who stay in the 2nd level roads to develop, especially this 4th level car, which is like a Lugia stream on the 123, 124, and 125 roads. It not only controls the resources of these 3 roads, but also protects the safety of the challengers of these 3 roads. The Mu family has a much deeper foundation than Sister Lu. People on the secondary road don't need to move forward, because there are people in the family who are expanding the territory in the front. People who stay on the secondary road are the family's retreat and the base for cultivating talents. A real big family must have this foundation. But this time, in order to ensure that Wei Huan and Mu Zhong can pass the assessment safely, it can even be said that helping the 2 of them get great credit in this assessment task. The Mu family took out their greatest foundation on the secondary road, which is 2 leader cars that retired from Sister Lu's team and brought more than 10,000 challengers to join. At the beginning, the 2 cars of the Mu family were in Sister Lu's team. Before they could reunite with Wei Huan, they were swept away by Sister Lu. In the end, they had to retreat and gather the crowd to go back. Now that they have officially contacted Wei Huan and Mu Zhong, and have confirmed the identities of both parties, they have helped Wei Huan maintain order in a low-key manner, and have played a huge role in intelligence gathering. In this level 4 car, there are 12 seats, 7 of which are children of the Mu family, and 5 geniuses trained by the Mu family. Each of them has reached sequence 3. The captain and the deputy captain are even sequence 4. With the strength of this car, it is more than enough to lead another C team alone. But at this moment, they are willing to be supporting roles and hide themselves, just for the prosperity of the family. Because our potential is limited, even if the family devotes all resources to training us, we are just ordinary strong men and cannot dominate the battlefield. Wei Huan is only sequence 3. Several consecutive battles have proved that he has unlimited potential and is invincible in the Gravekeeper sequence. Such a genius, and he is also the half-son of Uncle San, is a family member. Give 100 points, and you can get 200 in return. If it were me, I would also give him all the good things. Give resources and sincerity, so that we can always have the same interests. If he is strong, the Mu family will continue to be strong. And San is also a god. She can actually calculate Wei Huan. Fortunately, Wei Huan is a member of my Mu family. If other families get there first, we are afraid that we will beat our chests and stamp our feet and can't sleep well. Now it's hard to rest assured if it's someone else. The 2 4th level professionals in the Mu family's 4th level car have been talking about Wei Huan for a long time. The more they talked, the more they found that Wei Huan was simply a god sent from heaven. Strong strength and great potential, this is a genius, a powerful man who can be made a marquis and appointed as a prime minister, and can already support the prosperity of a family. But what Wei Huan showed is not only the quality of a war general. From entering the assessment world to today, all his performances have been unexpectedly excellent, and he has an obvious leadership posture. Not the quality of a leader who leads a country, but the potential of a leader who dominates the battlefield. The advent of the challenge world has changed the pattern of Blue Star for tens of millions of years. There are disputes in the chaotic world, and heroes are competing for supremacy. This is the worst era, but also the best era. Countless people who were ordinary at the bottom in the past have seized the opportunity and risen straight up. Even Wei Jinhong, an ordinary late-night driver, has now become the son-in-law of Gong, the leader of a second-rate team, surrounded by his wife and son, and rich and prosperous. At the same time, for those families that are already special, they will only desire more. Wei Huan is born. If you can go up a little bit, wouldn't it be better to have a commander-in-chief in the family than a legion commander? Of course, before a leader truly grows up, he is very fragile. These children are Wei Huan's guardians, just for his last moment of blooming, and on this dangerous journey, even if they sacrifice themselves, they must protect him to grow up. Brother, today's intelligence came, they told me that something is wrong. The speaker is the deputy captain of the 4th level car, an adopted son of the Mu family, whose parents died in the challenge world, a genius of the class 3 years ago, a district champion. After entering the Mu family, give him resources to help him grow. Exchange sincerity for sincerity. But such a district champion is just an extremely ordinary genius in front of Wei Huan and Mu Zhong. Now this genius is doing tactical analysis for the real genius. Some unclean things are hiding in the team, and they are doing things in the dark. They have privately established a local area network, and the content of the communication is to disrupt the order of the team and create chaos. Our people are trying to get in. It should be no problem. Maybe there will be results tonight. The other person is a member of the Mu family. Although they are a branch of the family separated by thousands of miles, the Mu family treats everyone equally and will never push away capable family members. For a family to prosper, it needs the high loyalty of the family bloodline, and the Mu family has done a great job in this regard and has never disappointed any of the younger generations. Therefore, even if a 4th-level strongman comes to make wedding clothes for a young man, he is willing. The 4th-rank Mu family captain was angry after hearing this. What time is it? You are still only concerned with fighting for power and selfish revenge. The dark beasts are trying to kill us, and humans are trying to kill humans. It's too light to say that they are helping the tyrants. They are just a group of beasts, just like the people of the War Clan. We must investigate and report to Mu Zhong after we find out. No, wait, send this news to him first, so that he can be prepared. Once we find out, we will pick out those rats and kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. Yes. Chapter 86. The car of the Mu family firmly supports Wei Huan, and naturally, they praise him in their words. But it is not the car of the Mu family, but the leader car arranged by the Qinglong army. There are also leaders who have different positions from the Mu family, and are more inclined to Commander Chai. These leaders are executing the orders of the Legion, and they are all fair and impartial to Wei Huan. But after getting along for 2 days, they have changed their minds. You know, Wei Huan is only 20 years old. Even if he is strong, in the eyes of others, he is still a newcomer challenging the world. There are also car leaders who despise Wei Huan in their hearts, and can't help but want to point out or comment on everything. But after 2 days, they didn't realize that their tone has changed. I thought there would be some trouble when we set out today. Last night, wandering monsters fell from the sky, refreshed a spider boss bigger than a football field, and destroyed more than 100 vehicles. This loss is not high nor low. Hundreds of people concentrated their efforts on negotiations, which is enough to create some constraints on the leader car. I thought Wei Huan agreed to meet and would negotiate, but I didn't expect it to be calm. This kind of courage has never been seen in his age group. Even Yui from the Suzaku army may not have this ability. Yui can be a leader car, but not the main leader car. He is too kind and has the innocence of a young man. Why mention him? I just feel how big the gap is between Wei Huan and his peers. Wei Huan is strong, and the 2 Mu family members in his car are not bad. I heard that the Mu family's 4th-level car and 3rd-level car are also among us. You mean, the Mu family sidelined Wei Huan? The Mu family would not do that. Sidelining Wei Huan would only offend the genius. From his style of doing things, we can tell that Wei Huan would rather die than surrender, and he has his own ideas. I don't hate the Mu family, but they overemphasize the unity of the family bloodline. In my opinion, the family lacks some blood. The people from the Mu family are all gentlemen. In this world, defending the city is enough, but if you want to expand the territory, it is far from enough. Wei Huan and the Mu family, one is the tough steel and hardened gun barrel, and the other is the indestructible gun tip. No one thought that they would be so compatible. The Mu family wants. You are right. With the Mu family, Wei Huan will definitely be at the forefront. We must contact Wei Huan more, and keep a good impression of him. This Wei Huan is not easy to get close to, but when he was in a low position, the members in his car must be his confidants. We can also interact with his confidants. Good suggestion. If we can perfectly execute his orders every time, when he is in power, this will be our token of loyalty. Yes, jealousy will not make people unrecognizable. In this world, jealousy will only ruin one's future. Investing in the feelings of talents is also an investment. Wei Huan did not feel any change in command. But Mu Zhong and Mu Cousin could feel that the order was passed down much more smoothly. Originally, there were always some dark blockages in the command of the 44,000-man convoy, and it could not be fully covered. But now this feeling is gone. The order was only responded with yes, and it was promoted without any doubt. The cousins were also very clear about this change. It was Wei Huan who successfully gave everyone the impression of being strong after refusing to negotiate last night. For real military people, this kind of unshakable command power can best conquer people's hearts. Being a leader is not being a political commissar, so why do you need to spend so much time talking? Besides, isn't there Mu Zhong who can appease people's hearts? Although Wei Huan refused to negotiate yesterday, he did a very detailed job in arranging the abandoned car personnel to get on the car. Mu Zhong and Cousin Mu met with these people in batches via video, and talked about the difficulties they might face after abandoning the car, but also told them more benefits after completing the third-level highway assessment. Moreover, humans have built many cities in the public areas of the third-level highway. There are not only cars stationed in the city, but also many buildings and jobs that can accommodate third-level assessors without cars, and the salary is much higher than that of the second-level highway. Yes, without a car, there is no future to move forward. But in reality, how many people can really continue to move forward? These people don't even have the ability to face the third-level highway alone. What they wanted at the beginning was just to find some work on the third-level highway. Wei Huan and Mu Zhong, one hit hard, the other carefully comforted. After a set of combined punches, today's march was extremely smooth, even smoother than the previous 2 days. At 5:30 p.m., the army stopped advancing and set up camp to rest according to the requirements of the previous 2 days. Lu Qingji, who had prepared dinner, first traded the crew's dinner, then set up the table and called Wei Huan and others to eat. Cousin Mu and Xiaoxi stayed on duty. Wei Huan pushed Mu Zhong's wheelchair, followed by Sun Yiling, who looked at Wei Huan with more and more awe. The dinner was rich, but they ate quietly. During the march, everyone was nervous, and eating was just for survival. Even though Lu Qingji put a lot of thought into it, everyone didn't eat much. But halfway through the meal, the smart butler notified that a driver had sent a video. Wei Huan was at the table and opened it casually. In the video, it was Su Qingqiang's face. Su Qingqiang had a full meal last night and looked very good. He said, "I want to leave the team tonight." Wei Huan waited silently for him to continue. Su Qingqiang said, "I am very sensitive to food. You know what my food is. I dare to eat anything except people. Your walking dead ghosts, except for the human part, make me feel disgusted, but as a twisted lunatic, I actually think it tastes good, just like a steamed bun with fermented bean curd." Mu Zhong, who was listening on the side, put down the chopsticks beside his mouth. Sun Yiling thought of something and frowned. Only Lu Qingji's Adam's apple slid a little, and he was a little eager to try. Su Qingqiang successfully disgusted everyone, and there was a naughty smile on his face. Then he said, "Of course, for me, the taste is not important. What matters is how much energy I eat can increase me. I always have a special talent in judging the amount of energy in food." Wei Huan's expression moved when he heard this. Su Qingqiang really continued, "I always feel that there is a special food aroma that is tempting me, which is more fragrant than your dead ghost, so I plan to go and see." Mu Zhong also thought of it and frowned. "It is a dark beast, or it may be a very strong wandering monster. Brother Chang, can you search for strong people with your ability?" Su Qingqiang nodded. "Yes, the smell of a strong person can float into my nose thousands of kilometers away. I sensed it in advance, and I can avoid him or eat him." After speaking, Su Qingqiang looked at Wei Huan deeply and said, "I didn't understand what you wanted to do at the beginning. You should have said directly that you want to lure the Dark Beast team to take action, and then you will be safe after killing all the threats. If you had said it earlier, I could have shown you the way. The most fragrant smell is at the end of this road. At the same time, in several areas of this road, I also smelled the smell of the second-level fragrance. Wei Huan, do you want to hunt? This is really an invitation that is hard to refuse." Wei Huan is not a person who waits passively. This kind of luring the enemy into a trap conspiracy is actually a means of turning passivity into initiative. If he can take the initiative, he is willing to do so. "Okay." Wei Huan nodded without hesitation. Mu Zhong reminded him, "If we leave the team, it may have a bad impact. We are the main leader." Wei Huan glanced at Su Qingqiang and saw the provocation in his eyes, as if asking him, "Do you dare or not?" Wei Huan was not provoked, because he nodded from the beginning. He said to Mu Zhong, "Let cousin Mu take over. We will set off after dark and come back at dawn." Mu Zhong frowned at Su Qingqiang. This action was not in line with the behavior of a qualified officer. But he was a corps officer, and also Wei Huan's deputy commander, and a marriage partner who would never leave each other. They must be absolutely consistent in decision-making. Mu Zhong quickly adjusted his mindset and nodded. "Okay, I contact them right away." Su Qingqiang got the reply, raised his eyebrows, and before closing the communication he said, "Can you give me 2 of your shuroma?" Wei Huan looked at him in silence. Su Qingqiang did not hide his covetousness. "It smells good, especially the big ones, they are all energy." Through the signal, Wei Huan could not see the green light in Su Qingqiang's eyes, nor could he feel the connection when he controlled the undead. But raising a demon is indeed what Wei Huan wanted to try. So he nodded, "Okay." After the communication ended, Mu Zhong did not even finish his meal, and he was busy with the replacement. This time, The Mu family sent 2-liter cars. One is a 4th-level standard car, and the other is a 3rd-level advanced car, plus 2 Sequence 4 Challengers. Under the premise that there is no attack by the Dark Beast team, it is more than enough to temporarily replace the main leader of the B team. Even if the country conducts a general mobilization every 6 months, the leader car arranged in is only of this level. Besides, Wei Huan's initiative to hunt the Dark Beasts is also a way to reduce risks. With him to face the Dark Beasts, the leader car left behind only has to deal with the stray monsters, and it can be solved once and for all. Mu Chong thought about it, and thought that except for not complying with the rules of military operations, it is the best way in all aspects. Can this Su Qingqiang be trusted? Finally, there is only this question left. When he was 15 years old, the Challenge World came, and his parents were selected for the highway assessment and never came out again. That year, the country built a large number of welfare homes to adopt children who had lost their parents. Su Qingqiang did not take the high school entrance examination. After dropping out of school for 5 years, he reached the Challenge World standard and entered the Challenge World Awakening criminal sequence. The useless career led him to pursue the direction of bounty hunter, until he was taken in by Sister Lu. His life got better. Su Qingqiang's experience was pitiful, but in this era, there were many people who had the same experience as him. Not only was his career dangerous, his personality was paranoid, he also had some self-destructive tendencies, and he loved adventure. As he said, the places he appeared in were very dangerous, probably because he had some hunting talent. Cousin Mu found Su Qingqiang's information and read it to Wei Huan. At present, this person's credibility is not high. However, Cousin Mu said, but Su Qingqiang is very loyal. The people in his car are all companions from the welfare home. They are very incompatible with his abilities, but they have followed him until now. If this return was not for adventure, there should have been 2 weaker crew members in his car. And we learned that before entering the Challenge World, Su Qingqiang once said that he wanted to join the Challenge Legion, and he also spent money to go to the Challenge Hall to learn the real soldier combat skills of the farmer sequence. Unfortunately, the criminal sequence is the only profession that cannot enter the Challenge Corps. When Cousin Mu said this, his face was a little sad. It was not because of Su Qingqiang, but for the thousands of people like Su Qingqiang who had ambitions but were always played by fate. So, this operation has a certain risk assessment. My suggestion is to put his 2 brothers in our car. I hope you can approve it. Wei Huan looked at Cousin Mu deeply. Just when Cousin Mu thought that he had touched Wei Huan's reverse scale, and made him think that his means were insidious, and even caused Wei Huan to have a grudge against the entire Mu family. Wei Huan nodded. Okay, you can tell him directly that trust needs a foundation, but I am willing to try. Cousin Mu's eyes lit up when he heard this. He really liked Wei Huan's character. He was upright, even if the means were exposed. And Wei Huan was right. Trust needs a foundation. Su Qingqiang, who had cheated people, why should others trust him with empty words? It was really comfortable to work with such a superior who listened to advice. Cousin Mu turned around and left with a brisk pace, almost imagining every day in the future. It was dark. After dinner, everyone entered the professional temple for training. Some people felt that it was too tiring to travel, so they went to bed directly after dark. After a few days, everyone gradually understood a truth. Disasters come, and you can't hide from them. Challenge the World directly refreshes monsters on your head. Even if the leader car is next to you, you will inevitably get beaten. So instead of being scared, and waiting for the other shoe to fall at any time, it is better to believe in your luck. As long as it is a little better than the car next to you, it is enough. This idea also reveals a kind of adaptation. Since you can't change the environment, you have to adjust yourself. There is nothing wrong with this. It is the choice of most people. In each car, there are small houses, and they are stable homes at night. Close your eyes, lie on the bed, and relax completely. The soul is already wandering in the temple of profession. These people did not notice that the 2 cars flying low in the dark night completed a handover in the air. Then one car sat in the center. The other car slowly accelerated until it turned into a shooting star at night, and disappeared in the distance of the convoy. Su Qingqiang took his people and his car, and went directly back to Wei Huan's car. Not only did he not mind Wei Huan calling them back, and leaving 2 brothers as hostages, but he was quite happy that his brothers were taken care of. You go back to your room to rest. You be busy tonight. Many places smell so good. Do you think you can hide it from my nose? I hope it's a dark beast. High-star dark beasts taste the best. Su Qingqiang chased Zhou Yong and Lin Su upstairs, and went directly to Cousin Mu and followed him to the cab. Wei Huan saw Su Qingqiang in the cab. After Su Qingqiang came in, he glanced at Wei Huan, who was sitting in the main driver's seat. The two did not speak. Su Qingqiang went to his parking space and sat down. Then he collapsed as if his bones were pulled out, and he was deflated. "Where's your wife?" Su Qingqiang asked. Wei Huan glanced at him, and then looked outside the car. After picking up Su Qingqiang, they stopped where they were, waiting for directions. Seeing that Wei Huan ignored him, Su Qingqiang could only say, "I mean, Captain Mu, isn't he here tonight? I can only find big things. You know that demon ruins? I just went there by smell. Ordinary junk is not worth looking for." As he said this, Su Qingqiang's eyes fell on the black stick that Wei Huan had casually placed on the side of the operating table, and his eyes became more active. He knew what that was. Lin Su and the others said that Wei Huan had been to the demon ruins and closed the ruins after a big battle. This means that the last treasure inside fell into Wei Huan's hands, which is this black stick. What level is it? Is it a legendary equipment? Is it a pseudo-artifact or an artifact? The highest level of a secondary road should be just a legend, right? Even though it was a large relic made up of 25 treasure maps, it was hard to imagine what terrible consequences would be caused by the appearance of a god level on a secondary road. Su Qingqiang would speak nicely, and Wei Huan would also speak nicely. "He will come down soon. Let's set off first." "Okay, this way." Su Qingqiang raised his hand and pointed in a direction as if at random, which was too rash. Cousin Mu glanced at Wei Huan, and then ordered the smart housekeeper, "Set off at full speed." "Yes, Director Mu." Su Qingqiang turned his head suddenly. "Do you have a position?" Cousin Mu said, "Yes, Director of Internal Affairs. Now you are here, I just want to talk to you about the DKP system on the car. The supplies in the warehouse on the car are open to you at 95%. After you have enough points, you can replace them at any time." Su Qingqiang became interested and stretched out his hand. "Show me the list of supplies." No one is not interested in the supplies on Wei Huan's car. He alone almost took away the number of gold treasure chests that a legion obtained in a year. But compared to the legion's tens of millions of people, Wei Huan only had 12 people in his car. Gold-level equipment is worth hundreds of millions outside, but here it only costs contribution points. Just because of this, Su Qingqiang's idea of leaving faded a lot after he figured it out. Cousin Mu gave Su Qingqiang access, and he could directly see the inventory when he logged into his system in the car. Wei Huan blocked all the supplies in the diamond treasure chests, and the best Su Qingqiang saw was only the platinum treasure chest supplies. The first one was platinum magic flute. Looking at this, Su Qingqiang was so angry that his nose was crooked, and the little respect he had just had for Wei Huan was gone. Pointing at the picture of the magic flute, he seemed to be asking Cousin Mu, but in fact his eyes were staring straight at Wei Huan. "I got this thing originally. Now I'm on the bus, and I'm also a member of the bus. Just give it back to me." Cousin Mu smiled but said nothing. Wei Huan ignored him. Su Qingqiang endured for a while, then sighed in compromise. "Okay, I give it to you at a 10% discount, right? I won't let you keep it for nothing. Captain, I'm talking to you. You can't want the horse to run without giving it grass. I may quit at any time." Wei Huan didn't even raise his head and ordered, "Explain the DKP system to him clearly." Cousin Mu smiled, but his smile was already a little oppressive. "Brother Chang, I talk to you slowly." Su Qingqiang muttered, "The night is long, who wants to talk only with you?" But in the end, the cab became quiet again. At this time, Wei Huan tapped the screen to contact Mu Zhong. A second later, Mu Zhong answered the video call. Wei Huan was about to say something, but he forgot it immediately. Mu Zhong had just taken a shower. When he appeared on the screen, his hair was wet and draped over his forehead. His eyes were big and round, like a cat's. After being moistened with water, they were as bright as a pool of water that could drown people. But what made Wei Huan's eyes restless was the water droplets hanging on his exposed shoulders, which were like inlaid diamonds, emitting a faint starlight. Even though the camera only reached the collarbone, it already made people imagine endlessly. "You haven't finished washing yet. Do you need help?" Wei Huan's mind was a little blank. But Mu Zhong laughed. "How can you help?" Wei Huan blinked before he realized what he had said. Mu Zhong combed his hair with his fingers, revealing his entire forehead and eyes. He obviously knew that Wei Huan liked his eyes, so his eyes were always bright, staring straight at Wei Huan and drilling into his heart. "Have we set off?" "Yes." "How long will it take?" "Not sure." Wei Huan paused and said, "Wash slowly, I'm not rushing you." "Yes, I know you can do it, but I'm done too." After saying that, Mu Zhong leaned forward, as if he was going to stand up. Just when Wei Huan subconsciously avoided his gaze, he realized that Mu Zhong had just reached out for a towel. He had no legs, he couldn't stand up. He had no legs, he couldn't stand up. He couldn't stand up. What he had known for a long time turned into thunder, and struck Wei Huan's head at this moment, hitting him so hard that his whole body was burning and painful, as if his bones were broken. When Wei Huan came to his senses, Mu Zhong had already turned off the video. Wei Huan leaned back in the chair, and the thunderous truth was still echoing in his mind from time to time. Most of the time, Wei Huan would ignore Mu Zhong's injuries, just like his own face. He never took it to heart. Whether it was when Mu Zhong's own driver sequence reached the 5th level, became a mecha technician, and transformed himself into a cyber robot, or when the sequence 6 Angel of Life appeared and helped him regenerate his broken limbs. Disability and disfigurement have never been a problem in today's fast-evolving world. However, he was too focused on the results himself, but ignored Mu Zhong's discomfort in the process. It's not just as simple as sitting in a wheelchair. Disability is a radical change in the entire lifestyle. Maybe, a towel that could be easily picked up in the past, now even if you try your best, you can't take it off from that mere nail. The hand stretched to the extreme, raised high in the air, for a long time, and then let it down dejectedly. A simple picture, but in Wei Huan's heart, it dug a piece of flesh. The door of the cab opened, and Mu Zhong, sitting in a wheelchair, slowly walked over. As soon as he arrived, he ran towards Wei Huan. He smiled before he spoke. Wei Huan smelled a refreshing scent of shower gel coming from him. His eyes fell on his legs. But before Mu Zhong noticed, he hurriedly looked away, feeling gloomy. What's wrong? Mu Zhong noticed his mood change, and stepped forward to ask him. Wei Huan shook his head, unable to express his feelings. He knew that Mu Zhong never wanted sympathy. Chapter 87. Mu Zhong looked at Su Qingqiang, and then winked at Wei Huan, as if asking, "What's going on now?" Wei Huan adjusted his expression and said, "I asked Cousin Mu to tell him about the DKP system. If the Dark Beast squad can be found in this operation, he will be the first to make a contribution, and he should be rewarded for his contributions." Mu Zhong nodded. Yes, there should be rewards for contributions, and there should be punishments for punishments. Wei Huan never hid his thoughts on Su Qingqiang from Mu Zhong. Mu Zhong knew that Wei Huan wanted to feed Su Qingqiang. Eating can increase Su Qingqiang's attributes. Wei Huan has endless undead for Su Qingqiang to eat. With such endless feeding, it is exciting to see how strong Su Qingqiang can be. In addition, when Su Qingqiang eats, it is obvious that he absorbs not only blood and flesh energy, but also the laws in it. For example, the law of death that Wei Huan now masters. This makes people look forward to what kind of connection Su Qingqiang will have with Wei Huan on the day when he masters the law of death. Some people may think that Su Qingqiang should not get on Wei Huan's car. Su Qingqiang's profession and personality are in conflict with Wei Huan's development direction. Wei Huan wants to go to the army. Su Qingqiang is a profession that the army refuses. A twisted madman suddenly jumps out during a large-scale military operation, which is very deadly. But these are not a big deal in Wei Huan's mind. If you are not suitable for collective tasks, don't participate in collective actions. Some secret tasks require special operations, and talents can always be arranged. Besides, I will always be stronger than Su Qingqiang. As long as I can suppress him, I don't have to worry about him jumping around. Wei Huan and Mu Zhong chatted about something else. Unknowingly, they left the convoy and drove at full speed for more than half an hour. They were already more than 1,000 kilometers away. The level 4 headlights illuminated the monotonous hills under the feet, and the occasional black shadows flying by the car. Even when he was on the road, Wei Huan did not forget to release his ghost crow to plow the box. Just now, silver supplies popped up on the display screen. The smart housekeeper reminded, "Captain, there is a silver treasure chest monster following the car." Everyone in the cab stopped talking. Su Qingqiang continued, "It's not too far from the first target, so it's better to clear the silver-level monsters first." Then, he muttered, "The Gravekeeper sequence is too buggy. You can open the box without even getting off the car. Don't you have any experience at all?" Mu Zhong smiled. "The experience is actually very good. There is no time to develop the ruins during this march. You will know how happy it is to run errands for the undead in the future." Su Qingqiang rolled his eyes. "Isn't it DKP? You have killed them all, so how can others have the opportunity to show off?" Mu Zhong said, "You can participate in the battle at any time. How to cooperate with the undead army tacitly is a skill that the crew on the vehicle should actively master. There are also a few special elites in the undead army. I also hope you can get to know them. Don't eat them no matter how hungry you are." Su Qingqiang opened his mouth and closed it again. Finally, he pouted his lips, stood up and walked out the door, while moving his shoulders. As he opened the door, he turned his head, revealing his jagged teeth and bloodshot eyes, and said ferociously like a demon, "This silver monster smells good, just treat it as a dessert before dinner." After saying that, Su Qingqiang opened the car door, fell from a height of 8 meters, and then turned into a black shadow and disappeared into the hills. The white mini car turned around while floating in place and looked back. The light illuminated a dark forest. The dense treetops swayed and rustled. Occasionally, white shadows could be seen passing through the gaps between trees. In the opposite direction of this white wave, another wave of creatures in the dark was surging and chasing. Boom! It was like two huge forces collided with each other, and the powerful airflow turned into a giant sword, splitting the forest in two. The two sides under the treetops were exposed to the fierce exchange of fire. The running wolf and the face hugger cooperated to move. The violent bear faced it head-on, fearlessly bombarding the monster that challenged the world. There were groups of ghost-faced spiders and blood-sucking mosquitoes, and a pair of huge sickles, like a blue star mantis, but huge as a truck-sized iron mantis, fighting with the parasite sticking out of the tail end of its abdomen. The silver treasure chest monster was this iron mantis. On the third-level highway, most of the treasure chest monsters in the wild are insect monsters, and a small number of dark beasts. Among the treasure chest monsters in the ruins and relics, there will be some special intelligent races, like blue-bearded people, which are suspected to be civilizations that were destroyed because of the challenge of the world in the past, or some low-level civilizations captured by the challenge world. For Wei Huan, group brushing treasure chest monsters is already a daily routine, but this battle still makes Cousin Mu stare straight. The undead, which is 10 times more powerful than the treasure chest monsters, obviously each of them is not bad when they show their strength alone, but they still use the human sea tactics and never give the enemy any chance of a comeback. The undead easily killed the low-level treasure chest monsters and climbed onto the iron mantis one after another. The hard shell of the mantis blocked the bites of the facehuggers, and the red iron wires dancing behind it were like whips with their own consciousness, whipping each facehugger. "What caw-caw?" Brother Diao Anal gave an order, and the wolves began to bite the mantis's leg joints. At this moment, the mantis, which had just been fighting calmly, suddenly let out a hissing scream, and its body twitched and rolled. During the violent struggle, countless facehuggers were thrown out. "Why did you suddenly go crazy?" Cousin Mu said. "This scene looks familiar," Mu Zhong said. "Butler, zoom in, mantis head," Mu Zhong ordered. The car pressed down a little, and the camera became larger. They saw Su Qingqiang's figure on the mantis's head. He smiled grimly, his face covered with thorns totems, riding on the mantis's head, his arms like claws, grabbing into the mantis's compound eyes. Puff! The compound eye broke open, juice oozing out. He lowered his head and bit it, sipping it intoxicatedly. Looking at the other eye, he didn't know when it had been eaten by him. Brother Chang's taste is so strong. Lu Qingji, who didn't know when he came, actually swallowed his saliva while saying it, looking like he really wanted to try it. The mouth is really strong. Su Qingqiang ate to his heart's content, and when he looked up, he saw a face hugger crawling over at some point. It was an elite dog. The dog was obviously reminded, and bypassed the position that Su Qingqiang could easily grab, and crawled into the mantis's eyes from the other side along the wound caused by Su Qingqiang, and ate the brain. The wire mantis struggled desperately, rolling all the way, crushing countless trees. Finally, it rolled into the valley and stopped moving. The undead that had been tightly wrapped around him finally dispersed. Obtain mantis wings X4 as the supplies fell. It also proved that the big mantis was completely dead. Su Qingqiang crawled out of its corpse, still in a twisted appearance, with broad shoulders, super long arms, flexible claws on his feet, and a single horn pointing to the sky on his head. He squatted on the corpse, looking up at the car in the sky, and his eyes met with Wei Huan on the projection screen. Those were a pair of flying and violent eyes, with a strong sense of hunger and ferocity, as if they were ready to eat people at any time. They stared at each other like this for more than 10 seconds. The magic pattern on Su Qingqiang's face began to shrink below his neck, and the skin illuminated by the strong light gradually turned white until it glowed. He blinked his bloodshot eyes, and the red faded from his eyeballs. After regaining his clarity, he looked around, and kicked the huge corpse of the mantis under his feet in a show-off manner. Finally, he jumped up easily, jumped in front of the car door, and returned to the car. "Let's go, we delayed a little time, and the feast is ahead." Su Qingqiang enjoyed everyone's gaze, and walked a few steps back to his seat, walking out of the southern dance style. Let's go! Wei Huan gave another order. The vehicle started, leaving corpses all over the ground, and in a while, it would be swallowed by the challenge world. More than a dozen treasure chest monsters, plus a silver-level iron wire monster, did not even last 3 minutes and were wiped out. Wei Huan looked at Mu Zhong, and the two exchanged glances silently. Just as they thought, Su Qingqiang was indeed very suitable for the position of attack. Wei Huan's Roman army is still weakening due to bloodthirstiness. Recently, Wei Huan has focused on recruiting basic undead such as running wolves and violent bears, so it is indeed lacking a little sharp knife troops. Of course, if it is really needed, Wei Huan has it. However, Su Qingqiang can take the initiative to stand up and take on the sharp knife troops, which is exactly what Wei Huan needs. Mu Zhong was right to say to Su Qingqiang before. The people on this car must find their position in the undead army. Cooperating with the undead army in combat is the characteristic of this car, and it will never compromise with anyone. Su Qingqiang's positioning of himself coincides with Wei Huan's positioning of him. It is precisely because of this that Wei Huan's time to clean up monsters is further shortened. Normally, in the battle situation just now, it would probably take some time for the undead army to break the shell of the Iron Mantis. Now with Su Qingqiang, who has stronger single-soldier combat power, the battle time is directly shortened by 1/3. The shortened battle time is a saving of Wei Huan's spiritual power. Can fight quickly without dragging. And as the number of battles increases, the speed will probably increase. Wei Huan and Mu Zhong are very satisfied. They have a lot of expectations for Su Qingqiang and the others. Next, it depends on what Su Qingqiang thinks. The two of them flirted, and Su Qingqiang's face could not be seen from where they were. But if someone went to the front at this time, they would see Su Qingqiang's satisfied look. This was the first time that he felt satisfied, not because he was full. It was another feeling that he was no longer alone in the battle. He had just clearly not fought desperately, and even used only half of his strength to kill the silver monster that he had to completely unlock and even lose his mind to win in the past. He never said it. But if he could live rationally, he didn't want to become a madman, and didn't want to lose control and self-harm. His limbs were broken, and he had to drag his body to find food. This process was too tragic. Even after he went crazy, it was hard to look back. But now, those undead can cooperate with him in battle. Moreover, if he is hungry, he can catch undead to eat. If I have to describe it, he is like an orphan who walks alone in a dark alley, cold and hungry, and one day he suddenly lives in a big house surrounded by beautiful women, with plenty of food and warm light. He couldn't think of anything he hated or resisted. No one would resist happiness. Besides, he could accumulate points through fighting and buy himself better equipment. He didn't think that he could earn DKP on this car. But this feeling is not bad. He saw that 5 points of DKP had appeared in his account, which was the income from the battle just now, and it had been credited. A bronze-level strength potion only costs 5 DKP. In other words, he went down to eat a dessert, and still got a bronze-level potion. Even if it was a bronze-level potion, he had already eaten enough. But I don't need it, and I don't get it, which are two completely different feelings. He was very relaxed. Sitting in his own driving seat, he was very relaxed. Oh, his driving seat. It's almost there, just in front. Su Qingqiang ate 2 eyeballs, but he became even hungrier. He felt the aroma of food in the air, and while saliva was flowing in his mouth, black magic patterns were poking out from his collar. Those magic patterns were like living monsters that he kept in his body, swaying, as excited as he was. Mu Zhong asked, "How many meters can it be accurate to?" "I don't know." Su Qingqiang said without any burden, "I know it's close, and I know I can't beat these guys by myself, but if I want to run, they can't stop me." Mu Zhong thought about it and asked him, "What does the white rhino make you feel?" "It's this feeling." After a pause, Su Qingqiang said, "Actually, the white rhino is rubbish. If there weren't too many wandering monsters, I could kill it." After Su Qingqiang finished speaking, he raised his hand again. "Okay, it's okay, I feel it's close enough. Let me make it clear first, I don't know what's ahead. Maybe it's a king-level tribe, or it may be a dark beast team. I'm just good at finding food, not looking for a wife." Mu Zhong nodded, always in a good mood, finally confirmed which direction. "I take you there directly. Don't worry, observe first." Su Qingqiang thought of something, and looked outside the car. Sure enough, after they stopped, the undead army came out of the portal again. Ghost Crow became the protagonist of this operation. Running Wolf and Hidden Cat cooperated in the action, shuttling through the forest. There were too many. In the short time Su Qingqiang watched, thousands of undead came out. With this number, is it a general attack? Su Qingqiang asked, "Aren't you going to scout? Not observe?" Mu Zhong said, "Yes, surround and observe." Su Qingqiang, Su Qingqiang scratched his head. After all, he couldn't sit still. "I'd better go down." Mu Zhong said, "Gongge and Gozi are waiting for you downstairs. You two should get to know each other first. They will." "What? Who?" "Gongge is the leader wolf. Gozi is a face hugger. Gozi's mother is Xiaodian, and the leader of the ghost crows is Sister Crow." Su Qingqiang tried hard to remember. What the hell? Aren't all the undead army dead? How come they not only have names, but also family relationships? Also, a bug is called Gozi. What's the rhythm? Su Qingqiang jumped off the car again, and as soon as he stood firm, he was surrounded from three sides by a running wolf with bone spurs that looked delicious, a face hugger with ADHD that looked unpalatable, and a mother crypt beast that looked so delicious that you couldn't see the top of it. Su Qingqiang held back his saliva, and he found that these three undead, who were waiting here on purpose, were indeed very different. Even this unclassified face hugger, even if it was not on his menu, was very difficult to provoke. Su Qingqiang had seen its fighting power. Once it was held and bitten, ordinary third-level professionals would probably be eaten up. Not to mention, these undead spirits can be immortal and return to the battlefield from the tomb of the dead again and again. It is simply the enemy's nightmare. When Su Qingqiang met the three elites, Lu Qingji was a little nervous and said, "I know this battle is very dangerous, but I still want to try it. Just like what Boss Mu said, at least when danger comes, I can protect myself." After saying that, he looked at Wei Huan hesitantly, thinking that Wei Huan would disagree. Wei Huan said, "Go, I will arrange for the undead to protect you." Lu Qingji didn't expect to be directly agreed. He glanced at the dark forest outside the car. There was no moonlight in the challenging world. It was extremely dark outside the range of the car lights. It was like a huge mouth of the abyss that was ready to devour people, and it frightened his calves so much that they kept spinning. But once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back, he said it all. In the end, with a crying face, he held the car door and said before jumping down, "Boss, protect me, I am your favorite chef, and I want to make your favorite crab roe buns for you tomorrow." Wei Huan was amused. Nodding, "Go." He cherished his chef very much, but no one knew when despair and crisis would come. When the monster attacked, he hoped that Lu Qingji would at least dare to raise his big spoon and hit the enemy hard, and take the initiative to face fate. Lu Qingji jumped down. He should be able to advance to the third level in the near future, which made him feel a little better on the third level highway. And he probably felt that he had reached a bottleneck. If he continued to stay in the car and enjoy the safety, it would be difficult to advance. This was the main reason why he chose to go out to fight. Su Qingqiang, Bin Lang, and Guzi left, heading in the same direction with a clear goal. Lu Qingji and Xiaodian joined together, and under the protection of a group of facehuggers and crypt beast mothers, they also moved towards the battlefield. Wei Huan turned off all the lights outside the car, lowered the altitude, and drove at the back. The whole hill was filled with the smell of gunpowder, and the war was about to break out. The human army has been monitoring the Dark Beast team. Although many times, knowing where they went cannot change the outcome of the challenger being attacked and killed by them. But the collection of intelligence is still necessary. So far, the Dark Beast has a total of 32 special operations teams, whose main task is to enter and exit various random battlefields and hinder the development of mankind. Correspondingly, humans have 35 special operations teams. Yin Country has 8 in total, including Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise, for challenge legions, each with 2 excellent special operations teams and multiple backup teams. Old and powerful countries such as Osum, Tula, Big Bear, and Fence also maintain a staffing of 5 to 8 special operations teams. In addition, the United Nations has 4 teams with good strength. Both sides are attacking and killing each other's reserve forces. Or in other words, slaughtering young newcomers. In the latest intelligence this time, it can be confirmed that 22 Dark Beast teams have gone to other random challenges. After all, Yin Country is not the only one participating in the 3rd and 4th level highways. Challengers from other countries also face similar difficulties. Of the remaining 10 teams, 8 of them have unclear whereabouts, but there are traces to follow, and they are most likely not in this challenge. There are only 3 teams left, and they are 100% confirmed to enter. One of them was the Fast Bullet Squad, who was beaten by Wei Huan as soon as they showed up. The team, which was composed of 2-headed hidden demons, could fly and were good at hiding. They came and went without a trace, causing a lot of trouble for humans. Now the most powerful captain of this fast bullet squad is dead, and 3 others have escaped. There is no news for the time being. The remaining 2 teams have completely different fighting styles. Ji was challenging the exit of the highway and building his territory. He had been developing since the first night. When Wei Huan and his convoy arrived, they faced a powerful territory that had been developing for at least 9 days. Even without intelligence, Wei Huan knew that such an obstruction mode must exist. In every large-scale assessment, there will be dark beasts building territories at the exit. This is not the arrangement of the challenge world, but the challenge world is obviously very satisfied with this phenomenon and has never stopped it. This has been blocked many times, and it has even appeared in every assessment. The human side calls these dark beast lords final bosses. There is the fast bullet team that appears at the beginning, and there is also the final boss. But this is obviously not enough, because it has been proved that most human challengers are only satisfied with 80% of the progress. As long as they can pass the level with a low score, they will never take risks again. Therefore, in the 70 to 80% area of the stage, there will usually be another dark beast team. Humans call this dark beast team a wandering team. Depending on the configuration, some wandering teams only like to harass and sneak attack, some will build territories, and some will dig traps. Wei Huan's car has only been driving for an hour. Even if it is driving at full speed, it should not meet the wandering team so early. Then the greater possibility is that a king-level wandering monster tribe appeared here, or a group of dogs sneaking around and digging traps. Wei Huan's vision, through the magic eye monarch, can see things in the dark as if it were daytime. He found the target faster. Several dogs were eating dirt. The 1-meter-tall dogs had rat bodies and walked like rabbits. They looked deformed, but their eyes were very smart and had the light of wisdom. There was no doubt that this was a group of dark beasts. These dogs, humans called them gula beasts, and some people called them dog-headed people. This is a space-based dark beast. They have another space in their stomachs, which can not only hold a large number of items, but also transport living people. Just like humans cannot bring cars into random challenges, dark beasts cannot bring their territories into the challenge world on the human side. But what is the reality? The human special forces team drove a chariot to slaughter the dark beast lord in the random challenge, and the dark beast also found a way to bring its territory into the random challenge. As the abilities of both sides became stronger and stronger, the constraints that the challenge world could exert gradually became smaller. In short, when Wei Huan saw this group of dog-headed people, he understood their intentions. These guys used their talents to dig traps overnight. They were teleported here through the challenge system, and dug a large pit that could hold more than 1,000 vehicles right in front of the convoy. They wanted to trap and kill the humans who fell into the pit. Perhaps it was Wei Huan's powerful strength that made them give up the method of direct contact. Or perhaps this was their plan. The hatred between dark beasts and humans is indescribable. Conspiracy traps are just the most common means. But when Wei Huan saw this big pit with his own eyes, he still thought fiercely in his heart that after this assessment, he must go to the random battlefield and not stop until he has wiped out his zone. Chapter 88. The big pit was dug behind an ordinary hill. The spatial ability of the dog-headed people made it as easy for them to carry soil as eating and drinking water. The dog's mouth only needed to be opened, and the soil was easily bitten off more than 10 cubic meters. It took less than an hour to dig a 1-kilometer-long pit of 100 meters. Wei Huan and his team came early, and only half of the pit was dug, but the scale was also terrible. It only took 100 vehicles to sink, and then spit out the extremely dense and heavy objects and fill them in, which was no less than the damage caused by direct combat. 100 vehicles at a time, 10 times would be 3,000 vehicles. The key is that the position flow is unavoidable. They only need to dig pits on the road they must pass every day, and then wait for the rabbits to come, and there will be harvests. The human convoy was panic-stricken, and people's hearts gradually dispersed. Besides, digging traps is just one of the means. The dark beasts are targeting human challengers, and their means are gradually becoming richer and more cunning. So, it is said that there is only a reason to be a thief for 1,000 days, but there is no way to guard against thieves for 1,000 days. When looking at this big pit, Wei Huan looked at Su Qingqiang again, and his eyes were a little warmer. It was Su Qingqiang who broke all the passive and dark beasts' plots. So in the challenge world, no talent is rubbish, it just depends on whether you can use it. Su Qingqiang smelled the smell, and came to the pit. He first glanced at the busy dog-headed man, but there was no greedy expression on his face, which attracted Wei Huan's attention. That's right, these dog-headed men are not high-star dark beasts, and their functionality is even higher than their combat effectiveness. Su Qingqiang said that his strength exceeded that of the white rhino, but these few are far inferior. In other words, there is still a high-star dark beast hidden here. Fortunately, the Lord of the Magic Eyes has been flying high in the sky under Wei Huan's command. But after all, there is no shelter in the air. I wonder if it has been exposed. It doesn't matter. The army of undead has surrounded this place, and none of the dark beasts here can escape. At this time, Wei Huan felt a gaze falling on him. He thought he was discovered by the dark beast, and when he looked over, he saw Su Qingqiang's eyes looking straight at him. Discovered? Oh, by the way, the Lord of the Magic Eyes is probably delicious in Su Qingqiang's eyes. The big eyes of the Lord of the Magic Eyes looked tender and juicy. Su Qingqiang swallowed his saliva and made a set of combat gestures. It was a very standard military gesture. Wei Huan believed that Su Qingqiang had indeed worked hard to become a member of the Legion before. Immediately afterwards, Su Qingqiang began to move to a place. Wei Huan looked down from a high place and observed a little ahead of the direction of his movement with the help of the Lord of the Magic Eyes' vision. Soon, Su Qingqiang stopped, and Wei Huan also found a two-headed hidden demon in front of him, hiding in a tree. Another two-headed hidden demon. I don't know if it's the ones from the Fast Bullet team. The two-headed hidden demon is a 7-star dark beast, the worst bloodline among high-level dark beasts. But it also has the power to command all beasts and suppress a lord's district. Wei Huan went to randomly challenge and mess up the place, and the two-headed hidden demon in that district was the strongest person in the world by default. And he could also gather all the lords, give up their own territories, and join forces to fight against Wei Huan. The appeal of high-level dark beasts is very strong. It's the same now. I don't know how many two-headed hidden demons made this plan, but after coming here, they just hid and rested, and it was these dog-headed people who did the work. Wei Huan's heart moved, and the army of all spirits pressed a little closer to the center. One of the two-headed hidden demons seemed to have noticed something was wrong, and slowly raised its head, shaking its lizard-like head from side to side, with its forked tongue sticking out in the air, as if it was exploring the changes in the air in this way. Suddenly, it jumped forward, jumped off the tree, and rushed towards Su Qingqiang. The snake tail behind it shook excitedly, making a hissing sound. Su Qingqiang jumped out from behind the tree, and had turned into distortion, with a hideous demon skeleton and a black horn on his head. Facing the attack of the two-headed hidden demon, not only did he not retreat, but he excitedly went up to it. Hee. Distortion laughed excitedly, and collided with the two-headed hidden demon like a cannonball, and they fought in a ball. The two-headed hidden demon is good at speed and concealment, and can be regarded as a dark beast version of a thief. It has strong lethality, but its endurance is a bit insufficient. The violent aesthetics of fighting violence with violence collided with the twisted berserker type. The scenes changed quickly, and there were constant sonic booms in the air. Trees and gravel were broken by the impact, and the smoke gradually filled the night. The strange laughter of Gigi kept ringing, and Wei Huan's sight couldn't keep up with this crazy battle. In addition, there were two-headed hidden demons, revealing their figures. They seemed to want to participate in the battle, but obviously there was no way for a while, so they could only move with the battlefield and jump between the branches. The dog-headed man stopped carrying, and listened to the movement here with his ears erect, with a ferocious and excited expression on his face. They ran over, smelling the smell in the air. Quack, quack. Suddenly, the cries of ghost crows resounded through the world. The ghost crows hiding in the trees merged with the night, and now turned into arrow-shaped dark clouds, piercing the dog-headed man's body. The dog-headed man was hard-controlled and stood still, with a dead dog's face, eyes rolling around, and tongue sticking out crookedly. All around, there were rustling sounds, and face huggers surrounded him from all directions. There were also several huge burrow beast mothers, crushing the trees, revealing their white bones, like jellyfish. Under the cover of the long legs, Lu Qingji was panting and doing critical exercises. No matter what, he had to touch the monster today. The ghost crows were still swooping down, and the two-headed hidden demon, who did not enter the battle, was pierced from behind by the ghost crows. Their frantic running stopped for a moment, and then they roared. Roar, roar! The ghost crows were ejected from their bodies. Puff, 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 many of them burst directly like broken balloons. Unable to control. There are dark beasts that Ghost Crow cannot control at all? No, in fact, Ghost Crow has never been able to control the two-headed hidden demon dark beast. The last time it succeeded was because the net throw of the underground beast arrived in time. The level of the two-headed hidden demon is too high, and its bloodline does suppress low-level dark beasts. Ghost Crow can only disturb the two-headed hidden demon, but cannot pull them into soul fear. In fact, the reaction of the two-headed hidden demon is very extreme. From the swollen muscles and hideous blood vessels, it can be seen that they used all their strength at that moment. Wei Huan did not see the healed wounds on them. This is even worse, indicating that it is another Dark Beast team. The Dark Beasts have always been in contact with each other, and their methods have been known to them, so it is difficult to surprise them. Sure enough, after noticing Wei Huan's arrival, the two Dark Beasts, who were just extremely vicious, suddenly stood still. Then, without any communication, they ran in opposite directions at the same time. They even gave up flying faster, just to avoid being caught up by Wei Huan. Like a stray dog. The color of the eyes on the surface of the body kept changing, mimicking the surrounding environment, trying to hide themselves through the complex forest. The Dark Beasts are afraid of Wei Huan. These Dark Beast teams just found Wei Huan's traces, and the first choice was to escape. Wei Huan didn't expect his reputation to spread so quickly. But it was very bad. The Dark Beasts, that should have been trapped and encircled and suppressed, actually fled at the sight of the wind. Why are they so cowardly? Affecting his plan, only by killing all these insects can we solve the problem once and for all. Let them escape, who knows when they will bite back. Damn it, the portal appeared in midair, like a mirror across the sky. The undead seemed to be toppled down by the anxious Wei Huan. Wah, endless bones filled the forest and piled up into a mountain. The most conspicuous one among them was the Shuroma, which was over 5 meters tall. The Shuroma is the body of a horse, with 3 heads and 6 arms. The horse's hooves are claws, and it is very good at running and climbing. Wei Huan has a total of 33 Shuromas, 28 of which are weak. The 5 that appeared now were all recruited in the past 2 days, and upgraded to the 3rd level. In order to cooperate with the current position flow, Wei Huan mainly recruits legions, mostly low-level Dark Beasts. But it doesn't mean he won't recruit Shuroma. Wei Huan has always known that he lacks high-level combat power, Dark Beasts that can contain the enemy at a critical moment, or play a decisive role. But after he temporarily gave up recruiting those things in the tomb, he could only focus on Su Qingqiang. Su Qingqiang did not disappoint him. 3 two-headed hidden demons, 2 were running away, and the remaining one was almost bitten to death in this short period of time. A Sequence 3 Distortion, a single challenge to a 4-level 7-star Dark Beast. Any challenger who has the ability to fight across levels without dying is a genius. A challenger who can kill a strong man is a super genius. In fact, the criminal sequence is a genius, a natural master of combat. Wei Huan doesn't care whether Su Qingqiang is controllable. As long as he can hold him down, he can let him go crazy. Now, Su Qingqiang pressed the 2-headed Dark Beast to the ground. Ignoring the snake's tail biting him, he was like a pervert who was in a state of excitement, opening his mouth and pressing down. Puff! Roar, roar, roar! Su Qingqiang bit off half of the 2-headed hidden demon's neck, including the cervical vertebrae. He swallowed it into his stomach, and the fragrance made him squint his eyes. The damage caused by the snake's tail on him was recovering visibly, and the black poisonous blood was squeezed out and flowed along the tough skin on his back. He drooled and smiled twistedly at the 2-headed hidden demon. He opened his mouth. Ah, it's a pity that Su Qingqiang only had one. The remaining 2 two-headed hidden demons had already run away to avoid Wei Huan, and Su Qingqiang was still feasting here. The newly recruited Shuroma, plus the 8 Magic Eye Lords, are currently Wei Huan's highest combat power. But even so, if you want to keep these 2 Dark Beasts that are determined to escape, you still need Mu Zhong's blessing. With blessing, there will be punishment CD. I don't know how many battles we will fight tonight, and whether there will be opponents who need to go all out. Unless it is absolutely necessary, Wei Huan would rather let these undead die and return to the tomb than enter the CD punishment. Xiao Luoma and the Lord of the Demon Eye are chasing them frantically. Behind them, there is a huge army of undead. The 2-headed hidden demon ran panting, and I don't know how many colors his body has changed at this moment, but he still can't get rid of Wei Huan's army of undead. It's everywhere. Chasing behind, facing head-on, a net of heaven and earth. The Dark Beast knew that he was surrounded from the beginning. So how did the information leak? Is there a traitor among the Dark Beasts? This is impossible. Except for the Dark Beasts that chose the human side due to the challenge world, the real Dark Beast Lords cannot have traitors because of the language barrier, the habits barrier, and the blood feuds over the years. Besides, the Dark Beasts that chose the human camp have no possibility of returning. For example, the Dark Beast undeads that are chasing them are already another species. They cannot return to the Dark Beast plane and cannot reveal the news of the Dark Beasts. They are all garbage. The weak ones can be killed by a breath. But there are too many of them, and the two-headed hidden demon's blow made him dizzy, and his escape speed slowed down. The undead were not afraid of death, and turned into a tripwire, finally slowing down the escape speed of the two-headed hidden demon. This slowness caused him to be caught up by the reckless and wild Shiroma. Roar, roar, roar! Ah! 3 Zyroma, pinning down a two-headed hidden demon. But the effect was not very good. In order to hide, the two-headed hidden demon was only 2 meters long, and agile. In its eyes, 3 Zyroma and a wooden stake were no different. With a contemptuous smile, it was about to harvest the life of a Zyroma. My feet were suddenly bitten, and I looked down, and saw that it was a running wolf that had approached me at some point. A low-level dark beast, it could be killed with just one kick. Not killed. The undead that has risen to the 3rd level is no longer the same. At least it is not to the extent that it can be crushed by a random kick from the two-headed hidden demon. As long as the running wolf can withstand it for a while, the other party will cry. Sure enough, the two-headed hidden demon finally threw the running wolf away with the second kick, breaking bones all over the ground. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw the attacking Shiroma, and countless more running wolves and face-huggers. It was strangled by Wei Huan's army of undead. Once trapped in such an encirclement, it would not be so easy to escape. The two-headed hidden demon was restrained, but it could not escape. Soon it relaxed. The low-level undead attacks on it were just scratching. As long as it avoided Shiroma's attacks, and its own weaknesses, no matter how many undead there were, they could not kill it. But the two-headed hidden demon was worried. The human's methods should not be limited to these. He had just killed 4 of his own kind not long ago. Among them was the famous Wu among the two-headed hidden demons. It was an ordinary mission, but it died here. It had already determined that after completing this mission, it would advance to the 5th level. Such a strongman is also a very rare ceiling level in the two-headed hidden demon tribe. But that human killed it. This two-headed hidden demon asked himself that his strength was far inferior to Wu. When will Wei Huan take action? Can't be dragged here anymore, must escape. Go from the sky? No, Wei Huan controlled the demon I Lord, which can cause great damage to the dark beast. He has been revived from the blood by Lord Ji in the form of inheritance. The sky is not safe. The demon I Lord is just hiding, but if he goes to the sky, he will definitely be attacked. But what's wrong with these undeads? The more they are killed, the more they are. It's like falling into a sticky big net. The more they struggle, the tighter they are. Until now, they have lost some strength. Until it couldn't dodge in time, it was scratched hard on the chest by the claws of Shiroma. The claw marks from the neck to the waist and abdomen, a long one, almost ripped it open. Under the severe pain, the dark beast was finally afraid. It must escape. If it continues like this, it will be dragged to death. Stewing meat over a low fire, being cut into pieces, will make it die even more miserably. The wings that it had not dared to use since just now finally opened. It caught a gap, shook off the undead on its body, and flew up like a moth. Swoosh! As expected, as soon as it emerged, a black light fell on it. The dark beast was flustered, and did not realize that the damage of the black light was actually not enough. It only knew that this human magic I Lord was very strong and could penetrate its body. Subconsciously, it hurriedly dodged. Then one of its legs was grabbed by the leaping Shiroma and pulled down. It fell back into the middle of the undead. Similarly, these low-level undead could not cause much harm to it. But this process of drowning bit by bit was even more terrifying. It roared madly, with no fighting spirit, and just wanted to escape. It killed countless undead, but when it looked up, there were endless undead bones rushing towards it. Its feet were weak. Was it because of injury or fear? It could no longer tell, and its ferocious yellow eyes gradually became stained with a bit of despair. Just then, hee! A strange cry that seemed a little familiar sounded behind it. The dark beast didn't know what it was, but it was still vigilantly paying attention to the opponent's arrival. Until a twisted demon figure fell from the sky, fell into the army of undead, and jumped on it. It was not afraid of its big mouth showing its fangs, and stomped into its throat. Boom! It was pressed hard to the ground, and it was a hideous monster with smoke on its body because of extreme speed and excessive excitement. He smiled distortedly at it, drooling all over his face. When Wei Huan saw this, he already knew the fate of this dark beast. With Su Qingqiang and the undead surrounding it, even if it had 2 pairs of wings, it couldn't escape. In this way, the other two-headed hidden demon would be easy to deal with. The other two-headed hidden demon, which was also trapped by the undead, was not waiting for Su Qingqiang, but a 4th-level chariot. Wei Huan's side was not without any killing power. As long as he was willing to cooperate with Mu Zhong to use the blessing, he could take the life of the two-headed hidden demon in a minute. He didn't need it, just for the follow-up action in the second half of the night. And he suspected that no matter how hungry Su Qingqiang was, there was a limit. Once he is full, he will probably fall into a deep sleep after eating and drinking. So he must save his strength for later. When there is no other choice, the car is the best choice. Wei Huan is different from other challengers. He doesn't like to fight with cars. He has enough fighting power, and the undead can solve everything. But in fact, the car is the biggest weapon of human challengers. On the first day of entering the challenge world, the reason why Wei Huan was able to kill the 4 dark beasts was because of the concentrated fire of hundreds of cars. Otherwise, he would have to fight desperately. The 4th level car showed its power. The laser beam cruelly cut the body of the dark beast. The dark beast has strong defense and cannot be killed in a short time, so it can only endure the painful attack continuously. During this process, Xiao Luoma also scratched with his claws, and the Lord of the Magic Eye kept firing black light speed. Although this dark beast was not eaten by Su Qingqiang, it died more miserably. It was torn to pieces. The battles on both sides ended one after another. When Su Qingqiang took off his runes and stood up shakily, Wei Huan knew that there was no food on the battlefield that could arouse his appetite, that is, no powerful dark beasts. But just when Wei Huan thought so, Su Qingqiang stared at Sayuroma, as if he saw his dream lover, with a naked and hungry look. The runes that had just faded returned to his face. He staggered and walked towards the nearest Sayuroma step by step. Wei Huan was silent, and did not order the Sayuroma to retreat. Sayuroma was also fearless. Without Wei Huan's order, it was just a piece of wood without self-awareness. Su Qingqiang hugged Sayurama's neck and opened his mouth. Bo kissed him. Finally, he turned over and rode on Sayurama's back. He burped for a long time, and the magic pattern on his face retreated like the tide. Go! He patted Sayurama's, but really treating it as a horse. Sayurama, Wei Huan, Wei Huan held his forehead, and secretly gave orders to this Sayurama. Sayurama began to walk forward slowly, gradually trotting, and then running wildly. After a while, they came to the front of the big pit again. The battle here was also over. Lu Qingji's legs were weak with excitement. He saw Su Qingqiang shouting from a distance, "Brother Chang, I killed 2 dog-headed men. I did it!" Su Qingqiang raised his eyebrows. The undead army has good controllability, and gave the gambler sufficient preparation. You have a face that is afraid of death, but you are quite courageous. Lu Qingji touched his nose, and looked up at the eyeball in the sky. He knew that Wei Huan was looking at him. His face was full of smiles, and he was very satisfied. Lu Qingji killed 2 dog-headed men, and the rest were torn to pieces by Xiaodian and the face hugger. The dog-headed 5-star dark beast has only the 3rd level of strength. Most of the time, it is used as a tool beast of the dark beast, and its combat effectiveness is very average. Before the disaster, the 2-headed hidden demon fled for their lives, and none of these dog-headed men escaped. In other words, Wei Huan successfully destroyed another dark beast team. The legendary powerful dark beast team is just that. They could bully ordinary challengers, but when they met a combination like Wei Huan, who was already a supermodel in terms of strength, and now had Su Qingqiang to attack, even the shaman's blessing was useless, and they were killed. On the one hand, the mission was successfully completed, and on the other hand, Wei Huan also felt the benefits of cooperating with a truly powerful person. When he saw Su Qingqiang again, his face looked much better. This operation was completed very well. You should be credited with the first merit. Wei Huan did not hesitate to praise. Then give me the Shiroma as a mount. I'm afraid not. Without waiting for Su Qingqiang to speak, Wei Huan simply explained his connection with the undead creatures. At present, these undead creatures cannot leave the 6-kilometer radius around him, and after staying in the outside world for a period of time, they must return to the tomb to replenish the lost dark power. Su Qingqiang muttered, "I should have eaten it earlier." Then he said, "Since it's the first merit, give me the magic flute." Wei Huan shook his head. "Since the rules are set, we must act according to the rules. In order to accumulate DKP as soon as possible, you can also point out the next place immediately." Su Qingqiang thought about it and asked, "Butler, how many points do I have now?" 10 points for intelligence, 20 points for the whole battle, 10 points for killing monsters. You still have 55 points. Su Qingqiang raised his eyebrows, glanced at Wei Huan again, and finally his peach blossom eyes gradually flew up, and smiled. "It's fair. Let's go, the next one. The magic flute is 500 DKP, right? It can't be changed. It's mine." From this point of view, a legendary equipment only costs 500 DKP, which is simply cabbage. It is said that the DKP system in the team and the power is a kind of welfare. The previous Su Qingqiang didn't quite understand it. At first, there was no power to recruit him. Later, he followed Sister Lu. His broken profession could not participate in collective actions, so he relied on some marginal tasks to earn DKP. For him, it was difficult to earn points and change equipment, so it was better to fight hard outside. But in this car, he found that it was very easy to earn points, and he also realized a more important point. He is the main force in this car. This feeling is very subtle. It was the first time that someone gave him a chance and let him stand in an important position. The feeling of being valued lingered in his mind. Su Qingqiang looked at the darkness outside the car, and a surge of blood suddenly came to his chest. Chapter 89. This time, the distance is a bit far. They drove for 2 hours, and only reached the location pointed out by Su Qingqiang after being 6,000 kilometers away from the convoy. Similarly, a large number of undead were sent to observe the target enemy in the form of encirclement. The ghost crow flew out first, and then the Lord of the Magic Eye opened Wei Huan's vision. Su Qingqiang fell behind, because he asked Wei Huan to equip him with a mount, so Wei Huan could only summon Shiro first. His own crew, this little thing, he was still willing to agree. Lu Qingji did not go this time. A good thing, under the stimulation of the battle, Lu Qingji finally felt the opportunity for a breakthrough. As early as 2 hours ago, he took the advanced potion and returned to the room to practice. I don't know if I can come out before breakfast today. About 3 minutes later, the information of the ghost crow and the eyes of the magic eye simultaneously transmitted the information of the enemy. Sure enough, it was just a super large wandering monster tribe. There are red honeycomb nests on every tree, and mosquitoes 1 meter long fly in and out of the nests. The heavy nests bend the tree trunks. These mosquitoes seem to have some kind of virus, which even plants cannot be immune to. They grow white spots and look half dead. This tribe is very large, and the boundaries of the territory cannot be seen at a glance. It looks like a kingdom. This is normal. If it is just an ordinary mosquito swarm, it will not attract Su Qingqiang's appetite. There must be king-level mosquitoes here. Swarm is a group of monsters that only appear on the 3rd level highway. They gather together and are powerful, like a kingdom. But most monster kingdoms don't have treasure chests. Killing them will only drop materials. King-level materials must be core materials for certain professions or vehicle upgrades. King-level strength is basically equivalent to legendary monsters. So at the same level, it is difficult for humans to destroy such kingdoms and obtain key materials. Even these tribes will actively attack human cities, causing huge losses. Wandering monsters and monster colonies are the most common challenges in the challenge world. Monster kingdoms are the bosses set by the challenge world for challengers. Such monster kingdoms must exist in the assessment of highway challenges, and there may even be more than one. Since their locations are known in advance, the team can avoid them in advance. Of course, Wei Huan will definitely choose another method. It's just a king level. Kill, just kill. Get king level blood-sucking mosquito heart X1. Wei Huan asked Mu Zhong. What class is this for? Mu Zhong remembered, criminal. Wei Huan raised his eyebrows, and his other eye, burning with green flames, saw Su Qingqiang galloping on his horse and running to the car with a happy look on his face. Level 5? Level 4. Just what Su Qingqiang can use, but I don't know how many stars of criminal he was when he awakened. Put it in the warehouse, and if he needs it, use DKP to exchange it. Okay. Mu Zhong nodded. That's how it was. The material is also an important material, and it also requires contribution points to exchange. After Su Qingqiang got on the car, he saw the newly added king-level blood-sucking mosquito heart in the warehouse materials, which required 200 DKP points to exchange. He lit a cigarette for himself, and his peach blossom eyes looked at Wei Huan through the dark blue smoke and said, "Doesn't your conscience hurt?" I dug out the heart of the blood-sucking mosquito. Mu Zhong laughed on the side. 2 more actions tonight, and your score will be enough. No! Su Qingqiang refused directly, but after scanning Wei Huan's dark eyes, he explained, "It's too far, and I can't go back before dawn." Of course, it doesn't matter if you must go, anyway I have DKP. Mu Zhong thought about it, drove the wheelchair forward a little, and asked, "Can you tell me more about your perception ability? For strength and weakness, for distance, in fact, you still have a good idea in your mind, right? In your perception, how many monsters will block our way to the end? Can you specifically distinguish the dark beasts?" Su Qingqiang yawned. So many questions, checking the household registration? Mu Zhong smiled good-temperedly. So can you answer? Su Qingqiang stared at Mu Zhong for a few seconds, and finally explained reluctantly. Soon Mu Zhong made his own judgment. First of all, due to the lack of understanding of the criminal sequence, it is difficult to confirm whether Su Qingqiang's super perception of crisis is his own ability or an ability that all criminals have. This ability, as a kind of talent, super perception and the radar on the technological side have different intuitive images. Most of the time, it will be affected by the state of the perceiver himself. For example, now, Su Qingqiang said, it seems that those things in the distance are not very fragrant. I felt that I could reach them quickly before, but now I feel that they are very far away. Oh, I can't explain it clearly. After listening, Cousin Mu analyzed, either the other party is really moving, or Su Qingqiang is full, so his perception becomes blurred, and he lacks the motivation to move. Mu nodded and continued, there is another possibility. If this is a super perception of crisis, then Brother Chang's subconscious mind has already added our combat power, so the enemy that was dangerous in the past is no longer dangerous now. Cousin Mu said, maybe we should continue to confirm it. Mu Zhong said, hunger must be Brother Chang's motivation. He ate too much today. Su Qingqiang rolled his eyes and exhaled smoke. Stop your analysis. Don't you think this is disrespectful? I will be angry. Mu Zhong smiled, looked at Su Qingqiang deeply and said, Brother Chang, we are getting to know you as a teammate. Su Qingqiang pursed his lips and finally said helplessly, forget it tonight. My consciousness tells me that there is nothing good ahead now, or it is too far away. Mu Zhong really believed it and asked Wei Huan, then go back now? Wei Huan said, go back. The trusting attitude of the two made Su Qingqiang's pursed lips curl up. The car started and went back. Su Qingqiang crossed his legs, shook his legs and spread them on the seat, happily watching his DKP increase to 100 points overnight. 2 more times, he can change to gold equipment. He never thought that wealth could come so easily. On the way back, a regular breath descended in the car. Lu Qingji finally successfully advanced to the 3rd level Go step. Wei Huan and Mu Zhong went over to congratulate. Lu Qingji's eyes were red with excitement. It was all thanks to the boss that we flew. I won't say any more. I'm going to make a hearty breakfast. You should rest and consolidate first. For breakfast tomorrow, everyone can eat whatever they want. Mu Zhong stopped Lu Qingji and said that he would not let him go downstairs again. Lu Qingji was moved and said that he would go to do his job after consolidation. After saying goodbye to Lu Qingji, Wei Huan pushed Mu Zhong upstairs. The speed of the 4th level car can reach 1,200 miles. They can return to the team in 3 hours at most. There is still a lot of time now. Wei Huan asked Mu Zhong to go upstairs to rest. He will be on duty tonight. The eyes behind the silver glasses skipped the green code, and the eyes swept across the rows of data, and finally fell on the special status. Wei Huan was puzzled. Why hasn't the depression disappeared? They have developed so smoothly, and everything is moving in a good direction. Is it his leg injury that Mu Zhong can't let go of? Or is it because he gave up his car? The unreasonable anxiety made Wei Huan put his fingers on Mu Zhong's shoulders. Mu Zhong felt that he was looking back at him, and his bright eyes seemed to fall into Wei Huan's heart, so clear and moist. Could it be that the silver glasses were not showing accurately? Wei Huan was a little suspicious for no reason. After all, the person was right in front of him, and he could not see any shadow in those eyes. What's wrong? Mu Zhong saw that Wei Huan was worried. Wei Huan did not answer immediately. He pushed Mu Zhong into his room. The deputy captain's room was converted into Mu Zhong's studio and training room. Now Mu Zhong lives with Wei Huan, and they need to use the same door to enter and exit the room. In other words, Mu Zhong took a bath in Wei Huan's bedroom not long ago. As soon as he entered the house, Wei Huan felt the slight dampness in the air. Perhaps it was a psychological effect. Anyway, his eyes swept in the direction of the bathroom, and then slowly pushed Mu Zhong to the newly separated bedroom. Wei Huan's bedroom and Mu Zhong's bedroom were separated by a wall. Everyone had a private space of 200 square meters, with their own study, bedroom, and living room, but they shared a bathroom and a large living room. Of course, as a junior technician, Mu Zhong could build another bathroom in this car. But both of them wanted to be closer, so they didn't mention it. The bathroom is a very private place, more private than the bedroom. Opening this place to another person is like opening a gap in your own private domain, allowing the other person to enter and exit. Wei Huan pushed Mu Zhong directly into his bedroom. Then he carried Mu Zhong to the bed without saying anything. When he put him down, Wei Huan's body pressed forward, and the posture of the two people was so short that it made people full of reverie. Mu Zhong did not make any move to stop him, but Wei Huan did not continue. Wei Huan just took Mu Zhong's hand and let his fingers touch his glasses frame. He asked Mu Zhong, "Do you remember what I look like?" Mu Zhong's eyelashes trembled. Nodding. "I remember, I always remember, so I always want to ask you, does it hurt? Is it uncomfortable?" Wei Huan nodded and said, "It doesn't hurt anymore, but it's very inconvenient. My lips are stuck together, and it's difficult to eat. When I make expressions, my whole face will be pulled, tightly stretched, and dull pain. Sometimes I don't want to be so indifferent, but I can't do it." "I know." Mu Zhong smiled, and did not take off Wei Huan's glasses, although Wei Huan's purpose was this. He just put his hand on Wei Huan's face. Under his fingers, there was a bumpy surface that had nothing to do with human skin. He moved his fingers a little lower, but he did not touch his lips, but directly touched his gums. He remembered how bad Wei Huan's face was. It was this place, without flesh and skin. "We should go find an angel for treatment. There are already angels on the front line now. Thanks to you, they will agree to your request." Wei Huan took Mu Zhong's hand and said, "After completing this assessment, I want to challenge a random person for revenge and accumulate points. I can use the points to exchange for angels to take action, and others will have nothing to say." Mu Zhong frowned. "No one should slander you. You have the world in your heart." Wei Huan said lightly, "I'm not that great. I just don't want to die. If humans lose, none of us can survive." Mu Zhong's eyes flashed with ridicule. "Yes, such a simple truth, but many people can't figure it out." Wei Huan looked at Mu Zhong deeply. His eyes always liked to fall on his eyes. He really liked this pair of eyes, and wanted to keep looking at them. He looked into his eyes and said, "In the random challenge, I will accumulate a lot of points, mine and yours. The angel will come and heal both of us. Of course, the ability of angels is limited, and only angels of life can regenerate broken limbs, but you also need to receive treatment. Your physical condition has not been very good. If you want to become a mecha master in the future, you must pay attention to your body." Who is Mu Zhong? Even if Wei Huan tried his best to hide it, he still heard the cautiousness in his words. It was as if he was afraid of touching his sensitive points, avoiding him. He studied psychology, and as an intelligence officer, he would deal with monsters and demons. He knew very well what Wei Huan's mentality meant. It meant that he was walking into Wei Huan's heart. It meant that Wei Huan was worried about him. "Okay." Mu Zhong had no reason to refuse, and his eyes were full of friendship. He nodded. "Okay, yes, of course. We can go together to earn points and get treatment together." Wei Huan's tense face relaxed. As he said, the disfigurement actually made it difficult for him to make a bigger expression. But at this moment, his expression was obvious. He cared too much about the depression that never dissipated in Mu Zhong's special state, so he didn't want his proposal to burden Mu Zhong. Before leaving, Wei Huan grabbed his hand and nodded. "Have a good rest, you are always easily tired." "Yeah." Mu Zhong nodded and relaxed on the bed. The perspective suddenly became a little strange. He was lying on the bed, and there was someone sitting beside him, looking at him with caring eyes. It was hard to describe. It was like a kind of oppression, and he was not very used to it. After all, in the past 20 years, Mu Zhong had never put himself in such a perspective. But Mu Zhong chose to face this strange atmosphere head-on. He grabbed Wei Huan's hand with his backhand and kissed it on his lips. "Don't worry, I will have a good rest. You will have to work hard tonight." The gentle and soft lips, the feeling imprinted on the back of the hand, were clear and unforgettable. After Wei Huan left and closed the door, he walked downstairs, his fingers still unconsciously rubbing the skin that left the touch. All the expressions on his face disappeared until he crossed the square and came to the cab again. In the cab, Cousin Mu was on duty. Su Qingqiang was also there, but he had fallen asleep on the chair. He slept soundly, as if he had eaten and drunk a lot. Cousin Mu saw Wei Huan coming back and glanced behind him. "Did the driver Mu rest?" Wei Huan said, "I let him rest. His attributes dropped faster than others. It should be related to his injury. Very serious injury, almost didn't come back. Actually, think about it, it's only been more than a month since the explosion, and he is far from recovered." "Tell me about the explosion." Cousin Mu looked at him with a little surprise. He thought Wei Huan knew. Wei Huan held his forehead. He said it was a military secret and didn't elaborate. Cousin Mu laughed. "This guy always insists on unnecessary details. So I can know? Of course, I don't think it's necessary to hide this from you." Cousin Mu didn't even avoid Su Qingqiang's thoughts and said directly, "The Game of Thrones, the battle for hegemony between countries, is ultimately an intelligence war. The pressure faced by the Qinglong Corps is the greatest among the other 3 corps. The area we are responsible for defending has the Great Bear Country above, the Mulberry Country overseas, and Osum across the sea. The intelligence war is the cruelest war in peacetime, not to mention this chaotic era. The explosion that occurred on Qin Island was a trap, the purpose of which was to kill the entire team including Mu Zhong. Wei Huan interrupted and asked, "Can I know who the other party is?" Of course, the Mulberry Country. They disguised themselves as yin people, and bought a large amount of challenge materials in yen. When they tried to trade these materials back to China, they were discovered by our intelligence department. In order to stop this transaction, Mu Zhong followed the team to carry out the mission, but the other party's real purpose was obviously not to trade, but to kill Mu Zhong. Targeting Mu Zhong? Wei Huan heard this and his eyes became fierce. In other words, they are hunting our genius. Is that what you mean? Yes, Mu Zhong was too brilliant in those 2 years, and the attack on geniuses is not an isolated case. In fact, in order to compete for newcomers, the champion, the special departments of each country will do some obstructive actions. But this is the evolutionary war between humans and dark beasts. Unfortunately, before fighting the dark beasts, there is a more brutal competition among humans. Most leaders think that only I am strong enough. As long as the resources are in my hands, I can create an invincible lion and defeat the dark beasts. It's not complicated at all. At this time, Su Qingqiang, who had been listening for an unknown period of time, suddenly spoke. Everyone is thinking, if a village chief of Blue Star Village must be elected, why can't that village chief be me? His head was tilted, and the twisting arc was much more exaggerated than that of a normal person, as if his neck was twisted 180 degrees directly. Director Mu, am I right? Cousin Mu smiled bitterly and nodded. Very accurate. Wei Huan's eyelashes trembled. This answer was something he didn't expect. In his previous life, he didn't reach the real core of power, so he didn't know that there was an even more brutal war outside the tragic battlefield. Assassination genius? What are these pig brains thinking? Is this something a human can do? No wonder humans lost in the end. It seems that the loss is not unfair at all. In this evolutionary war, humans have been suppressed. In fact, the reason is very simple. We lack a civilized leader who can truly convince everyone and rule the world. Cousin Mu said, Yin country did it at the beginning, but after the appearance of the Dark Knight Apostle in Asham, it became restless. In the past 2 years, the Fence country and Tula country have colluded with the Big Bear country to jointly suppress Yin country and Asham. As the 5 strongest countries of mankind, they are unable to unite, and the outside of the 5 countries are even more scattered. Wei Huan also has something he doesn't understand. What does Mulberry country want to do by intervening in the competition between the great powers? Did they do something to Mu Zhong? Cousin Mu nodded. It is confirmed that they did it. They cooperated with us while assassinating our genius. Swoosh Su Qingqiang made a strange sound, and gestured with his fingers to fly, and finally opened his fingers. Bang! It's just a small space. Throw a few small mushrooms. These idiots, who are living in a waste of the air of Blue Star. Cousin Mu ignored his wild words, and continued to say to Wei Huan, Mulberry country is a first-class strength among the countries that challenge the world, and it has also played an important role in the past battles with dark beasts. We have no evidence for the assassination of the genius. Commander Mu has been looking for someone to investigate this matter, but the other party's methods are very clever. In addition, there are some Yin people helping them, which also affects our investigation. After listening to Wei Huan, he said, Send me a copy of the intelligence that is not evidence. Cousin Mu looked at Wei Huan with shining eyes and nodded. He guessed what Wei Huan wanted to do. If Wei Huan wanted to do it, the Mu family would definitely support him. General Mu didn't dare to move. He was in the official position, and one move would affect the whole body, but the Mu family dared. The Mu family protected their shortcomings. If Zheng Shiguo dared to move their genius, it would be a provocation. The Mu family would make them pay the price. Cousin Mu promised to send him the intelligence when he returned to Blue Star. After this, the cab was quiet for a while. Su Qingqiang suddenly asked, Is there DKP for missions on Blue Star? No. Wei Huan knew what kind of DKP he wanted, but this was a private matter, so there was definitely no DKP. Su Qingqiang continued to ask, What is there? I don't know. If necessary, I also have a lot of private collections. That's fine. Call me when the time comes. Wei Huan didn't speak, and Su Qingqiang didn't speak again. The car was quiet again. This silence lasted until they returned to the convoy. 4 o'clock in the morning. The level 4 car, which was moving at full speed, returned to the convoy. No one knew they had left. They exchanged with the level 4 car of the Mu family in a low-key manner. But before leaving, the captain of the Mu family sent intelligence saying, "We found a rat hiding in the convoy, but the other party hid very deep, and it will take time to dig him out." At this time, Wei Huan was a little sleepy, and planned to close his eyes and rest for a while. But after seeing the news, he became energetic again. It was very peaceful last night, and even the stray monsters did not refresh. Peace may not be a good thing in the challenge world. Challenge the world doesn't know what big move he is holding back. The unknown waiting is annoying, and what is equally annoying is that this kind of investigation is halfway done, but no results come out. It's like a landmine that has been buried in advance. He knows it's right in front of him, but he still has to take this road and step on it in the next second. This is not his style. Can you specifically circle a range? Yes, it's the team that came over from Group A. The people you brought over? No wonder he didn't feel it. The group of people who came over have always been a little bit outside his team. The 4th level captain of the Mu family can feel the difference because they are in that team. But even if they came over later and came to his team for help, they shouldn't do these two-faced things. Eat his food, smash his bowl, and now want to destroy his family? Damn it! Are all these more than 10,000 people suspects? Circle the suspected vehicles, about 100. Mark them, and send them to me. Yes. After the 4th level captain of the Mu family answered yes subconsciously, his face was blank for a moment. Although he was arranged by the family to assist Wei Huan, he called himself a guardian and believed that he was stronger than Wei Huan in terms of strength and experience. Such a clear relationship between superiors and subordinates was not what he expected at the beginning. After thinking about it for a while, the 4th level captain of the Mu family sent the sorted information to Wei Huan. The intelligence marked the names of the people who confirmed their speeches in the local area network, and finally circled a range according to the area where their vehicles were located. It was said to be 100 vehicles, but there were 300 vehicles in the circled range. It did not match the number of connections in the local area network, so the intelligence needed further screening. But Wei Huan didn't care about this. While there was still some time before dawn, he ordered the butler to drive to the vicinity of the circled range. The army of undead came out of the portal and surrounded the 300 vehicles. The crypt beast's mother was a high wall, the running wolf and the facehugger were thorns on the ground. The Shiro was watching with eager eyes, and the Eye Lord was suppressing from high above. There were only 300 vehicles, but the undead army surrounded them tightly in a blink of an eye. No one could escape. Chapter 90. Then, under Wei Huan's command, the vehicle manager floated the car to a high altitude and lit up the halo. Then, he used the loudspeaker in the points mall, which cost 3 points each, to shout with great penetration. Attention, challengers who hear the shouting. Go to the window now to check. If you see the undead, it proves that you have been surrounded. As suspects in the team rectification, you only have one chance to prove that you have not joined the local area network or report the identity of the network's builder. Otherwise, you will be driven away by the undead as traitors. After shouting 3 times in a row, the loudspeaker effect disappeared, but the agitation caused did not disappear. In the surrounded area, the headlights of the vehicles were turned on one after another, and there were people behind the windows. But after a long period of agitation, no one stuck their heads out. As latecomers, they did not trust Wei Huan. Besides, these suspects gathered here because they did not trust Wei Huan. They enjoyed spitting and cursing Wei Huan every day. If there was any problem with Wei Huan's actions, they would use a magnifying glass to write about it. A group of selfish and stupid guys who were well protected but didn't know how to be grateful. Wei Huan didn't plan to spend any more money. It was already a waste to waste 3 points on this group of rubbish. Under his command, the face huggers moved. They climbed up each car with a rustle, and then in the horrified eyes of the people in the car, they climbed on the car and knocked on the window with their long legs, while showing their hideous abdominal cracks to the people in the car. It was a threat and a reminder. The sound of knocking on the window went from slow to fast, and each sound was like knocking on the heart. Duh, and the footsteps of the facehugger crawling in various places on the car make people's scalps numb. Alien bugs are disgusting enough. Now they have turned into bones, and the evil ghosts have returned to the world. People who are not familiar with Wei Huan instantly become familiar. In their hearts, Wei Huan is like a gloomy and ugly old man, extremely twisted from the outside to the inside. Otherwise, how could he awaken such a disgusting profession, and live with these undead every day? Finally, someone couldn't stand such oppression, and opened the door and walked out. 5 people got off the car. All 5 were men. Although there is no gender discrimination in the challenge world, in such an environment of eating and living together, women are still unwilling to get on a car with only men, which is very unsafe. So at a car with women, the number of women is often more than that of men. There are also many cars like this with only men and women. These 5 men are very young, and judging from their faces, they should be challengers in the past 2 years. This also explains why they have 3-level vehicles, and they all look strong. Young people are more courageous than old people to fight and seek wealth in danger. After they came out, the person who seemed to be the driver said, "Leader Wei, we don't know what local area network you are talking about. We have not joined any local area network. If you don't believe it, we can turn on the system in the car and let you check it. In addition, we admire you very much and hope to join your army. We cannot get in the car, but we are willing to listen to your orders. My name is Huang Jun. I am a fortune teller." The smart butler in Wei Huan's car entered the other party's vehicle system after getting the other party's permission. Intermediate smart butlers can easily find out all the secrets that the primary intelligence or basic system wants to hide. For example, one of their crew members was very satisfied with his figure and always asked the smart butler to take pictures of him. He took tens of thousands of pictures. The smart butler, who was eye-catching, stepped out and reported to Wei Huan. Inspection completed, safe. Wei Huan sat in the driver's seat and tapped his fingers on his assistant's hand. The undead in front of the car dispersed and made way. Huang Jun's face popped out of the window of the main driver's seat and continued to introduce himself. "My name is Huang Jun, a student of the 20XX Beijing University. We will graduate this year and serve in the army. If you join the army, you must notify me, and we will report as soon as possible." The car gradually drove away and finally left the encirclement. The undead reunited behind them and continued to surround the remaining vehicles. Huang Jun got off to a good start. Others saw this scene, and those who felt innocent immediately followed suit, leaving the car one after another, saying, "Welcome to check." The smart butler was not tired of it, and everyone who opened the system entered the search. After it reported, one car after another was released. Until the 22nd car, the smart butler searched the system once and marked the car in red on the map. Warning: this car is connected to an unknown port. Now the port is closed, the information is deleted, and the suspicion level is 100%. Surround that car. Under Wei Huan's order, the army of undead surrounded the suspected car. The people under the car were forced back to the car, looking at the cars around them being released one after another. Their faces gradually became gray and anxious. Many people left. After all, according to the intelligence, about 200 of the 300 cars were innocent. I don't know how the mastermind behind the scenes selected people. But Wei Huan didn't intend to keep any of these problematic people. At least, they were hostile to him. They were hostile and still sought his protection. It was really funny. He was both a jerk and a jerk. Of course, he kept his word. He would continue to protect the person who gave up the mastermind. He looked at the time. It was not long before dawn. There were not many cars left, and they were approaching the number detected little by little. This was also the moment when they were under the greatest psychological pressure. Can they find the mastermind behind the scenes in just a few minutes? What happened? Mu Zhong came in from the door at this time, looked out the window, and then looked at Wei Huan. Wei Huan was looking at Mu Zhong's attribute panel. After a night's rest, his endurance was restored to 2 to 3. Mu Zhong's endurance had never been full. Seeing that Wei Huan didn't answer, Mu Zhong drove to the window and looked out. On the way here, he had heard Sun Yiling talk about this matter. When there were 87 cars left, no one jumped out to cooperate with the inspection. The number of cars was less than expected, and perhaps some of them were not circled in the middle and escaped. It doesn't matter, as long as the mastermind behind the scenes didn't escape. The army of undead surrounded the 87 cars, and the mother crypt beasts lined up in a row, forming 3 full circles. There were long gaps, and face huggers crawling around, ensuring that no rat could escape. The scene was very quiet, and the atmosphere was very tense. The 87 cars surrounded all started their engines, with their fronts facing outwards, ready to crash into each other at any time. But no matter how loud the roar was, no one dared to start. They looked down on Wei Huan's ability, but they didn't dare to provoke him. At this time, if someone really stood up and argued with Wei Huan in an upright manner, Wei Huan would still respect him as a man. But now? The stalemate lasted for another 10 minutes, and it was less than 3 minutes before dawn. The cars in the convoy were also ready to set off at this time. The lights of the cars were lit all over the mountains, and the engines roared. Finally, someone panicked. In the surrounded convoy, Someone began to flash the lights frantically. Wei Huan saw it and asked the smart butler to try to receive the signal. It worked as soon as it was connected. A middle-aged man with a beard appeared on the screen. His face was full of vicissitudes, and his eyes were bloodshot. After seeing Wei Huan's young face, there was a moment of doubt in his eyes. As the old saying goes, a man without hair on his lips cannot do things well. In the eyes of many people, young people are unreliable. But soon, he suppressed this emotion again, as if he had admitted defeat. With a depressed expression, he said hoarsely, "I don't know which car he was in, and there is no evidence that it was him. I just guessed it. If you believe it, protect me. If you don't believe it, protect me for the sake of my risky report." Wei Huan nodded directly. "It's normal, but it's just like political asylum. Wei Huan is still willing to give this protection." With Wei Huan's consent, the man continued, "I was pulled into this land chat because I said good things about Peng Zheng in the chat channel and supported him to become the leader of Group B." Mu Zhong was surprised. "Peng Zheng? Peng Zheng is in the convoy. Didn't he leave? Why is he back?" The man heard Mu Zhong's words and thought he was questioning him, so he explained, "I don't know either, but after entering the local area network, although Peng Zheng's account never spoke, someone led the topic and kept talking about Wei leader's lack of strength and Peng Zheng should lead the conversation." Mu Zhong frowned. At the beginning, the official invited him to serve as the leader's car, but he clearly refused. The man didn't know about this and his face turned pale. "I didn't lie. Although there is no evidence, this guess is at least 70% true." Mu Zhong also came out of his thoughts and said, "Your guess makes sense. Can you point out which car is Peng Zheng's car?" The man shook his head directly. Maybe he has his own guess, but he is afraid of offending Peng Zheng. And those who join this local area network must lack trust in Wei Huan. On the secondary highway, Peng Zheng has been dominating for so many years, and Wei Huan is just a newcomer this year. They feel from the bottom of their hearts that Wei Huan is not as good as Peng Zheng. 3 minutes passed while they were talking. From dusk to dawn is just a moment, just like turning on the light in a dark room. The bright world is so bright that people can't open their eyes. It is the rule of the team to set off at dawn. As the light fills the field of vision, the pioneer car is the first to move forward, and the cars behind follow closely. Today will be another day of rushing. But for some reason, those fears are gradually fading away, and more people have adapted to the current environment. The team moves in a series like train carriages. Soon, they arrived at their area and set off. All the cars were moving forward, except for the 87 cars surrounded by the army of undead, which seemed to be nailed in place. Like a stubborn stone, the convoy behind them caught up, and then, like the endless flow of river water, they bypassed from both sides and joined in front. Is that Wei Huan's army of undead? Is that what they talked about in the chat room? So is there a traitor in the surrounded car? It deserves it. They enjoy Wei Huan's protection and plan to rebel. Give them face. Some of the saints who were full of sympathy murmured, "These people will die on the way after being driven away. How pitiful. Is it reasonable to drive them away like this? This is an official action. Shouldn't the official be kinder? What can't be done after completing the test and returning to Blue Star?" Fortunately, they also knew that if they said these words in the chat room, they would be sprayed to death by the group, so they only dared to mutter to the people around them. Wei Huan has established basic prestige in the team. More and more people began to trust him. There are many people, like Huang Jun and Chang'e, who began to try to show their abilities and wanted to join Wei Huan. Wei Huan has not joined any legion yet. It doesn't matter. The strong are destined to achieve their own power. Whether it is official or private, more and more people will be attracted and gather around Wei Huan. Of course, they want to join as soon as possible. The team set off, and the man on the screen looked a little anxious. At this time, the smart butler in Wei Huan's car applied for a connection request to prevent the thief from crying "Catch the thief." The man agreed to connect to the network without hesitation, and raised his hand to swear, "I have not deleted any information, and the content of the information is also confidential. I didn't know you before, and I'm sorry for offending you." He is a straightforward man. The smart housekeeper reported, "Inspection completed, safe." Mu Zhong also retrieved some of the information, quickly checked it, and nodded to Wei Huan. So, the army of undead surrounding the man's car made way. The man did not dare to show his head, started the car and drove out. At this moment, several messages were sent to the man's system almost at the same time. "You betrayed us? See if I can't kill you." "What did you say to them?" "Traitor." The man had not yet ended the communication with Wei Huan. Wei Huan could clearly see the guilt and fear on his face from the screen. These messages were sent, not so much to question him as to threaten him. The man opened his mouth, just wanting to confirm Wei Huan's protection again. The smart champion suddenly said, "Report to the driver, we found a vehicle suspected to be the mastermind behind the scenes. It is activating the attack system. Please pay attention. It is activating the attack system." The man's face changed drastically, and he didn't say anything. He stepped on the accelerator and ran out first. A gentleman does not stand on a dangerous wall, but he is slippery. On Wei Huan's side, the suspected vehicle has been marked in red on the projection map, and it keeps flashing red. But after being reminded by Wei Huan last time, it is not so exaggerated, just the red area on the map is flashing red. This car is far away from Wei Huan's vehicle, on the other side of the convoy. In the enlarged picture, Wei Huan saw that this is a graffiti minivan with a very ordinary appearance, but the outer circle of the car has rolled out the outer sawtooth that can only be loaded on a level 4 car. At the same time, the laser tower hidden in the graffiti was lit up and emitted a circle of light. But the appearance of these attack weapons is not the point. Wei Huan got the idea. After his second-level aerodynamic tires were activated, his intentions were exposed. It wanted to leave directly. "Stop him!" Wei Huan didn't say much, and directly ordered the Demon Eye Lord to open fire. Then, Wei Huan said to Mu Zhong, "The Demon Eye Lord, open 2 bloodthirsts." After killing the Dark Beast squad last night, Wei Huan kept the bloodthirst for no use, for fear that the high-level undead would enter a long CD. But in order to keep the mastermind behind the scenes, Wei Huan used means. Ding! Dong dong! Dong dong! The two people cooperated so well that in fact, when Wei Huan shouted Mu Zhong's name, his skills had already been activated. Mu Zhong knew Wei Huan too well, and knew what he wanted to do. Whether the mastermind behind the scenes was Peng Zheng or not, he must not be allowed to leave so easily. Wei Huan was the leader of the 20,000-man convoy. He must have prestige, and must say what he means. No one can provoke the leader of the Legion, and want to leave safely. He must pay the price. Mu Zhong's way of thinking is completely on Wei Huan's side. So from the beginning, he knew what Wei Huan would choose. And his bloodthirstiness was also very timely. 2 red beams of light fell from the sky, and landed on the Demon Eye Lord. The red light is the light of bloodthirsty blessing. It can increase the combat power 10-fold in 3 minutes. It can be said to be the trump card skill for counterattack on the battlefield. The 2 Demon Eye Lords' bodies instantly grew several times larger. Originally the size of a basketball, now it has become like a millstone. In the huge eyeball, black, red, and blue blood threads are entangled together, and the blood vessels bulge out hideously, as if the eyeball is inflated and will explode at any time. At the same time, the green fire of death in the pupils was no longer just burning inside the pupils, but surging with flames, burning and distorting the air. Black beams of light gathered in the eyes. Then, 10 times the damage turned into an aurora and shot out. Fortunately, they acted decisively. Wei Huan's observation was correct. The other party had no intention of fighting, and only wanted to escape. If they were a second slower, they would not be able to hit them with the starting speed of the 4th-level car. The disguised 4th-level car just floated up, and was about to run. Bang! A loud sound that shook the earth. The 2 Magic Eye Lords acted at the same time, and the terrifying black light speed, like a star destroyer, was almost longer than the car. Just like that, from top to bottom, it slammed into the ground fiercely. After the loud boom, a big pit appeared underground, bottomless, and the cylindrical shape went straight in. At the edge of the deep pit, the soil seemed to be burned and turned into a viscous liquid, with curling white smoke. Quiet. The air seemed to be filled with the smell of burning. In the cars on the edge of the pit, the owners of the cars trembled with their legs, and then moved the cars to the side little by little with difficulty. Fortunately, this car moved away. Because soon after, the second wave of damage from the Lord of the Magic Eye came again. Anyway, the bloodthirstiness has been turned on. Whether fighting or not during this period, you have to endure a month of weakness punishment. Besides, Wei Huan didn't believe that 2 magic eyes could kill Peng Zheng. If it was Peng Zheng in the car, a level 4 high-level car, Peng Zheng is also a level 4 soldier king, it is not easy to kill him. Boom! Boom boom! Boom boom boom! After a minute of continuous bombardment, a roar finally sounded. Enough. Then, an Iron Man jumped out from the bottom of the pit. A king of soldiers covered in steel armor. I don't know how many times he was bombarded, while flying up against the beam of the Demon Eye Lord. He looked gray, and his steel armor was also pitted in black and white. It was very embarrassing. His facial armor was the most damaged. The high temperature melted the beautiful mask of the armor, and the whole face was twisted together, as if it was disfigured. He should not be very comfortable, but facing Wei Huan's army of undead, he did not dare to take off his armor. He shouted, "Wei Huan! Damn you! You dare to attack me! Do you know who I am?" Before he finished speaking, he saw two demon eye lords above his head. The eyeballs as big as millstones stared at him, and the green flames in his eyes were surging. A palpitation came over him, and he suddenly jumped to the side. At the critical moment, he dodged the falling black light speed. But before he could move again, the army of undead, who had been waiting for him, suddenly pounced on him. He punched and attacked, hitting the third-level face huggers one by one. When his fists touched, his bones were shattered into slag, and there was no threat. But he defended the front, but not the back. The face huggers pounced on his legs, his hands, his neck, and bit his kidneys. The attack was like scraping, and it didn't break the defense at all. But these face huggers didn't care at all. Their long legs hooked together and turned into white chains, binding him tightly. He struggled to break free, but was entangled again the next second. If he was a little slower, the face hugger would hug his entire face, and its mouth parts covered with teeth would bite his face and swallow his head whole. Physical damage 1 point, psychological damage 100. The familiar palpitation came again, and he looked up suddenly. A black light hit him head-on, and he was slammed to the ground. His body was hot as if cooked. Ah! He was shot to death, like a face hugger, but Wei Huan was not heartbroken. The dark power required to revive the undead is much less than that of recruiting undead. The dead bugs rushed out of the portal again. It seemed endless. And Wei Huan had more than just face huggers. The running wolves finally seized the opportunity and squeezed in front of him. They tore the man's hands and feet, trying to dismember him alive. Of course, it was impossible. The 4th-level Soldier King was amazingly powerful, and he was protected by steel armor. They couldn't kill him, but he couldn't break free either. He was like a person swallowed by the waves. He could only drift with the current and struggle helplessly. All attacks were ineffective. Even if he killed hundreds or thousands of undead, it was useless. There were more undead outside, queuing up to eat him. The beam attack of the demon eye lord made him suffer even more. The bloodthirsty undead could hurt him. He could feel that his defense was being broken bit by bit, and the battle was gradually becoming incapable. He realized that it was meaningless to entangle with these undead. If he didn't kill the summoner, he would only be consumed to death here. Finally, he caught an opportunity and jumped violently. He jumped out of the white deep pool with a body full of broken bones and rushed towards Wei Huan's floating 4th-level car. It was irrational to fight a 4th-level car with one person, even a 4th-level professional. In theory, a level 4 car must be stronger than a professional, except for a few strong professionals like Wei Huan. But the man's eyes were already red with anger. He forgot his fear, and didn't want to be dragged to death by Wei Huan in this way. He just wanted to punch Wei Huan in the face, and it would be best to break his neck. Damn it! They actually attacked his car. In order to make money, he brought a car full of sponsors, and now all of them were injured. To destroy his wealth is to kill his parents. Ah! The solitary figure jumped up and fearlessly faced the level 4 car. For a moment, he was very handsome. Chapter 91. But it was only for a moment. Then, a cloud of black clouds that turned into sharp blades fell from the sky. A quack-quack sounded. It irrigated through his head. As a 4th-level professional, the ghost crow could not control it. But attacking him at the moment he jumped up was enough to make him lose consciousness for a moment. So, Peng Jing jumped up alone. First, his head hit the car, then bounced back and fell back into the army of undead. Swish, swish, swish. The black beams of the demon eye lord continued. Ho ho ho. Shiroma's claws kicked and stepped on his face. Kakaka. The anal digger had bitten his butt more than 10 times, but unfortunately he failed to break the defense, but he was not discouraged and always persisted. The dog stood on the point beast and commanded the face hugger to form a hard chain to bind the man again and again. The man struggled to stand up and continued to fight. But he found that it was more difficult now. His movements gradually slowed down as he lost too much physical strength. The sense of crisis he felt at the beginning was coming true. He was being worn down little by these undead armies whose individual strength was not very good, but were endless. He had already had some thoughts of retreating in his heart. After all, his life was more important than money. The last straw that broke the camel's back was the sound coming from the horizon. Boom! Boom! The terrifying sound of war drum sounded again. Rays of blue light fell on the undead surrounding him. When these undead suddenly grew larger and their strength increased, he finally broke through the defense. Wait! Wait! I surrender! I surrender! Wei Huan, I surrender! At this moment, he could no longer care about his face, and finally bowed his head. The undead army, which had been blessed with 3 times, was already strong enough to hurt him. He had to make a decision earlier before the situation became irreversible. I surrender! Wei Huan! When the last voice sounded, all the undead seemed to have pressed the pause button. They obeyed the orders absolutely and retracted their attacks, even though the sharp claws had already grabbed the man's face. They instantly became quiet, and could not imagine the madness of the previous moment. But the quieter it was, the more frightening it was. The human army could never do this. The undead army really gave orders like a mountain. Most importantly, they were not afraid of death. Thinking of this, the man looked in the direction of the level 4 car with deep fear. Then he raised his hand, and slowly took off the steel mask on his face, revealing the face of a man in his 40s. There was no doubt that this was Peng Zheng. The profession and appearance match, but the real Peng Zheng does not look fierce. He even looks elegant and refined, like a scholar who is well read. In fact, before the advent of the challenge world, he was indeed a professor of literature in a university. But things like moral bottom line obviously have little to do with appearance and profession. Professor Peng, who has gained power and wealth, completely exposed his dark side in the challenge world. He became insidious and cunning, and only cared about profit. Peng Zheng said, Wei Huan, you used me to help you establish your authority, and I did not cause any harm to you. At most, it is considered a gathering to spread rumors, which is not a crime punishable by death. Today you destroyed my car, and the team members in my car were seriously injured. How about we end it here? I will leave your team, and we will even things out, okay? Peng Zheng. The level 4 car dropped a little, and Wei Huan's face appeared on the driver's window. Wei Huan looked at him deeply and said, It's not even. I am the leader of 20,000 cars, and you are just a lone wolf seeking my protection. If you succeed, the team will be demoralized, and I don't know how many of these 20,000 cars will die. Peng Zheng laughed. You can't convict me of something that I didn't succeed on speculation alone. I just gathered a group of people who believed in me, and I didn't do anything, but you convicted me. Ridiculous. Even if I sue the military court, I won't lose. Wei Huan just looked at him and said condescendingly, No need to quibble, I am better than you, and I am the truth. Prestige needs to be smeared with blood. I only give you 2 choices, shed blood on the spot, or cede land and pay compensation and withdraw from the challenge world. Peng Zheng suspected that he had misheard. What are you going to do? Do you really dare to kill me? And you want me to pay money to buy my life? You wish. Roar, roar, roar. Ho, ho, ho. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, the army of undead that had just been still screamed like crazy. The earth shook. The bloodthirsty demon Lord, who had only a few seconds left, launched the last attack that had been accumulated for a long time. The black beam hit Peng Zheng's face directly. Peng Zheng had to put on a mask in a hurry, and was pressed to the ground. The black beam that had been accumulated for a long time was obviously more fierce than the one that was hastily released. Peng Zheng felt that he was going to melt, and screamed in pain. Finally, the black beam disappeared, and the demon Lord also entered a weak stage. But the battle was not over yet. Zuroma, who had been given a single attribute, rushed over and trampled on him in war. Puff! A sharp pain came from his chest, as if he was ripped open. Looking down, he found that it was the attack of the demon Lord that finally broke his armor defense. He was injured, the pain brought fear, and he struggled for a while. When he was pressed to the ground again, he finally spoke again. I surrender. I surrender. I give money, I give. Compared to the last surrender, Peng Zheng was really frustrated this time. His pride was shattered, and he knew clearly that he could not beat this great keeper who was only at the 3rd level. How could he be so strong? I heard that a true genius has the ability to fight across levels. He was jealous to death. He got up from the ground again in a mess. This time, Peng Zheng was covered in blood, and his face was no longer confident and calm. He looked deeply at Wei Huan, and his eyes were full of jealousy. He said in a hoarse voice from his throat, What do you want? Say it. At this moment, it was extremely quiet around him. All the people who watched this scene felt the coldness from their fingertips. Peng Zheng, who they believed was extremely powerful and could protect them, had no ability to resist Wei Huan. It was easy for Wei Huan to kill him. Those who said Wei Huan was not as good as Peng Zheng and asked why Wei Huan was the leader of the leader car felt that they were slapped hard in the face, and were extremely embarrassed. If they had known that Wei Huan was so strong, what would they complain about? If they followed Wei Huan's convoy and walked slowly forward, they would definitely be able to complete this assessment easily. But now, not only did they lose the qualification to follow Wei Huan, they might even die in the challenge assessment. So, what the hell am I doing? Deep regret swept over them, and there was also the fear of failing the assessment. After having nowhere to vent their strong emotions, they even turned to Peng Zheng. Waste. He is very good at boasting, but he is a coward when it comes to real fighting. The eyes of disdain and resentment from those cars fell on Peng Zheng as if they were real. Peng Zheng's eyes twitched, and he hated him to the extreme. In order to make money in this assessment, he compressed the space in the car to the extreme and only brought a deputy driver in charge of logistics. The remaining 10 people were all the sponsors, who spent a lot of money to buy the parking space. What strength does the sponsor have? The sponsor is a fragile vase in the battle, and he still needs his protection. If his crew members are all. Peng Zheng suppressed the blood that surged up his throat and said hoarsely, "Tell me. How much do you want? Let me talk to you." Mu Zhong took over the negotiation. "How much do you want to pay for your life? Yours, and the others in the car?" Peng Zheng frowned. He also has to pay the garbage in the car? This is not cutting his flesh, but he knows that this money must be paid. The sponsors in his car are either rich or noble in Blue Star, and there are many descendants of powerful forces. If these people really die in his car, his foundation in Blue Star will be completely ruined. If you keep the Green Mountains, you will never worry about lack of firewood. Peng Zheng closed his eyes, and opened them again, took a deep breath, and reported a number. Mu Zhong was not satisfied. "I heard that Captain Peng opened a legendary treasure on Highway 1006, and got a golden treasure chest. This time, the parking space was sold for a lot of money. Captain Peng doesn't seem to understand his own value." The two negotiated twice more, back and forth. Finally, Peng Zheng said angrily, "I don't believe you can kill me." Roar, roar. Ah! Crack, crack. The army of undead with buffs rushed forward. 3 minutes later, he raised his hands in the pile of bones. "We can talk. We can talk. I surrender. This time I really surrender." Mu Zhong was amused. This Peng Zheng is very flexible. Mu Cousin nodded, but also said, he is a spendthrift, and he also supports 4 women and 6 children. I guess he doesn't have much money. I have touched his bottom line. After a beating, Peng Zheng's arrogance really dissipated again. After 2 more rounds of bargaining with Mu Zhong finally decided on a price that made Peng Zheng tremble with pain, but not to the point of a dead end. In terms of observing people, Mu Zhong has talent and experience. Wei Huan did not intervene in the whole process, and did not care what he could get from Peng Zheng in the end. He only regretted that he did it a little too early, and did not use blood to smear his prestige, and make others really afraid of him. Caring for the world, kind and reasonable, convincing people with reason? No, Wei Huan did not want to take this road that too many people had taken. When Cousin Mu told him that in addition to challenging the world, there was also an invisible war, which came from the struggle for power and profit within humans, and even reached the level of assassinating geniuses. He knew that the old roads he had seen in his previous life were basically a wrong road. So, if Blue Star Village must have a village chief, why can't it be him? Or someone he designated? Kindness does not command the army, and justice does not command wealth. It has been like this since ancient times. He must take a path of killing generals, stop killing with killing, and make all enemies tremble when they hear his name. Wei Huan's killing intention affected the army of undead. The green flame surged, and his face was hideous. Peng Zheng sensitively felt that Wei Huan really wanted to use him to establish his authority. "Okay, good, I promise you, I will transfer the supplies to you now, and you let me go." Mu Zhong reminded, "I'm not letting you go, I'm letting you go back to Blue Star." "Okay, you can." He didn't want to stay, Wei Huan wanted to kill him. He felt that he had hit the loophole, how unlucky, met a killing god. Peng Zheng disappeared behind the assessment road with his car. After he left, dozens of cars disappeared one after another. They were all people who brought enough return talismans. They were indeed afraid of Wei Huan. Even though Wei Huan did not do anything to them, he just surrounded them. But as long as he thought that he had offended Wei Huan, and would have to stay in the same world with him, he felt deeply uneasy. No matter how much he regretted it this time, it was too late. Just think of it as spending money to avoid disaster and buy peace. The remaining 54 cars are really a group of fools. He has no ability to cover himself, and he can't tell who can really protect him. He was led astray by others and now fell into the pit. Some of these people are thick-skinned and want to cry and beg Wei Huan for forgiveness. Stupid and cute. He didn't even know that he was the chicken that was killed to scare the monkeys. If Wei Huan wants to establish his authority, he will never change his orders every day. If they are told to get out, they will not be spared. Wei Huan's car started after 2 howls. It flew 7 meters high, ejected, and disappeared without a trace. Wei Huan's undead were still surrounding them all the time. Until Wei Huan left 6 kilometers away, these undead were directly pulled into space and returned to the tomb. Quack, quack, only the ghost crows that could barely keep up followed Wei Huan all the way, and soon saw the mighty convoy in front. The discipline of the convoy was obviously rectified again after Wei Huan attacked Peng Zheng and easily defeated him. Everyone in the chat room was singing about this. That's right, singing. There was no more discordant voice. Because everyone understood through this incident that Wei Huan would really take action. Even here, there are still people who don't care about it, or even hate Wei Huan. But so what? From today on, all the voices that shouldn't be heard will not appear in front of Wei Huan. Wei Huan also understood that he didn't need everyone to love him. He only needed to truly enforce discipline when he led the troops. The challenge assessment passed day by day. The convoy moved forward every day, marching for 12 hours without interruption, and walked nearly 5,000 kilometers. During the day, Wei Huan led the troops in the convoy, and at night, he took Su Qingqiang out hunting. The level 4 vehicles arranged by the Mu family helped a lot. Without them, Wei Huan didn't dare to go far. Going far is to clear the obstacles ahead, so they can go so smoothly during the day. The position flow is least afraid of the random monsters refreshed in the challenge world. Pushing all the way, even the monsters at the level of the King City dare to rush in. As long as there is no Dark Beast team. Wei Huan has already encountered 2 Dark Beast teams. One was completely wiped out, and the other had 3 two-headed hidden demons escape. But he knew that there was another Dark Beast team in this world, waiting for them at the exit. Su Qingqiang is now less and less sensitive to powerful monsters because of his subjective consciousness. Mu Zhong's analysis is correct. His super perception, now joined by the combat power of Wei Huan and others, it is difficult to encounter any monsters that make him feel dangerous. Except for the Dark Beast team at the end of the level. Su Qingqiang said with a serious expression, "That guy smells very good, the smell wafts over, making people salivate." In other words, that Dark Beast team is very powerful. He can't beat it, so he can't eat it. If he can't eat it, it smells good, and if he can't eat it, he will be greedy, and he will always think about being able to smell that smell. Mu Zhong asked him to smell other smells. Su Qingqiang said, "I'm not a dog, what can I smell?" Then he said, "Nothing, but there is a faint smell on the left. I couldn't feel it before, but since yesterday, when all other smells disappeared, it still exists." He thought for a while and said, "I have had this feeling before. I guess it is a very high-level ruin." It is said that there will be a high-level ruin in each assessment world. Generally, it is a gold treasure chest, but occasionally platinum or even diamonds will appear. After Su Qingqiang finished speaking, he looked at them with some expectation. In the past few nights, they went out to clean up the monsters on the road ahead, and occasionally encountered ruins. Wei Huan's ability to explore ruins opened Su Qingqiang's eyes, and he shouted cheating. He didn't even need to get off the car. He found a primary ruin every 10 minutes, and an intermediate ruin every half an hour. Is this what a human would do? Su Qingqiang ate Wei Huan's undead, while cooperating with the undead army to kill. He was happy and cursed at the same time. It was too easy. In the past, he turned into a twisted battle to hunt for food, but now he came to eat buffet. Whether it was monsters or undead, as long as he didn't touch the undead elite, Wei Huan never cared about him, and he had enough energy every day. Every day, his attributes were constantly increasing because he ate enough energy. He was getting stronger and stronger, which was the fastest evolution in the past 2 years. He didn't even reject his profession. I always feel that Wei Huan seems to be optimistic about him. TSK. Thinking of this, Su Qingqiang was unhappy. It didn't matter to him whether Wei Huan thought highly of him or not. He didn't want to please Wei Huan, because he was excited by his recognition. He is Brother Chang. So do you want to go and have a look? Su Qingqiang is very brave now, and he is eager to try no matter how difficult the monster is. But Wei Huan shook his head, no action tonight. Ah? Su Qingqiang was very disappointed. After turning off the communication with Su Qingqiang, Wei Huan blinked his sore eyes. Today is the 6th day of the highway assessment. Under his leadership, There are a total of about 48,000 challengers, and the death toll is less than 280. This war loss is even less than 0.6%, which is the highest in history so far. Of course, there will be more deaths in the future. But in such an intense assessment, there is also a surprise attack by the Dark Beast team, and the ward loss ratio is less than 1%. No matter where it is placed, it is an impressive achievement. But such an achievement is not obtained for nothing. All the official vehicles involved in this operation have contributed. The people arranged by the Mu family have made great contributions. In addition, Wave 1 has been busy day and night, and he has made the most contributions. Until now, the convoy has not encountered the Dark Beast Squadron's raid. Nor has it encountered a king-level monster tribe. Except for the challenge of the worlds and humanity, and the sudden airborne monsters, the convoy has almost never had anyone die during the march. But even if the monsters are airborne, the convoy's mobility response is also full. Now everyone knows that as long as they don't die for 2 minutes, the leader's car will definitely arrive. Within 3 minutes, Wave 1 will definitely arrive. It's the end of the monster. So now no one will leave the car and fight for their lives. If they ensure that they don't die first, they will definitely be rescued. Even if the car explodes, it doesn't matter. Wave 1 will arrange for them to go to other cars. At least they can complete the assessment alive. The barrister negotiator who pointed at Wave 1's nose and said that his arrangement was murdering the future is now completely silent. Wave 1 did not talk to them. As he gained more and more control over the team, this kind of voice never dared to appear in front of him again. The weak adapt to the rules, and the strong change the rules. The funny thing is that the people in the team not only gradually accepted Wave 1's arrangement, but also felt that Wave 1 was kind and respected life enough, and was a very good leader. Wave 1 did not know this. But even if he knew, he would not be surprised. This is what he wanted. From silence at the beginning, to using Peng Zheng, to showing strength and defeating Peng Zheng in the end, this was his arrangement. If it was not Peng Zheng, there would be others who would become Wei Huan's stepping stone. After all, there are always some people who are restless, and always think they are better than anyone else. If these people had fought with Wei Huan from the beginning, or had shown their strength openly like Qi Jialu, Wei Huan respected her instead, and would not set his plan on such an open-minded person. The most annoying people are people like Peng Zheng. They have the ability, but don't do it, and they are jealous when others do it. They don't know how to take the straight and narrow road, but take the crooked way and plot secretly. Wei Huan will not give such people a good face. I've gone too far. After deciding not to leave the team tonight, Wei Huan planned to let himself have a good rest. After days of marching and fighting everywhere, he was exhausted physically and mentally. It is foreseeable that there will be a fierce battle on the last day, and he also needs to rest up. Finally, he took a look at the dark night outside the car, and the lights of the cars that were all lit up like the stars in the world, as if they were spreading to the horizon. There was a bit of tranquility of the peaceful years. Wei Huan stood up, left the cab, and came to the square. After entering the challenge world, he has been busy with marching, and the design of the square has not changed much. Except for the cafe, cinema, training room, banquet hall and canteen, no other rooms or decorations have been added. Wei Huan walked through the square every day, coming and going in a hurry, never stopping. Except for going to the canteen for meals, he never went into other rooms again. The daily training that was agreed to was also stopped because of the march. There was no other arrangement today, so Wei Huan went to the canteen first. Lu Qingji had already packed the lunch box and planned to send it to him. Seeing that he came in person, he handed the plate directly to him. There was no one else in the canteen. Su Qingqiang and his 2 brothers escorted on the right wing, and the twins and Ding Qi escorted on the left wing. Su Qingqiang comes back every night, but the twins haven't come back since they were sent out to perform the mission. The first mission was performed with trepidation and meticulousness. The remaining Sun Yiling and Xiaoji should have finished their meals and returned to their rooms to rest. They have not had any important tasks, and no important tasks have been assigned to them, so they are responsible for information liaison work during the day and the management of the microscopic world. There are so many people on the bus, and food and drink need ingredients. The extra food can be distributed directly and added to the supplies of the team. There are always people who are not good at management and live in poverty for a long time. It's not enough food and drink, or not enough energy. These all need to be arranged by logistics. Challenging the world is not completely heartless. It just stimulates evolution, not genocide. So including the returning talisman, there are many special purpose items that can realize the function of sending energy into the assessment world. Just like when newcomers enter the road challenge, everyone can find the official and the youth class instructors, like Jia Yang, apply for small energy and try to improve the opening level of the first box. So it is not difficult to send energy into the challenge world, but the cost is a little high. On the contrary, it is not easy to get food and grass. The microcosms in the team are all planted at full quota, which can at least ensure that some people will not really starve to death. The commander-in-chief of this job is Cousin Mu. Cousin Mu is actually a 20-year-old challenge college student. In terms of experience, he is not as rich as Mu Zhong, who participates in real intelligence work. But logistics can be helped by many people. There are many such talents among the people sent by the Mu family. With their help, the logistics management of the entire convoy is simply perfect. Wei Huan is sincerely grateful to the Mu family for this. The Mu family does not fight for power or fame, but silently pays behind the scenes, just to consolidate the leadership group with Wei Huan as the main and Mu Zhong and Cousin Mu as the auxiliary. This kind of united collective spirit almost makes Wei Huan full of favor, and he has thought more than once about what he should give back to the Mu family. Going to the Qinglong Corps is not to repay the Mu family's kindness. Even if there is no Mu family, he will go to the Qinglong Corps. So what he took out should be beneficial to the development of the Mu family. Perhaps, this time, he should send part of the materials he unpacked while plowing the land to the Mu family. Even if they are only silver-level resources, as long as the quantity is large enough, they are still valuable. And for the sake of Cousin Mu, the model worker, the value of the items should be raised. Cousin Mu, who is always full of energy, is always working. He even sleeps to the minimum and uses his driving seat as a bed. Logistics work is trivial, and there is no visible achievement. If you do it well, it is natural. If you don't do it well, it means you are incompetent. Wei Huan saw it. Send some food to Mu Zhong and Supervisor Mu, Wei Huan said to Lu Qingji. Mu Zhong stayed in the driver's room to work overtime. Since Wei Huan is not here, one of the chief and deputy drivers must stay, so Mu Zhong has to stay. Before leaving, Wei Huan looked at Mu Zhong's attributes. He was not very tired today, and his endurance was well maintained. Okay, boss. Lu Qingji went to deliver dinner. Wei Huan was the only one left in the restaurant. He ate dinner very slowly. And he looked like he was slow and polite. In fact, his mouth was not working well at all. Half of his mouth was glued, and the other half showed his gums. If he took off his glasses, he could stop a child from crying, like an evil spirit. After eating, Lu Qingji had not come back yet. Wei Huan put the clean plate into the sink and left the cafeteria. He was not full after dinner, because he planned to exercise his stiff and rusty body, so he went to the training room. There were 2 training rooms on the bus, one in the square downstairs, and one on the 3rd floor. The first floor was better than the 3rd floor. The gravity system installed by Mu Zhong in it was the most basic, but the maximum gravity of 3 times was still very training. Wei Huan turned on the 3 times gravity and practiced the real soldier combat skills. There was nothing special. His attributes were high and his physical fitness was comparable to that of a Superman. The 3 times gravity had little effect on him. After practicing 2 sets of real soldier combat skills, the amount of sweating reached his requirements, and then he finished going upstairs. Wei Huan returned to his room. He originally wanted to take a shower and go to bed, and then go to the professional temple to stay for a long time before coming out. But when he was halfway through taking off his clothes, he saw the big bath next to him. He thought about it, filled it with water, and soaked in it. The warm and rippling water wrapped around his body, and drove away the fatigue in his body. The misty hot air rose, making people drowsy. Wei Huan leaned against the wall of the pool, and he didn't even know when he fell asleep. When Mu Zhong came in, he saw a man soaking in the bath. Chapter 92. Mu Zhong was stunned when he pushed the door open, and even forgot what he came up for. His eyes quickly swept over Wei Huan's looming, strong and muscular body. His first reaction was to put his hand in the water, and feel the water temperature. It was already cold. How long had he been in the water? How tired was he to sleep so deeply? Wei Huan, wake up. Mu Zhong's voice was extremely gentle, for fear of scaring people awake. It was a rare opportunity to rest, and he hoped that Wei Huan could go back to bed and continue sleeping. But even if it was gentle, Wei Huan woke up directly the moment he was awakened. When his dark eyes opened and closed, it was as if he had gone through all the experiences of 2 lifetimes. Then, he stood up with the help of the bathtub. Hua la la. Mu Zhong's body leaned back, and his pupils shrank in his wide-open eyes, and then his vision began to wander left and right. He pursed his lips, and his Adam's apple rolled. Perhaps Wei Huan had not really woken up the moment before. But now, Because of the special aura that Mu Zhong suddenly exuded, Wei Huan was completely awake. "What's the matter?" Wei Huan said calmly, while stepping out of the bathtub and taking the towel to wrap around his waist. When he turned around again, his back, which was tight and full of lines, slowly relaxed. "Oh right." Mu Zhong was reminded and said, "Qi Jialu just sent a message that after nightfall, they were attacked by the Dark Beast squad. More than 300 vehicles in the convoy were damaged. We were reminded to be careful. There is still a team of Dark Beasts in action." Wei Huan frowned. Didn't Su Qingqiang feel it? I'm afraid in his mind, the Dark Beast squad is no longer a problem, so there was no warning in advance. Wei Huan thought, is it possible that he should hide his strength? Otherwise, it would be a waste of Su Qingqiang's radar function. Then again, Wei Huan asked, "Have you confirmed the members of the Dark Beast team?" "Yes, it should not be the 3 that escaped." Mu Zhong said, "It's the same as the digging team we met before. The 2-headed hidden demon led the dog-headed man to dig a pit. Qi Jialu was using time magic to hurry on the road. The trap appeared in the middle of the convoy and directly trapped more than 2,000 cars. When Qi Jialu and his men rushed over, more than 50 cars had been damaged. The other party did not fight and ran away when they saw them coming. They were not caught the first time. There was a second time." Wei Huan heard it. "Wait, they are traveling in the middle of the night." Wei Huan heard something wrong again. Mu Zhong said, "Qi Jialu's ability is most suitable for this kind of forced march. She can leave whenever she wants, and she doesn't need to worry about whether other vehicles are started or not." After explaining, Mu Zhong continued, "Qi Jialu didn't catch the Dark Beast squad, probably because she felt it was too dangerous to stay, and she kept moving forward. As a result, there was a bigger pit ahead, and those Dark Beasts set up sentry towers, catapults, and explosives at the bottom of the pit. Just 5 minutes ago, there was a heavy loss, and more than 300 vehicles were lost. Qi Jialu's deputy driver reported this to us and notified us to be careful." Wei Huan nodded after listening. "Now that we know there is another group of Dark Beast squads wandering outside, it is the second shoe that has dropped. Whether it is to take the initiative to attack or wait for the other party to take action, it is estimated that as long as this Dark Beast squad is killed, the road ahead will be open. As for the final boss, it is not necessary to fight. Most of the team members only want to complete 80% of the journey and pass the level with a low score. Without these encumbrances, Wei Huan can go and see the level of high-star Dark Beasts and avoid being in a mess in the random challenge." "Is Qi Jialu responsible for the dead and injured challengers?" "Yes, the leader car sent by the Legion will take over the placement, but there are also stubborn people over there who insist on negotiation." Wei Huan sneered. "What's the result?" "I don't know, we are still negotiating, but the method they use is the same as ours, saving lives first." Wei Huan nodded and didn't listen any further. He didn't want to waste energy in such a tug-of-war, but other people might not think the same as him. Besides, that place is Sister Lu's territory, and he couldn't stretch his hand so far. After the two finished talking about the business, Wei Huan was completely dry. Without clothes, he just wrapped a bath towel around his waist. When he had something to say, he didn't feel anything. When he was silent, he found it awkward. Wei Huan raised his hand to take the robe from the hanger and put it on. He was covered from head to toe in black satin. It looked like a piece of cloth randomly wrapped around him, but it was a platinum-grade garment after all, and it had the ability to automatically adjust when worn. It outlined Wei Huan's broad shoulders and narrow hips, making him look elegant and handsome, yet brave and tall. The black color also increased Wei Huan's sense of distance. The moment he put on the clothes, it was as if the king who sat on the throne had returned, and his aura became a little colder. Mu Zhong felt a little pity for no reason. It was difficult for him to describe how he felt after he could no longer see Wei Huan's body. But he was indeed curious and embarrassed, wanting to see but not wanting to. This is not normal. They are both men. The fact that he avoided looking at his body means that he did not regard him as a simple homosexual. He regarded him as his lover. He was indeed attracted to him. At least, he wanted to hug him until now. Retracting his gaze with regret, Mu Zhong asked him, "Did you fall asleep just now? You slept for almost 3 hours." "Yeah." "Next time, you should ask the housekeeper to keep an eye on you and keep adding hot water, so you won't catch a cold." "You won't catch a cold." Humans have evolved to this level. The previous viruses can no longer defeat the human immune cells, and many diseases can be cured without medicine. And you don't take off your glasses when you take a bath. I remember that when you were in the first-class car, you had to take off your glasses when you slept. This sentence was a joke, and Wei Huan was a little embarrassed. He really cared more and more about his appearance. Mu Zhong was very good-looking, and men would also praise his good-looking face when they saw him. Especially his eyes were very beautiful, which made people unable to look away. So every time he looked at himself after taking off his glasses, Wei Huan would always feel bad. Why did he ask Mu Zhong to take off his glasses before? He himself didn't know. Was he trying to prove something? Mu Zhong's gentle and calm attitude comforted him. But it also made him not want to see himself under the mask. He put the equipment back on bit by bit, while talking to Mu Zhong. High-level equipment does not need to be cleaned, it has dust removal functions, and even platinum-level equipment can slowly repair itself. It's like a biological fabric of an advanced civilization. Even if you accidentally make a hole, the hole will be gone in 2 days. Beyond the technology of Blue Star, we only know that these special equipment in the challenge world are alive, and cannot be forcibly changed. Once you try to disassemble and merge the equipment will soon die. There are many secrets in the challenge world. Human technology cannot find the truth at all, and can't even understand it. My thoughts flew for a while, and I heard Mu Zhong say, "Then you take a rest, I go down, I come up to call you if there's anything." Wei Huan nodded, walked to the bed, and saw Mu Zhong still standing there. When their eyes met, Mu Zhong controlled the wheelchair to move forward, came to Wei Huan, and opened his arms. Wei Huan didn't think much. He half knelt on the ground and hugged Mu Zhong. "Sweet dreams," Mu Zhong whispered in his ear. Wei Huan's mouth was slightly hooked, yeah. It was like a relative saying goodnight, a hug without desire, and when Mu Zhong left, his face was normal. Until the closed door separated the two. The expressions on both of their faces were slowly changing. The corners of his eyebrows softened, and his mouth unconsciously smiled. His heart beat a little faster than usual. The faint throbbing was not strong, but it warmed every cell in his internal organs, as if it was soaked, radiating a different vitality, and trembling for each other. Since Wei Huan had slept before, he would of course go to the professional temple now. These days, he still focused on recruiting low-level walking corpses, and then sent them to the undead ranch to train to level 3, so that they would have the ability to contain level 4 dark beasts, or level 4 professionals through numbers. Cross-level battles are difficult for these low-level undead, but the meaning of their existence is the cannon fodder type, and the qualitative change caused by numbers. Wei Huan's current goal is to fight the boss at the end of the level. Since he knows that the dark beast is setting a challenge ahead, he must improve in a targeted way. The walking corpse-like undead are slow, but have strong defense. When they get close, their combat effectiveness is not weak either. They are very suitable to serve as frontline cannon fodder in the territory war. He wants to make the dark beast that blocks the road regret it. A surprise attack may also take away a few cars. To fight a positional war with the necromancer is to commit suicide. This time, Wei Huan stayed in the tomb for a long enough time. 5 hours passed when he opened his eyes. It was still dark, and it was just past 2 in the morning. Mu Zhong did not come to find him, which meant that nothing special happened. Wei Huan did not force himself. He set the alarm for 2 hours later, and went to bed again. He really needed more rest. But after lying down, he tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. His mind was full of the present and future changes in the situation, all of which were the dark beast. A new team of dark beasts appeared, and he just wanted to kill them, leaving no one alive. Stop them. Kill them all. Even if we die. We can't lose. Humans can't lose. Ah! Wei Huan jumped up from the bed, no longer sleepy. He took the equipment bag, opened the door, and walked downstairs quickly. He walked through the quiet square, and went straight to the cab. Only Mu Zhong and Mu Cousin were on duty in the cab. The lights were dimmed. The two were in their own parking spaces. The screen illuminated the small space in front of them, and the text jumped quickly on it. At this time, this kind of atmosphere, it means that a stray monster has landed somewhere. But now there is order and rules in the team. After everyone knows what to do, the rescue work is going smoothly, the losses are getting smaller and smaller, and even Wei Huan's vehicle does not need to be dispatched. Hearing the door opening, the two turned around. Mu Zhong reported first. The third and fourth convoys on the left wing airdropped a large wandering monster tribe. 500 blood-sucking mosquitoes have been wiped out, but in this attack, a small number of ground worms and several ghost-faced spiders hidden in the ground worm tunnels also appeared. The situation we discussed before has appeared. After the king-level tribe has been cleared by us, challenging the world can only increase the difficulty by using mixed arms. This is just the beginning. There should be more and more suitable monsters to cooperate in the future, and special tribes such as the blue-bearded people that can be seen on the third-level highway may also appear. Wave 1 nodded, indicating that he understood. But when he returned to the driver's seat, he looked up and said, "Butler, help me connect Su Qingqiang." The butler replied, "Okay, driver." The communication was sent, waiting for the time to be connected. Mu Zhong asked him puzzledly, "What's wrong?" Wei Huan pinched the bridge of his nose, and the light spots of the silver glasses changed on his face, revealing some melted skin in the flashes. Just like the wound in his heart, he couldn't speak, but in the dark, the pain was heart-wrenching, constantly burning him on fire. Only occasionally could you see a glimpse from his expression that couldn't relax. "That dark beast team must be killed," Wei Huan said. Mu Zhong nodded, thinking, these dark beasts are connected to each other, and they probably know that we are not easy to mess with, so they picked Qi Jialu's side. No matter how fast Qi Jialu drives, she can't jump through space. As long as she sets traps on the road, there will be casualties. I don't know what Qi Jialu's plan is, but it's better not to die if it's possible. After Mu Zhong finished speaking, he looked at Su Qingqiang, who appeared on the screen with sleepy eyes after the connection, and said, "This matter has to fall on Brother Chang." "Huh?" Su Qingqiang, whose face was wrinkled by sleep, stared at the screen in a daze. He slowly lit a cigarette for himself and asked, while puffing out smoke, what happened. Mu Zhong told him about the attack on Qi Jialu last night and his previous guess. So if we don't find that team of dark beasts, Qi Jialu will be harassed constantly. It's better to be safe than sorry. In short, just like with other dark beasts, it's better for us to take the initiative to attack. Su Qingqiang was already murderous after hearing the beginning. Sister Lu's danger made him more anxious than his own. Sister Lu was looked down upon by the dark beasts. Even if he helped Wei Huan fight, he also had a share of the credit, but he was not happy. He bit the cigarette butt, showing one side of his canine teeth, and said grimly, "I will find a way, and I will definitely catch those bugs." After the video call, Mu Zhong shook his head and smiled. "So, there is actually a way, but I just don't want to do it." Cousin Mu said, "What is the way?" "Just starve. Everything will taste good when you are hungry." "It's really possible." After talking about Su Qingqiang, the two talked about Qi Jialu again. If you say that the dark beast picked a soft persimmon, I don't know if Qi Jialu realized it, but now she is not suitable to continue rushing forward. I don't know how many traps are waiting for her ahead. Do you want to contact her? It depends on what she thinks next. We are not suitable to say too much, but it's not the third time. She continues to be attacked. I guess she knows it even if we don't say it. We shouldn't use human lives to test her self-esteem. Mu Zhong thought about it, and decided to contact Qi Jialu. Some things can be said, and some things don't need to be said, but the cost of Qi Jialu's trial and error is human life, so she shouldn't be allowed to continue with her temper. Save one if you can. Mu Zhong immediately contacted Qi Jialu. But the person he was talking to was the deputy captain, a man named Long Hao, who also looked very Japanese. Anyway, in every sense, he was a fourth-level soldier king of the overlord Long Altian himself. The communication between the two sides was not smooth. Long Retian was very arrogant, even more arrogant than Wei Huan, and said bluntly, "You are a gibbon? You are too nosy." Mu Zhong was thinking of an alliance, and was about to persuade him again. Long Retian's eyes suddenly moved away, slightly raised upwards, as if they fell behind him. Mu Zhong realized something, and turned his head hurriedly. He saw Wei Huan coming over at some point, staring at the man on the screen without saying a word. Mu Zhong pursed his lips, and knew why Wei Huan was standing here. Mu Zhong changed his prepared words, and said them in a different tone. "If you can't guarantee the safety of these 20,000 people, you can send them here." Long Hao sneered, "You are so arrogant. Don't think that you can compare with us just because you have achieved some success before. Wei Huan, you are not the only one who is the most special. I can still beat a few dark beasts if I catch them. This is the last time. If you look down on us again, you will personally experience the gap between yourself and the real strong." Mu Zhong said, "Too much self-esteem is not a good thing." Long Hao took a deep look at them, and took the initiative to hang up the video. Wei Huan's hand pressed on the back of Mu Zhong's chair, and Mu Zhong felt the anger coming from him. But when he turned around, Wei Huan's face was still cold. This reminded Mu Zhong of what Wei Huan had said. His disfigurement ruined all his expressions. Mu Zhong held Wei Huan's hand, gently stroked it, and comforted him. Bounty hunters and mercenaries mostly treat the official in this way, full of hostility. Peng Zheng is an example. This time we forced him to withdraw. If he was stronger, he would definitely tear a piece of flesh from us. At this moment, Wei Huan's anger had been appeased and dissipated. He looked down at Mu Zhong. He is right. He should know the gap between the real strong. Mu Zhong smiled and said, you can fight against the 5th level professional. He really should know that there is a gap between the strong. Still a little short. Anyway, we are not fighting now. You grow faster than him, and this can be made up soon. Recently, the speed of cultivation has slowed down and stabilized. No, we have a way to speed up cultivation. Wei Huan immediately thought of using the microscopic world for joint farming. He can increase his power by 7 to 8 points at a time, which is equivalent to taking a black iron level spiritual power potion, and can summon 2.5 more running wolves or a crypt beast mother beast every day. A little bit adds up to a lot, and a little bit of sand makes a tower. The key is that there is no drug resistance, so it can be increased all the time. In addition to being a little hurtful to the body, it also makes you a little angry, and you may have a nosebleed. He lowered his head to look into Mu Zhong's eyes, and found that he could not refuse this tempting proposal. Let's try it before you and I change shifts, Wei Huan suggested. Okay. Mu Zhong smiled, and his eyes were a little tempting. Wei Huan's Adam's apple rolled, and he pushed Mu Zhong out of the cab. The cab was quiet again. In the corner, Cousin Mu, whose presence suddenly disappeared, was illuminated by the light from the projection screen. Haha, it's a good thing that they have a good relationship. At dawn, the team set off again on time. Today is a meaningful day. Because today is the 6th day of the road test. The 6th day means that the challengers have spent half of the time in the challenge world. As long as they persist for another 5 days, they can complete the challenge and truly enter the 3rd level road. There are more people, countless wealth, and opportunities in the 3rd level road. Hope is ahead. At this moment, many people are grateful to Wei Huan in their hearts. Especially last night, the news that Group A was attacked by dark beasts twice in a row reached their ears. Many people realized that they were only attacked by dark beasts on the first day, and they didn't even encounter stronger wandering monsters after that. Is it because the dark beast that came to attack was crippled by Wei Huan the first time, so it has become difficult to provoke? Except for a few people, most people in the convoy did not know that Wei Huan went out in the middle of the night to sweep mines, not only eliminating the group of king-level wandering monsters, but also completely wiping out a dark beast team. That brought peace along the way. But in the eyes of the dark beast, it was different. If Wei Huan's attack the first time was luck, then the second annihilation was strength. The dark beast really did not dare to come to Wei Huan's side. It was all about killing, so of course they would choose the side that was easier to kill. But everyone's eyes were sharp. At least they knew who was protecting them for their current safety. Because Wei Huan easily expelled Peng Zheng, the chat room was full of praises for Wei Huan. Wei Huan was too lazy to care about this group of fence-sitters. He had something to do this morning. He met 2 groups of people in the car. Chang'e team and Huang Jun team. These 2 teams were level 3 vehicles that did not report their strength when they were recruited at the beginning. But the former Chang'e's fighting attitude on the battlefield left a deep impression on Wei Huan. The latter Huang Jun team took the initiative to confess their strength and seek opportunities to join. In comparison, Wei Huan had a better impression of Chang'e. After all, on the first day of challenging the world, he showed his brave and unparalleled fighting spirit. Presumably, Huang Jun team observed for a few days, and confirmed that Wei Huan was worthy of joining before officially showing up. But Wei Huan also knew that this was not Huang Jun's fault. Joining a general is like giving your life to the other party, so you have to be cautious. After meeting the 2 teams one after another, Wei Huan asked his cousin Mu to register them. After the background check was unobstructed, they could join the Qinglong Legion. They will first undergo a period of training in the Qinglong Corps, and when Wei Huan's duties are determined, they will be arranged to report. At that time, they will be people that Wei Huan can use. Wei Huan also realized through this incident that being a general and being a soldier are 2 completely different things. Being a soldier or a hero, as long as you are strong alone, it is enough, and you can make great achievements and set up monuments. Being a general or a leader, you have to bear the life and death of others. Those who come to you with their lives and put their future on you, this burden is heavier. Wei Huan has not decided which path he wants to take, but he has not refused. His car will become more and more advanced, and the capacity of the car will become larger and larger. The 7th level car is a war fortress that can easily accommodate thousands of people. By then, even if I just want to be a lone hero, there will be no shortage of people in the car. It's not bad to have such a group of people who respect me and share the same ideals, and cultivate feelings in advance. It didn't take much time to meet the 2 teams. Later, the captain of the leader car came to the car to report on his work. The assessment time was halfway through, and the environment tended to be stable. This was the first time Wei Huan met them face to face. In order to show respect, the captains of each car came this time. There were a total of 14 leader captains, and they also brought up to 3 elite captains of the group they were responsible for. They met with Wei Huan and Mu Zhong in batches, talked about the difficulties they had encountered recently, and their ideas for the future. Especially occasionally, if there was any misunderstanding in the communication of orders between the two sides, Mu Zhong meant that he hoped they could raise it and solve it if there was a problem, and it would be best if there was no problem. The team is a rope, and they, as the supporting bones, must be closely connected to have a beginning and an end. After spending the whole morning meeting people, Mu Zhong confirmed, "Everything is fine, there is no problem." Wei Huan nodded. The two of them looked at other places. After breakfast and lunch, "Is Su Qingqiang hungry? Should I urge him?" Mu Zhong asked him. Wei Huan thought it was unnecessary. Su Qingqiang is Qi Jialu's man, and he must be very grateful that Qi Jialu is the leader car for him. He will be more anxious than everyone else at this time. Mu Zhong also knew it, but he still had to remind them that they are superiors and subordinates at work, and they cannot act on their own just because they are familiar with each other. At noon, the convoy found another ruin. After the report was submitted, Mu Zhong arranged 5 silver-level elite cars to go there. In less than 20 minutes, the good news came. The ruins have been developed. All the materials were handed over to their cars. Each team that contributed would accumulate military merits according to the standards of the Legion, which is the military DKP. The material library on the Legion side is much better than these, more and more complete. Moreover, if there is anything they need from the materials opened here, they can also exchange them directly with military merits. After so many years of the advent of the challenge world, the official has already had a complete system, and Wei Huan does not need to worry about it. The development of the ruins is also very smooth. The adventure team is chasing at full speed. It will catch up with the army in less than half an hour. Wei Huan received the materials dropped from the ruins, but he didn't even look at them. He was used to it. The materials sent by General Mu were much more precious than this, and he upgraded his car to the top of the 4th level car in one breath. The next level is the 5th level car. Many materials can only be obtained on the 4th level highway. Wei Huan is not in a hurry. He needs to settle down more now. At this time, Su Qingqiang's call request was received. When Wei Huan saw it, he felt relieved. He was a little worried about the follow-up situation of Group A after a busy day. After the video was connected, Su Qingqiang looked a little depressed. Maybe it was too short, or it might be the influence of subjective consciousness. I can't feel exactly which side is our target. In addition to the 2 anomalies I mentioned yesterday, there are only 2 more today, and they are all vague and indistinguishable. Wei Huan said, "Which one is more certain?" Su Qingqiang said, "The bottom of the level must be the Dark Beast Squad, and the other one is the place I mentioned yesterday. You suspect there are advanced ruins there. It could also be the Dark Beast Squad." Wei Huan sat in his command position, crossed his legs, and tapped his fingers on the armrest for a while. Finally made a decision. "Then go and have a look." Chapter 93. Wei Huan is not uninterested in that high-level ruin. Since he has the ability, he will not return empty-handed. Yesterday, he disagreed because the direction Su Qingqiang pointed to was still ahead. Instead of wasting time on the road in the middle of the night, it is better to go forward. Now that the distance is closer, and there is something wrong with Qi Jialu, it is time to go and take a look. No matter what it is, it will not harm him. Preparations before leaving still need to be done. Let the Mu family's 4th level car come over to take the job of the commander-in-chief. Su Qingqiang returned to the car, but Su Jiayong still stayed in the convoy, so that the bipolar device can continue to work and the speed of returning can be shortened by 1/3. Of course, several leader cars also need to know where Wei Huan is going and be more vigilant. How long will it take to come back? The 4th level car captain of the Mu family finally confirmed. Wei Huan was unsure. Seeing that it was still bright outside, he could only say, "Come back before dawn tomorrow." So long? If it's the Dark Beast Squad, it's worth it no matter how long it takes. If it's not, opening a high-level ruin, it's not a loss. The level 4 captain thought about it and said, "I wish you good luck." Wei Huan nodded and ordered the smart butler to set off. This was the first time Wei Huan left under the eyes of ordinary challengers. But there was no commotion at all. He had already established enough prestige in the team. When everyone saw him leave, they would only think that he had an important task to do and no longer have wild thoughts. The level 4 captain of the Mu family, who stayed behind, sat in the center of the army. He was a little nervous at first and ordered people to keep an eye on the chat room, to control the direction of public opinion at any time. However, there was no abnormality. The fourth-level captain of the Mu family put down his heart and laughed. Every time I underestimate Wei Huan, he can make me look at him differently. The Mu family is betting on him. That's right. Wei Huan has completely left the convoy and drove at full speed in the direction pointed by Su Qingqiang, driving from day to night, without stopping all the way. In order to enhance his perception, Su Qingqiang didn't even eat dinner. His hungry eyes were like a devil, and his face was still anxious. If the judgment is wrong, Lu Jia's convoy will be attacked again. Lu Jia will definitely be fine, but her prestige has been damaged again and again. He feels the same, as if he has also humiliated himself. How long will it take? Wei Huan had dinner and confirmed with him. Su Qingqiang said, it's still ahead. He said the same thing for the past 4 hours. I promise to go back at dawn. If we can't reach the target at 1 o'clock, we will rush back. On the way back, there is a bipolar device towing, which is faster. Su Qingqiang licked the corner of his mouth. His lips were red as if smeared with blood, and a circle of magic patterns appeared around his collar, and his breath was very irritable. He didn't say anything, and Wei Huan didn't say much either. He pushed Mu Zhong upstairs. Today was the second time they had worked together to farm. It was originally a romantic thing, but it became very boring when it became a job. It was just a matter of life and death, so there was no such thing as love. At most, just use the bathroom more frequently. Just think of it as a way to relieve heat. 2 hours later, Mu Zhong's face was moist, his hair was wet, and his beautiful eyes seemed to contain autumn water. Anyone who saw him would look at him twice, and guess what he had just done. Su Qingqiang was a challenging orphan, a street thug who knew everything. Seeing Mu Zhong in this state, he was already irritated, and he was furious. It's already this hour, you still have the mood to fight? Mu Zhong was stunned by this blunt and rude remark, and sighed after 2 seconds. Then what? Didn't you also smoke an ashtray of cigarettes here? If you are upset, why not move around in the training room and sweat a little in the 3 times gravity? TSK. Su Qingqiang sneered, but didn't say much. He was sensitive to Mu Zhong's unhappiness. The bottom of his eyes, which seemed to be moistened with water, was suppressed by a gloomy color, and there was a faint gloom between his eyebrows. He didn't know whether he was angry with him, or for some other reason. Anyway, his keen intuition told him that this matter should not be mentioned again. Mu Zhong had a smile on his face all the time, a faint smile. Until he turned around and left, the smile disappeared. He pinched his nose and sighed. Alas, his mood was quite complicated. Time passed by. Wei Huan still hadn't returned from the professional temple, and the ruins he had been searching for were not found. There were only 10 minutes left until 12 a.m., and it would be the 7th day of the assessment. Deputy Captain. The smart butler suddenly spoke. Leader Qi was attacked by the Dark Beast squad 3 minutes ago. The attack launched from the rear caused heavy casualties. It is estimated that 200 vehicles were damaged, and the death toll exceeded 500. Mu Zhong and Su Qingqiang jumped up at the same time. Wrong, they said in unison. The Dark Beast was at Qi Jialu's side, so it was obvious that they were going to the wrong place. Su Qingqiang looked grim. Let's go to Sister Lu now. Mu Zhong said. The Dark Beast sneaked away and left. It would be useless for us to rush there. Go to Sister Lu. We're already here, so we should go to the endpoint. I said, go to Sister Lu. Su Qingqiang. When Wei Huan was woken up, the car had already stopped. The smart butler repeated the process of the conflict word for word, and Wei Huan said after listening, continue to drive in the direction planned at the beginning. The Ghost Crow has been released to explore the way. The vehicle started again, and the driver's cabin felt it most clearly. Su Qingqiang guessed that Wei Huan should have received the news, and was coming here. The face changed subtly. Mu Zhong was also unhappy, but he and Wei Huan couldn't both be cold and hard when they were partners. One civil and one martial, one hard and one soft, can truly solve problems and promote the development of things. He and Wei Huan don't need methods, just keep the goal absolutely consistent. In short, he knew that Wei Huan would not let the previous efforts go to waste. There were mistakes, but since he was here, he had to dig the ruins. So before Wei Huan came, Mu Zhong said to Su Qingqiang, I understand you. It is very dangerous for Sister Lu to be targeted by the Dark Beast, but don't underestimate Sister Lu. We are the leader car, and so is Sister Lu. You know Sister Lu's strength better than us, so don't worry about it. For the first time since the confrontation, Su Qingqiang took a step back. I know, we are not far from the destination, and we should be able to arrive before 1 o'clock. Mu Zhong smiled at Su Qingqiang, and the door happened to open. Wei Huan walked in oppressively. Mu Zhong greeted him, and pushed him out again. Avoiding Su Qingqiang, he told the whole story again. Mu Zhong said, "Don't be angry. It's a good thing that Su Qingqiang is loyal. If he can stay in the car, we will have another brother who can trust his back." Wei Huan listened in silence, then bent down, gently embraced Mu Zhong in his arms, and whispered in his ear, "I'm sorry for wronging you." Mu Zhong smiled. "How can I be wronged? There are many different opinions in the army. Haven't you seen a small quarrel every 3 days, and a big quarrel every 5 days, pounding the table, kicking the stool, pointing at the nose and scolding? The army is the army, and the car is the car. If he doesn't obey you, he has no right to stay in the car." Mu Zhong felt warm in his heart. "Okay, I will work hard to manage my prestige like you." Wei Huan released his hand around him, and the two looked at each other from a close distance. Going to the microscopic world twice in a day is not just about improving strength. Unconsciously, their relationship became closer and closer, and hugs like this seemed to become much more relaxed. From a close distance, Mu Zhong smelled the fragrance of Wei Huan's shower gel. "It smells good." Although they used the same shower gel, the scent of Wei Huan's scent was more mellow, like a woody scent that made people cling to it. Before Wei Huan left, Mu Zhong took a deep breath, and his chest was swollen. Today, his emotions were much more chaotic than before. Wei Huan returned to the cab, and sat in the command seat of the main driver without saying a word. His eyes fell directly on Su Qingqiang, and he did not hide his dissatisfaction. Su Qingqiang lit a cigarette for himself, and took several puffs before turning back. He laughed lazily. "Okay, I know I was wrong, and I was confused because of my concern. After eliminating this place, I will definitely catch them next time." Wei Huan and Su Qingqiang looked at each other with their frivolous faces. After a long time, Wei Huan said, "Don't get off the car later." The smile on Su Qingqiang's face disappeared instantly, and he was unhappy. "Is there anyone who doesn't allow you to earn DKP? Is this a punishment?" Wei Huan said, "Can you resist eating after you make a move?" Su Qingqiang was stunned, holding his stomach. He wanted to eat so much, but he was too hungry, so his brain was a little bit not working. But the Dark Beast team didn't catch him. If he filled his stomach now, he would have to starve again. Why is his profession so difficult? Eating is not okay, not eating is not okay. Seeing that Su Qingqiang didn't speak, Wei Huan knew that he chose to continue to endure hunger. In addition to this, there was another reason why he didn't let Su Qingqiang make a move. At 1:09 in the morning, they finally arrived at their destination. Wei Huan was reluctant to give up the efforts he had made before, and went a little further than he had expected. Fortunately, it was not far away. Looking at the 1,000-meter-high mountain rising from the ground in front of them, they understood why this place was so special. The height of this mountain is obviously incompatible with the hilly terrain. The mountain, which was transported from nowhere, stood in the darkness like a pillar of heaven. The color of the mountain was charred black, and there were holes all over the mountain. The night wind passed through it, making a creepy humming sound. The mountain was hollowed out. As the army of undead poured in, Wei Huan also saw the appearance inside through the vision of the Lord of the Magic Eye. In the mountains, civilization was born in the past. The murals on the walls, and the metal passages all proved the identity of the other party. It was the ruins of the blue-bearded people. When Wei Huan just entered the third-level highway, he and Captain Shui jointly developed a ruin, which was the ruins of the blue-bearded people. If the ruins were the sixth-level chariots of the blue-bearded people, then this mountain should be the city where the blue-bearded people lived. They hollowed out the mountains, and used the smelted metal to spread them in the mountains, just like a honeycomb, to create many identical metal rooms. The social structure of the blue-bearded people is no longer a secret. As a high-level monster on the third-level highway, humans have studied them very deeply. It is basically certain that they were once challengers to the world, and they went in the same direction as humans, with an evolutionary model based on cars. But later it was obvious that they failed. The blue-bearded people eventually became monsters that blocked the next batch of challengers in the challenge world. The very few high-level communities that were sealed in treasure chests, treasure underground palaces, and only in ruins can be seen. As humans enter the fourth-level highway and even the fifth-level highway, the last civilization of the blue-bearded people will be crushed by human wheels and completely disappear. This blue-bearded civilization in the highway assessment has been completely destroyed. The army of the undead explored this mountain that was like a city, and only found treasure chests. After opening them, the blue-bearded people who jumped out had no self-awareness. Like all humans swallowed by darkness, these blue-bearded people are just tools. Ordinary blue-bearded people are about 2.5 meters tall and look humanoid, but their heads are covered with tentacles. Hundreds of tentacles can fight in groups, and their individual strength is slightly stronger than that of human professionals of the same level. When they are angry, the tops of the tentacles will turn black and secrete toxins, which are very lethal to humans. It usually takes 2 or 3 people of the same level to suppress and kill the blue-bearded people. It is hard to imagine why the blue-bearded people failed. How strong would the species that fought against them in evolution be? Of course, Wei Huan's undead army is not afraid of toxins, which is the nemesis of the blue-bearded people. The undead army swept all the way, and even the blue-bearded people at the silver treasure chest level were no match for the undead army. Su Qingqiang was in the car, looking at the supplies on the screen and pursed his lips. He didn't like to enjoy passively, and he was very unwilling to lack his participation in such occasions. But until Wei Huan suddenly said, "This is a platinum ruins." Platinum. Su Qingqiang raised his eyebrows, quite proud. I knew that a mere gold treasure chest could not hook me from so far away. It must be a ruin of a higher level than a gold treasure chest. Mu Zhong, Lu Qingji, and Cousin Mu were also in the cab. Lin Su, Zhou Yong, and Sun Yiling also came. Exploring a large ruin is such a big thing that no one can sleep. Even if they do nothing, they want to come and see it. After hearing the level of the ruins, everyone had different expressions on their faces. Mu Zhong, Lu Qingji, Lin Su, and Zhou Yong saw Wei Huan fight against the legendary White Rhino with their own eyes, and also took the pseudo-magic weapon from the hands of the pseudo-god Mafati. At this moment, the magic weapon was carried behind Wei Huan, exuding an aura that non-dark professions disliked. But it was also very deterrent, and people knew how powerful Wei Huan was just by the aura. But Cousin Mu, Sun Yiling, and Xiaoxi only got on the car before this assessment, and their assessment of Wei Huan's strength was not accurate enough. There was some worry and regret in their eyes. Is it platinum level? Then it can't be developed. It's too unwilling to come here after such a long journey, and only get a few black iron treasure chests and silver treasure chests. Cousin Mu was considering how high the chance of winning by forcefully opening the platinum treasure chest was. Mu Zhong's bloodthirstiness. With the army of undead and Su Qingqiang, is it possible to win? Or directly bring the monster back to the army, gather all the strength, is it possible to kill it? Platinum treasure chest. The only reward that can be obtained by the world champion of the primary road test every year. Second only to the annual ceremony. Even with the strength of Yin country, every time a platinum treasure chest is opened, it must be planned long in advance, and the strongest human team will enter the exploration, and it may not be successful. For ordinary people, opening a platinum treasure chest is not to gain wealth, but to seek death. They only have one car, and even if Wei Huan is a top genius, it is too blind and arrogant to open this treasure chest. At least in the ordinary mind of Cousin Mu, opening this treasure chest is no less than a life-threatening talisman. But Cousin Mu looked at Wei Huan, and then at Mu Zhong, and did not see any hesitation in their eyes. Instead, they were all surprised to find the treasure. Even Lu Qingji's eyes were shining and full of expectations. So, can Wei Huan really do it? Cousin Mu was very patient. Even if he had too many questions in his heart, he still chose to wait silently. The only thing he believed was that Wei Huan and Mu Zhong would never do anything beyond their ability. Everyone didn't know what happened in the ruins. Time passed by minute, and Wei Huan sat in his seat, with a green flame on his left eye burning all the time. From time to time, a large number of undead would jump out of the portal outside the car. It has been so long, and the undead are still appearing. People who know Wei Huan can also notice that his army of undead is not really endless. Many undead were recruited by Wei Huan after death, so they appear to be many. This also shows that in places they cannot see, the undead are dying in large numbers. Mu Zhong sat next to Wei Huan. The two did not talk much, but there was a tacit understanding that others could not get into. He touched his earrings from time to time, and the sound of war drums would sound. Outside the car, ghosts were shining, and the undead emitting blue light were huge and rushed into the ruins aggressively. Occasionally, they were fighting and murderous from the light of the car lights. It makes people curious about what kind of battle is going on in the ruins. What does the monster in the platinum treasure chest look like? This tense battle lasted for half an hour. At a certain moment, the world seemed to be quiet for a moment. Then, a treasure chest popped up on the projection screen in the car. Get gold level agility potion X1. Get gold level spiritual helmet X1. Get gold level agility pants X1. Get vehicle shock absorption enhancement drawing 4 X1. Get vehicle balcony enhancement drawing 4 X1. Get Sun Yiling covered her mouth when she saw this. So just now, Boss Wei and Boss Mu teamed up to open a gold treasure chest? Although it was not the platinum treasure chest that was expected at the beginning, the two of them killed the gold treasure chest monster just like that. Isn't it too powerful? Two people, opening a gold treasure chest. And it was remotely controlled like this, unscathed, and surprisingly calm. How to say it? The dancer's sequence ability is very strong, but the punishment is also terrible, which is not particularly good for challengers. Without fighting hard, no one is willing to use the dancer's buff. The weak state, whoever has experienced it knows, is uncomfortable to death. But the dancer met the Gravekeeper. It was simply a match made in heaven. The huge number of undead, not afraid of the punishment of buff, this wave of CD is another wave. As long as the rhythm is well mastered, there will always be powerful undead, endlessly rushing to the front. It's no wonder that these two people together are so powerful from the beginning, that people look up to them. Using speed and strength far beyond others, they completed the assessment of roads one by one. Only by seeing it with your own eyes can you know what the king's strength is. They didn't even use the car. In theory, the car is the foundation of a challenger's survival. At this time, Wei Huan said, "Butler, drive back 5 kilometers. Xiaoji said bluntly, "Drive back? Are we going to leave? What does it mean to drive only 5 kilometers? Otherwise, we open the platinum treasure chest and rush back to the team, reunite all the leader cars and elite cars, and we should be able to win." Sun Yiling is very familiar with Xiaoxi and knows that he is stupid, but this is still too hasty. Bringing the platinum level monster back to the team will inevitably cause a large number of casualties, and there will be a shortage of energy, and the current good situation will be broken. They are here to complete the assessment, not to open the treasure chest to get materials, so they must distinguish the primary from the secondary. In Sun Yiling's opinion, it is best to stop while you are ahead, and a gold treasure chest is already valuable enough. How many people have opened a gold treasure chest in Challenge World? Mu Zhong smiled at Xiaoji with a good temper. No need to bother, we should be able to win. Ah? Us? A platinum treasure chest. Yes, give it a try, and run away if it doesn't work. Mu Zhong said easily. Xiaoji fell into a logical circle and lowered his head to think. Sun Yiling bit her lower lip. She knew it was impossible, but she saw the possibility of killing a platinum-level monster from the attitude of everyone here. Isn't it wrong? This is a platinum monster. It's better not to open it. It's hard to imagine how lethal this level of monster is. I heard that it was a group of platinum-level monsters that block humans from rushing to the 5th-level highway. The empty animal skins you took out were not opened from the platinum treasure chests rewarded by the system? Sun Yiling was very worried. Mu Zhong explained, it's different. Breaking the upper limit and coming back after breaking through are very different in difficulty. Mu Zhong was referring to their assessment on the 3rd-level highway, but they were driving a 4th-level car. Not to mention other things, there are only 5 teammates in the level 3 car, but they have 12 teammates, and there are all kinds of level 4 weapons in the car, which are enough to deal with the platinum monsters on the level 3 highway. Of course, their biggest confidence is that Wei Huan has the ability to fight across levels. If Mu Zhong's bloodthirstiness is added, and Su Qingqiang goes crazy when necessary, their car can barely be regarded as having more than 2 level 4 combat forces. Mu Zhong is confident that he can kill this platinum monster. However, in order to prevent any eventuality, Mu Zhong still arranged, Manager Mu, you are responsible for contacting the leader's car and tell them that we are going to open the platinum treasure chest and let them be prepared. Okay. Cousin Mu didn't say much. Compared with Sun Yiling, he really recognized Wei Huan's strength. After all, the Mu family was very optimistic about Wei Huan. The stronger the better. He had more expectations for Wei Huan. Su Qingqiang, who had been quiet all the time, looked at the ruins outside the car and licked his back teeth. From just now, he was dizzy with the smell, but he couldn't get out of the car to eat. Now that the gold-level monster is dead, the remaining taste is even more fragrant. When he thought that Wei Huan killed the platinum monster, but he couldn't eat it, he felt uncomfortable. Fatty thief, bring me a big plate of meat. Su Qingqiang decided to eat some ordinary food to satisfy his craving. Lu Qingji immediately responded, who are you calling fat thief? But he was the first to take the seat. Su Qingqiang showed his deformed sawtooth teeth. Hurry up, I want to eat people, so I eat the fat ones. You. Lu Qingji's nose was crooked in anger, and then he went to the kitchen to get meat. A little episode, before Lu Qingji came back, the car slowly stopped. 5 kilometers, we're there. The car stopped again, and the ruins were no longer visible. The night enveloped the mountains, and was swallowed by the thick fog of black energy. Humans with light attributes were resisted by dark energy, and their eyes could not see too far in the dark night that challenged the world. But everyone still looked out of the dark car. They didn't know what they were waiting for, but it seemed that something would happen. Chapter 94. There was silence in the cab, as if even the sound of breathing had disappeared. Time passed by minute by minute. It seemed like a long time had passed, so long that everyone's thoughts were unconsciously divergent, thinking that nothing would happen at all. Suddenly, a green flame appeared in front of them, blasting through the thick night. The green fireworks penetrated the sky and earth, as if once the light bloomed, it would illuminate the entire sky. For the first time, the night of the challenge world was as bright as day. Boom! At this time, the sound came. It was like a thunderclap in the sky, scaring everyone's body, whether they were prepared or not. It was also at this moment that everyone realized that it was more than just fireworks. It was simply a rising mushroom cloud. What did Wei Huan do? Did he bring a mushroom bomb to the challenge world? No, mushroom bombs cannot be brought into the challenge world. If it were possible, the Dark Beast Lord would have been sent to the west by each country one beast and one egg. So, is this also Wei Huan's ability? Or Mu Jing's? Anyway, it's too amazing, right? With the power of this explosion, what can't be killed? Su Qingqiang took a deep breath, and his peach blossom eyes flew into a perverse shape. This reminded him of a very bad memory when he first met Wei Huan. The white rhino was blown away by Wei Huan with that small green flame. And Wei Huan has a lot of such things. He still remembers those flames held by ghost crows, hundreds and thousands of them flying around the car. The strong sense of oppression was simply despairing. Such a flame can blow away a platinum-level monster on a secondary road. How strong is Wei Huan? Is this normal? No one answered Su Qingqiang. Because hellfire is Wei Huan's strategic weapon, he is the only one in the world who knows how much of his hellfire is fully charged and how much is a cover. In short, when in doubt, use hellfire bombing. Butler, go back. In the deafening silence, Wei Huan issued an order again. He saw clearly that the full amount of hellfire at level 3 could not kill the platinum monster, and there was still a tough battle to fight. The green flame in Wei Huan's left eye twitched, and he clearly saw the powerful blue-bearded man who climbed up from the scorched earth and was crazy with pain. The platinum monster on the level 3 highway is indeed very strong. If you don't use all your strength, I'm afraid you really can't kill it. Before returning to the broken ruins, you can hear the terrifying screams coming from the ruins. The undead that Wei Huan had just collected into the tomb attacked again. Even Mog, the uncontrollable Shiroma, jumped out again and rushed towards the platinum-level blue-bearded man. Moji is a Zyroma with an elite attribute panel, but there is only chaos and killing in its mind, and it is not under Wei Huan's control. After 2 consecutive accidents, it started the war without authorization, and Wei Huan has not upgraded it. The lethality of the first level is so great, and it is unknown what kind of trouble it will cause if it is upgraded to the 3rd level. Look, when Wei Huan was not paying attention, it rushed to the blue-bearded man. The blue-bearded man was manic due to the pain, and the tentacles on his body were flying wildly, like whips that could split mountains and rocks. The tip of the tentacles was like a poison spear tip, spraying liquid that could corrode even stones. Moji's appearance attracted the attention of the blue-bearded man, and most of its tentacles danced towards Moji. Nearly 100 tentacles twisted into a strand, like a palm, slapping down from the sky. It was fully prepared, and attacked angrily, using all its strength. Puff! The earth trembled, the charred soil flew, and it sank 3 inches out of thin air. When the giant palm left, sand and gravel fell down. In the middle of the pit, a piece of black skin was strangely shaped and adhered to the ground. As thin as a piece of paper, deader than dead. Probably the blue-bearded man didn't expect the enemy to be so weak. After being stunned, he calmed down. At this time, the real army of the undead appeared. The blue-bearded man looked at these bones. His deep blue eyes were clear, and he couldn't go crazy anymore. The momentum is like this, exhausted again and again. It is not clear whether it is good or bad, but every time Mog appears, it makes people sigh and don't know what to say. Boom! Just when the blue-bearded people despise the army of the undead also launched the order of the general attack under the order of Wei Huan. The walking corpse violent bear rushed to the front. They move slowly, but their bodies are huge, and their strength and defense are very strong. Especially after using the blessing of the dancer to increase their endurance and defense, the platinum-level tentacles whipped them. Their skin and flesh cracked, and their bones and tendons were broken, but fortunately, one tentacle could not kill them at once. If they can't kill them at once, then it's the turn of the undead army. As long as there are claws and teeth, they can tear off a piece of the enemy's flesh. Use your body to become a stumbling block for the enemy. Even if you are beaten to pieces, as long as you can still move, you will be trapped. One after another, the zombie bears were fearless of pain. Their brains flew off. When one died, the next one took over. On each tentacle, there were more than 2 bears biting and refusing to let go. Caw caw caw. At this time, the anus-digging brother appeared. Without giving the blue-bearded man any time to react, he bit its tentacles and went around its back, looking for any possible weakness. Until the first tentacle of the blue-bearded man was bitten off. Roar, roar, roar! It roared in pain again. The huge force that erupted lifted the zombie bears and the running wolves away, and the broken bones were scattered all over the ground. The platinum-level monster is really powerful. The 3rd-level undead can't control it. Even if the buff is applied, it can't be better. Fortunately, it was blown up in advance, and its endurance dropped by half, otherwise it would be more difficult to kill. Wei Huan tried to use the ghost crow to transport 2 more hellfires. The blue-bearded man was alert, and the longest tentacle danced in the sky, and before the nether fire came close, it exploded. The explosion only had aftermath, and it couldn't kill him at all. The demon Eye Lord appeared again, and the enhanced black light speed fell from the sky, swooshing on the blue-bearded man. Roar, roar, roar! As expected, the high-level undead was more lethal, and the blue-bearded man was beaten to pieces. The tentacles couldn't reach the demon Eye Lord, and the blue-bearded man was a target without resistance. But Wei Huan didn't relax. He knew the blue-bearded man very well. As expected, the next second, its body sank suddenly, and the tentacles turned into the strings on the bow and arrow, and it became the arrow that flew into the sky. Swoosh! Another spin. Paw, paw, paw! A series of explosions in the air. The 4 demon Eye Lords were killed directly, and returned to the tomb. So strong, Wei Huan's vision was higher up, and he saw the scene clearly. It is worthy of being the legendary monster of the 3rd-level highway. Compared to the white rhino that was good for nothing except being big, this blue-bearded man had many more means of attack. Luckily, he had other means. Swish, buzz. Swish, swish, swish. Buzz, buzz, buzz. But in just this moment, a series of green lights slid across the dark sky. Before it fell to the ground like a dandelion, the blue-bearded man was caught in the net. It struggled hard. The toughness of the green net was beyond imagination, and more importantly, there were a lot of them, one layer after another, and after breaking free of one layer, there was another layer, endlessly. In this process, the strength was consumed bit by bit. Gradually, these nets from all directions seemed to have reached a balance of power, and he was really caught in the middle of the net. Following the green silk thread behind these nets, I found that the crypt beast mother and the face hugger had turned into bone bunkers again without my knowledge, and used this method to capture the enemy again. More than 100 bone bunkers pulled out a net nearly 1 kilometer long, wrapping the monsters. The scene was very shocking for a while. Unfortunately, except for Su Qingqiang, no one else at the scene could see this soul-shaking scene. The darkness repelled the humans of the light system and obscured their vision. Even the 3rd-level professionals, in the challenge world, were just like ordinary people on Blue Star walking at night without lights and the light of the stars and moon. They couldn't see clearly, they only knew that there was a constant sound of fighting in front of them, and the army of undead kept attacking. So, what happened to the platinum monster? Only Su Qingqiang could see the entire battlefield. He held his breath, as if there was a fire burning in his heart. He wanted to fight. Not just because the monster smelled good. More importantly, he remembered the feeling of fighting with the army of undead, which could be described as wonderful. These undead were like the best comrades on the battlefield, and working with them could bring the most wonderful experience. Just like rushing forward along the water flow, everything was so natural, and he had the confidence to smash even the hardest stone. What else could be expected from a madman who had advanced to distortion? Apart from appetite, only crazy fighting could stimulate his excitement. Lu Qingji just happened to bring over the skewers, and stood beside Su Qingqiang with a dark face reluctantly, and was stunned at first sight. Su Qingqiang in front of him was no longer human. With half of his face covered with sawtooth totems, his teeth were as sharp as sharks, and his peach blossom eyes were bloodshot. He didn't realize it himself, and he glanced at Lu Qingji sideways, as if he wanted to eat people. He was not even interested in the meat that was delivered to him. Finally, his eyes fell on Wei Huan. The criminal sequence had no teammates, so he could only fight alone. Even if he bled to death, no one dared to stand by his side. Only Wei Huan made him feel for the first time that he was no longer alone with teammates. And he was really strong. With only his own abilities, and the blessings of the dancers, he had fought a legendary monster until now. Fighting with such a person, he even felt that he was protected. Even if he went crazy and crashed into the sky, there would be someone to pull him back at the last moment. The tongue licked his teeth, and there was a slight sting, and the rusty taste of blood hit his excited and trembling brain. He seemed to be reluctant to leave. "Let me go," Su Qingqiang said. "I will try my best not to eat." Su Qingqiang looked at Wei Huan and said, "Your undead core has a fatal weakness, you should know it very well. Yes, it lacks the sharpest attacking combat power as the tip of the knife. In addition, Wei Huan is only a third-level Gravewinder, and there are limits to cross-level combat. With the current combat power, without using Bloodthirst, Wei Huan may really have no way to deal with this legendary monster." Wei Huan and Su Qingqiang both understood. They still have to return to the core before dawn, and the time cannot be delayed too long. Finally, Wei Huan nodded. He believed that with Su Qingqiang's attention to Qi Jialu, he would definitely be able to control his appetite. There is no need to talk nonsense. "Go," Wei Huan said. Su Qingqiang didn't move, and looked at Mu Zhong again. "I want to bless." This was the first time Mu Zhong used it on a person, and reminded him, ordinary blessings will also make you weak for a long time. Su Qingqiang nodded without hesitation. Mu Zhong's eyes changed slightly when he looked at Su Qingqiang, and he raised his hand to flick the earrings. Ding Jijiji. A black shadow, like a knife cutting through the night, pounced on the green cocoon with unparalleled sharpness. Jijiji was like the devil's scream, full of uncontrollable excitement. Kakaka. Brother Diao's anal digging even responded to the sound and made a whistle in response. The army of running wolves that had been wandering in the outer circle received the order to attack. Su Qingqiang was in front, and the wolf pack was like his flying cloak, howling and rushing forward. Su Qingqiang twisted his body like a demon and pounced directly on the green cocoon. He reached in with his claws, and the sharp claws easily cut the cocoon open. He scratched inside for 3 seconds, then suddenly exerted force on his limbs, bent his body backward, and raised his head back. He pulled out the 2 tentacles with one hand. Then his claws, and the teeth of the anal digger bit the 2 tentacles at the same time. Ouch! The tough tentacles were not worth mentioning in the eyes of Su Qingqiang, who had added buff, and they broke into 2 pieces directly. The green cocoon trembled continuously, and the blue-bearded man struggled in pain. The highly toxic venom sprayed from the top of the tentacles, corroding the green cocoon. Fortunately, as a dark energy, the green cocoon has a high resistance to venom. Su Qingqiang's hand explored the way in, and felt that he was burned. The powerful healing power of Twist made him ignore the damage. Then, 2 more tentacles were pulled out and torn into pieces. The blue-bearded man was in so much pain. As a legendary monster, he had more than 180 tentacles, each of which was a weapon that he loved and trusted, and was also his body and limbs. The pain of a broken limb was like a broken bone. The silent struggle finally made his body move, and he crawled out a little along the crack opened by Su Qingqiang. It was like a squid that was delivered to the door, and it was delivered directly to Su Qingqiang's mouth. Su Qingqiang bit it, but couldn't help but swallowed it. It smelled so good. The injuries on his body were also restored a little by the pure energy of this bite. The blue-bearded man tried his best to escape, and he couldn't care whether his tentacles were torn off. It knew very well that if it didn't want to die, it had to get out of the cocoon first. The tentacles stretched out one by one. It couldn't be eaten at all. The squid tentacles that were delivered to his mouth were originally a feast for Su Qingqiang and his eating speed. But the remaining rationality reminded him not to eat, and he could only look at these squid tentacles with envy. Tear with claws, bite with teeth, and break as many as possible. Brother Dian and Xiao Luoma, the Lord of the Magic Eye, are also the protagonists of this battle. Their attack power is not as good as Su Qingqiang, but they are more numerous. As long as they can break the defense and grind a few more times, they can break a tentacle. No matter how many tentacles the blue-bearded man has, there is a limit. For a while, the tentacles flew, and Su Qingqiang and the undead cooperated tacitly. Many tentacles that were about to hit Su Qingqiang were restrained by the undead. Su Qingqiang just needs to output with confidence. It feels good to have comrades. Even if he is in the mood to kill, it doesn't matter if he hits these undead. They won't complain about his failure. He loves them so much. Su Qingqiang cooperated with the undead and successfully tore off more than 10 tentacles of the blue-bearded man. But the blue-bearded man finally got out. The blue-bearded man took the force and actively bounced towards Su Qingqiang, but wrapped him in the tentacles instead. Venom released. Crazy entanglement. Ah! Su Qingqiang screamed in pain. Wei Huan commanded from high altitude and ordered the undead to rescue Su Qingqiang. Kakaka. Brother Diaogong commanded the army of running wolves to rush up and bite those tentacles to rescue Su Qingqiang. Su Qingqiang was inside, and Brother Diaogong was outside. With the help of the inside and outside, huff and puff, Su Qingqiang, whose skin surface had begun to dissolve, was rescued. The pain made his expression gradually distorted, and the magic pattern finally began to become ferocious, but he did not retreat but advanced, leaping towards the blue-bearded man. The blue-bearded man raised his tentacles, and pulled Su Qingqiang away again. Under the command of Brother Diao's anus, the running wolf leaped up and blocked the tentacles with his body. Bang! Several running wolves were beaten to pieces. But it also successfully created an opportunity for Su Qingqiang. Su Qingqiang jumped twice in a row and finally ran into the blue-bearded man, raising his hand and scratching him hard. Puff! The blue-bearded man's head was dented by the explosion, and was scratched by Su Qingqiang. From the forehead to the lower jaw, there was a deep wound, and blue thick blood flowed out. The blue-bearded man opened his mouth and let out another silent cry. Su Qingqiang was crazy with a headache, but he became more and more courageous. He jumped onto the blue-bearded man's back, and opened his mouth to bite its head. The green flames in Brother Diaogong's eyes jumped, and he ordered the running wolves to bite the tentacles to death. Countless running wolves rushed forward and tore the blue-bearded man into a dandelion. They might not be able to bite off the tentacles easily, but they could still control them with their lives. Brother Diaogong was smart enough to know that Su Qingqiang was the key to their victory in this battle, and he must create an output environment for Su Qingqiang. Swish. At this time, Guzi and his army of face huggers came late. Guzi, who was originally cooperating with the point beast to form a bone bunker with the combination skill, received Wei Huan's order to come to support Su Qingqiang and Brother Diaogong. Are the unclassified face huggers useful in the face of legendary monsters? Of course they are useful. They swished and climbed onto the back of the running wolf, or directly hugged and bit the tentacles, and then were hooked by the face huggers around them. Soon they used their bodies to weave a solid bone net to fix the blue-bearded man's tentacles on the ground. A single chopstick can be easily broken, but what about thousands of them? The blue-bearded man tried his best to suppress it, but he also knew that he could not be trapped. But what made it despair was that the enemies, who were not afraid of loss and kept coming up, bit by bit but unwaveringly consumed its strength. Its struggle gradually became weak, and the most fatal head was held and gnawed by Su Qingqiang again, twisting the powerful bite force, and bit off half of his head bit by bit. It twitched and screamed, but like a fish on a chopping board, it was scaled, broken, beheaded. The process of being pulled by the limbs and bitten off the head bit by bit was too bloody and cruel. But Wei Huan kept his eyes wide open and watched without blinking. This is a legendary monster after all. In the challenge world, the most common monsters jump up at the last moment and bite the challenger to death. Can't relax? Before the supplies are dropped, the battle always exists, and you need to concentrate. To be on the safe side, Wei Huan ordered the dot beast to control all the female crypt beasts and move to the center of the battlefield. They hooked the large bone net with their long legs and turned it into another line of defense. From high above, the middle of the charred ruins looked like a white pot lid. The densely packed bones pulled the blue-bearded man's tentacles from all directions. Su Qingqiang bit off the blue-bearded man's head bit by bit, cruelly. Until a certain moment, the huge force that had been deadlocked suddenly loosened. Those tentacles softened completely. At the same time, Wei Huan's other eye saw the supplies jumping out on the projection screen. Get the heart of the Bluebird King X1, then more supplies popped up. Get Platinum Strength Potion X1. Get Platinum Agility Claws X1. Get Car Tire Upgrade Blueprint V X1. Get Super Energy Storage Tank X1. Get Platinum Glasses X1. Get. Done! Did the Platinum Monster really kill it? Oh my god! Sun Yiling and Xiaoji held their heads, their eyes wide open, full of disbelief. God knows, they were still thinking about how to escape in the last moment, and the next second, a reminder to get supplies popped up. This is a platinum-level monster. How could it be killed by just one car? Or, just 2 or 3 people? Impossible. I have never heard of anyone who can do this. Even Captain Fawn William, who ranks first in the world in combat power, can only fight against gold-level monsters with a small team, and cannot move platinum-level treasure chests. When the 4th-level highway was stuck on the 5th-level highway, Captain Fawn Williams' team couldn't even kill a gold-level monster alone. I have never heard of anyone who can take down a platinum-level treasure chest with a single vehicle. Isn't it too strong? Sun Yiling was still mumbling, looking at the refreshed supplies on the projection screen, unable to come back to her senses for a long time. This sentence also surged in Mu's cousin's heart. But unlike Sun Yiling, he instantly accepted Wei Huan's strength and looked forward to it with joy, without any shock. That's how it should be. The leader he followed must be so strong, and he was sincerely happy and proud that he could serve such a leader. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door outside the car, and Su Qingqiang came back. The car door opened, and a running wolf was carrying Su Qingqiang, who had recovered his human form, at the door. Brother Diao's anus and Guzi followed on the left and right, and they were escorted back. Su Qingqiang lay on the wolf's sad back, and got into the car with weak feet. When he raised his head, his face was still twisted, like an evil ghost asking for his life. He glanced around, and pounced in front of Lu Qingji, grabbed the skewers beside him, and ate them into his stomach with big mouthfuls, including the wooden sticks. Hungry, hee, hungry. While eating, he made strange noises. Lu Qingji jumped up and comforted him. Also, there is food in the kitchen, I will make it for you. After that, he hurried out, and there was no trace of the disgust he had just seen. Is he injured like this? Mu Zhong's eyes fell on Su Qingqiang, and he said worriedly, Twist has a very strong recovery ability. As long as the energy eaten is enough, broken hands and feet can grow back. But Su Qingqiang bit a legendary monster to death, but he endured it, and didn't eat a single bite. Mu Zhong wanted to ask if he should throw a small amount of undead to him to eat. But after looking at Wei Huan, and Su Qingqiang who was eating, he closed his mouth again. Su Qingqiang chose to endure what he had to do. Wei Huan remained silent even if he could help him. This is the tacit understanding between comrades in arms, and the recognition of superiors and subordinates. So Mu Zhong said, go to a few more kitchens to help. Sun Yiling and Xiaoji nodded, looked at Su Qingqiang in awe, and ran out in a hurry. Mu cousin also wanted to go, and Wei Huan called him, prepare to return. Yes. Mu cousin subconsciously stood up and answered respectfully. After ordering the butler to turn on the bipolar device to return, the speed reached 1,400 miles. The speed was indeed 240 miles faster than the previous one. Then, Cousin Mu said in surprise, Captain, we can upgrade to level 5 tires. Chapter 95. This surprised Wei Huan a little, and he turned his eyes away from Su Qingqiang. Enough materials? Yes, enough. Although Cousin Mu didn't know why the materials in the car were enough, he nodded, his face full of surprise. Wei Huan is now only a level 4 basic car. If he wants to upgrade, he must stop at the level 3 road and buy the materials sold at a high price on the level 4 road. Or, he can pass the level 4 road assessment, and then go to the level 4 road to obtain level 5 non-core materials, by hunting various wandering or ruin monsters. In other words, it is difficult to obtain level 5 materials on the second and third level roads. After all, it spans too many levels. Cousin Mu has seen the materials sent by General Mu, and a small part of them was taken from the Mu family. Commander Hong fell too suddenly. General Mu was devoted to building the Legion before, and never thought of leaving any way out for himself. That's why it became very difficult after Commander Hong fell. In short, level 4 materials are expensive, and level 5 materials are even more difficult and expensive. There really were no level 5 materials in the batch of materials sent by Commander Mu. But now, Wei Huan can click to make it as soon as he kills a platinum treasure chest level monster and drops a blueprint, which is really surprising. How many high-level boxes has Wei Huan opened? He has even accumulated enough level 5 materials. How can such a person not be strong? Others are strong if they can open silver treasure chests, but for him, silver treasure chests are no longer rare, and only gold treasure chests are worth his efforts. Now, he has even seen him take down a platinum treasure chest with his own eyes. Cousin Mu has been in the car for a short time, and he has been busy with the assessment of being a leader. Mu Zhong also has many concerns, and has not talked to him about the remains of the number 3 supply point in Area 1006. Otherwise, Cousin Mu wouldn't be surprised that they could kill the platinum monster. Wei Huan has opened a diamond treasure chest so far, which is the starting point of his god level. 2 platinum treasure chests. One was taken down by force today, and the other was the world champion reward for the first level highway, which allowed Mu Zhong to awaken the 5-star driver sequence. As for the gold treasure chests, there are too many. 5 rewards for the first level highway, 5 rewards for the second level highway, and 2 more opened by himself, plus some scattered equipment from the treasure map exploration. His inventory alone can support the high-end supplies of half a legion. With this calculation, it is not surprising that he can accumulate enough upgrade materials for a level 5 blueprint. Cousin Mu looked at Wei Huan expectantly. Wei Huan nodded. Of course he wanted to upgrade. There was no need to hesitate. Cousin Mu excitedly pressed the production button. Level 5 parts. Did he press it with his own hand to upgrade? This golden finger has decided not to be washed for a week. Then Mu Zhong and Wei Huan continued to look at the other equipment that had just dropped. Platinum level equipment is also very useful to them. Su Qingqiang, who ate the whole plate of meat, finally recovered a little. The wound healed and squeezed out the poisonous substance, and white smoke came out of his face and body. The cab was full of a pungent odor. Su Qingqiang pointed in a direction and said, "Go straight in this direction. I can be sure they are there unless they move." Wei Huan immediately stopped what he was doing and shouted, "Butler, map." The smart butler projected a map on the screen, and drew a line in the direction pointed by Su Qingqiang. Then, on that line, the position of the A-team was marked. Sure enough, there was an intersection ahead. In other words, when a team sets out tomorrow, they will be attacked by traps again. Qi Jialu has changed several directions to travel today, and should have avoided the attack of the Dark Beast team. But the Dark Beast team will not give up. Qi Jialu's evasive tactics will only encourage their arrogance. Otherwise, compared with the flexible Qi Jialu, why don't they dare to dig traps for Wei Huan's team, which is stupid and slow and can only move in a straight line? Wei Huan's conspiracy worked. They are afraid of Wei Huan. Now, these dark beasts are eyeing Qi Jialu's team. If the next trap does not work, these dark beasts will definitely have more extreme means. Wei Huan's tactics are the same from beginning to end. Kill the dark beast team, and the road ahead will be open and smooth. There is nothing to say. If Su Qingqiang can accurately catch this dark beast team, he will definitely take the initiative to attack. Now, there is a reason why Su Qingqiang asked to fight. I think, in addition to realizing that Wei Huan lacks the tip of the knife, he deliberately made himself so miserable so that he could find the location of the Dark Beast team more accurately and relieve Qi Jialu's crisis. Su Qingqiang is not a good person in the traditional sense. He is a ruffian with low education and no sense of morality, but he is loyal to Qi Jialu and even hurts himself. It is difficult for people to completely hate such a person. Go in the direction he points. Wei Huan nodded, not wanting to let Su Qingqiang's sacrifice go to waste, but still reminded him, in 3 hours, you will become weak, and if you don't eat to heal your wounds, you will be in pain. Su Qingqiang's smile was twisted, but deep in his eyes, one could see his gratitude to Wei Huan. Eating might solve the problem of weakness. Who knows? Wei Huan was a little surprised when he heard this, and looked at Su Qingqiang deeply, seeing him laughing nervously and looking treacherous. Lu Qingji happened to bring food over, and Wei Huan looked back at the list of supplies dropped by the platinum treasure chest. Platinum strength potion. Wei Huan took it directly. Others don't know that his attributes have always been very high, and he insists on real soldier training, so his melee ability is also very strong. If one day, he really needs to fight in close combat, then this will be the last line of defense of his life, and he will make all those who look down on him regret it. Platinum agility claw gloves are good things, a godlike product for thieves, and can also be used by distortion. Wei Huan thought that if Su Qingqiang was given this equipment, Su Qingqiang's strength would be greatly improved, but from his appearance, he seemed to want the platinum magic flute first, because the platinum magic flute can control monsters, and Su Qingqiang regarded this thing as his buffet ring. But they are all exchanged for DKP. It depends on which one Su Qingqiang wants to get first. Others really don't have such a high DKP as him. Level 5 tire is being upgraded, which is a very unexpected surprise. Wei Huan's car took a shortcut from level 3 to level 4, which is equivalent to skipping a level directly. No one can help him with the rest, and he has to work hard to get it himself. Every upgrade of a component is a big improvement. Then, Wei Huan set his sights on the super energy storage tank. He couldn't tell what it was from the name, so he took it out from the warehouse. An unexpected thing, described as a jar. I thought it was something like a pottery jar. In fact, this thing is only the size of a palm, a flat disc-shaped object, very heavy in the hand, and it is hard to tell how to use it, a bit like a toy. However, when Wei Huan stared at it, the silver glasses also showed its instructions. Super Energy Storage Tank Instructions. After entering the type of energy required by the user, a certain amount of energy can be generated and stored every day. It was a very simple explanation, but Wei Huan quickly thought of how to use it. Mu Zhong was right beside him, looking at Wei Huan expectantly. What is it? How to use it? Wei Huan did not explain, but raised his hand and took out the next material, platinum glasses from the warehouse, took a look at it, and handed it to Mu Zhong. When Mu Zhong got the platinum glasses, he couldn't tell it was glasses at first, because it looked like a black ear bone clip in his hand. The ear bone clip was about the width of the little finger, and was platinum in color. Apart from that, the design was very simple. If Wei Huan hadn't worn the ear bone clip on his ear, he wouldn't even know where it was worn. Seeing him staring at him, Wei Huan pointed at his ear bone. Mu Zhong said him, and clipped the ear bone clip on his right ear with a puzzled look. After clipping it on, his eyebrows slightly frowned, and something pricked him. Then, a beep startup sound rang in his ears, and there was a voice in his ears saying, "Binding. Binding successful. Hello master, challenge system at your service." Mu Zhong raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "Is this equipment?" Wei Huan knew it a long time ago, and said, "It's an advanced version of the silver glasses, with AI. Mu Zhong has realized the value of this thing. You should use it." Wei Huan said, "I have glasses." Mu Zhong listened to the chatter of the AI system in his ear, and said, "It has better functions than the silver glasses. I'm used to using these glasses." Wei Huan has been accustomed to the feeling of wearing glasses on his nose, and he can't use good things for himself, and give the discarded ones to Mu Zhong. At most, he will replace them when he gets similar materials next time. Mu Zhong can see that Wei Huan is special to him. As a subordinate, he is very panicked, but if he is Wei Huan's partner, such a gentle Wei Huan makes him excited. In the end, he chose to accept it. Raising his hand and pressing the ear clip, a virtual light screen appeared in front of his eyes, and the whole world was in front of him, with data. After looking at the super energy storage tank again, the same instructions appeared on the virtual screen in front of him. This, Mu Zhong thought for a moment and said, "Will storing the dark power solve the problem of the dark fire?" Wei Huan knew that Mu Zhong would think the same as him, and he nodded and said, "I think so too, but I don't know how many I can store in a day. You know after trying it." Wei Huan nodded, fumbled on the energy tank, found the switch, and input the dark power. When the dark power entered the energy tank, the two looked at each other in surprise, and the data on the glasses changed. Super Energy Storage Tank Dark Power, 1 unit, upper limit 3000 units, description, after entering the type of energy required by the user, a certain amount of energy can be generated and stored every day. Wei Huan silently calculated that his current nether energy was 1640, and he could inject 1.5 third-level nether fire bombs every day. If this energy tank can generate 3000 nether energy a day, he can get 3 nether fire bombs every day. This is still the initial use of the energy tank. Whether the energy tank can make up for Wei Huan's nether energy consumption, and allow him to recruit 3000 nether energy undead every day has not been tested yet. In short, this platinum treasure chest was not in vain, and it was in line with Wei Huan's recognition of its value. Not only did it open high-level equipment and blueprints, but the 2 special items dropped also have extremely high use value, even if the actual effect of use needs to be confirmed after testing. But in any case, the drop of this treasure chest is enough to make people feel good. Just when Wei Huan was happy, a display popped up on his projection screen. Platinum Agility Claw Gear was exchanged by driver Su Qingqiang. Consuming 500 DKP, Wei Huan looked up and saw Su Qingqiang, whose complexion had improved slightly, had already taken the claw gear in his hand and put it on one finger at a time. During this process, his fierce and twisted face, coupled with the sharp nails of the claw gear, was simply a 100% perverted look. But Lu Qingji on the side was drooling with greed and said, "Brother Chang, what attributes does this equipment add? It looks so cool." Agility attribute is the innate attribute of Gambler sequence, but Lu Qingji's talent points are all in cooking, and he is really not capable in combat. Just now, when he fought a platinum monster, he didn't dare to take action, and even if he dared to rush, Wei Huan would not let him go. The chef can earn DKP in combat, but he should not overestimate his own abilities. Su Qingqiang had not fully recovered yet. After getting the equipment he wanted, he laughed even crazier. Platinum-level equipment is so rare that ordinary challengers may never have seen it in their lives. Even though Qi Jialu had grown to this level, she only had one piece of platinum equipment on her body, which she bought at a high price, and was not very suitable for her. Su Qingqiang originally thought that he would be satisfied if he could have a few gold-level equipment in his life. He did not expect that he would get the platinum equipment that suited him on the 6th day of getting on Wei Huan's car. When he found that his DKP was enough to exchange for this equipment, he was still a little worried, afraid that Wei Huan would not give it to him. Who knew that when he took out the equipment and put it on his hand, Wei Huan and Mu Zhong just looked at him, with an indescribable smile in their eyes, as if they were happy for him. This is platinum equipment. It's enough to buy a medium-sized or large company if you get Blue Star, and you just give it to him. He played with the claws in his hand. His eyes were like a wolf protecting its food, but this ferocity gradually dissipated in the calm smiles of Wei Huan and Mu Zhong. For the first time, his distorted eyes calmly returned to normal without sufficient food. The magic pattern on his face also retreated. After a few seconds of silence, Su Qingqiang said, "Killing platinum-level monsters will have a high DKP." "Of course." Mu Zhong smiled. "Risk and income will definitely be proportional. Just arm yourself. Next time, we will fight god-level monsters." Su Qingqiang bared his teeth, not because he was fierce to Mu Zhong, but because he was stimulated by the possible income from god-level monsters. He nodded hoarsely. "Okay." This scene was seen by Lu Qingji and cousin Mu. They were envious but also happy. Their team is getting stronger and stronger. Even if they are not the ones who get the rewards, they are still happy from the bottom of their hearts. And the team implements the DKP system fairly, so sooner or later they will be able to change into a set of high-level equipment that they like. Next, Su Qingqiang ate a lot of meat, barely recovered from the injuries on the surface of his body, and took the initiative to stop. He stayed in the cab and dozed in his driver's seat. Although he didn't speak, everyone knew that he was always paying attention to the movements of the Dark Beast team. Tonight was a special situation. Mu Zhong and Wei Huan also stayed and were on duty in the cab. But both of them entered the professional temple to train and restore their combat effectiveness. After fighting the gold monster earlier, they fought the platinum monster again, and both of them consumed a lot. There is another battle next, so they must conserve their energy. The cab was very quiet, only cousin Mu was on duty. He had to keep in touch with the army group, and at the same time pay attention to possible accidents during the driving process of the vehicle. Cousin Mu was like an old ox. There was nothing particularly outstanding in combat, and he was still learning and growing in housekeeping, but he was conscientious and hardworking, doing these unglamorous and unpromising jobs willingly. Everyone slowly found their place. Even Lin Su and Zhou Yong, the two burdens brought by Su Qingqiang, knew that they could not just eat and wait to die like this. I got up at 4 in the morning, went downstairs to clean up, waited for Lu Qingji to wake up, and followed him to the kitchen to help. With the help of the two, Lu Qingji was no longer so tired. He had time to go to the training room to practice his physical fitness and try to lose some weight. He was still upset about the word fat thief. Time came to 5:30 in the morning. It was time for the team to assemble and prepare for departure. Some people who saw Wei Huan leave with their own eyes continued to pay attention to him all night, and after confirming that Wei Huan really didn't come back, they were a little panicked. It was like the uneasiness of losing an umbrella on a day covered by dark clouds. Wei Huan's existence has unconsciously become the courage of most people. It's as if as long as Wei Huan is there, even if he does nothing, they are destined to be safe. Many people have forgotten their original distrust and doubts about Wei Huan. From keeping silent to let Peng Zheng grow, to showing strength to seize, and finally defeating Peng Zheng easily, Wei Huan used such means to easily seize the command of the entire team. Nearly 50,000 people, only Wei Huan's lead is followed. A 20-year-old young man, a college student, who was not even a challenger a month ago, has become a qualified leader. Sometimes when people talk about Wei Huan, they will use a tone of surprise and admiration. What was I doing when I was 20? Look at others, they have already come to this point. But why hasn't Wei Huan come back yet? Did he encounter something outside? By the way, why did he leave? I hope Wei Huan can come back soon. I am unsure if he is not here. Everyone is looking forward to it, but when the sun rises, Wei Huan has not come back. Someone in the chat room is asking. But the tone is very tactful. Excuse me, can you answer? Thank you. 3 days ago, if something similar happened, the tone of the inquiry must be questioning, and even with abuse and sarcasm. But today, when Wei Huan is mentioned in the chat room, the wording will become very cautious. Other leader cars also answered their questions. Military secrets. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of one, who knows that there are idiots among humans, who will tip off the dark beasts. Although the language barrier and different energy systems have put the two sides on absolute opposite sides, don't underestimate the degree of stupidity of some humans. For example, the war clan that has been gradually exposed recently. Who would have thought in advance that humans would do such a thing? A military secret shut everyone up. I can only pray silently that Wei Huan will come back soon, and pray that the Dark Beast team will not come when Wei Huan is not here. Without Wei Huan, it is really terrifying to move forward like a target like this. Even the leader car is particularly nervous today. The captain of the Mu family's 4th level car has not closed his eyes since Wei Huan left yesterday, and his nervous eyes are bloodshot. No one expected that the gap would be so big with or without Wei Huan. Perhaps, this is the meaning of the leader's existence. At 6 o'clock, when it was dawn, Group A also set off. Everyone has become accustomed to being led by Qi Jialu for a distance every day when they open their eyes. But today Qi Jialu did not lead them, but asked everyone to keep a speed of 500 and drive forward. Yesterday, in order to avoid the Dark Beast squad, they took several detours, and the mileage they advanced was less than half of the previous few days. This made everyone very annoyed. The most important thing is that the Dark Beasts don't know where they will jump out. They don't know that Qi Jialu took them to hide, and psychologically, they tacitly accepted that they would lose to the Dark Beast squad. Once you admit defeat psychologically, it is difficult to have the courage to fight, and you will live in fear for a long time. This morning, the atmosphere in the team was very strange. These people followed Qi Jialu without saying a word, and they were not seen talking in the chat room. I don't know what to say. I feel like I could die at any time. What can I say, until they saw Group B asking in the chat room, saying that the main leader of Group B, Wei Huan, left the team and did not return all night. Until now, no one can be seen. At that time, some people speculated, is Wei Huan here to help us? Some people refuted, he left before dark yesterday afternoon, and it doesn't take that long for the level 4 car to get to us. I really hope he comes over and exchanges with Sister Lu. It's not that Sister Lu is not good, but I think he comes over, destroys the Dark Beast squad, and then exchanges back. It's a good idea, but unfortunately, doing this is a slap in Sister Lu's face. Qi Jialu in the car. Indeed, as everyone guessed, except Qi Jialu, all the men looked unhappy. Especially Long Hao, who looked at the latest news on the screen with a dark and cold face, as if he was ready to eat someone. Wei Huan, there are still 10 minutes to reach the area where the Dark Beasts are located. You should drive slowly, and keep the same direction. Do you mean to use us as bait? After Long Hao came to this conclusion, the veins on his neck burst out. The group of crew members, who usually quarreled with each other, and made the car full of smoke and miasma rarely shared the same hatred with him. Is he looking down on us? It's just a team of Dark Beasts. If they can't be caught, they can be easily wiped out. Let him go, he is not needed here. Who dared to let us be bait? A group of Dragon Altian and arrogant maniacs were roaring in the cab. Qi Jialu put on headphones, so that she could not hear them, and would not be annoyed. Her fingers were tapping on the screen. Qi Jialu, okay, do you want me to do it? Wei Huan, whatever. Qi Jialu, you are very confident, then I will just sit back and enjoy the success. Call me anytime if you need me. The message did not come back. Qi Jialu drank her coffee slowly, pretending not to hear the increasingly angry words of the group of people around her. Although she did not want to admit it, Qi Jialu did not have much confidence to keep the group of Dark Beasts. Her ability at Sequence 4 was more suitable for being an auxiliary. But the combat effectiveness of the crew in her car was not particularly outstanding. Long Hao is the main combat force in the car. Probably because he was originally a world champion in martial arts, his professional temple automatically evolved into King of Soldiers martial arts skills, which is 30% more lethal than other Kings of Soldiers. If she is assisted by her time spell, she has the ability to fight 3 at a time. But this does not allow Long Hao to win the battle with the entire Dark Beast squad. The other people in the car are relatively ordinary professionals. It is good enough for 3 or 5 people to contain a Dark Beast. Besides, the Dark Beast squad will not fight a hard battle with them. They lack the ability to control, and cannot keep these Dark Beasts. They also have to be careful of being killed. So this is why Qi Jialu agreed to let Wei Huan take action. This is not a matter of face or not. It is because she is really not strong enough, and there is no need to swell her face. And Wei Huan notified them 10 minutes before coming, which shows that Wei Huan is imperative. In this case, the more capable, the more work. She doesn't care that Wei Huan is better than her. Qi Jialu is an ambitious woman, but her ambition is not in the Legion. She just wants to build her own power in the challenge world, and be a female overlord without restraint. So Wei Huan, who is determined to join the Legion, has no conflict with her. She even looks forward to having strong people like Wei Huan in the official. Only when they hold up the sky can she live the life she wants without restraint. Qi Jialu sees it very clearly. She and Wei Huan can obviously be friends. Why should they become enemies? Isn't it better to cooperate and win-win? Unfortunately, the men in her car look very stimulated. Qi Jialu listened to the vague voice coming from outside the headset, and she only blamed herself for being young and frivolous, and accidentally being dazzled by the flowers. Next time the vehicle is upgraded, no matter what, she will recruit some girls to come up, so that these guys will not have nothing to do and stare at her every day. The feeling of being the center of attention, once experienced, is nothing. After a while, Chi Jialu suddenly said, "Coordinates 329.9456, I want to go and take a look, be quiet." The men who were still talking nonsense all shut up and looked over. "Lulu?" Long Hao frowned. Chi Jialu smiled and pointed at him. "Go and take a look. Be careful not to become a frog in the well." Long Hao, Chapter 96. Wei Huan drove all night, and only approached the destination at dawn. A group of people in the cab stared with bloodshot eyes, and looked very bad. Su Qingqiang turned into a twisted again, and from time to time, he would make a few neurotic hee-hee sounds, which echoed in the car, making people worry that he was so hungry that he would just grab someone to eat. The road Su Qingqiang pointed out would change slightly every 2 hours. The smart housekeeper made a mark on the map, and found that this group of dark beasts was determined to attack today. They cut off the front of Group A in a fan shape. As long as Chi Jialu went forward, she would definitely fall into the trap. Now it was dawn. These dark beasts returned to the front of Group A again. It seemed that they were more optimistic that Chi Jialu would go from here. Fortunately, Su Qingqiang was brought with him, otherwise Wei Huan would really not be able to catch the traces of these dark beasts. "Stop, hee-hee." Su Qingqiang's strange laughter sounded again. He could no longer sit still in his seat. From just now, he was hanging upside down on the ceiling, looking out of the windshield, pointing in a direction and laughing non-stop. The car stopped. Everyone in the car looked out. There was nothing unusual in front. But no one doubted Su Qingqiang's judgment. He was just an artificial radar. Su Qingqiang would rather hurt himself than repair his injuries. The conclusion he came to would only be more accurate. Without saying a word, Wei Huan opened 6 portals at the same time, and the crypt beast's mother walked out first, with the running wolves under her feet. Afterwards, the face hugger fell from the space of the crypt beast's mother's abdomen, and the white ball fell to the ground and spread forward like a white carpet. The dark beast appeared, but did not go straight ahead, but chose to move forward from both sides, first surrounded the enemy, and then fought. This was also the tactical plan that Wei Huan made for the dark beast that would escape. The effect was amazing. The ghost crow and the demon eye lord then took off, so as not to alert the enemy, and there were not many of them. They shuttled through the woods at low altitude, slowing down their speed, and exploring the existence of the group of dark beasts. Wei Huan's eyes had turned green, and in this slow shuttle, he then announced, "Found it!" Bang! The door of the cab opened and closed, and Su Qing strengthened into a black light and rushed out of the car. Looking out of the windshield, Su Qingqiang, whose body had been completely twisted into a monster, rode on a sculptor. The hands wearing platinum claws easily tore the sculptor into pieces, and ate it mouthful after mouthful. This was the first time for most people to see Su Qingqiang eating the undead. It was very bloody, and even more disgusting. Sun Yiling almost vomited when she saw this. But during this process, white smoke from the detoxification of Su Qingqiang's body came out again. In the rising smoke, his body gradually expanded and became stronger, his muscles were clearly bulging, and his shoulders became wider. Already in a weak state, he was really dispelling this negative buff by eating. Mu Zhong was surprised, his eyes widened. "The weakness is gone?" Wei Huan nodded, unexpected discovery. Mu Zhong said, "What about bloodlust?" Wei Huan thought, "It can probably be dispelled." Mu Zhong was surprised. "Me, you and Brother Chang, aren't we going to form an iron triangle?" Mu Zhong's blessing can improve Su Qingqiang's combat effectiveness. After being weakened, Su Qingqiang can dispel negative states by eating a lot. There is nothing more and stronger than Wei Huan's food. Su Qingqiang ate a shuroma that was 10 times bigger than him in 3 or 5 bites, and all of it was absorbed by him as strength. But this was not enough. After eating this, he jumped on another shuroma that Wei Huan prepared for him. The fingers with claws opened and tore fiercely. In the eyes of Wei Huan and Mu Zhong, Su Qingqiang's strength and agility also increased by 3 points each. A shuroma can increase his attributes by 6 points, which is equivalent to the improvement of Wei Huan and Mu Zhong through the microscopic world. It is hard to imagine how strong they will be if they continue to strengthen like this. Or, this is the secret of the strong. They can always find some ways to improve themselves that others can't find. In fact, in order to make such a discovery, they must first have a pair of glasses that can be digitized. Wei Huan knew that there should be a lot of data glasses on Blue Star, and perhaps someone has discovered ways to improve attributes in various ways. However, these methods are in the hands of the strong. Ordinary people. At least in the last life, Wei Huan didn't know that geniuses can be stronger. While Su Qingqiang was eating, dispelling negative states, and strengthening himself, the army of undead slowly surrounded the team of dark beasts. At the same time, the hidden dark beasts also fell clearly into Wei Huan's eyes through the magic eye lord. Just like that night, they eliminated the dark beast team. 5 dog-headed men were responsible for digging, and 3 two-headed hidden demons were responsible for sentry duty, and perhaps there would be sneak attacks after the trap was triggered later. There are no dark beasts above 7 stars. It is said that 8-star and 9-star are the royal family of dark beasts, and their number is extremely rare. In addition, there are 2 other types of 7-star dark beasts besides the two-headed hidden demon, but they are not suitable for performing random tasks. They are better at developing lords and intercepting enemies on the front battlefield. The dog-headed man and the magic eye lord are both 5-star dark beasts, which are considered to be middle-level warriors in the dark beast world. The magic side attacks cause great damage to human chariots. 6-star dark beasts are also very powerful, but Wei Huan has never seen them in this road test. He looked for them again uncertainly, and there really were none. So this is another 3 two-headed hidden demons, with only dog-headed men as a sneak attack team? Wei Huan told Su Qingqiang the intelligence he had discovered so far, and reminded him, "Be careful." Su Qingqiang did not answer, but his eating speed slowed down. The second Zayuroma was eaten in a blink of an eye. He stood up shakily, and glanced at the third Zayuroma waiting next to him. There was no appetite in his eyes, only a strong desire to fight. Just at this moment, there was a crisp sound of ding. The powerful force descended on Su Qingqiang again. Su Qingqiang stood up, and felt the seemingly endless strength in his body. Then he lay on the ground again, and rushed out like a beast. Hee. A strange laugh came from afar. At the same time, the bone fortress has been built. As long as there is a two-headed hidden demon, there will inevitably be traces of the bone fortress. This is currently the most effective way for Wei Huan to deal with these aerial enemies. The green spider web is ready to continue, aiming at the place where the two-headed hidden demon is hiding, and enter the countdown. Brother Taogang and his wolf pack have locked onto the 5 dog-headed men. It commanded the wolf pack to swim out of a small encirclement within the large encirclement. Brother Taogang's military lessons were not in vain, and he became more and more powerful as a hero unit. Finally, after everything was ready, Wei Huan blew the east wind. Silent orders were issued. All troops attacked. The lurking undead suddenly jumped out of the darkness, turned into a harvesting sickle, and cut fiercely at the heads of the dark beasts. This was what Qi Jialu saw when she came over. The endless army of undead rushed to the center of the battlefield. The dark beasts had no fighting spirit and struggled desperately, but they escaped and were pulled back. Qi Jialu's eyes lit up when she saw the green giant nets. But what surprised her even more was the perfect cooperation between Su Qingqiang and the undead. Su Qingqiang shined here as he should have. The profession that was despised and unaccepted by humans had an indescribable tacit understanding with the undead. He attacked, they assisted. He killed, they controlled. In the process of advancing and retreating, it was as if they had been partners for decades, and there was even a kind of hardy and beautiful art of war. The two-headed hidden demon could not last too long under such a war wheel. The number of the undead army was too large, and the main focus was on containment. Su Qingqiang was originally the tip of the knife, and after using the platinum claws, it was even sharper, and like a divine weapon. Riding on the two-headed hidden demon, tearing and scratching could easily leave deep scars on this tough body. Originally, it took concentrated fire to kill the two-headed hidden demon. Now Su Qingqiang is all that is needed to do it easily. In battle, Su Qingqiang, who was crazy and didn't distinguish between friend and foe, was no longer afraid of hurting his friends. Wei Huan had an infinite number of undead, and they could be recruited again if they died. They were not afraid of being killed by him. Not only could he fight without any worries, but he didn't even have to worry about defense. He just had to kill, kill, kill. Everything was so perfect. On the battlefield, they were like a perfect match of a pot and a lid. If the blessing of the shaman Mu Zhong was added, Su Qingqiang felt that he was omnipotent and fearless. Roar, roar, roar! The arrogant two-headed hidden demon that had caused great trouble to Qi Jialu had one of its arms torn off by Su Qingqiang at this moment, and it screamed in pain. What was even more unbearable was that Su Qingqiang was still gnawing on its arm. As he ate, the wound that had just been bitten by the snake's tail emitted white smoke and healed in front of his eyes. The snake's tail, which had been pulled off, collapsed on the ground like a tattered hemp rope. After seeing this scene, it closed its eyes unwillingly. Puff! He was crushed by Shiroma again. The demon Eye Lord fired a black beam from the sky, hitting the back of the two-headed hidden demon, causing it to stagger and burn the back of its head. He was distracted for a moment, and felt a chill on his neck. When he came to his senses, he had been cut off his head by Su Qingqiang and lifted up. What was waiting for him was a bloody mouth. The two-headed hidden demon that gave Qi Jialu a headache died so easily. Long Hao and others who saw this scene in the car fell silent. Some people also muttered unwillingly, "Didn't we arrange for Su Qingqiang to go there?" But they could only mutter a few words. Because they all knew that Su Qingqiang, who was despised and guarded by them and dared not be brought around, could only show his brilliance in Wei Huan's car, so dazzling and powerful. Su Qingqiang pounced on the second two-headed hidden demon controlled by the green net, and did the same thing, bloody and cruel. Qi Jialu, however, held her cheeks and smiled deeply, and was really happy for him. Long Hao saw Qi Jialu's expression, and he was not jealous of Su Qingqiang at all, because he also knew how difficult it was for Su Qingqiang to get to this point. He sighed and stopped talking. Once the persistence softened, the ideas would also change. Long Hao also discovered the role of the undead army in this battle. It was too big. If there was no undead army to contain him, Su Qingqiang might only be able to leave one dark beast, and he might not be able to kill the other party, and he would have to save his own life. After all, Su Qingqiang was only a sequence 3 distortion, and the dark beasts he faced were all 7-star 4th level two-headed hidden demons. Although Su Qingqiang's crazy fighting style can make him more courageous, he also needs to eat to supplement. The undead can not only assist him in fighting and controlling the dark beasts, but also serve as a blood bottle to keep Su Qingqiang in good condition at any time. With the increase and decrease of 1, this is the basis for Su Qingqiang to fight across levels. Then, Long Hao saw the claws in Su Qingqiang's hand. There is a big gap between high-level equipment and low-level equipment. If this is a game, then like all games, high-level equipment must have special effects. Then, the equipment for challenging the world can be distinguished from the dark patterns. This claw has obvious and complex patterns, indicating that it is a minimum of gold-level equipment. Maybe platinum. Su Qingqiang fought hard in the challenge world for 2 years, was despised, driven away, and lived like a stray dog. What good equipment would he get? But he only followed Wei Huan for a few days, but he got such advanced equipment. Long Hao admitted that Wei Huan did what he couldn't do, and it was he who discovered Su Qingqiang's strength. Another two-headed hidden demon was killed by Su Qingqiang. Su Qingqiang had few injuries from the favorable battle. Now he was picky, and didn't even want to eat the two-headed hidden demon. It can be seen how smoothly this battle was fought. But in fact, except for Wei Huan, no one in this assessment could leave the dark beast who only wanted to escape. Qi Jialu reminded him not to be a frog in the well, and he really opened his eyes. Long Hao's eyes had moved away from Su Qingqiang and swept across the undead without blinking. The individual strength was really poor. Long Hao felt that he could easily kill hundreds of them. But when the number increased to tens of thousands, the overall strength of the undead army reached another level. Swinging weapons constantly also consume strength. When one's own strength is insufficient, but the enemy is always brave and fearless, it is the arrival of a real nightmare. Moreover, these undead are not incapable of hurting him. Each attack only needs to scratch his skin. If they attack him hundreds of times, he will be tortured to death. Not to mention that they can trap him and kill him slowly. After realizing that he is indeed no match for Wei Huan, Long Hao's eyes became clear. Challenging the world to respect the strong, there are no laws here, and the bottom line that is barely maintained depends on human morality. In other words, once an enemy is made, he may be really killed. Under the threat of death, the anger on Long Hao's face disappeared, and he became as calm as Qi Jialu. Only a few silly and naive crew members in the car were still commenting on the good and bad of the undead army. They couldn't even see through the fighting strength, they were really stupid. Long Hao looked at those people for a few more times, and then looked outside the car again, at the undead army that almost covered the entire field of vision. His heart couldn't help but tremble. Too strong. In fact, let alone Su Qingqiang, anyone who teamed up with Wei Huan would feel the joy of fighting, right? This person, alone, has the strength to sweep the battlefield. Any other teammate is just icing on the cake, accelerating the enemy's defeat. It even made him feel the urge to join the undead and fight together. No man doesn't love a hearty victory that is like a beauty, an uncontrollable passion. Wei Huan had already discovered the appearance of the uninvited guest. However, after confirming the identity of the other party, Wei Huan no longer cared. You can watch if you want, there is nothing you can't watch. Wei Huan took the path of hard steel on the front battlefield. His strength is upright and upright. In any environment, he dares to fight against his opponents. So he is never afraid of being discovered by others how strong he is. Even if there is a traitor, no matter how many conspiracies and tricks there are, they will only find that they are inferior and desperate in his vast army of undead. After Su Qingqiang tore the last two-headed hidden demon apart, Brother Tao Gang also led his own wolf army to fight the 5 dog-headed men. As a hero unit, Brother Tao Gang is extraordinary in strength. In terms of legion command, from instinct to intuition, he is not inferior to a real battlefield commander. Its army of running wolves can now fight independently without Wei Huan. At the same time, Brother Tao Gang and every undead in the army of running wolves are absolutely loyal to Wei Huan. Wei Huan can kill them in a moment. Who doesn't like such a special operations army? Wei Huan has been constantly replenishing the number of the army of running wolves during this period. Facts tell him that his choice is correct. Cultivating the army of running wolves is more cost-effective than cultivating other undead at this stage. Brother Tao Gang tore the dog-headed man into pieces, making a crackling sound, and took the army of running wolves to Su Qingqiang's side. Su Qingqiang's battle was also completely over the previous moment. The 3 two-headed hidden demons successfully completed the kill with the cooperation of all the undead armies of Wei Huan except the running wolves. Su Qingqiang not only easily completed the task on the tip of the knife, but also improved his attributes by a total of 22 points through this battle. Wei Huan was a little envious. Of course, Su Qingqiang's unrestrained eating menu is an exception. What was even more speechless was that after the battle, Su Qingqiang lay on the ground with a look of being full and satisfied. He let himself get rid of the distortion on the battlefield, and under the protection of a bunch of undead, he yawned lazily and closed his eyes after eating and drinking. It was finally over. Su Qingqiang was sent back to the car by Guzi and 2 face huggers. Wei Huan and Mu Zhong also left the car, and had a historic meeting with a man and a woman who got off the red supercar on the opposite side. In a simple greeting, both sides maintained extreme politeness and a sense of distance. They are leader cars, but they are destined to go different ways in the future. There are even some oppositions between the officials and bounty hunters. Therefore, no matter what they feel in their hearts, they are only suitable for superficial friendship. At least it should be so for now. However, Mu Zhong still added one more sentence. The Dark Beast has set up a checkpoint at the end of this level. If you want to complete the whole process, you may have to wait for us at the end. This sentence is a bit offensive, just short of saying bluntly that you can't pass the level by yourself. I thought Long Hao would be upset because of this sentence, and Mu Zhong was also prepared to do his best. Hearing this, Long Hao said calmly, "Okay, after arriving at the destination, I will call for cars willing to pass the level from the team and wait for you at the end." From this sentence, Mu Zhong clearly saw Long Hao step back. Thinking of Long Hao's arrogance not long ago, Mu Zhong was amazed. Sure enough, in challenging the world, strength represents everything. Although he was laughing in his heart, Mu Zhong's face was sincere, and he nodded and said, "Only by completing the whole assessment can we be on the list, which is worth our fight. Yes, we have accumulated for many years on the second-level highway, and our strength is not weak. This time, we are also aiming for the first place in several lists. We also have several intention lists, and then we will rely on our own abilities. Yes, we will work together to pass the level, and then rely on our own abilities." At this point, it was said that it was open. Both parties shook hands, with smiles on their faces. Wei Huan and Qi Jiaolu never talked, and the handshake was also a hollow shake, and then they separated. Just before they separated, Qi Jiaolu stared at Wei Huan's glasses, and then looked at Mu Zhong's ear bone clip, and said with envy, "You are so lucky, it is not easy for glasses to fall off, but you got 2. If you want to get glasses again, you can contact me, and I will buy them at a high price." Obviously, the digital glasses are not a secret, but ordinary people do not have access to them. The difference in class also represents the difference in vision. After the separation, Wei Huan returned to the car. This time, he did not stop, and went directly back to the convoy. Qi Jiaolu's convoy was half a day faster than Wei Huan's, but that was the normal marching speed. Wei Huan was at full speed, bipolar device plus the tires upgraded to level 5. The speed soared to 1800 miles. It takes less than 2 hours to get back. Not long after, the news suddenly broke out in the chat room. Wei Huan came to our Group A. I saw his undead, overwhelming, tearing up a team of dark beasts. I saw it too. At first, I thought it was a wandering monster, and I found out it was the undead of Boss Wei, and I felt relieved instantly. Is Boss Wei here to help us kill the dark beast? Did he kill it? Killed it. I am a hunter, I have eagle eyes. I saw it with my own eyes. Me too, I noticed a battle ahead, so I used eagle eyes, and saw with my own eyes that Boss Wei's undead army destroyed the Dark Beast squad. It is worth mentioning that there is a very fierce undead in Boss Wei's undead army, who can tear the Dark Beast apart with bare hands and wear equipment. I saw that undead too, he was very fierce. With so many people testifying, it is not groundless, not to mention that there will be heavyweight speeches next. Chi Jiaolu, thank you Wei Huan's team for coming thousands of miles to help. The threat ahead has been eliminated. Thank you again Wei Huan, Mu Zhong, and Su Qingqiang. The chat room was filled with comments very quickly, but whenever Chi Jiaolu made a comment, someone would see it. The chat room immediately exploded. Wow, it's true, Sister Lu spoke up. I said, Boss Wei must have something to do when he went out last night. Did he really go to Group A to deal with the Dark Beasts? Boss Wei is so awesome. He has killed 2 teams of Dark Beasts, right? This time he took the initiative, awesome. There are 3 teams of Dark Beasts. On the 3rd night of entering the Challenge World, Boss Wei went out to hunt a group of Dark Beasts at night, so we were able to travel so smoothly, and no Dark Beast dared to provoke us. Boss Wei, Boss Mu, I know who this Su Qingqiang is. Is he the main player in Boss Wei's car? For a while, the only topic left in the chat room was about Wei Huan. No one realized that it was not forced to call him Boss Wei at the beginning. In the Challenge World, the strong are respected. Even if Wei Huan may be 20 or 30 years younger than many people here, such a strong man can get the greatest respect as long as he is willing to stand up and protect himself. Besides, Wei Huan is not a little bit strong. Wei Huan, from the open plot to the active attack, actually wiped out 3 teams of the Dark Beast squad that the authorities were helpless against. The cancer on this road has been completely removed, and the road ahead is smooth. It is indeed the style of Boss Wei. Seeing this scene, Jia Yang said with red eyes. It reminds me of the experience on Highway 1006. Tung Xiang nodded, also moved. Where Boss Wei is, he can rectify all the evil trends. He can also let everyone find their own backbone, as if he is there, they can do everything. I am so happy to get on Boss Wei's car. The twins talked one after another. Dingqi sat in the back seat and asked the 2 people, let's talk about the captain in District 1006. This is amazing. When we first entered this road, it was really messy. After just a few days, there was unprecedented unity. Even the people in Group A call the captain the boss. This kind of change has probably never happened in the Challenge World, right? Jia Yang was proud of it. Boss Wei has this kind of charm. He doesn't try to please anyone on purpose, nor does he need to establish a persona. Whether it's a gift or protection, he does it if he thinks so. He may not need our thanks, but we can't help but admit that his existence is a sense of security. He is different from a strong person like Sister Lu. It's as if he is destined to hold up a sky and protect the people behind him. Dingqi listened carefully and said with a wry smile, I came here because I admire the strong, but now I am very happy that I chose this place. Chapter 97. Wei Huan's car returned to the convoy at 8:12 a.m. In his direction, there were several leader cars, as well as many elite cars and ordinary chariots. 1 kilometer apart, there were cars setting off fireworks to celebrate his triumph. Fireworks are useless items from treasure chests. They are usually kept in warehouses and gather dust. Setting off fireworks in the Challenge World is like complaining that you die too slowly. But today these fireworks have a place to use. Countless fireworks exploded in the sky, colorful and almost filling the entire field of vision. This bustle showed direct worship, and in this way, thanked Wei Huan and others for their efforts for these 70,000 people. From 0 points of trust to 100 points today, Wei Huan used his actions and real achievements to tell everyone that he is powerful and trustworthy. Amidst the celebration, Wei Huan returned to his position. It was like a turbulent sea wave, inserted into the magic needle of Dinghai, and it was like everyone's wandering soul returned intact. The sense of security at this moment is indescribable, but everyone knows that if Wei Huan comes back, they can survive. Under Wei Huan's leadership, they will definitely be able to complete this road test. Su Qingqiang woke up again 3 days later. The time to challenge the world has come to the afternoon of the 9th day. He got up hungry and climbed downstairs. Before he could shout, the fat thief Lu Qingji brought up a whole roasted pig. Lin Su told me that you will probably wake up today. When you wake up, you need to eat ordinary food. I have been roasting it from morning to now. It is guaranteed to be delicious. Su Qingqiang moved his nose, and the fragrance went straight into his nose. He didn't care to talk, raised his hand to tear off a piece of the hind leg and bit it. Ouch! Because of the excessive consumption of physical energy in the battle, he recovered quickly in the process, and only when he felt better did he ask, "How have you been these days?" Lu Qingji said, "Quiet enough to catch lice." After the Dark Beast team was gone, even if the royal family airdropped into the challenge world, the impact on the team would be just that. Everyone has found the rhythm and method. No one has been sacrificed in the past 2 days. Such royal family came one by one, and two by two. In short, it was a bit boring. Su Qingqiang ate and listened, and asked again, "Is today the 9th day?" Lu Qingji said, "Yes. Tomorrow morning, we will drive for another hour and reach the 80th line. Those who want to stay at the bottom can stay at that time. Those who still want to rush forward must go all out, and try to reach the end of the level before dark. You know, there is another group of dark beasts waiting for us at the end of the level." Su Qingqiang moved his nose and frowned. "It's not easy to fight." Lu Qingji frowned. "Very strong?" Su Qingqiang nodded. "Very strong." Lu Qingji was very worried, but he believed Wei Huan more. The boss is stronger. Su Qingqiang lowered his eyes, as if comparing secretly, and then said, "It's not impossible to fight." Lu Qingji looked at him curiously. "How did you calculate it?" Su Qingqiang smiled sinisterly. "Give me a bite of your fat meat, and I will answer you." "Pooh!" Lu Qingji turned around and brought a large glass of ice drink to Su Qingqiang. Others might get sick if they eat such greasy barbecue with ice drinks, but it doesn't matter to Su Qingqiang. This guy can even drink the black brain flowers of zombies as sesame paste, and his gastrointestinal digestion function is excellent. Su Qingqiang picked up the orange juice and drank it all in one breath, and he felt much better. He stomped the cup on the table and said, "Since there is nothing to do, let's go open some treasure chests tonight." "What level?" "Who knows? Doesn't Wei Huan have that ghost crow plowing the land?" "Open whatever you see." Lu Qingji felt disappointed, and then thought that he could get off the car and participate in this level of battle, and earn some DKP. Su Qingqiang has changed to platinum equipment. He doesn't want to compete with this kind of main battle boss, but he should also change to gold equipment, right? Okay, dinner will be on time tonight," he announced happily. Unknowingly, Su Qingqiang had eaten the whole pig. His stomach didn't get bigger, but he looked a lot more muscular and looked very energetic. He went to the cab for a turn, then ran back and asked Lu Qingji, "Where are those two?" "Who? Those two? Who?" "The driver and the deputy driver." Lu Qingji then answered, "They went upstairs to train their spiritual power. Recently, there is always more food than can be eaten every day. Fresh vegetables are put on the auction house. 1 point is enough for a bunch. They are very easy to sell." Everyone thought that the army was working hard for everyone's nutritional balance, but who knew that it was a byproduct of the spiritual power training of Boss Wei and Boss Mu. Lu Qingji saw the two people practicing spiritual power with his own eyes. The atmosphere was very wrong. He always felt that he was watching a strange event. But Lu Qingji, who had never jointly cultivated, would never know the truth. Su Qingqiang didn't know either. Seeing that the two people were practicing, it was not easy to disturb them, but he did not forget that he had a mission to protect the left wing. He used to be a lone wolf, and that was because he had no choice. He cherished the opportunity to live and fight with the collective like this. Scratching his head, Su Qingqiang passed by the stairs and took a look. He didn't go up and went directly to the cab. Old Ox Cousin Mu is here. He seems to have been here all the time, as if he lives in the cab. Su Qingqiang can see him whenever he comes. "Hi, old Mu." Su Qingqiang greeted him without any formality. Cousin Mu nodded. From his hairstyle and dress to his temperament, he looked like an elite adjutant. He said, "Hello, Brother Chang, I'm glad you woke up. Do you feel good now?" "Very good." Su Qingqiang smiled and slumped down in his seat, looking outside the car. The corners of his upturned mouth never fell. After a while, the car door opened. Su Qingqiang heard the noise and turned his head to look. Wei Huan, who was coming in, looked fine, but Su Qingqiang sensitively felt that his breath was disordered and impetuous, and the whole person seemed to be suppressing an emotion that could not burst out. But when their eyes met, after seeing him, Wei Huan's eyes and eyebrows softened. "Do you feel okay?" It was the same words again, seemingly the same, but everyone who saw him was paying attention to his physical condition the first time. Su Qingqiang couldn't describe his mood at the moment, but it was like being wrapped by a pair of warm hands, giving him hot power. "How is your practice?" When Su Qingqiang spoke again, there was a clear intimacy in his tone. "Just like that. It is expected to arrive at the end of the level tomorrow afternoon, and I don't have much time." Su Qingqiang said, I'm afraid I will need bloodthirstiness tomorrow. Let's see what happens. Bloodthirstiness is a good thing, but it is very deadly to people. After nearly a month of weakness, Wei Huan now has nearly 1/4 of his combat power, and is waiting for the negative state to dissipate. Su Qingqiang reminded Wei Huan, the thing at the end of the level is very strong. I woke up after a nap, and it was even stronger. Is it stronger than the platinum monster? Yes, and by a lot. Wei Huan frowned. He had never underestimated the dark beast, and had been working hard to improve himself these days. But in Su Qingqiang's eyes, it seemed that he did not have the possibility of defeating the boss at the end of the level. In other words, the trump card that he had kept until now, and did not dare to use might have to be used tomorrow. This is a tough battle. Luckily, Su Qingqiang's existence prevented him from underestimating his opponent. He must be more fully prepared. Thinking of this, Wei Huan set his sights on the energy tank placed on the main driver's seat. The data of the energy tank was displayed in the glasses. Super Energy Storage Tank Nether Power, 2,103 points. Description: this thing is definitely the most useful item for Wei Huan after he got the Platinum Treasure Chest, compared to all other supplies. Every day, this energy tank can generate 3,000 points of dark power, starting from the first point of dark power he poured in, and the storage will be completed at the same time after 24 hours. Wei Huan can pour 3 dark fire bombs. It has been 3.5 days to today, and he already has 11 dark fire bombs. After not needing to consume his own spiritual power to pour bombs, he can recruit undead wholeheartedly. In more than 3 days, his undead army has expanded to a new scale. During this period, considering the intensity of the siege, he focused on recruiting zombies and high-end undead. If, in Su Qingqiang's eyes, his understanding of his strength is still 3 days ago, he can only fight the final boss on equal terms. Then, 3 days later, I have the confidence to kill this final boss. Wei Huan thought in his mind, picked up the energy tank with one hand, and held up the green flame with the other hand. As the nether energy in the energy tank decreased, Su Qingqiang's face changed obviously. Su Qingqiang, who was sensitive, felt the powerful force that could hurt him from the green flame. This nether fire. Su Qingqiang hesitated. How many do you have? Wei Huan said, don't ask now, I will tell you later. Su Qingqiang tsk sound, but after turning his head, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Wei Huan's later might be what he thought. Wei Huan completed the infusion of the 2 nether fires, and then sent them back to the tomb. At the same time, his consciousness descended on the tomb again. As soon as he appeared, there was a hidden gaze from the depths of the tomb looking at him. It seemed that he was still as disdainful and arrogant as before, but in the depths, there seemed to be some different subtle changes. Wei Huan has been promoted to the 3rd level for more than 10 days. As he stays in this stage for a longer time, his strength and foundation are also increasing. Wei Huan's dark power is too high. In the past few days, he has recruited nearly 1/10 of the undead in this tomb. Perhaps this ratio has some special meaning. In short, as the number of undead recruited by Wei Huan increases, he can feel the vague panic in the depths of the tomb. The sequence 3 of the Grave Keeper is called Grave Worshipper. In theory, he should worship the beings buried in the tomb, gain their trust, and then have the qualifications to summon them. But Wei Huan accidentally took another path. Vaguely, he felt that he seemed to be competing with those guys in the tomb for the ownership of the tomb in this way. This is interesting. If the ownership of the tomb can be contested, does it mean that even if Wei Huan does not worship those guys in the tomb, they are still bound by the rules and must submit to him? Wei Huan can worship the heavens, the earth, and his parents, but he will never worship the dark beasts. He has a blood feud with the dark beasts, and can only control them. If he cannot control them, Wei Huan will only recruit all the dark beasts on the surface of this tomb, and then go to the tomb next door for a stroll. I believe that with a professional training ground, he can always achieve a qualitative change from quantity. Today, Wei Huan first completed a joint farming with Mu Zhong. This kind of spiritual power dual cultivation has been done many times, and they all found that not only will the spiritual power increase by 5 to 7 points each time it ends, which is equivalent to drinking a bottle of black iron potion. In addition, the recovery speed of spiritual power has also been improved to a certain extent. In the past, Wei Huan could only enter the professional temple once a day, 5 hours in the outside world and 25 hours in the professional temple. But since the spiritual power dual cultivation, every time he completes it, he can enter the professional temple for an extra hour, which is 5 hours of the professional temple. This is also the reason why Wei Huan and Mu Zhong jointly farm twice a day in recent days. The vegetables produced in the microcosmic world cannot be eaten up, just to supply the increasingly scarce fleet with some points and pocket money. Wei Huan and Mu Zhong also have an extra 10 hours of cultivation time. Except for a little anger, everything else is a good thing. Why not do it? Recently, the main type of soldiers recruited by Wei Huan has been changed to zombie violent bears, and some repair Romans and magic eye lords will also be recruited. Siege warfare is different from other wars. It requires a large number of cannon fodder soldiers to advance the front line. Zombie violent bears are definitely the most cost-effective. What's even more fortunate is that the zombie violent bear finally has an elite one, an elite zombie that looks more complete than other zombie violent bears came to Wei Huan. From the outside, it looks no different from a living violent bear except that it is a little flat. It moves fast and flexibly, and has the super high endurance of a zombie. After reaching the 3rd level, the endurance of this violent bear is as high as 1100, which is tougher than Su Qingqiang. The elite zombie violent bear is very smart. After observing that Wei Huan has been recruiting its own kind recently, it is more servile than the anal digger. Wei Huan doesn't need to search for it. Every time after Wei Huan leaves, it drives the zombie violent bears that have not been recruited to the place where Wei Huan left. So when Wei Huan returned to the tomb, the circle around him was full of zombie violent bears. He only needs to move his eyes to complete the recruitment. The rest of the time, he can use to concentrate on sensing the tomb and recruit the dog-headed people he has not observed. If the 5th level demon eye lord is outside the tomb, then the 5th level dog-headed man should also be outside. But until today, he has not successfully observed the dog-headed man, let alone recruiting him. This makes Wei Huan very regretful. If he can complete the recruitment of dog-headed men in the final battle, he will have a greater chance of winning. After Wei Huan came to the tomb, he lit up the walking corpse violent bear in front of him with a bored look, and at the same time, he continued to sense the existence of the dog-headed man with his perception. However, this state did not last long, and he was disturbed by some noisy sounds. Looking up, he saw a group of running wolf skeletons and a group of walking corpse violent bears confronting each other 100 meters away. At the front of the two sides were Brother Taogang and the violent bear elite. What happened? Wei Huan's mind moved, and his order instantly emerged in the minds of all the recruited undead. The two opposing parties also looked over at the same time. The walking corpse violent bears that were tightly surrounding Wei Huan were driven to make way. Brother Taogang and the violent bear elite came to Wei Huan at the same time. From this point of view, Brother Taogang has indeed reached the hero level. The bloodline of the running wolf is naturally inferior to that of the violent bear, and the difference in size is even more obvious. But now Brother Taogang is not only a circle bigger than the violent bear elite, but also has a majestic bone spur all over his body, and the momentum as a running wolf general has completely exceeded the level that a running wolf should have. However, when Brother Taogang saw Wei Huan, his strong aura suddenly changed and became much more aggrieved. Caw, as if he was complaining. The only person Wei Huan can communicate with at present is Sister Ye. Due to the racial gap, even though he was very smart and understood tactics, he still communicated with Wei Huan mainly through emotional communication. After complaining for a long time, another elite wolf was called up. Behind these two elite wolves, there were 3 unrecruited wolves. Even though Wei Huan had guessed the possibility, when he approached these 3 wolves and found that they were all elites, he still looked at Brother Tiaozong in surprise. No wonder he didn't see Brother Tiaozong, who usually liked to hang around him, when he was busy recruiting zombie bears these days. Was it because he went to search for elite wolves? As expected of the first elite, he transformed into a summoned creature. It was so smart that it could upgrade itself. More elite wolves will not only improve the combat strength of the wolf pack, but also improve the hero level of Brother Digong. 2 elite wolves made Brother Digong, who was originally just an elite, become a hero unit. After Wei Huan recruited these 3 new elite wolves, Brother Digong has not yet become an epic hero. But Wei Huan clearly felt that not only Brother Digong's aura was getting stronger, but also the other elite wolf recruited the earliest, became a hero unit. Its body visibly grew larger and grew bone spurs, and their combat attributes also increased to the level that a hero should have. Wow! The elite bear on the side was stunned, and then his eyes were bright, as if he finally understood the correct way to open himself, and he made a ho-ho sound. Wei Huan reluctantly turned his eyes away from the 2 wolves that were changing, and carefully distinguished the meaning of the violent bear elite. Nod. Go ahead. This is the difference between crossing the river by feeling the stones and having the guidance of a senior. It took Brother Diagon a long time to find his own promotion rules, and even with a little accident. Now this violent bear elite has learned the correct way to upgrade as soon as he was recruited. But in this case, the beast, the dog, and the Crow's sister can actually be upgraded in this way, right? But why? Obviously, I have also recruited a lot of useful types of undead, but I have never met a second elite. Wei Huan thought so, and called these 3 elites to him. After careful observation, a conclusion was soon reached. The natural level of the Ghost Crow is too low, and it is not easy to advance. Even Sister Crow was trained to the 3rd level in the Undead Ranch before she became an elite. So there are not many elite Ghost Crows, which should be limited by natural bloodline. The dog comes from the special space of the Crypt Beast's mother. Strictly speaking, it is not under Wei Huan's control. He can't even directly recruit face huggers in the big tomb. Therefore, the appearance of the dog is definitely very accidental. As for the Point Beast, Wei Huan looked at the Point Beast lying on the ground with his legs curled up in front of him, thinking. He looked at Brother Digging Anus, and then at the Point Beast, and figured out the clues little by little. This is probably related to racial habits. The Crypt Beast mother is not a social creature. Each Crypt Beast mother has its own territory. In this regard, most Dark Beast species are the same. On the contrary, the Running Wolf is a group creature. The Wolf King naturally has the ability to command the wolf pack. Naturally, the stronger his wolf pack is, the stronger he is. Therefore, it is still unknown whether the elite Violent Bear can be upgraded in the same way. Let's let it try for now. If the method is feasible, the advancement of the Point Beast can also be arranged. The 8 eyes of the Point Beast stared at Wei Huan for a while, and the white jade long legs coiled under its belly moved forward and leaned forward a little more. The thick back shell almost touched Wei Huan's arm, inviting Wei Huan to ride it. Wei Huan patted the Point Beast soothingly, but did not step on it. He still had a bunch of zombie Violent Bears to recruit, and the changes on the Benlang side also needed to be continuously observed. The Point Beast's cry was a little lonely. Wei Huan had not ridden it to patrol the mountains for a long time. Wei Huan's hand never left the beast, and he also continued to ignite the fire of death in the eyes of the zombie bears beside him. When he felt that his mental power was almost exhausted, he stopped recruiting, sat cross-legged beside the beast, and quietly felt the breath of the tomb. The tomb was filled with the power of the underworld, but the thickest place was still deep in the tomb. Those powers were transmitted from the parts connected to his body, and the speed of recovering the underworld power would be faster. The flattering behavior of the zombie bear elite inadvertently increased Wei Huan's summoning speed. It can only be said that there are still many places to explore in the sequence of Grey Keeper. Today, Wei Huan, using this method, plus spiritual power dual cultivation and energy tank, his daily strength improvement is nearly double compared to 3 days ago. If he knew it earlier, he would be much stronger than now. In a blink of an eye, Wei Huan had stayed in the tomb for more than 4 hours. When he opened his eyes, the bear elite was swaying in front of him. Wei Huan looked behind it, and did not bring the elite he imagined. Wei Huan smiled and climbed onto the back of the beast. The beast hummed softly, and took long steps, seemingly slowly but actually very quickly, towards the top of the tomb. Behind Wei Huan, thousands of undead followed, like a white cloak, fluttering. Soon, Wei Huan arrived at the area of Shiorome, and looked up to see the demon Eye Lord flying in the air. After recruiting 3 heads each, his nether power and mental power reached the bottom at the same time, and he was ejected by the tomb. When his consciousness returned to his body, he saw that it was already dark outside the car. Mu Zhong just came in to call him to eat, and he nodded and said that he would go slowly. It is very painful to exhaust mental power. Most people will go to bed directly after completing the training of the professional temple. But there will always be some inconveniences during the march. Wei Huan has gradually adapted to this pain, and he will endure it until his energy recovers a little. He rubbed his temples, and then his attention fell on the chat room. Sister Lu is awesome. The champion ranking list has been opened. Just saw the champion ranking list pop up. Congratulations to Group A for securing the bottom spot. Sister Lu is awesome. Thank you for leading me. I am satisfied as long as I can secure the bottom spot. Group B is also coming soon. I heard they will arrive at noon tomorrow. I hope nothing will happen tonight. And I also thank Boss Wei and the leaders for their hard work in escorting us. Oh, Chi Jialu has reached the 80th line. The champion ranking list has also been opened. Wei Huan turned his head to look at the gold medal in the upper left corner of the projection screen, but frowned when he saw it. Chapter 98. Wei Huan glanced at the top of the screen, and a gold medal popped up. The name on the gold medal was an unfamiliar one, not Chi Jialu. But this is normal. The main leader cars are in the middle of the team, and the ones that are ranked higher now must be some pioneers and reconnaissance cars. There are also sneakers. Mu Zhong said this after seeing it. Wei Huan nodded. Can't run away. Yes, No matter how fast you run, you will be stopped by the dark beasts at the end of the level, and you may crash into them. Such people have no bottom line, and do things selfishly. I think Sister Lu is too lazy to remind him. Yeah, Wei Huan responded, and of course, he wouldn't remind him. 80 line is also called guaranteed bottom line, which is the progress that the official promises to bring. Challengers who reach 80 line will be teleported back to Blue Star at the same time as the night of the 11th day of the challenge world, and will also complete the assessment of this stage. But a truly powerful team must have more than just this goal. 5 major lists: score list, combat power list, vehicle performance list, life list, plus a champion list, a total of 5 gold treasure chests. Even if you can't win the championship, as long as you complete 100% of the stages, there are other basic rewards. For example, the silver treasure chest for the top 10, the black iron treasure chest for the top 100, and the bronze treasure chest that everyone can get. Moreover, 100% clearance will become a beautiful resume, and it is also a rare talent to join the major forces on the 3rd level highway. Wei Huan and Qi Jialu can't stop at the 80th line, but they must first do a good job of arranging the team. So when those who think they are right, but actually know nothing, and sneak forward appear, it is very disgusting. Without a grateful heart, they are doomed to be collectively abandoned. Let them go forward for now. However, Mu Zhong was still narrow-minded, and silently memorized the names of the dozens of people who ran ahead. These people took advantage of Qi Jialu's ride to be so fast, and in a very consistent manner. After looking at these names again and again, Mu Zhong said, "It's dark and the road is long, so be careful." Wei Huan was amused by Mu Zhong's rare bad words, and turned to look at him. Mu Zhong said indifferently, "I just look kind on the surface, but I curse you badly in my heart. Don't treat me as a little white rabbit." Little black rabbit? Mu Zhong grinned, thinking that this description was disgusting, and it was also disgusting for 2 people to talk like this. Eat. Wei Huan stood up and smiled. After eating, they were busy again. Tonight Wei Huan was on duty, and Mu Zhong went to rest. Mu Cousin gradually became familiar with the work at hand, and his efficiency improved a lot. He also got up and left after 9 o'clock, leaving Wei Huan and Su Qingqiang in the cab. The 2 of them had a tacit understanding when fighting, but they had nothing to say when getting along. Su Qingqiang only informed Wei Huan when he entered the professional temple. After Su Qingqiang finished training, he fell asleep on the seat. Wei Huan also told him, and entered the professional temple again. Sleep is easier to wake up. The professional temple is like wandering in the mind. Without strong stimulation, the perception of the outside world is blank. The 2 of them didn't talk all night, and it was the next morning in a blink of an eye. After dawn, the convoy set off smoothly. After a non-stop journey in the morning, at 11:44 noon, the reconnaissance car of Group B saw the tail car of Group A. The 2 groups have reunited, the news came, and the chat room cheered. "We saw Group A. We are at the 80th line. Ah! Am I really going to complete the assessment? Mom, I thought I would die here at first. Who is like me?" Tears are coming out. It is not easy. Thank the country, thank the army, and thank Boss Wei. A waste like me can actually step on the 3rd level highway one day. Boss Wei loves you, loves you, loves you. Amid the cheers, Wei Huan welcomed the request of Ji Jiayang to return to the team. Unlike Su Qingqiang, who had special abilities, and returned halfway for special reasons. Ji Jiayang, Tung Xiang and Ding Qi were arranged to perform the right-wing escort mission, from beginning to end. Until this moment, they were called back. Their car returned to the garage, and they came to Wei Huan to report as soon as possible. People who have been trained by the army have a very standard military atmosphere, and they are strict in discipline and absolutely obedient when doing things. The twins are from Suzaku Challenge University, and are also Suzaku's novice instructors. They have been in the army for 2 years. Ding Qi is a newcomer to Xuanwu Challenge University. She is just an unexpected outsider. She was very ordinary before entering the challenge world. Until she opened the black iron treasure chest, she was lucky enough to get the 3-star hunter potion, and the special ability of Beast Heart. Not only can she upgrade to sequence 3 without taking any advanced potions, but she also has the ability to recruit 1 more beast at each level. Ding Qi made a big splash, and got a good result of 3rd place in the national points list in the 2nd stage. According to her, the official contacted her, and asked her to make a choice. Or join the Xuanwu Corps, be trained as a reserve elite driver, and wait for half a year before taking the 3rd level highway assessment. Or join Wei Huan's team. If Wei Huan recognizes you, you can stay as a member of his team. Otherwise, get off the third-level highway, and return to the Xuanwu Corps to wait for training to become an elite driver. But going with Wei Huan would involve certain risks, which you must bear. Ding Qi chose the latter. She could give many reasons, but in the end, she could tell everyone that she did not regret it. She could become an elite driver if she did it herself. But with Wei Huan, she was a member of the leader's car. Even though Wei Huan was not officially recognized as a leader, and he had not even joined any corps. But everyone could see that his future was limitless. People always strive for higher places. Ding Qi dared not say that she did not have her own little thoughts when she stood here, but everything Wei Huan showed in the past few days made her look forward to staying in the car and working with Wei Huan. She firmly believed that they could reach the other side of their common ideal and realize that ambition together, so whether it was the twins or Ding Qi. After getting on the train, they didn't even have time to get along and communicate, and they separated and went about their own business. But when they came back, their attitudes had already changed completely. There was only the purest respect and enthusiasm in their eyes when they looked at Wei Huan. Report to the driver, Jia Yang is reporting. Report to the driver, Shi Yang is reporting. Report to the driver, Ding Qi is reporting. Wei Huan glanced at the three people, nodded and smiled. Thank you for your hard work. From now on, you will not take off your armor and rest until 5 o'clock in the evening. Pay attention to the housekeeper's notification. Yes. Lu Qingji came up with a smile. Everyone is here, I have prepared the food, and we can eat at any time. The first person to jump up was Su Qingqiang. But after taking 2 steps, he seemed to remember something and looked at Wei Huan awkwardly. Those who don't have a job for the time being, let's go eat. It was Mu Zhong who spoke, and then he joked, Brother Chang, please save some delicious food for us. TSK. Su Qingqiang waved his hand and walked away with his hands in his pockets, followed by his 2 younger brothers Lin Su and Zhou Yong. Following them were Sun Yiling and Xiaoji. They were obviously a little depressed these 2 days. After the assessment, they were facing separation. Although there was no so-called harmony in this car, there was only a tense atmosphere and endless work, but it was also because of this that they understood that this car had unlimited prospects. It was a pity that they had a special status. They were logistics personnel trained by the country, and had to report to the logistics troops. When they thought about leaving this car, they felt sour in their hearts. Finally, it was the twins and Ding Qi who had just returned. They talked and laughed when they left, and it seemed that they had become much closer in these 9 days. Now, only Wei Huan, Mu Zhong and Cousin Mu were left in the cab. Old Ox Cousin Mu was busy with work and had heavy tasks, and he was particularly hard-working, so he was indispensable in such occasions. But because of his seriousness and hard work, Wei Huan and Mu Zhong could not do without him now. Next, they had to communicate with other leader cars and contact Qi Jialu. Those who wanted to break through the levels together and get 100% achievement should set off with them now. But the bad words have to be said in advance. Wei Huan is not very confident about this level. Moreover, the war is cruel and people will definitely die. Who can guarantee that it is not himself who will die? Having said that, those who are still willing to go together will take Qi Jialu's ride and rush to the front of the boss at the end of the level. The final battle is about to begin. The 2 brothers of the Mu family are talented in communicating with people. Although Wei Huan is not good at it, he will not be stage frightened when he needs to be told to do it. The list confirmed one day in advance can be changed at any time. Wei Huan does not care how many people come or not. However, Mu Zhong still limits the minimum standard that only level 3 vehicles can participate. The final deadline is 12:30. Arrive at the issue coordinates at the specified time. The remaining level 2 vehicles, and some level 3 vehicles that do not want to participate in the level will be left at the 80 line. In order to avoid excessive crowds, from now until tomorrow night, they will disperse in a large area towards the finish line. The Legion has brought them here, and the remaining risks are not only what they should face, but also for some vehicles, they can use this time to strengthen themselves. Without the deliberate attack of the Dark Beast team, the probability of the challenger surviving a night is still very high. As for the official leader vehicle, it does not participate in the attack on the final boss. Since they do not have the ability to compete with big guys like Wei Huan and Qi Jialu for the list, and because both the vehicles and themselves are trained by the Legion, they will not take risks in these places where they should not take risks. As long as they complete the assessment and enter the 3rd level highway, the material rewards they get are no less than those who compete for the ranking. Fighting for the ranking may result in sacrifices, which is not worth the loss. The 2 cars of the Mu family followed Wei Huan. They are the guardians of Wei Huan's car. They follow Wei Huan wherever he goes. Whether it is risking or risking their lives, their only mission is to protect Wei Huan's safety. There are also some elite cars with high skills and courage. Among them are Chang'e and Huang Jun's cars. They are the two cars that impressed Wei Huan very much on the way to this assessment, and Wei Huan also accepted their surrender. Just wait until this assessment is over, and send them to the Qinglong Corps for training for a period of time. At that time, if Wei Huan is in the Corps, they will be talents that can be used by his subordinates, or even generals. In this way, Wei Huan will only have 4 cars with him, and the remaining Group B leader cars will all be left behind. Maybe some ordinary challengers can be rescued at night. Of course, there are also some elite cars that are strong enough and want to compete for some achievements. Or the third-level cars that just want to take advantage, have also arrived at the designated coordinates one after another at the specified time. Wei Huan's car has already joined Qi Jialu. The red supercar is very eye-catching, floating in the air, breathtakingly beautiful. Around her feet, there are more than 70 third-level cars with a strong bounty hunter style. This style is exactly the same as Su Qingqiang's car. Qi Jialu brought all her team members to attack the third-level highway this time. She did not hide her ambition to make achievements on the third-level highway and become a powerful female city lord. As for some ordinary third-level cars that Group A wanted to follow, because they were incompatible with Sister Lu's forces, they gathered together, and there were as many as 200. A level 3 vehicle can accommodate 5 people, and there are less than 1,500 people here, which is not too many compared to the 20,000 people Qi Jialu took away. Obviously Qi Jialu didn't want to bring too many burdens, so she conducted basic screening. It's different from Wei Huan's side. When Qi Jialu's video came over, she said unhappily, "Why bring so many trash? It will only consume my magic power in vain, and is useless on the battlefield." Wei Huan said concisely, "Momentum is also a kind of momentum. The other party is waiting for us. If we go there alone, we will lose strength and defeat before the battle." Qi Jialu frowned. Why are there so many explanations? Having said that, Qi Jialu didn't object. In this cooperation, Wei Huan won her respect. Even if she didn't agree with Wei Huan's words, she would not directly refute them. Since Wei Huan said it was necessary, she believed it for the time being, and it didn't matter to her. After another 15 minutes, some more cars came, but no car left. When the time came, Qi Jialu used time magic to roll up all the cars, including Wei Huan's car, and drove to the end of the road. The challengers who stayed in the chat room sent their blessings. "I wish you a successful start. Kill them. Boss Wei is the best. Sister Lu is the best. Although I don't have much strength and can't help, I sincerely wish the big guys a triumphant return. Come on Boss Wei. Come on Sister Lu. Come on everyone. Hack it." The people in Wei Huan's car, including himself, were looking out of the car. Qi Jialu's methods, if seen with one's own eyes, would make people feel that the world is full of different forms. Time Master is a variant of the 5 elements magician, an element other than gold, wood, water, fire and earth. For example, the thunder system, space system, etc. are also considered spell variants. It is not rare. There are still hundreds of special wise men in the world. There are currently 4 wise men in the world who have reached the Grand Master level in the time system. There is also one official in Yin country, a 40-year-old male wise man, who is a driver of a leader car and has a very high reputation. Time Master can control time. It is said that they can have a longer training time in the professional temple. After using the time system spells, they can play with time at will, extend or shorten time, and are hard to defend in battle. The means are extremely secretive. It is a very good auxiliary mage. According to Wei Huan, the time mage in the late stage can directly deprive years during the attack, which is very powerful. Of course, in the late stage, all professions are very strong, and many means are not effective between the same level. Wei Huan is not afraid of any ultimate profession. He looked outside the car, and saw other cars being swept by the white light. Affected by time, including his own car, all cars were in the same time channel as Qi Jialu, and had the same time speed. In fact, not only did many cars travel at speeds far exceeding the upper limit, they did not even consume any energy. There were about 900 cars in total, enjoying the feeling of being carried by Qi Jialu's spiritual power. At a speed of 1,200 miles per hour, it took more than 2 hours to slow down. Qi Jialu sent a message to Wei Huan, telling her that she needed to rest, and that she should be able to come again around 4 p.m. Wei Huan nodded. "I go ahead and lead the way." "Are you alone?" This was also what Qi Jialu was confused about. So far, they had not discussed the formation, let alone selected a reconnaissance vehicle, and a road-leading vehicle. But Chi Jialu was just asking. A leader who could bring more than 40,000 people to the 80th line must have his own abilities, and should not be underestimated. Wei Huan nodded. 800 miles is fine. Wei Huan also had some reservations. If his Ghost Crow only considered the forward speed, it could catch up to 1,200 miles, unless it had to return to report, then the speed would definitely be too late. But he didn't need to expose his bottom line, so he conservatively said 800 miles. 800 miles is the standard speed of this march, which can basically reflect whether a vehicle's level is up to standard. If 800 miles is not reached, those guys who ignore the warning and still want to fish in troubled waters will naturally be left behind. Wei Huan always takes the lead in doing things, and has reminded those who should be reminded, so it has nothing to do with him that these people fell behind because of their greed. The two main leader vehicles completed the alternating work without slowing down in a valley. Wei Huan was at the front and drove forward at a speed of 800 miles. At the same time, a portal appeared on the roof of his car, and the Ghost Crow turned into a dark cloud, flew out like lightning, and soon disappeared into the horizon. Change of leader. Wei Huan is in front. Ah! Boss Wei. At this moment, all the people in the cab were present. 12 people, 11 of whom sat close to the window at the edge of the arc, each with a separate seat and their own control system. Deputy driver Mu Zhong was at the front of the cab, and Wei Huan was behind everyone. Both of them were on the central axis of the vehicle. When they looked up, they could see the scene in front of them, the scene outside the car, and the screen projected on the windshield of the car. The map always exists in the upper right corner of the screen. The video with other cars is in the lower left corner. The treasure chest falls in the lower right corner. The chat room is blocked, but it can be viewed on your own private system. If there is any special content, the smart butler will also access it after reporting. The upper left corner of the screen used to jump with the number of treasure chest monsters following Wei Huan after plowing the land. But now it is forcibly occupied by the gold medal pattern of the champion list. After 2 hours, the names on it have been changed several times. Another one died. Su Qingqiang spoke again. He opened the champion list, and the hundreds of people in the front were all people who secretly wanted to get ahead. These people may not be weak in strength, but they still underestimated the difficulty of the third-level highway. They had been protected and overestimated themselves before. Now they are going alone and facing the real challenge. At this moment, at least 10 names disappeared, and the top of the champion list was also changed 7 or 8 times. Su Qingqiang is a combatant, so he is not needed on the road. When he is free, he just watches who lives and who dies, as if he has watched a wonderful TV series. He not only watches, but also speaks. Wei Huan also understands the changes in the championship list. It is also worth mentioning that Wei Huan has now established prestige in the car. The crew dare not joke around, only Su Qingqiang is not afraid of him. It cannot be said that Su Qingqiang is disorganized and undisciplined. It is more like a strong self-confidence. Because he highly recognizes his own strength, he is not afraid of Wei Huan. Then Su Qingqiang looked directly at Wei Huan and asked him, "How do you plan to get the first place?" Wei Huan has not thought about it for the time being. Su Qingqiang is also worried. Once the territory is destroyed, someone will definitely grab the first place. Some people are backstabbing. They hide after taking the reward. It is really difficult to find them. We have to think of a way to stop those rubbish. Mu Zhong took over the conversation. The difficulty of the final boss is not low. We are just trying to pass it this time, and we may not succeed. Su Qingqiang said, "With me here, what can't be successful? If time is not a bit tight, give me another month, I will reach sequence 4, and these are rubbish." Mu Zhong was surprised. Are the upgrade potions ready? Su Qingqiang choked for a moment, and didn't speak. Mu Zhong smiled and said, "It's okay. After completing the assessment, I will accompany you to collect sequence 4 materials. We also have the first sequence 4 in the car." Su Qingqiang poked his nose at the ceiling again, and waved his hand. "No problem, you help me collect, and I will help you collect. When I am sequence 4, collecting these things will be a piece of cake." Mu Zhong smiled but said nothing. He and Wei Huan, one is awakened at 5 stars, and the other is awakened at 6 stars. They don't have to worry about the advanced potion in the short term. Maybe Wei Huan will become the first person in the world to reach sequence 6. The new crew members don't know these things, but they will gradually know them in the future. After chatting for a while, Wei Huan's lead car and reconnaissance car did a very successful job, and the convoy moved forward smoothly. But behind the convoy, some people began to fall behind one after another. It was not unexpected that there would be people who would disregard their own life and death and fish in troubled waters. People who have no self-awareness and just want to take advantage are often the group of people who will backstab in Su Qingqiang's mouth. It's good to be eliminated in advance. At a speed of 800 miles, the atmosphere in the convoy was a little tense for another 2 hours. Mainly those who upgraded the intelligence system were warned by the system that there were many treasure chest monsters following behind the car. If Wei Huan opened the treasure chest and didn't kill the monster, the hatred of the treasure chest monster would always follow him. Even if the running speed was not enough, Challenge World would use the teleportation ability to send them to the side of Wei Huan's car. Once it stopped, it would be a fierce battle. Who here has opened a box like this? This is not opening a box, this is playing with life, but if it's boss Wei. It's not impossible. Chapter 99. At least for now, no one is jealous of the box opened by Wei Huan. They have never seen it before, and they are just worried about how Wei Huan will deal with it once he stops. At 4 o'clock, Qi Jiaolu sent another message. I'm recovered. Wei Huan said, okay. Qi Jiaolu asked him, how do you deal with the treasure chest monsters following behind? Wei Huan obviously thought about it long ago. Don't take me with you. I will catch up after clearing the monsters. Qi Jiaolu raised her eyebrows. Wei Huan's words revealed 2 messages. These treasure chest monsters are not Wei Huan's opponents, which is normal. Wei Huan should have such ability. Another thing is that Wei Huan's car is very fast, faster than her car. Qi Jiaolu was a little curious, but she was a woman with a sense of boundaries. She just nodded when she heard it, and then used the time spell, and the white light appeared again. Wei Huan ordered the smart butler to brake, and in a moment of stillness and movement, he broke away from the swift convoy. Then, the car turned around and looked back to where it came from. Treasure chest monsters of various shapes were gathering in a cloud of dust and running wildly. There was not even a silver monster, so what was the use of more? However, in order to train everyone's combat ability this time, Wei Huan did not send out all the undead. He ordered everyone to join the battle and find their own position among the undead army. The tacit understanding of the battle needed to be cultivated. There was still a tough battle to fight next. This was their last time to get used to each other. Su Qingqiang and Lu Qingji jumped out of the car, along with Zhou Yong and Lin Su. The 2 behind were only farmer sequence, and Lin Su was only a sequence 2 warrior. He and Zhou Yong were partners with Su Qingqiang in the same welfare home. Although Su Qingqiang's ability was dangerous and uncontrollable, they still chose to take risks with Su Qingqiang. On the contrary, Su Qingqiang never left them and took them with him even when he got on Wei Huan's car. Wei Huan gave these 2 people a place, but he also hoped that they could find a suitable place on the car as soon as possible, and not just eat and wait for death. On the other side, the twins and Ding Qi went directly to the 4th floor of the roof. The 4th floor is a unique area for level 4 cars, called the War Platform. Level 4 cars have evolved from the RV series of pure survival to war equipment, called ground siege vehicles. So after the upgrade, in addition to the larger space on the car, there are also some war-related facilities and areas. War Platform is a safe output environment specially prepared for remote professions on the car. Ding Qi and the twins stepped onto the War Platform for the first time, looking down from a high place, taking in everything at a glance. Hundreds of undead armies blocked the treasure chest monsters' advance. Lu Qingji, Zhou Yong, and Lin Su had already fought with the treasure chest monsters under the cover of the undead army. Su Qingqiang, on the other hand, stood at the back with a leisurely attitude, his eyes locked on the 3 people who participated in the battle. He would take action if things went wrong. Without Su Qingqiang, the undead army did not send out elite soldiers, and the test was the combat level of the crew members. The 3 people in close combat were still very strenuous. But soon, they waited for their long-range fire support. The magic of ice and fire intertwined and fell on the treasure chest monster. The ice magic could control it, and the fire magic caused huge damage. The most important thing was that the twins cooperated very well, as if they were the same person, without giving the monster time to react. 2 spells of different elements hit the same place of the monster in succession. Often only 1 hit was needed to kill a bronze treasure chest monster in seconds. Ding Qi's pets, the wolf and the bear, have already entered the scene, but their strength is not as strong as the undead race that has been upgraded to the 3rd level. But Ding Qi is not only a pet attack. As a hunter, her most powerful is her long-range output. The crossbow is the reward she got from the silver treasure chest. It has a critical hit probability of more than 30%. Coupled with her accurate shooting talent, she only needs 1 arrow to use the explosive arrow. If she is lucky, She can take the life of a blood-sucking mosquito. Whether it is Ding Qi or the twins, as the crew members selected by the official, they have strength and talent far beyond ordinary challengers. Even if they form a team, they are destined to become elite captains. Now, they have indeed shown the qualities that an elite talent should have. Even Su Qingqiang couldn't help turning his head to look at the magic and arrow attacks from the car. Even if these 3 attacks fall on him, it would be very uncomfortable. The most important thing is the long-range attack. If he can't get close, he will be a living target and will be worn out sooner or later. In comparison, the 3 melees in front are indeed much worse. But it doesn't matter. For a complete car, it should not only have combat personnel, but also logistics personnel. Just like the fat thief, as the chef in the car, it really can't be done without him. The battle ended quickly. In less than 5 minutes, the last treasure chest monster fell. The joy of the first cooperation was presented in the form of smiles on everyone's faces, and there was even a little bit of unsatisfaction. Wei Huan didn't say much, but if he cleaned up the gathered treasure chest monsters again, or met a group of wandering monsters on the way, he would go to kill them if conditions allowed, and try to get everyone to cooperate more. Sun Yiling was envious of the process of developing tacit understanding. Unfortunately, she was destined not to belong here. Mu Zhong asked Cousin Mu if he wanted to participate in the battle. Cousin Mu shook his head. I don't mind being a pure logistics staff. Mu Zhong reminded him, you have won the National Challenge University League Championship. Cousin Mu smiled bitterly. We all know that the truly cultivated geniuses did not participate in the league. My foundation may be better than ordinary people, but it is still far behind you. Now that I have such conditions, I should do what I am good at. HR is my battlefield. Qi Jialu led the team, and rushed for 2 hours. Wei Huan followed the team all the time, and finally saw the traces of the Dark Beast Lord before dark. Wei Huan, come to the front and take a look. Qi Jialu sent a message. Wei Huan lifted the car to a height of 7 meters, passed through the convoy, and came to the front of the team. He was reminded again, come down, you are flying too high. The red supercar was not far ahead. Wei Huan asked the housekeeper to park the car next to her. At the same time, Wei Huan's eyes were already locked on the large open space behind the dense forest. I saw logging trucks shuttling through the woods. There were more than 30 logging trucks with strange shapes. Most of them were controlled by human logger units. The efficiency was terrifying. A big tree could be sawed down in less than a minute, and the useless branches were stripped and placed on a special transport vehicle. Type 5 logging truck. Is this territory already level 5? Qi Jialu's face was serious, and Long Hao beside her also had a tense face, and half of his face was included in the camera. Wei Huan thought it was unlikely. Just like humans upgrading level 5 vehicles, lords upgrade their territories by upgrading the main buildings first. Only when they reach the basic standards can they upgrade to level 5 cities. On the current level 3 highway, there must be a lack of main upgrade materials. If the other party brings the materials directly, it will seem like an exaggeration. After all, on the front battlefield, level 5 territories and level 5 vehicles are also rare, which is related to the rise and fall of the race. Who doesn't want to have one more level 5 building? Therefore, the probability of a level 5 territory appearing in the random assessment of the level 3 highway is even lower. Looking at the level 5 logging truck in front of him, Wei Huan has other ideas. The lord of this territory is an 8-star thought beast. Wei Huan said so. Qi Jialu seemed to be confirming the information of the thought beast. Mu Zhong was also recalling. The 8-star thought beast is very strange, a dark beast that humans still cannot understand. If the dark beasts below level 4 are physical attacks, and the dark beasts from level 5 to 7 are magical attacks, then the thought beast is a pure spiritual object. At present, we only know that it cannot fight directly, but the battlefield where it participates, whether it is the dark beast or the evolution of the territory, will be unusual. Wei Huan nodded. Yes, unusual, this place is unusual. Mu Zhong also understood quickly and said, it is unlikely that a level 5 territory will appear on a level 3 highway, but if the thought beast controls the development of the territory and has some level 5 buildings, it is possible. It's not that unusual. Su Qingqiang spoke at this time. We still have a level 5 tire, which is the platinum ruins found by my team. At this time, Qi Jialu's message was also sent over, and it seemed that the ability of the thought beast had been confirmed. You are right, the thought beast can indeed be the final boss, even if it is just a pseudo-level 5 territory, but given the characteristics of the territory being easy to defend and difficult to attack, we must also be prepared to face the level 5 territory. So what's next? What are your plans? Wei Huan replied, push forward. This answer did not surprise Qi Jialu, as this was basically the only way for humans to attack a territory. The two sides did not speak the same language, and the opponent's tactics of clearing the fields also eliminated the possibility of sneak attacks, so most of the time, it was a frontal battlefield confrontation. However, thinking of Wei Huan's profession, this frontal push war has become very interesting again. Qi Jialu's mouth curled up, and she suddenly hoped that the lord of this place could be more resistant to beatings, so that she could see more of Wei Huan's true ability. As they spoke, the tactics had been finalized. The rest was execution. After the 2 leader vehicles restarted, the vehicles following closely behind also ignited and prepared to set off. The sound of the engine reverberated over the hills, merging with the sound of the logging trucks from the Dark Beast Lord. The loggers recruited were just ordinary people, without any ability to fight. Even if they heard strange noises, they were slow to react and didn't know how to run away because Wei Huan and others hadn't broken into their cordon. Finally, before leaving, Qi Jialu said, "We are all human, let's kill them." Wei Huan nodded. These humans were no longer human, but tools with human shells. Out of humanity, Blue Star chose a simple and quick way to fight when attacking the territory, and tried to minimize torture when possible. This is not only the persistence of human morality, but also the protection of the bottom line of mankind. As he spoke, Wei Huan rushed out first, followed by Qi Jialu's car. The 2 cars entered the area where the logging truck was developing in an instant, and launched an attack. The laser attack outside the car was extremely harmful. It only took 3 lasers to attack the logging truck, and it was easy to blow up a car. The logging truck exploded, and the people in the car were also blown up, and they died cleanly. It won't be long before the challenge world will recycle it. Maybe at a random battlefield, you will see the same toolman again. But the appearance of Wei Huan and others also stimulated the territory to respond. The next second, all the logging trucks and transport trucks in front of them turned their heads and ran back. "Stop them," Qi Jialu said. "Don't let any of them run away," Wei Huan immediately ordered. These logging units and transport units are the resources of the Dark Beast Lord. Once the war with the Lord enters the 10th stage, the resource reserves will be fought. Besides, these cars are full of wood resources. Once they are transported back, they will add bricks and tiles to the Dark Beast Lord. As one grows stronger, the other shrinks. No one can be spared. Wei Huan sent out his undead army, and also ordered the convoy following behind to attack. Since they are coming to participate in the battle, they must make as much contribution as possible. Besides, since the Thought Beast is involved in this territory war, it must be fought quickly. The Thought Beast has an ability that will be known to everyone in a year or 2, but it has not yet attracted the attention of humans. The Thought Beast has the ability to invade the mind. It can invade the brains of its own units, force them to be excited, and stimulate them to pseudo-evolve quickly. It can also invade humans, causing a certain amount of negative impact. Because the situation on the battlefield is complicated, and the Thought Beast has never appeared in the past, humans don't know much about the Thought Beast. Wei Huan came back from 11 years later, and his information about the challenge world is far better than everyone else. Therefore, after confirming that the Lord is the Thought Beast, this battle cannot be dragged out too much. Besides, they don't have time to drag it out. The challenge world will be closed at 6 o'clock tomorrow night. By then, there will be no one on the assessment list who has completed the challenge. In this assessment, Yin Country will become a global joke. In addition, the plan of the Dark Beast is completely successful. On the human side, not only is there a gold treasure chest missing, but also a large number of silver and black iron treasure chest rewards. Even if it is the bronze treasure chest of the full course award that everyone has, if thousands of them can be sent out at once, it will also be a considerable amount of resources. This is also the reason why the Dark Beasts will definitely set up the final checkpoint at the end of the highway assessment. They don't even need to win the war. As long as they can stop the attackers until the last moment, they will win a great victory. In the past 2 years, the Dark Beasts who discovered this wonderful method have stopped the Blue Star humans from obtaining a large number of material rewards more than once. The Dark Beasts are too smart and cunning, and they are even constantly evolving and strengthening this strategy, making the final boss a nightmare for humans. This is also the reason why there are more than 70,000 people participating in the assessment, but in the end, less than 5,000 people are willing to challenge the final boss. There were only more than 900 vehicles. No, after using speed to eliminate those who fished in troubled waters, there were only 876 vehicles left. 876 vehicles, fan-shaped, enough to form a 1 kilometer position width. The rolling chariots rolled up dust and smoke, ruthlessly crushed over flowers, plants and trees, and rumbled forward. Whether it was the arrows shot from the roof, the ferocious serrations in front of the car, or the attacks from the ranged professions. When they gathered together and chopped a logging unit in the air, it often only took one hit to easily destroy the car and kill people. On the contrary, Wave 1's undead lacked long-range attacks for the time being and were useless. In this way, they pushed forward at the fastest speed. The various tool people recruited by the Dark Beast Lord moved very slowly, and almost all of them were overwhelmed by the army that caught up before they ran far. However, this way of pushing forward was gradually frightening. This Dark Beast Lord is really powerful. The car has already driven forward for 10 kilometers, but the wall of the territory has not been seen yet. How much wood has this guy cut these days? How much ore has he dug? How much resources has he accumulated? At a glance, all the people fleeing in front are the work units recruited by this Dark Beast Lord these days. It makes people secretly hate and frighten. Can this battle really be fought? What is waiting for them? Most of their cars here are only level 3. A bit strong. Even Mu Zhong said so. As a child born in a military family, the battles he has been exposed to and learned are definitely not what ordinary people are exposed to in the challenge school. At least in the challenge school, the first 2 years are only taught how to become a qualified challenger. After passing the first level highway and becoming a challenger, you will learn how to become an excellent challenger driver or officer. Even if they are just graduates of the challenge university, let alone understanding the strength of a pseudo 5th level territory controlled by a thought beast, many people's horizons are limited to the level of the Shio Roman Lord, and even the Dark Beast Lord on the magic side is not enough. But this does not include Mu Zhong. Because of his father, he also has a lot of understanding of the Dark Beast royal family such as the Thought Beast, and can even see the development of the territory, and the comparison with his own military strength from a group of lumberjacks. Don't look at the fact that there is only one Dark Beast territory on the opposite side, and there are 876 vehicles on our side. But in fact, in a siege battle of this level, the 3rd level vehicle and the 3rd level challenger are not much stronger than these logging tools in front of the Dark Beast Lord's wall. Mu Zhong is a little worried. But he is more confident in Wei Huan. The challenge world may display the name randomly in the digital glasses according to the human habit. But it will never give the wrong achievement. Dark Beast Nemesis is enough to represent Wei Huan's restraint on the Dark Beast, especially the restraint on the Dark Beast Lord. The army of the undead is perfect for this kind of siege. Mu Zhong glanced at Wei Huan and touched his green earrings. He should use a lot of bloodthirst in this battle. He has already made preparations to completely drain his spiritual power, and not leave the battlefield until he falls. TSK. Su Qingqiang didn't even know when he had put on the Platinum Agility clause. He turned his fingers and looked at his fingertips, as if he was looking at some precious treasure. He had a twisted smile on his face, and his teeth had turned into sawtooth shapes. The twins and Ding Qi were not in the cab. After confirming the traces of the Dark Beast Lord, they boarded the war platform. At this moment, along with a laser beam, the attack on the logging truck also hurt the 3 of them. For this battle, Mu Zhong also agreed to give them a gold-level equipment on credit in advance. Especially Ding Qi, who was lucky enough to get the golden bow, had amazing lethality, which was even more powerful. The twins also improved their magic output endurance due to the substantial increase in spiritual power. The front line was still pushing forward, with smoke rising everywhere, leaving a lot of ruins, and black smoke with rolling tongues of fire rising, burning cars one by one. Finally, at the last moment when the sun disappeared, Wei Huan saw the territory wall standing at the bottom of the pass. Majestic, was Wei Huan's first impression of it. From a long distance, you can see the wall that seems to be built on the horizon as the end of the world, and the dazzling light it emits at the last moment before the sun falls. The wall comes from humans. But it is a building built by the Dark Beast that stole human civilization to block the progress of humans. Wei Huan took one last look, and the sky suddenly darkened. All the lights disappeared, and the aura of the city wall changed, as if a giant beast lying on the ground opened its huge mouth and roared, making people's hearts tighten. A sound like a charge came from the direction of the Dark Beast's territory. The earth began to tremble, and there were various roars. Wei Huan could smell the unique odor of the Dark Beast from a distance. It seems that the Thought Beast on the opposite side has been waiting for dark. Mu Zhong said, after all, dark is more advantageous to Dark Beasts. Yes. When it's dark, human vision is limited, and it is indeed impossible to see too far. However, Wei Huan and others dared to attack at this time. Of course, they also considered this problem. As the human level rises, The original conditions that restrict humans have become loose and can be overcome. The headlights upgraded to level may 3rd not be able to see the city wall in the distance, but they are enough to illuminate the distance where they can react. What's more, there are many level 4 lights here. The lights illuminate the night, and the level 4 headlights are like the sun in the night, almost dispelling the darkness within a kilometer. Wei Huan clearly saw the black shadow that flashed under the light. What's more, he had already seen the direction of the enemy's army with the help of the eyes of the demon I Lord. There is a two-headed hidden demon lurking here. It wants to use the night to hide its body and sneak attack the 2 cars. Wei Huan did not give it a chance. He now has sufficient means to deal with the two-headed hidden demon. Hearing Yi, the mother of the underground beast, made a cry under his command, and a green light emerged behind it, and the spider web was looming in the night. But before the mother of the underground beast cast out the spider web, the two-headed hidden demon that was leading the way suddenly rose up like a frightened bird, turned around, and flew back at a faster speed. Wei Huan raised his eyebrows. Just with this reaction, he was sure that this two-headed hidden demon should be one of the hidden beasts that escaped from the fast bullet team. It seems that this thing has a great shadow on the experience of netting and beating. The two-headed hidden demon may come to scout the enemy, or to grab the merit. After being scared away, it was the turn of the real territory troops to appear. The large number of vanguards running from the direction of the city wall, under the cover of darkness, were a kind of strong beast with 4 limbs on the ground, a bit like a crocodile. The huge body, ferocious mouth, and strong and flexible limbs are like crocodiles, but they move much faster than crocodiles, and they run wildly more than horses. There are also a lot of them, and it seems that there is no end at a glance. Boom boom came from far away, bringing with it a foul smell, and arrived in front of the human convoy. Roar roar. The roar shook the sky. Chapter 100. Having more than 10,000 soldiers is a basic ability of a high-level Dark Beast Lord. Therefore, if Wei Huan's undead army relies solely on numbers, it will not be good in the siege. While Wei Huan was observing, the undead army and the convoy collided head-on with the beasts. The crocodile monsters were instantly crocodiles and fell backwards, vulnerable. They are really just beast level, without any mana enhancement, nor strong and tough bodies. Not to mention the 3rd level weapons of the convoy. Even the 3rd level face huggers can easily tear them apart. What kind of garbage is this? It's too easy to kill. Su Qingqiang breathed a sigh of relief and commented conceitedly. Mu nodded. Although it is the lowest level soldier, it is indeed without combat effectiveness. One of Wei Huan's eyes burned with green flames, and there was no smile in his eyes when he opened and closed. Throughout the ages, blood has a special meaning. This group of weak soldiers, who are not dark beasts, and have nothing to do with humans, were recruited in large numbers, and sent here to be killed. It must not be the mistake of a high-star dark beast. Wei Huan knew that the thought-provoking beast had begun to use its strange and unpredictable power. Use the blood of the cannon fodder soldiers to curse the people who set foot on this land, making them feel chaos, despair, pain, suffocation, and slowly and silently eroding their internal organs until they finally rot and die. Killing this group of cannon fodder not only solved the large amount of resources consumed by the Dark Beast Lord every day, but also gave the other party a medium for the curse. For them, it was 100 harms and no benefit. But they had to kill them. After all, it takes time for the curse of the Dark Beast Lord to take effect, and they can't just let these beasts run around in front of them. That's what war is like. Even if you know there are traps, you still have to push forward. The Dark Beast territory blocked their way out, and they could only move forward by crushing it. Kill! A bloodbath-like battle ignited the fighting spirit of the team, and people like Chang'e trembled with excitement and roared bloodthirstily. Kill, kill, kill! To build a career, to bring glory to the family. Chang'e didn't need a noble reason to fight, he just had to follow his heart, and have the motivation to do it. When he dared to come here and face the impact of those monsters, he had already won more than 90% of the people. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. He wants to follow Wei Huan, show all his strength, and leave his name in the history of the war with the Dark Beast. Kill! Huang Jun also led his crew, and stood out from the chariots. Follow Wei Huan. Create immortal merits. Charge! Among the cautious chariots, several chariots that jumped out of the crowd became more and more conspicuous. Among them, there was a level 4 chariot. At some point, it was affixed with the Mu family's family emblem. Not far from Wei Huan's chariot, it was like a sharp knife, easily killing the beasts and clearing a clearing. On the other side of Wei Huan's chariot, there was also a Mu family chariot. Although it was only level 3, it was brave and sharp. In addition, The Mu family's special improvement of the chariot parts made it no less lethal than a level 4 chariot. Wei Huan seemed to have his own team. Although there were still few on such a battlefield, once there were soldiers who trusted him as an example, the effect would soon be formed. The same situation also occurred beside Qi Jialu. Leader is a very special identity that cannot be accomplished by one person. It is an identity that is guarded by soldiers after being refined by real gold. Only with sincere respect and trust can we firmly and undoubtedly execute the leader's orders at this moment. Sure enough, with the cooperation of the leader's car and his soldiers, the other chariots that were slightly hesitant followed one after another. They were like a red-hot net, easily sifting through the group of beasts. Just once, almost all of the 3,000 were killed, and the remaining few were also disabled. Death was just a matter of time. Of course, Wei Huan's undead army contributed greatly to this. These undead, as little experts in checking for deficiencies and filling gaps, almost finished off every injured beast, which resulted in such an effect. This result was a shot of adrenaline for the team. When they rushed to the territory again, their steps were much firmer. Yes, the curse takes time, as long as the war is ended before that. After killing the crocodile monster, the Dark Beast Lord never sent out troops to fight actively. The empty road ahead in the dark night makes people tremble a little. The 4th level car owner of the Mu family has been connected to the video of Wei Huancha. At this moment, his eyebrows are tightened, as if muttering to himself, "What does this mean?" Mu Zhong said, "Taking the initiative is not the way of the Dark Beast Lord. Only in the city defense battle can the Lord's strength be brought into play. So I am very curious, what is the meaning of sending these crocodiles?" Mu Zhong is not sure. It is rare to see a territory battle where the Thought Beast serves as the Lord. On the front battlefield, the Dark Beast King serves as the Lord. In a small-scale territory battlefield, at most there is a two-headed hidden demon. We have always known very little about the thought-controlling beasts. The 4th level captain of the Mu family said, "I have seen 2 similar wars. It seems that these thought-controlling beasts always release some beasts that are not very lethal. In any case, it is not because the population unit is too full, and we need to clear it out. It must have some meaning that we don't know about." While speaking, Wei Huan suddenly raised his hand and ordered, "Stop!" Mu Zhong and the 4th level captain of the Mu family shut up at the same time, but compared with Wei Huan's order, the 4th level captain's car drove forward a few meters before stopping. It was these few meters that suddenly, at the end of the night, a whistling sound came from the direction of the territory wall. The 4th level car hurriedly shifted, and narrowly avoided something at the last moment. Then, with a loud boom, a huge boulder fell to the ground, blowing up sand and gravel. Swish! Another arrow made of fine steel brushed the parking space, and was violently bounced off by the suddenly appearing protective shield, but it also made the protective shield. The current of the shield crackled, and a small amount of energy was consumed. After that, the level 4 car hurriedly turned around and returned to Wei Huan's side. It turned out that it had entered the attack range of the Lord and was attacked by the opponent's long-range units. This also means that the next step is a tough battle. In the Lord War, it is difficult to attack, but easy to defend. To capture a territory, humans often need 3 times the number of Dark Beast Lords and more than 3 times the combat power to break the wall and flatten the Lord's Hall. There is still plenty of time. Take a rest and take action at dawn. It will be more beneficial for us. Qi Jialu sent a video message. They rushed here and took action just to curb the development of the Dark Beast Lord and prevent it from continuing to collect supplies. Although the lords defending the city have more advantages in the Lord battle, if the human side surrounds the city without attacking, the Dark Beast Lord will be dragged to death by the amount of supplies consumed by the population in the territory every day. Even if it is delayed until tomorrow morning, it is an effective tactic to let the Dark Beast Lord consume 2 meals of supplies in vain. However, Wei Huan shook his head. "No, we must fight quickly and decisively." After saying this, even Mu Zhong looked over in confusion. Wei Huan did not hide his thoughts from everyone. Everyone here is a comrade in arms. Their common purpose of gathering here is to win this war. So Wei Huan explained, "As a dark profession, I can say with certainty that after killing those crocodiles, we will have no time." He explained his foresight as the intuition of the dark profession and said, "There is the power of curse in the air. The energy of those blood has been drawn away and is eroding our bodies. Weakness and impetuousness, as well as diseases and infections, will worsen over time." Su Qingqiang, who was standing aside, heard it, raised his eyebrows, moved his nose to inhale the air carefully, and tasted it. "Tsk. There is only a bloody stench." Su Qingqiang, who is also a dark energy professional, can't taste the so-called curse, but he believes it 120%. Holding his breath in disgust, he patted the clothes on his chest, and used his own method to avoid the curse. After all, this is what Wei Huan said in person, so it should be true. Su Qingqiang said this, and the others' faces changed drastically after hearing it, and they looked like they believed every word completely. Long Hao couldn't help but enter the camera, and worriedly put his hand on Qi Jialu's shoulder, and asked Wei Huan, "How long will it take? What is the result? Is there any way to dispel it?" Wei Huan said, "The nemesis of dark energy is of course the one who prays." Before Wei Huan could say anything else, Long Hao turned around and called the people behind him, and then a milky white light fell on Qi Jialu. Wei Huan, Then, Wei Huan continued. "Advanced sequence, I think the resistance is also higher, you don't have to worry too much." Long Hao heard this and thought it was right, but still asked Qi Jialu, "Do you feel better?" Wei Huan, who was forced to eat a bite of dog food, turned his head to look at the 4th level captain of the Mu family, and said, "There is a weak curse power in the atmosphere. It is only a matter of time before our bodies are completely eroded." The 4th level captain of the Mu family nodded. "I understand. Now we can only move forward and cannot retreat. We must end this war as soon as possible." Qi Jialu interrupted and said, "The advanced territory is not only strong in troops, but the most annoying thing is that there will be a protective shield above level 3. We can only passively take the beating before breaking the protective shield." After a pause, Qi Jialu smiled meaningfully. "Captain Wei, is there any way?" Wei Huan knew what Qi Jialu meant. After all, he had used the nether fire bomb on many occasions, and the powerful nether fire bomb existed for this moment. Wei Huan nodded. "I have a way to end the war as soon as possible." Then he said, "You must also be prepared for battle." The 4th level captain of the Mu family saluted. "Yes, sir." Qi Jialu nodded and smiled. "Anytime." The strategy was decided during the conversation between the three. There is no need for more people to participate. Here, strength represents everything, and everyone is willing to follow the footsteps of the strong. 2 portals reappeared on the roof of Wei Huan's car, and clouds of black clouds flew out from them, and occasionally green flames could be seen jumping. Qi Jialu smiled softly. "I lend you a hand." As she spoke, inconspicuous dots of white light fell in the middle of the black clouds, and the ghost crow, which was already very fast, came out of the portal as if it had teleported, and in the next second, it arrived above the territory. It didn't give the Dark Beast Lord any time to react. The Dark Beast Lord Ji had already integrated Wei Huan's intelligence from various channels, and naturally knew that he had the means of the nether fire bomb. It must be admitted that this pure brute force has the greatest lethality to the territory's protective shield. Lord Ji had already taken precautions against this means in his war strategy. It even spent a lot of money to build a building specifically for soul bodies. It was an object like a signal tower, a 20-meter-high spire built at the 4 corners of the territory, with a signal amplifier like a pot lid on the top. The moment Wei Huan's undead army appeared, it had been fully powered. Sure enough, its omnipresent eyes clearly saw the ghost crow flying out of the portal, and the ghost crow holding the nether fire bomb in its mouth. "Stop it!" It roared silently, pinning its hopes on the soul attack tower, and most of its attention was focused here. But the speed of the ghost crow still made Lord Ji's heart sink for a moment. How could it be so fast? Even if the soul attack tower was fully fired and could instantly destroy all targets within its attack range, what would be the use of killing the ghost crow that teleported directly to the top of the territory? Buzz! The soul attack tower launched an infrasonic attack, and the atmosphere spread out like ripples on the water. All the ghost crows affected by the ripples were like balloons that burst. They screamed and disappeared without a trace. Wei Huan saw this scene, and looked at Qi Jialu with gratitude. Qi Jialu smiled gracefully. If it wasn't for the fast speed, the killer that she had accumulated for a long time would have been broken. But now, everything is just right. After the ghost crows dissipated, the nether fire bombs that were not soul bodies, 2 or 3, plus some nether fire bombs that actually did not input energy, were like fireflies in the dark night, floating and falling with a bit of beauty. Such a small green flame, only the size of a finger, swayed to the sky above the territory. Then, a transparent film with a faint glow blocked its way. When the two sides met, it was like thunder and lightning striking the ground. At the moment of collision, the green flame shrieked with a shudder, and then, boom! The terrible explosion and flames lit up the world, carrying an incomparable power and tearing the air. The energy suddenly burst out of the protective shield, successfully blocking the power of the explosion. The green flames were like an upside-down bowl in the air, staring at the territory buildings on the ground, revealing a bit of incompetence and rage. It didn't blow up, but before everyone felt disappointed, the second, third, fourth, one after another, more green bombs fell and hit the protective shield. The protective shield was blown to the point of collapse. The sudden light illuminated the combat troops on the territory wall, and the tall white face of a strong man was particularly eye-catching. Is that a hero unit? As this thought came to mind, the 5th, 6th, and 7th Hellfire bombs appeared at the same time. This time, the protective shield seemed to be lingering on, the light was dim, and it was about to break. The white man on the wall raised his gun and pointed it at the sky. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots in a row. The bullets hit the target, and the 9th, 10th, and 11th Hellfire bombs exploded in advance, failing to exert their maximum power. Fortunately, the protective shield had reached its limit, and the aftermath of the explosion directly shattered the protective shield. With a bang, the protective shield fell down like broken glass, flashing with withered fragments of light, and fell from the air. The 12th, 13th, until the 37th Hellfire bomb, after no longer being blocked by the protective shield, drove straight into the territory. The human challenger who watched this scene held his breath nervously. Could it be that the war is so simple, and will end soon? Obviously it won't be that simple. Bang! 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 The white man fired 5 more shots, and hit 5 Hellfire bombs. The Hellfire bombs exploded, but the power was much smaller than expected. So the Hellfire bombs are different? Wei Huan's little secret was exposed. But it doesn't matter, who knows whether it is true or false. As the protective shield disappeared, the Hellfire bombs also fell on a large scale, and the rest of the war weapons in the city were activated. The long-range units and long-range weapons launched attacks at the same time, and magic, arrows, and crossbows fell into the city like rain at the same time. The screams of civilians could be heard clearly outside the city. Nether fire bombs, big and small, real and fake, exploded in midair. The power of a real bomb explosion can easily kill civilians. Civilians are also part of the resources of the Dark Beast Lord, and killing civilians is also one of the means to promote the smooth progress of the war. What's more, Wei Huan has already fulfilled his promise. He broke the territory's protective shield with his own strength, and created a real output environment for his side. Charge! Chang'e, Huang Jun, and Qi Jialu's confidants took the lead and rushed to the Dark Beast territory. However, the real front was the undead army that set out from the beginning of the war. The mighty undead army pressed towards the territory. The 3rd-level zombie Violent Bear, blessed by Mu Zhong with endurance, took advantage of the opportunity of the territory to block the netherfire bombs with all its heart and rushed to the bottom of the city wall in a short time. The zombie Violent Bear raised their claws and scratched the city wall fiercely. Blood loss, -1, -1, -1. Look at this small section of the wall unit. The health is as high as 3,000. Although 3,000 health is nothing in front of the huge number of undead army, the wall unit of only 5 meters can only accommodate a limited number of undead at the same time. The 4 zombie Violent Bears have the largest capacity, and it will take a long time to scratch without stopping. And this war is not a battle between the undead army and the wall. As the Hellfire bombs in the city were solved, all the war units had time to aim outside the wall. The laser sentry tower upgraded to level 5 has the greatest lethality. It just slid past easily, and the level 3 Violent Bear was split into 2 and returned directly to the tomb. There are also several hero units on the wall. One of them is a magic hero. When the spell fell, meteor fire fell from the sky, and a large area was exploded. The fire continued, the ground shook, and the dead army was in pieces. Everything turned into a meat grinder on the battlefield, which was worthy of its reputation. Many challengers here had never seen such a battle. Their passion was poured down by a basin of water, and they calmed down. Is the real battlefield so terrible? Do I really have the confidence to survive such a firefight? Or just observe? Except for a few cars, the other cars slowed down. Wei Huan was not disappointed when he saw this scene, because he had never expected anything from this group of people. Even the soldiers who had been trained by the Legion would be timid in front of death occasionally. Not to mention this group of ordinary challengers, who were temporarily assembled. At the beginning, their purpose of existence was to prevent the Dark Beast Lord from laughing at them, the human race, and at least to scare the Dark Beast Lord with numbers, and by the way, reduce their own consumption in a favorable situation, or to contain the enemy at a critical moment. As for letting these people fight to the death, Wei Huan didn't even think about it at first. Of course, Chang'e and the others were not stupid. The premise of their charge was that they were not in a situation where they would die. With Wei Huan's undead rushing in front, They attracted almost 80% of the firepower, so the remaining 20% was the key to their roaming and achievement. The target of the undead army was the city wall. The target of Changle and the others was the sentry tower protected by the city wall, as well as the catapults, crossbows, and other weapons placed above the city wall. It looked like a cold weapon, but the products of the challenge world could never only have the damage of cold weapons. If the catapult was a level 3 catapult, it would definitely be able to damage a level 3 chariot. And this territory is more than 3 levels. Level 4 laser weapons, level 5 rockets, and level 6 missiles. If you go up, it will exceed human technological civilization. In terms of lethal weapons, the attack of human chariots and territories is basically the same, but there is a big difference in defense. But the difference between chariots being able to move and territories not being able to move is also very big. At this moment, Changle, Huang Jun and others are responsible for using long-range attacks behind the undead army to destroy the walls and sentry towers as quickly as possible and make a gap. Chariots move flexibly on the battlefield, avoiding the occasional boulders and arrows from the opposite side. Once they successfully swim into the attack range of the chariot, the arrow tower on the chariot will also shoot a series of damage. -30, -10, -30, much higher than the damage of the zombie violent bear. The occasional reduction of 10 points of damage comes from the damage of long-range attacks on the chariot. In fact, if everyone here dared to rush up like them, one person only needed to come, and this section of the city wall would collapse easily. Unfortunately, it didn't work. In this fierce exchange of fire, some cars thought they couldn't see clearly in the dark, and even retreated. Of course, there were also cars that bravely rushed forward. Every car that rushed forward was cast with the time spell by Chi Jialu. Although their movement speed was not as fast as when Chi Jialu was leading, it was also greatly improved, and the movement became more confident. Near the sentry tower, the durability of the city wall dropped very quickly. It was about to collapse. Suddenly, a brilliant green light rose, and the Dark Beast Lord used the repair energy function. The speed of improvement was faster than the drop, and the durability of the city wall began to increase, and it recovered to more than 2,000 points in a blink of an eye. It took them 5 minutes to grind away the blood, and it was almost full again. Changle was anxious and mobilized in the chat room. Changle, brothers on the battlefield, come on. One person will kill it. But his voice was drowned out by the crowd watching the show from the 80th line. Has the battle started? Come on. I really want to go to the scene. Changle's voice was not responded to. There were too many people watching the excitement. But anyone can miss the call for support from the front line, but not the leader Car and Wei Huan. A new batch of resurrected zombie violent bears are on the way. Accompanied by the shaman priest's dong 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 sound, the whole body is twice as big, and it rushes up again. Mu Chong opened the bloodthirst. All the zombie violent bears passing by the car were blessed by bloodthirst, and obtained the 3-minute real man status with 10 times the data. The battle cannot be delayed. A gap must be opened as soon as possible.